Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate day of the winter tour here at Western Europe. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me for this spectacular day is going to be Sheepstick, T-Gov, and Lizard. Guys, it's our second last day.
Oh, my
Can you believe
break.
Winter Tour 1? It's almost done and dusted here for Western Europe.
Last big day. We got some good matches, especially excited.
Yeah.
Secret Enigma.
There's a blizzard outside. We all had to
That's
go
true.
through that
That's
to get to
true
the
too.
studio. Yeah, we survived.
Yeah.
Just
We've
to
been
bring
here-
you guys all.
We've been here, what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and we haven't had an ounce of snow. And then today, on our second last day, it just decided snowstorm time.
Just like look at the difference though. So there's snow outside. Me and Nat get in an Uber and drive.
Yep.
These two walk through the hail and just show up with red faces,
Yeah.
washed hair,
We're used
wet
to living in this
clothes.
climate. You know, this is
Yeah,
And yet, look
it's
at them.
normal.
They look fantastic.
God damn.
They look.
Yeah.
from here down.
You don't want to know.
Disaster.
You don't want to know.
Here up, barely presentable.
Yeah, they can't see anything. There's no light. So
Yeah, exactly.
We're good.
Well, I want to have a chat about what happened on Wednesday. It was our day before here on Western Europe DPC. We had 3 BO3s, just like every other day, but it started out with Nigma Galaxy up against OG. And this did not go like every other series for Nigma Galaxy. They won this one. They needed to show up. They did, and they got themselves a win 2-1 over OG Lizard.
Yeah, this first game that we're just watching, they made a couple of mistakes. This is the one that probably all of us thought, okay, this is 0-2. After we saw it, right? Like Nigma had a really early game-oriented strategy. They didn't execute it really well. OG pretty much capitalized on all of their mistakes, but then suddenly just switched. Game 2, Game 3 was pretty much the best Nigma that I've seen in a while. And also they did show us a couple of weaknesses from OG. Albeit the drafts for me were probably the wonkiest ones from both teams. Like we have seen a Cottle mid, we have seen a Snapfire mid as well. I'm still not
We saw
sure.
a Mar. We saw a Mar on a normal.
On a normal
hero.
carry, and it worked out. Like it actually worked out.
I think there's been, at least for Nigma, they've been trying to find their identity a little bit throughout the DPC. And, you know, the Slark, the Razor, Svens, of course, these are the big 3 that Amar's been playing outside of his offlane hero pool. But I think, at least for this series, you know, Sumail, he popped off a lot, especially his Leshrac, his Connell. These were just really decisive heroes, and we got to see some MC Furion, which is just a treat to watch every time. So it was nice to see Nigma finally have things just click for them after such a troublesome DPC so far.
It was the consistency within the series that they had been lacking in the past, and they finally found it here, Sheep.
I mean, Sumail is just like consistent in general, even in
True.
losses, to be fair. But like he was solo killing BZM in the mid lane and stuff like that. Like I really cannot praise this man enough. And he kind of just helped spearhead their drafts to victories every single game. There were like some problems with itemization as well on OG, and like I think in that game 3 at least, the last pick Snapfire did not work for me, but that's fine. They will have looked at that themselves and bring a better game today.
Yeah, definitely a learning lesson for both teams, maybe in different regards, though. The second series, Into the Breach and Gaming Gladiators, didn't go to 3 games, though. This one was a quick 2-0 by Gaming Gladiators, and unfortunately, that meant Into the Breach played the final series and well, they are relegated. I'll say it bluntly. They're relegated. They're going to go to Division 2, unfortunately, and this was their final series that they played, at least for this tour in Division 1. T.
Yeah, I feel like this series, at least for Gladiators, it was awesome. We got 2 Pudge games, we got 2 Furion games. Was just nice to see.
2 CM games?
2
boy.
CM games.
You gotta show the love to the supports.
Yeah, there's a lot of consistency from Gladiators in the draft, but no, I think at least in the first game we got to see, I think, the Crim Pangolier, and in the second one it was all about Ace on his Furion. And when you give away this hero to Ace, I think just the confidence he has and the ability to go, he goes Ags first, of course, helps the team, but then he quickly itemizes to become the right click. So many times in the mid game, ITB had a glimmer of hope, but then it was like, wait a second, we have to kill a Pudge, and then this Pango, and then the Furion. So yeah, I think Ace just really stepped up in this series. 2 days ago, sorry.
Yeah, and Into the Breach draft here in Game 1 had at least one big question mark, and that was the Marcy Pos 1 Sheep.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Yeah, I was like, that's what we're gonna talk about here.
Okay, that Marcy was terrible. Like straight up. No hate to the player itself, but the hero seemed to like really struggle to fit into the game. Like they were able to make loads of space for it. She went to Battle Fury, but like her recovery didn't really mean anything, and the timings that Marcy usually hits just weren't there. she wasn't able to take part in early fights. Late game, she struggled to fight against the enemy cores. Like the scaling, it seems just very out of place.
I feel like if you're picking Marcy and you're going for that farming item, there's already something wrong. Like the way this hero works, and it's not the first time. There's a lot of heroes like Marcy that have been tried on the safe lane, right, on the position 1. You just have to be constantly brawling and constantly winning fights, and that's the way you find farm. That's the way, by kills. However, that just doesn't work, and it hasn't worked in a really long time.
Yeah, and we're seeing in the highlights here, unfortunately for Supreme, of course, Interbreach are eliminated, but Supreme, Ember, it was like his first loss in, what was it, 5-6 months. He was like 9-0 on the hero. He does take an L eventually against Gladiators, but I think he had maybe 60,000 damage in this game, most of anyone. So I think at least for me, on a ray of light for ITB, I think Supreme had some of his best games for Into the Breach in this tour, at least in his last year or so. So yeah.
I mean, they were also amazing to watch when it came to drafts. Everything felt so new and unique for them. Fortunately, we won't be seeing that today. Tundra and Entity, though, that was the final series. This one went 3 games. It made the day go a little bit longer, but it did not disappoint with Entity taking it 2-1 over Tundra.
I could not. I mean, I could believe it. I love Entity, but Tundra looking to have a little bit more holes than I thought. Like, we had a couple talks with them mid-season about, like, oh, what do you think your problems are? And they're like, oh, yeah, like, we're just kind of refining each other and, like, getting that passion and starting to scrim more, and because they had that break off to TI, but I'm not feeling as confident as I was, seeing as we're at the end of the DPC tour now.
Yeah, it feels almost like most teams are shaky at the start and they'll ramp up. For Tundra, it felt that they had everything still in order for themselves, and slowly but surely it has been really figured out and picked apart, Lizard.
Yeah, like the amount of heroes that they're picking hasn't changed since TI. It's all kind of the same, and I believe the teams have started figuring out ways of dealing with them. That's something that you get from the DPC season, right? It's not this one tournament that happens in 10 days. You get a couple of weeks, you study everyone, and you have to show your best because you want to go to that major. Tundra, so far, teams have shown that they can bleed. On the other hand, you have Liquid that already lost to, what, a Huskar, and that's about it. Everything else felt very crisp. They're kind of in the positions where Tundra is in a position where I thought Liquid might be, and Liquid is in a position where I thought Tundra might be coming into this season.
Game 2 highlight coming up here, and the draft was just so bamboozling. It opened up on the side of Tundra with a Marcy, Phoenix, and then Rubik. So we ended up seeing a Rubik 9, so you went mid with it.
Yeah, I feel like for Tundra, at least in Game 2, they were respecting Entity a lot by taking away some of their own heroes, especially. But also, for Entity, I think that Game 2 draft was all about just killing heroes, and we don't see that a lot where teams just fully subscribe to only killing. Normally there's elements of at least map closing out or towers, objectives, etc. But they all in on just kills, and it reflected in the game, and it was really impressive. And it again in Game 3, Entity, they just showed up, they're able to position nicely, able to take the fights in the key areas and punish Tundra. And because they won the series, they now force out this awkward tiebreaker situation for the major. If Entity were to lose, that would have locked in our top 4. Today would have been maybe a little bit boring. But, good on Entity to make the penultimate day a little bit more exciting. So fair play, lads. And all the series today now have cool value. So yeah, again, Entity just carrying the DPC right now.
Yeah, all the games today are, like, even when you look at the teams, they are incredible series. They are series that you really want to watch, and now they have meaning too. So
all of them have insane stakes. We can have a check. We can check out the leaderboard here. Liquid still undefeated when it comes to series, and then it's Gaming Gladiators, OG, Tundra on a tied scoreline. Entity creeping up just behind them with 3 wins, 3 losses. Enigma, Galaxy, Secret, and Into the Breach all only have 1 series win. Difference is Enigma, Galaxy still have 2 more series to play, and Secret only have 1. We do have a graphic that outlines what's at stake here. We can see that just joking. Can you pronounce that for me, Sheep?
What
hashtag 39s?
Hashtag 39, guys, don't forget.
Hashtag 39. It was the fact that there are 7 tiebreaker scenarios, and out of those 7, 4 of them can result in a 3-way tie for the major slot. 2 of them can end up in a 2-way tiebreaker, and then there is only 1 scenario in which there are no tiebreakers. So everything matters. Everything matters. There we go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Look at that pesky
we got rid of that hashtag 39. Game Gladiators, OG Tundra, Entity. They're the four that are fighting for the 3 slots at the major. Secret, Enigma, Galaxy are also avoiding relegation. Team Liquid, we already know, has secured their spot to the major, and then Into the Breach secured their spot to Division 2. I'm going to say it with a little bit of positivity.
Yeah, some teams, they definitely are looking towards Division 2 and forward, right? Like they want to compete in the DPC. If you're Into the Breach,
Go on, say it.
you're probably not happy, right?
we go.
Like you've been demoted, you've been...
You could. I don't think it like matters what team you are. Like no one would be happy.
No one would be happy to be relegated,
Yeah.
exactly. But they get to play like for a full season against Tier 1 teams. They can take that experience, bring it into Division 2, style on some noobs, come back in the next season.
For the past 7 broadcast days, we have been talking and putting our spotlight on a certain team each day. Today is our last day. We have our last team to talk about, and it's Gaming Gladiators. We're going to have a look at how they started, how they were in 2022, where we saw their progression as a team. It was a bit of a different roster. They didn't have Quinn with them. They had Boom in the mid lane, but they did well. They did fantastic. I think a team that no one suspected too much of, T.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the origin stories of Gaming Gladiators, it is this team coached by Model Faith, captained by Celery all those years ago, and then through just time and just consistency together, then they start finding their results. They then get into the Gaming Gladiators kind of org, and then from there it was just beautiful. Just upsetting teams, doing great in the DPC, insane stats you see on the screen, like a decent placement at TI, and after all of that, then it's that everything that you've leaned on kind of got torn apart a little bit. You know, you lose your coach, you pick up a new mid laner. The identity of Gladiators, even though it wasn't too big, you are changing some key aspects. So they are kind of having to rebuild a lot now in the new tour.
They're changing some aspects, but they're keeping the GG no matter what organization they're in.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. How would you say this reorganization has been going for them, Shoop, so far in this winter tour?
I think it's pretty great, but it's hard to compare massively because obviously they did do well when they first formed in the last iteration, and they're doing well again now. I really like how Quinn is slotting in. I mean, he dumps his mid so hard. I think like the only fear there would be that I don't want them to become reliant on him doing so well every game, because you look at the last 3 games that Gaimin lost, and they were all really big stomps. Like they were like not close, and I don't know if that is something that should be like concerning, because you want to make sure that you are taking those games to be competitive. Like that there's not one big thing that is causing you to kind of crumble apart. Yeah. But overall, like I do feel confident about them. I think what was it? Quinn said that they had a couple of little throws, little goofy plays that they make. So if they can clean those up, it's looking pretty solid.
It was nice to see some stats there. I mean, they're first, second, third when it comes to some of statistics. We'll see if they at least place in the top 4 here in the tour. They're going to need it if they want to go to the major. The other thing we should talk about is their hero pool. What heroes they've been picking in this meta, where they've been favoring, and what combos have been working out for them. There is a nice little graphic for that one, but we know that they favor the Rubik, but every other team does too.
Every other team favors the Rubik. Let's look at them. I see one guy, like he's connected to Rubik as well. That's the Pudge.
I mean, Pudge is the key thing here. I kind of feel like this image, like Pudge, his face should be at least 80% of the screen. Yeah,
he should be in the center. Everything should be leading and should be connected to him. Like if they have, and when I say Pudge, is there an Ursa there? There is, right? Like he's near. There he is on top.
Yeah,
Ursa should be on top.
On his own little island. Yeah.
There's something underneath the Ursa that I don't see. But these two heroes just being the absolute must, in my opinion, for GG. Yeah, they don't have to be Pudge and Ursa, but they need to be these active style position ones that activate their whole team.
Yeah, and you're already, I feel like we're missing out on, let's say, the IO in this scenario here. It's banned out a lot against them recently, even in previous years, and especially now with Quinn being on the team with his Leshrac IO pairing. That IO, this is for picks, right? So it's not here right now, but if there was involving that, boom, IO would be at the center as well. So it's like IO, it's Pudge, it's Furion. It's like they have 3 or 4 key heroes, and then they build from there. So just like Liquid does with their team, they have that kind of the same idea with key.
IO is the circle in which every hero image was in.
Exactly. Of course.
He brings it all together. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
I mean, they're also crazy, right, with their strats.
Sometimes. Oh, you could have just left it at that. They're crazy.
Friggin' insane. But like they're one of the teams that was trying to play LC5 against the Broodmother. They're one of the teams that they played the Witch Doctor IO combo together. That was pretty cool. They tried the offlane Jakiro with Ace. Like clearly they are happy to try new strats, which I think is very exciting. Doesn't always work out.
I was gonna say sometimes the cheese works, sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it does, yep. But sometimes it does, and I think that's cool. And I love that they're trying that, and I love watching this team.
Yeah, 100%. It's always such a pleasure to see them play how they draft. And we aren't going to be seeing them today. In fact, we're going to be seeing 6 teams play today. We're going to check out the schedule. It starts off with Liquid OG as our first series, Tundra Gaming Gladiators, and then Secret Enigma Galaxy. All of these series are important as to who will be making the major, who will be evading relegation. That last series, T, I know how you want it to play out, but how do you think it's going to play out?
Oh, what do you mean how I want it to play out?
You want tiebreakers.
Oh,
that's what I mean.
Okay, sure. I thought you were about to like out me for hating someone. I was like, what the hell? No,
I know that you want tiebreakers. Yeah, you want more Dota.
So to be clear, Secret then beats Nigma
Yeah.
to then force out
A tiebreaker.
Oh wait, no, hold on.
Yes.
Yeah,
If Secret
that's-
have to beat Enigma Galaxy, and then Enigma
Yeah, I
Galaxy
forgot-
have to beat Entity.
I forgot
For
Enigma
them to be both on 2 and tiebreak again.
So yes, Nat, you are right. I want that to happen. I want them to play again and again and again and again, and then they never leave Division 1. Joke, someone's going to get eliminated. I'm really sorry, but it's hype. That final series is the best one.
Is that the series you're also looking forward to, Lizard?
Well, it's the most interesting one for everyone, I guess. No one expected Secret and Nigma to be where they are at the moment. Maybe Nigma, but Secret definitely not. And they're fighting to stay alive, like Kuro and Papi fighting to stay in Division 1. It's hype, but all the series are really great.
What do you
today.
mean? There's a way that Tundra doesn't go to the major off the back of winning TI.
Yeah, true, but
That's kind of...
Oh, okay, no, just relegation.
No, but
just relegation.
you said like there's 4 scenarios for tiebreakers, right?
Yeah, there is.
It's like there's so
6.
many ways. Yeah, it's like, you know.
Tundra is playing which
tiebreaker.
team again on the second series? It's Tundra
Gaming Gladiators.
versus Gaming Gladiators, yeah.
Banging
Yep.
series too.
Yep. Banging series. Well, let's talk about the first series though. Liquid versus OG. Are Liquid gonna, cut Tommy some slack? Tiger OG some slack this time around after they just dumped it on him in their TI vlog?
No, I mean, why would they? Didn't they mention, was it on like Twitter or something? They were like, we're not going to, even though we've qualified, we're not going to go easy. I think a lot of teams in this position might go easy, but when you're 6-0 and you
Which
potentially
team would go
7-0
easy?
Yeah,
Please
that's what
tell
I'm-
me. Which team
No,
would go
that-
easy?
okay.
There are 0 teams
OG.
that would go easy.
If this was reversed, OG would cut them some slack.
Or they'd
I
have
don't
a
know,
bit more
that's
fun.
speculation.
I just feel like for Liquid at least, there's something for like the org and the players to say that they went 7-0, and the pride of that after all the previous tours. That has higher value than having a little bit of fun knowing you're already first. And I think just the prestige of that will outweigh.
Maybe
any
they will
of the
test some
comedy.
strats. Maybe that will happen.
There might be like
Maybe.
one hero.
One game.
One
yeah,
game.
one hero, maybe one game.
Yeah.
But
They let the Huskar go through once more. Play against
no.
that.
whoopsie.
See if you can beat it.
Maybe you can finally fire Blitz after that.
Yeah.
If he lets the Husker through again.
Yeah.
How have Liquid been so dominant though, Sheep? In your eyes, where is the key? Because they're amazing in execution, and their drafts also seem so flawless.
Yeah, they're just good at everything. I mean, that's all there is to it. They just kind of woke up one morning, we're like, all right, we're playing the best Dota of our lives right now, easy game. I do think that they have finally found like proper captainship within their team. Obviously, in the past, you had like, No Flame to Insania, I love our boy, but he used to do drafting, right? And then they kind of took that and like put it on Matu, and then Matu and Blitz sort of refined that, and now it's moved to Zion and Blitz. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are having a really good time, like working out what works for everyone, what makes everyone comfortable, talking to all the teammates. I think that they are just in a really good spot right now because like Boxy is now fully moved into like the 4 role and being really comfortable on it. He's able to make lots of plays in the early game and able to direct the team around his like power and strength until his cores can like take over.
The way I see it, it's their drafters are completely free to do whatever they want to. And that's such a huge plus. Like Blitz talked about it. He can literally draft any hero, and Insania will take it on a 5.
Same with Mickey, right? Like they ran Death Prophet position 1. How many other carries would be so confident and comfortable taking that to the safe
They
lane?
can do whatever they want to, literally. And the meta is so defined that every single team more or less knows what's the best at the moment. And if you can pick any of the best heroes, some of them are going to go through. And then you have Nisha on the mid lane just styling on everyone.
Yeah.
I think that's probably something that we should mention too. That guy is unstoppable.
It helps. I think for Liquid as well, they've looked at what's meta and gone, okay, we'll take 4 or 5 heroes that are like OP and we'll become the best at it. So if no matter what game, we'll always get them. and then it means the 3 picks after get to be anything. So unlike other teams where they enter a phase, they try and be big brains, like, oh, let's give them this and that. It's like, no, they're always just doing the same thing. And now it's like they have a foundation, and that foundation allows them to have comfort, to know what's coming in the future. So I think they understand everything a little bit better than everyone else. That's why they're 6-0. Probably 7-0 after today, unless, they get a bit quirky in drafts.
Well, I mean, unless OG brings something new to the table. We also heard from their interviews that they're a little bit more open and free with how they're drafting now that we have DM slotting into that off-lane position for them.
Yeah, they definitely are adapting to him. Like a couple of first games looked a bit rough.
Yeah.
Like he was on his own island.
Yeah, solo.
They ran the tri-lane.
He was literally, you're the new guy. They ignored him. There wasn't even that one good friend in the classroom that always comes up, hey, do you want to come with us? No, they didn't have that. They just isolated him. But yeah, they adapted to him. They're playing definitely better around him. They realized his strengths. My only problem is this last series did not look great. Like from the execution and from the drafts, it didn't look like they were completely on point. And I'm thinking, will that hurt them mentally coming into a series that's versus the strongest opponent in the division?
Especially playstyle wise, Enigma playstyle was win lanes and just group up and get in the face of your opponent. It wasn't the cleanest, but it still was the identity of it. And Liquid, their identity is win lanes, crush map, get out of the game as quick as possible without any mistakes. And all the other teams are trying to emulate that, but with a little bit of sloppiness. So if OG's already losing to that against a maybe weaker team, this is going to be a really hard battle for them. But maybe they have some of that OG flair or something to bring into the game to help them out.
Okay. Well, draft is up on our screen. OG with first pick, Liquid with second. OG just straight in there with the Death Prophet. After a Rubik, Nature's Prophet, Lena and Broodban.
So the Death Prophet seems nice with the Nature's Ban, because that's usually what Liquid's response is to that type of hero. The hero that is left that they usually pick up in the first phase is Tusk. So I'm assuming they'll take that +1. You're playing against DP, it's really nice to get heroes with a mix of magical and physical damage, because then it makes it harder for her to itemize to deal with that. You want to be able to burst and kill her, otherwise, she's just going to exist forever with her healing siphon.
The meta has developed a bit, and in the last couple of days we are seeing Ricky take prevalence, and he's the one prioritized over Tusk. Here and there, they get the Mirana too, but I don't like the Ricky way too much. Like, just looking at the Ricky at the moment, Team Liquid obviously have a plan around it. I'm just thinking, okay, what you need to do with Ricky is take over the map, play the classic Liquid style, poison dart into arrow, eliminate targets that are isolated. I don't think that OG already will be isolated. Look at what they have, like that Prophet and Omni Knight. This already looks like formation of a snowball-y kind of a lineup.
Yeah, they've done it before already. They had this Omni pick against ITB, and it was the same kind of idea. Just group around the heroes, run down the lanes, and I think the game was over in like 30 minutes. And that's maybe the weakness of Ricky Mirana. It's really good when you get to 15. It's a slow, chill game, running around the map, sleeping dart, arrow, kill, 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 and then you get online and play. But if they are setting the pace, that's when this looks good. But there's heroes that Liquid can lean on here. Some Snapfires, some pucks, heroes like this that just annoy the early grouping. And
split the map, make them chase you around. Don't let them get their forces together and converge on one tower, right?
We talked about whether Liquid would maybe be a little silly in this series. I do think this draft is kind of like a bit of a jump from what they're used to doing. But like seriously, they usually pick some flex in the first phase and like seem to prioritize that. Or they'll even take two cores if they have first pick. And this is it maybe the first time as DPC they've picked 2 supports?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, so this is different for them.
Mirana offlane, Ricky carry, let's go.
Yeah, I was about to say that too.
Well, the only people we've seen doing the Mirana offlane
is
Rezo.
It's Rezo, yeah.
No, actually,
Is one
Gaming Gladiators played the type. No, was it them? Yeah, it was, right? With the Greaves and Raid Pants, and that was a successful.
Yeah, that was actually pretty decent. So if Zai is like being maybe the one that takes this Mirana, that could be interesting, but potentially very punishable as well, because it's Mirana as a core.
Yeah, it's not usually a core for some reasons. Reasons are like it's very easy to isolate and kill off unless you're going for that Greaves build early on.
It's just hard because sometimes this Mirana, like, you give her Greaves, sure, but you can give any other offlaner a Greaves build too, and they provide a lot. You're playing double invis already on Liquid, so you're going to be punished extra hard with sentries. OG are going to be thinking about that invis and playing accordingly around it, so the impact of like a Mirana's ult is not as big.
I really like the TA ban. Like, this is a necessity versus OG and what they've got right now. Like, TA would slot right into what they've got already. It would allow you to take Roshan even easier. It is that fast-paced carry that they would get from the TA. And at the same time, Ricky and Mirana do absolutely nothing to a TA. In the lane, off the lane. So, in the lane, if this was a Mirana core and you're playing into a TA, you'd get destroyed. So, a nice ban.
I mean, maybe there was that hope or that idea that they could have potentially flexed it, and now is.
I still think it's a support, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say, as it progresses, it's like support.
I would hate to see Mirana core, I think.
Yeah.
Unless
I just think Zai can play so much more and impact the game significantly
I think
better.
For sure. Liquid does have the final pick in the phase, so maybe if they see 2 more heroes and there's some reasoning behind it, then they could potentially do it. But I feel like just locking this as just your supports might be the most comfortable.
But you do see the bans from OG, right? Like the Shadow Demon ban.
Yeah,
they're kind of leaning. Yeah, maybe it's a Mirana core.
They're also respecting the fact that
Omni Knight, right?
Omni Knight just needs this ban. And they ban out the Drow as well. Very good hero against both Omni and DP. You just can never really get on top of her. You just don't care.
Who was it? Into the Breach, right? That ran Shadow Demon into Omni Knight and just failed miserably with it. Like, it didn't work.
Yeah. That's because I think in their draft, at least, they picked it in the same order here, where it's like they had 2 heroes, they just forced the SD into the draft and it didn't feel good. And that's kind of what Liquid would have had to have done, which is like Ricky, SD, and Mirana. Does it sound good when I say it out loud? Not really. But OG still at least respecting Liquid's ability to execute. And
is Liquid team blue?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Blue, purple.
Blue team.
yeah, it's an old-fashioned counter to these Omni Deathball type heroes,
Just
right?
go blue.
Yeah, just go blue. Especially with Midnight Pulse and Black Hole on top of that, extra blue. But yeah, their Liquid at
Is
least
that blue?
it's like in the same
A
realm
shade,
of purpley blue. All right, don't.
I'm just wondering. You know, maybe I'm colorblind.
Maybe I am too. I'm wearing glasses. But no, I think
I'm not wearing glasses, so I just see blue.
I'm the only one here with functioning vision, actually. Y'all
Yeah.
are wearing contacts. You can't trick me.
I am wearing contacts.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, really?
I am actually blind as hell.
Liquid at least is basically changing up their draft playstyle, where they're going to be conceding more of the map. Maybe they do really well in lanes, just through outplaying, but it's not as if they're going to be grouping up and making moves, right? It's just going to be sit, farm, wait. OG will have to overplay the hand at some point, then you capitalize on that.
You got a ton of invis as well, right? Like, you have Moonlight Shadow, you have Ricky. You're just constantly on the pounce with Enigma as well with the Black Hole, so it won't be that simple for OG to play the map.
Yeah, I like the fact that OG pick up the Tiny as well in this phase. They've now got this like a little bit of flex where Tiny into mid if there's some puck for Liquid, which would lean into that don't ever play the game style attitude, would do pretty well. But you also need heroes to initiate things, make things happen. And yeah, Tiny just glues everyone together now. The Sniper pick though, that's just to dominate the lane. They already know DP should do well in their lane. You pick Sniper, don't allow Liquid to pick it against DP, and now you just crush this Enigma in lane. Eidolons don't do anything, and it will give OG a perfect exit of laning phase timing now with their 4 heroes so far.
What other blue hero could Liquid be picking up?
What's
I know
left
that's
in
what
the-
you're thinking about, Lizard.
What's left in the pool that's blue?
I know, I was going to say, they could have done the Lesh.
Can we play the Talentless? Because,
Alright, we
yeah.
got Storm Spirit. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay,
let's
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Sure, jump on top of that Sniper.
What else
Yeah,
we got?
Here you go.
Oh,
Looking at the blue
Slaughter.
heroes. Oh no.
Slaughter,
Night
Darkseer.
Stalker. Love that as a core.
Yeah,
we have-
Luna. Luna, run the Luna.
Morphling.
Sure. All of these things probably won't happen. What they need is a carry that gets on
Absolutely
top of Ricky, on top of Sniper.
Phantom Assassin.
Is Slark
Hey, she's got that jump and
bluish?
she's blue.
We got a lot of blue. I mean, I do really like this Enigma pick, even though it's gonna likely get shafted now because of the Sniper. It's still a hero that is, I'm assuming, was meant to allow Boxy to kind of roam the map and try and make his impact that way by just drawing the lane back to his own tower. And it's something that deals with the Omni Knight. Obviously, the problem with Omni is the Heavenly Grace is always going to be able to purge these stuns, but you can't purge Black Hole. And they also don't have a BKB piercing way to stop Black Hole. So if this does make it to later game, this Enigma is a very good answer to that, and this sort of like 4 protect 1 potential lineup that OG could have been going towards.
So what do they need to before, like, okay, first they need to pick, but for Enigma, maybe a Pango is an option, right, on that mid lane for OG, something that they could pick.
Yeah, it's Pango. There's still the Tusk, which is there.
Yep.
Just something that is a bit more lane pushing, and then when you need to join the fight, you can.
Yeah.
I think for
Pango, as you buy a Basher eventually, you get rid of the Black Hole threat, so.
God, this Black Hole is going to be filthy at like 40 minutes. It's going to be, let's put down a Cataclysm and a Black Hole, Sniper, you're dead. But that's all about them finding the place, the vision, the timing to actually execute that. Because OG, they have the heroes to just be running around, being annoying and break down
You
the
get
map.
the Tornado now for Liquid, though. You get the Dispel, so that's pretty solid for them. They have a way. It's not a Shadow Demon, it's an Invoker, so not necessarily will it be utilized every single time, but
This
still
is
very
the
solid.
opposite of how Liquid's been playing, I feel like, recently, though. Like, they don't have any early skirmishing heroes. They don't really have any heroes that push out lanes too quickly without items or levels. And that's kind of what they've been leaning on. It's win lanes, free up the supports to make these moves with Nisha, either Nisha coming to them coming to mid lane. But this is kind of the opposite, where maybe they can do it through some clutch arrow, cold snap stuff, but
is this an Ursa ban?
what, for OG?
Yeah.
Yeah. They
I
need
feel
a
like-
carry that just
yeah.
rips open the game for sure.
And there aren't many left. Like TA banned out, Slark banned out, Ursa, okay, still in the pool, but Bloodseeker out.
I mean, we sometimes see like an opposite playstyle where it's instead of trying to just kill as many people as possible in 15 minutes, it's we're going to try and farm really hard. And we've seen this with Invokers in that lineup where you just get your Midas, you try and just get as much fight. You try and out-farm your opponent.
I'm fine with that, but when I look at Team Liquid and
You need to win lanes to be able to do
I
it,
start imagining it's impossible from my perspective. They really have to be so on point
Yeah.
that they have to win every single lane somehow, and they're greedy at the same time. Their supports don't really offer you that. They don't offer you the strongest laning stage.
I really want to see Puck here for OG. Just anything annoying to kill. Like already they Liquid banned out Pangolier, but anything that has an ounce of we need to use our finite resources to kill this mid lane, and then on top of that you have the Uragi Sniper, some DP behind that just barreling through like that. It just really would break open
Is
the
the
game.
Spirit an option?
Oh god.
That's unlucky.
All right, yeah, that's the
I mean,
equally as annoying.
I don't even care what Team Liquid picks. I like OG's draft better.
Really?
At this point, yeah. At this
So
point,
in your mind, there isn't a last pick for Team Liquid that you're like, this pulls it together and can tear apart OG's team fight.
maybe there is. The Ursa still kind of sounds okay. Is there something that you guys are seeing? Because for me, it just looks very difficult for Team Liquid. I'm not saying that they can't pull it off. Like,
course.
they definitely can. There's a reason why they only dropped one game so far in the
Yeah.
DPC. It just looks very difficult.
Going back to blue, you could go for some like, Morphling-esque
Morphling,
hero,
yeah.
where you, again, it's like you're not going to be winning lanes, you're not going to be winning anything, but eventually you just will have a good matchup against all the cores of OG.
Eventually.
Eventually, but
Maybe in the next game.
yeah, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
you either pick a hero now to fight into them, but picking a carry that counters bat doesn't then counter DP. If you pick a hero that counters DP, you're then not going to have the range to kill a sniper. Like, it's really awkward.
Oh
Okay,
my
that's
God.
nice.
Yeah.
And it fits the color
It's
schematics,
blue.
sort of.
Invoker just ruins it.
Yeah.
And Weaver is a good matchup in lane against the DP. It's elusive enough to kill the Batrider. I am just still worried about Weaver. In theory, is a good pick. It does do well.
What was the oh my
Yeah, I
god?
was going to say
Yeah.
sheep reaction.
It's because I was thinking of Weaver. But
Oh,
it's
okay.
fine.
Oh, why were you thinking it? What does it add that maybe we weren't seeing?
So what I was gonna say was it would be a hero with like kill threat in lane and the ability to sort of maybe get involved in these early fights that we talked about, and the ability to like react to early fights and TP and get in there and like not die in his lane, and then maybe it gives space for the supports to rotate a little bit more. Because you talk about like lanes being hard, maybe in a static situation, but if they're able to bring like both supports to a side lane with a Weaver, that allows you to get kills in that lane. Same for the off lane too, I think.
It's definitely possible. It's a good Weaver game. What do they have? Like a Lasso, which shouldn't connect. They have Tiny as well, which Weaver can play around if he picks his fights properly. It's also a godlike Mickey hero. He absolutely destroyed every game that I watched. Not every game, but a lot of games that I
You can
watched.
say that about a lot of Mika heroes.
Yeah. No, Weaver definitely. Like, it just sticks out. So.
Yep.
I think
It-
I honestly, I prefer OG's lineup, but I think Liquid's play will allow them to bring these heroes to light, and then it will just be some Xayah Enigma down the line. So
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see if the game goes long enough for Liquid to show those skills, or if OG are going to close this one out early as we jump into game number 1 with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game, Liquid OG. Liquid trying to stay undefeated. Do you think the series undefeated is going to stick throughout this one?
I think so. I think Liquid's definitely on a roll this DPC season. Looking at the draft, they did salvage their draft with this Weaver pick. I love it. This is one of those forgotten heroes that you don't think about it, but they don't have that much lockdown. You have Lasso. You can eventually build into Lincoln Sphere. You can close the gap. So pretty much the two spells you need to be careful about is Dead Prophet Silence and combo from Tiny. So looking really, really good for Liquid. I don't mind OG's draft. I think they have a very solid draft. It's a strong draft. We've seen what they could do with the Omni Knight. They love to counterpick that hero when use it as a counterpick. Miss you too. What's happening in the chat?
Miss you too, Jiraiya.
Yeah, they miss each other. Agent Taiga on the opposite side.
It's always adorable when we get to see this a little bit. Players from teams past. And, you know, Liquid, I was talking about undefeated. Obviously, in series, they dropped that one game to Gaming Gladiators. So that 14-0 is just not possible. They could go 14-1.
They could. Yeah, but still pretty impressive considering the competition in West Europe.
So let's see how this starts out. As they'll grab 2 bounty runes here for OG, and then they should back up for a second on Liquid. So even 2 for 2. Little J getting sprayed out. I know you're a big fan.
Big fan. One of the biggest, if not the biggest of all fans out there. Chat loves it. It's all about, you know, I expect to see some V-Rise and also like Nisha. Nisha spray is also top tier.
Yeah, and J just makes the chat, like you said, go wild. I don't think you could get a word in chat once J goes down, because it's just going to be J.
Pretty much. Looking at the mid matchup, Nisha against the BCM, I saw this matchup go like kind of both ways. I've seen Invoker go underneath the tower. Nisha, I don't expect him to, like, he's I'll call it the best player that we've seen for, I'd say, even like 2 years. Like he's the most consistent player. Like you can always rely on Nisha to carry the games. Like I don't remember a single time that Nisha didn't have a good game. Maybe a Pango. Nisha Pango has been a meme because he got stuck a couple of times, but other than that, he's been really on point. So looking at the mid lane, 3-0, 4-1 on Batrider. We've seen like Batrider's not going for a Firefly in this matchup, instead putting points in the Flame Break and just try to play a bit more aggressive. And we also seen Batriders just like not skilling anything until level 5. They have only 3 points in Sticky. A lot of harassment here. Taiga does have a tree available once again.
Yeah, so he's going to try and throw some right clicks out, but getting pushed away by Mickey, who saves his Mirana, because Insania was down to 1 shot a little bit earlier and ended up just surviving. But we'll see how much pressure comes out in this lane. Looking back over mid, I'm a little bit happy that we're not seeing another Exort Invoker, so they could Sunstrike the range creep and get it denied.
Seen it so many times. But to go back to Beaver Pick, I like it a lot because you can run. You don't care about sticking a palm. You can easily break the Spirit Siphon. You can close the gap on Sniper. I want to see like how much he's going to be able to get from this lane. I don't think this is a difficult lane for him, considering he's playing into Tiny with the 0 armor. Bought Ring of Protection to have some extra, because there's going to be a lot of harassment from 2 ranged heroes in the lane.
Right. The Weaver pick kind of became available because of the fact that OG banned the Bloodseeker. Their idea was to hope that the Pangolier got through, and it felt like that was the idea during the draft, and then obviously Liquid banned the Pango, and it makes Weaver very viable. No Bloodseeker, let's go Weaver. Let's make it happen.
Liquid's lineup's very difficult to kill. I think OG needs to heavily commit. You have this position 5 Mirana with the leap charges, limited lockdown on OG, then you have Beaver running away, Ricky with Tricks of the Trade, Blink Strike, difficult to catch.
Yeah, Nisha with the Ghost Walk, and then just Enigma.
Yeah, and now we can see like Batrider taking over this mid matchup. He is level 4, and as I said, keeping the 2 points, decides whether he wants to dive.
Avalanche, Crypt Swarm, and they'll throw the tree. It'll be DM's right click that gets first blood. It was a race for first blood with the tree. So OG Getting that first blood on Senya just out a little bit too far. That level 2 really helped out OG to get that kill. You can see right now BZM still holding those points, so he's just got into the sticky napalm for now.
Most likely. You want to be able to farm the jungle, but this is what Batriders have been doing for quite some time. I think starting this DPC season, haven't seen it before.
Bottom lane, Boxy. Scouting forward and running away from Misha as well as Yuragi, going into the trees, just trying to juke a little bit. Works. Okay. Look at that. It's as easy as hide behind the tree. So what do you feel about this lineup for Liquid? Obviously, you've got the Riki, so that gives that timing of 15 minutes. We've got Sleep. That's when we're probably going to start making a lot of moves around the map. And then for OG, can you be faster than that 15, or are you kind of on a similar timing?
Team Liquid's lineup scales really well into the late game. I think OG might start to pressure slightly earlier because you have Dead Prophet, you want to group up, you have the Sniper who we see joins early fights, Boxy. Knows that Firefly is down, so we'll start to put some pressure, has Orb of Venom, but nothing too serious.
Meanwhile, Zai, with the fact that Boxy left, that allows them to go onto this Enigma and grab a second kill.
Very aggressive moves from OG, playing behind Tier 1 tower as a safe lane.
Now, especially with the Sniper that doesn't exactly have the easiest way to leave if it does get caught, but with no Boxy, it kind of felt that they had the ability to just go after this Enigma. Mid, Cold Snap, and BZM is going to drop here to Nisha, diving well too far behind the Tier 1 tower.
Not sure what the plan there was. He didn't have enough mana for a Firefly because Nisha already used 2 EMPs in the lane and burned pretty much his full mana pool, and there was no rune available. This is 5.5 minutes into the game, which means that the runes are already picked up.
Taiga coming back towards top. He tried to get the save there, but they've got the avalanche and the toss under the tower. And Senia leaping, but 2 tower shots in a tree is not going to be enough. 13 life left. As Mickey just Shikuchiing and trying to do anything he can to deter OG back and not let them play as aggressively.
2 most farmed hero in the games right now are Dead Prophet and Weaver. As expected, like Dead Prophet on the offlane, we've seen it dominate most of the matchups. Like even against some range heroes, Dead Prophet tends to do well.
The prize is mine.
So, what do you do against this Death Prophet then if you're the Weaver Mirana combo? Do you just not play aggressive, try to stay within the creep equilibrium?
You put a lot of pressure, especially because Taiga was roaming around. It gave Dead Prophet a lot of levels. She's sitting at level 5. Tiny only level 3, and every single time he has a combo. One thing I noticed about Taiga's Tiny is he tends to build a lot of mangoes. There was one game where he had like 7 mangoes on Tiny.
They also bring Boxy here, so let's see if they can play aggressive in this top lane and get anything from it. EMP, Cold Snap, BZM, they'll hold that mana as Misha devours some mangoes. Other than that kill on BZM, it's been pretty much back and forth and quiet, and they've both got similar net worths. Nothing too crazy going on over mid just yet.
As expected, Liquid lineup is kind of slowish. You do have Invoker, which is Quas Vex, so that means that he can be slightly more active, doesn't have that global presence, but having Enigma, having Riki as your position 4 means that you don't really have that much damage early on. Riki's all about that 15-minute shard, and then you start to play aggressive with the combo into Arrow, into like Tornado, EMP, like even a Black Hole later on if you're going for the right target, if it's something big. Look at Boxy. He's going for the couriers. We've seen it time and time again. Riki's being so annoying. He plays down a deep observer ward in the enemy triangle to scout things out.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to end up being wise to that considering he killed the courier, but he could have just been there by coincidence. Never really know. We'll see if that gets dewarded. They also blocked the camp over here with a sentry too from Boxy. And now there's a double damage picked up by Nisha, so he'll start to walk his way towards bottom. And Misha's gonna miss Nisha coming in, as they might be able to get Yuragi with the positioning he's at right now. So they come over, Tornado, far, hits on both, EMP. Misha getting
Good
body
body
blocked
blocks.
by Boxy. That means it's an easy kill for Nisha. So Nisha killing Misha.
Killing his younger brother. Yuragi will use Shrapnel and TP out. There's going to be a lot of pressure on this tower. Eidolons,
I think this tower is...
DD plus Alacrity on Invoker.
Yeah, this tower's gone.
What about the top tower? Death Prophet does have Exorcism, so let's see if they mimic the move that Team Liquid just did.
By the way-
Nice read from Yuragi. Understands that this tower's gone, TP's out immediately.
Yeah, TP to mid so he could farm up the jungle a little bit and then go over to the mid lane and get what he could there. Now they'll use the Exorcism. By the way, that ward was dewarded over on the cliff in the jungle, in the triangle.
Okay. Trying to get some tower damage reduced by pulling the creeps. Does have time lapse available. Ooh, arrow hits, but there's no follow-up. Fake hype. Look like something's gonna happen. Check the minimap. There's nothing going on. Nisha with that first rotation did manage to get the Urn of Shadows charge, so that's an extra kill potential for him. Now he can go for like solo pickoffs on the supports.
He's got Midas, and then the Urn, we've seen some Invokers go into the drums, or, well, usually the call is just Midas depending on the lane, and the lane didn't go poorly at all, really, for Nisha at all, so he was able to get that Midas, right? And just be okay with his timing and positioning with it.
He's on top of net worth right now. He did kill that tower bottom. He did got a kill. He did got the second last hit as well on Misha. The game slowed down, which does benefit Team Liquid a lot. You see the first usage of the Exorcism did a lot of damage to tower, but still not dead.
A little bit surprising because it didn't really look like Liquid were exactly defending too heavily, but they didn't quite get the tower, and well, their bottom tier one's gone, and that leaves Zyda just kind of farm freely down here, and he's getting really close. I would assume he fills out the whole Guardian Greaves after this mech, but we'll see what he wants to do. Boxy gonna spot Misha while Nisha is here. I really love saying Nisha Misha.
I noticed you said it like 3 times already.
I have to. Insania, by the way, just defending top, but DM's going to use these Seeds of Serenity. He's got Taiga as a little bit of backup, and it should be they take the tower, but they will have Nisha TP top. They've also got Mickey here.
Moonlight Shadow, let's see if they can find something. There is a Sentry Ward, so OG sitting on top of it. They're already prepped for it.
Zai is not even going to get the mech. He's going straight Blink after the Arcane Boots.
I don't mind seeing that, just because he has so much farm right now, and getting a Blink Dagger, if he feels like they need to be able to land a Black Hole, sometimes it's much more difficult if you go for the Guardian Greaves.
Right. So now you'll have the ability to jump, whereas you don't have to just walk in. And maybe he senses that, like, if Lasso's used, then he could catch him off, no silence.
I think they made a swap because Mirana is getting a decent amount of farm, most farm from all the supports, and we've seen like some greedy Miranas. Let's see, Arrow.
Tornado, Arrow with the smoke screen. BCM's coming over though, and will lasso this Mirana. Misha surviving with an avalanche coming in. They get the kill into Insania. They will not lose anything on the side of OG. They want to go for Boxy. There's the toss and the Firefly burning this Ricky. And eventually they'll get the kill onto a second. It's a double kill for BZM. Cold Snap to try and turn around. Sunstrike. Ooh, doesn't want to grab the haste. Fooled. Yeah, finally picks it up after the Sunstrike, and Mickey might just be here a little bit too late. They want Taiga, but he's got an avalanche. BZM coming back around. That is a little bit dangerous. Flame Break pushes back Mickey. BZM still working with his haste, and they've also got Misha around. As it looks like he'll die here. Black Hole, though, on it too. It's going to be on a BZM as well as Taiga. They don't get the kill on a BZM, but they will take out Taiga, so both supports die on OG now.
A little too aggressive from OG.
Yeah.
They got the kill, but in a return, like, they need to heavily commit. This is something we talked about. The Batrider with the lasso limited in terms of lockdown. BM.
Arrow doesn't land under the sniper. They're still trying to get this kill on Anisha. They brought in the Death Prophet. Silence it's 2, but the Assassinate's just not going to be enough damage.
Mickey decided to go for a full farm build. No points in the Swarm whatsoever. 0-4-4 build. Like, usually you put 1 point to be able to keep the eyes on the target, but one of the reasons why he's like 500 ahead of Sniper. Not as farmed as Nisha, though. Nisha does have that Hand of Midas and has full boots of travel. 13 minutes into the game. Considering the matchup he was playing into, this is very impressive.
Yeah, it felt like his lane was not as advantageous for him on the Invoker, and now they're going to go to the
he got that
Exorcism.
kill.
Yeah, and then he really started to pull away. So, Maelstrom picked up for Yuragi, while, of course, we already talked about the Maelstrom on Mickey. Using this Exorcism to try and get the tower over mid. EMP boxing nearby with Insania, so let's see. Ooh, coming around the back, they've got the Avalanche, the lasso. It's on Anisha. They'll get the kill into the Invoker. They've also dusted up Boxy. They want to kill this Riki, but Boxy's just going to TP away. They should be able to focus this tier 1 mid and finish it off.
Nicely done. BZM finds a good angle. Still, 2k gold lead for Team Liquid, now down to 1k, but they're getting a lot of farm on the map, especially Mickey. Like, while this was happening, I said that he was second on the net worth, and suddenly he's the first one by far. Like, the net worth just keeps increasing.
Assassinate. Okay.
Yeah, so in the end, the item swap that I mentioned, Mirana will go for mech, because she is getting decent amount of farm, and eventually will get it. So Zai can afford to go for more greedy item build. Seems like it's going to be a Lens into BKB most likely.
And then eventually after that should be Octarine Core, right?
Maybe a refresher before that. We'll see. It's still a long way ahead of it.
Yeah.
Dead Prophet, speaking of the Guardian Greaves, just finished off hers.
Ooh, Zai. And pulls down. Nisha here. EMP with Cold Snap. And they'll get the kill on a Taiga.
Taiga trying a tree throw to get some Eidolon's damage then. DM underneath the ward. Team Liquid splitting the map nicely. You can see all 3 lanes are being pushed in. Boxy trying to find his farm very close to his item, the only item that he pretty much needs. That shard, 200 gold away from it.
Yeah, so he'll have that soon enough. He's just farming here for free over mid. The supports of Liquid are ahead by a decent amount over the ones on OG. They're really not getting much of anything in terms of the 2 supports there. BZM, Firefly, and spots Boxy, hits the Flame Break, pops an Illusion, that's it. Does do a lot of damage to this Riki. But already has that shard coming in. Smoke screen, there's the Swarm finally coming through, the Malefice, and even the Arrow Strike. Not even gonna need the Sunstrike to land, because they already got the kill on a BZM. They'll look for Taiga. Boxy, if his courier... It already came, he's got the sweeping dart. So yeah, Taiga's gonna die here to Boxy.
Team Liquid's so quick, moving around the map this time around. The rune bait does pay off, and they're picking out the bottom tower. They still have a catapult. Nisha immediately uses Alacrity. They want to put in some extra damage. Now TP stop. Like the value, like you can see that gold keeps increasing for them, currently at 4k. Once they take another fight near Roshan, Team Liquid can go for Rosh. I think the same thing can be said for both teams. If they win a fight, if you have this Exo going, you can go for it. We didn't talk about Sniper too much, but Yuragi, he's been farming in the middle of the pack right now.
Alphys. BZM's fine. We also brought Nisha and Taiga in.
The zoning arrow, scouting things out.
They're kind of far behind on these cores here for OG.
If you look at the minimap, whole OG squad is pretty much at the same spot, while the rest of the Team Liquid is really spread out. Boots of Travel definitely does help out. You have Beaver, who can be anywhere on the map, pretty much moves instantly with Shikuchi, going into BKB next. I think once they finish off their BKBs, one on Invoker, one on Weaver, it's going to be very difficult for OG to get the damage done. You have this Omni Knight who doesn't deal much. Tiny's only level 7, 17 minutes into the game.
So aware of this.
These Invoker players, I think we praise Stormstormer quite a lot because of his movements, because of his spider senses. Like, he almost never gets ganked. He never pushes that extra wave. And now in the bottom lane, Insania. Alacrity, position 5 Mirana, taking the tower.
Nice. That's how it's done. While they do that, while they do make that rotation up towards top, OG's going to try and clean up the jungle, get some farm out of this. But you could see that they are, you already said it, grouping together to the point where they're losing out on farm.
OG might go for Rosh because the Exorcism just went up, and it's a level 2 Exo. DM instantly pops it.
Yeah, this is what they need. Seeds of Serenity also to heal him up. Meg finally finished here for Insania. You were talking about that being the switch. They're also going to the BKB on Zai. So let's see if they can get this Roche.
They should know something is up, because bottom lane's being pushed in.
Arrow. Ooh,
Oh.
lands on a DM. Sunstrike not going to be on the mark, but now they're kind of leaving this Roche in a weird spot if they bail.
They might take a fight, like, even after they take Roche, because Exorcism running out. This is most of their damage.
They're going to throw another arrow. This one's going to hit Roche this time, putting him down to about 500 health. BZM over to the side. They've got the Moonlight Shadow to work with. They've thrown a shrapnel into the pit. This Roche is sitting with such a minuscule amount of
Zai,
health. That
Dust
could be a problem. Dust, Avalanche, Flame Break, hitting onto Zai. Silence onto 2. That's a silence onto the Invoker. They get the Aegis onto Yuragi. They also get the kill. They'll drop down the Meteor. They have Purification. Yuragi being healed as well as the Heavenly Grace on him, allowing him to heal at 32.4 a second.
Meke just finished off his BKB, but OG will go back to the high ground. So Yuragi holding the Aegis for 5 minutes. He's not been involved as Sniper as much, but as I said, like Team Liquid, they want to take a fight. They understand that without Net Profit ulti, they really don't have that much damage. And again, look at the minimap. Zai's bottom. You see Nisha pushing out the mid, while the rest of the team is actually going for the kills.
They're going to walk into Taiga. I think BZM, yeah, he's going to TP out. They have the Sweeping Dart. It's on a Tiny, and it's a quick kill onto Taiga. Meke gets credit for that one, and they get a gem now in the hands of OG. We've talked about early gem purchases for some of these teams, especially when you're going up against the Ricky, or we've seen with Slark teams as well.
It's very, like, they have, what,
They're
1,
still
2,
going.
3, 4 Invis heroes on their
They
side.
might be lucky that that Sweeping Dart was onto the Omni Knight because Yuragi was right next to him, but BZM comes in with the BKB. He's got the lasso. It's onto the Ricky. Silence is on to Ricky as well, so they get the kill on a Boxy, but Meke with the BKB just taunts his way to an escape, and it's only a 1-for-1.
Net worth keeps increasing for Liquid. They're just getting way too much out of the map. This bottom lane, there's always someone, whether it's Fever, 5 bottom, Invoker with Boots of Travel. Nisha just finished off his BKB, going into Linken's next. They don't have abilities to proc the Linken's with, so that's going to be a huge issue. I don't think Batrider's going to be able to find the lasso on these big targets, especially if Fever also decides to get one after finishing off Gleipnir.
Yeah, I don't know what they can do to get the lockdown here. It feels... We talked about it in the early part of the game that it has to be full commitments, but even with their full commitments, it feels like they're only getting 1 or 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Which
Taiga
just isn't enough.
holding the Philly, trying to get that Blink Dagger. It's a late Blink Dagger, but once you get that Philosopher's Stone, you know that eventually you'll be able to farm that. Zai also close to his BKB, hiding in the trees, just 600 gold away from it.
So, just sitting here. And now we'll TP away. Bottom lane, Boxy, tricks of the trade, lands the dart.
Oh, yeah.
It's on,
It's not on
to the
time.
bat, and the arrow misses.
If it was the old one, the 4-second duration sleep dart, the undispellable one. Nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Not broken at all. They also Moonlight Shadow. Like, Liquid doesn't want to stop being aggressive with their positioning and their fights. Ragi's here in the trees, and everybody's here for Liquid. You need to be careful if you're OG on the positioning for this one. Liquid have been laying in wait, and they throw an arrow that doesn't land, just barely misses. And again, they send Nisha bottom. Like you said, somebody's always there. They've got the gem on BZM, so Boxy recognizing that he needs to get further back. They do have Exorcism again.
Now with the Blink Dagger on Tiny, I think they might afford to play a bit more relaxed, where they don't need to group up as 5. So with the Lasso available, with Tiny Toss combo, these 2 heroes, they can go for the pickoffs. And interesting build on DM, going for Heaven's Halberd. I guess he understands like where most of the damage is gonna come from, and that's Weaver right clicks. So, and that's also another tool to proc the Linken's with.
Radiant are scanning.
Minute and 12 remaining on this Aegis. Do you think they fight before the end of that?
I don't think
looks
they
like
will
they're
be able
looking for
to.
something.
They're definitely looking, but Liquid will not give them the opportunity.
Radiant's top tower is
Top
under
lane,
attack.
81%. win probability. For
Liquid
Dota
has
Plus.
been so efficient with their movement, with the way they farmed the map. Like even this Aegis, it felt like it didn't matter for them at all that OG picked it up.
Yeah, they got it. They just kind of disengaged, and I think they knew their advantage, right? Knew that even with this Aegis, they didn't feel like OG were in the proper position to fight back too much because they haven't really been punching too hard the other way. And once they, like, if they don't even focus on fighting and they go to these Lincolns, like you said, it makes it so difficult for OG to even take fights. So when do they feel confident enough to do so?
Double damage just spawned. This is the timing. Mickey will pick it up. Does have Road of Atos coming to him.
They know the timing. The Aegis expired just now.
Look at that.
Sleeping
Professional
dart.
esports team knows the timing of Aegis. Well done.
Arrow? Blink in, BCM. That's way too far by yourself. It was a little bit too far forward of the team, but he goes to the Exorcism. They're going to try and get these kills. They'll look over. They've got the silence on a Mickey. BKB's been popped. He goes to the time-lapse. They get the kill to Boxy. They bought back on the Ricky to start. With this double damage, going to be outputting a good amount of damage if he can find the right positioning. But for right now, Exorcism popped. Liquid disengaged. They don't want to fight into it. And they've got Moonlight Shadow, so they can wait and then make the jump.
OG forced 2 BKBs immediately. One on Zai and also one on Mickey. And also a time lapse. So I don't know if Team Liquid wants to take this fight. There's still Black Hole available. They know that EXO is down. Is there a smoke? Yeah, there is one on Ricky, so maybe with this smoke they could look for something.
Definitely bought back like they thought maybe they could find a fight. Want that extra sleeping dart. Taiga's only level 10. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you're not as active as Tiny. They couldn't do much in the lane. They did, kill Mirana once, but that was pretty much it.
Grouping up again over mid. Can they find anything? The one around is DM. And doesn't have EXO for 75 seconds. Gleipnir finished, and that's a lot more control for Liquid if they group up on the side of OG. They need to be careful as well.
Lasso available once
Arrow.
again, and the BKB. So let's see if BCM can find an opening, especially with that gem that you mentioned.
You have learned nothing.
Yeah, he's going into an Octarine core as well, and I think Zai queued up the rest of his. Nisha getting closer and closer to having that Lincoln sphere. And OG starting to leave the base and find a little bit of confidence to walk forward.
Hey, I was told before coming into this, you know, Europe West, it's the most entertaining region. It's action-packed. We have 16 kills in 26 minutes. People lied to me.
They put a lot of their kills on the back end. This I'll say over 43 kills.
Radiant
I'm gonna say.
are
I think there's gonna be a lot of action coming into the later part of this game. Some hopium copium, but I don't know. I think both these teams will skirmish and fight and go back and forth. Silence hits Boxy. That means there's no sleeping dart for a long duration. They've got the avalanche that lands on a Mickey. Yuragi towards the back, and BZM, he's been slept, but he's got that Heavenly Grace to save him out. Gleipnir thrown out onto this Bat Rider again. He's using the cliff to try and mess with Liquid. They also get Nisha's Courier. That's his Lincoln's recipe.
So we'll not have it for 2.5 minutes.
Lasso on a Mickey. Can they kill him? Can they control him before he's able to get the time lapse off? The answer is no. They didn't disarm him. Zai coming over, gets the Malphus on a Taiga. Arrow following it up, not going to land. Boxy, though, gets to sleep on a Yuragi. They have the flame break. That also lands out of the Ricky over on the other side of the fight, though. GM's trying to fight here again on a Mickey. He already used the time lapse. They've got the Black Hole coming around the side. It's going to be out of BZM, and they'll get the kill out of BZM, but they also lose Mickey. The gem's going to be picked up. It's into the hands of the Ricky. Boxy trying to leave with this gem. As well, they've lost their carry, but they've got BZM, and they've got the gem.
Even though you lost the carry, I think picking up a gem there is huge, especially because they have 4 Invis heroes on their side. So that's massive. Gem will reset on OG's side because they picked it up relatively early, but you can see this build on Dead Prophet, allowing DM to use Heaven's Halberd, like they get the silence, force a BKB from Viewer and the time lapse, and then Mickey doesn't feel too comfortable coming into this fight.
Sleeping Dart. Heavenly Grace again.
Nisha has been really where he needs to be as Omni Knight. He knows that he's playing into this. Like, this is the combo. This is the opener. Sleeping Dart into Arrow. And he needs to break it.
Heavenly Grace, 14-second cooldown, and that combined with the Sweeping Dart that has a 12-second cooldown. Basically, you'll have it for the most part when a dart gets thrown. Top lane, Yuragi just throwing a shrapnel, cleaning up where he can. He's going into the BKB. BZM, he's looking at an Octarine core. Zai hasn't purchased his just yet. He's a little bit short. But Roche up in 50 seconds, and you can kind of tell by OG's positioning they're waiting for their chance to go for the second Roche. It should kind of line up perfectly with Exorcism.
They can try to, again, go for this type of a fight. Because if Enigma blinks in, even with the BKB, Dead Prophet Exo is running, Sniper with the right clicks, you still might die and not get too much off of it. And there's damage on the ground. Shrapnel, again, Dead Prophet Exo, even a stick in a palm, if it hits you, cancels your Blink Dagger, then you might not be able. So Zai's positioning needs to be really good. He's smoked for now, does have the Tumbler still as well to jump in and close the gap even closer if necessary.
He just doesn't have Black Hole for another minute. Eidolon's leaving just as Roche respawns. So does DM. No.
We know. We are definitely... this is the only thing we're better than the professional players at. We can see everything, we can see every ward, and we can see the exact timing of a Roche spawn. Eidolon will scout things out in the Roche pit. OG just smoked.
Yeah, I think they definitely feel they have the advantage with Exo back up and no Black Hole for the next 30 seconds. Arrow doesn't land anywhere, and with the smoke, they're kind of taking the long way out and around. They might find a courier. If they do, just hiding.
Not again. 50 gold short. Can Eidolons get the last hit? They cannot. Insania making sure that Zai doesn't get it.
Not getting that catapult either.
It's being delivered as we speak. Black hole available. It's level 2 black hole now, so the goes down to exact 3 minutes. Yeah, and now with the Octarine core, 135 seconds.
And then level 3, just 2 minutes. So, smoke used again by Liquid as both teams kind of hesitant, knowing that Roche is most likely up. Late here, it's Yuragi, but the Avalanche comes through. It hits on a Zai with a BKB. He'll go to the Black Hole. It's going to be on the 2, but they've got themselves the Guardian Angel coming through from Misha. Zai taking a lot of damage. They've got the Guardian Greaves coming out from DM, and they've got the right-click damage coming out from Yuragi. Now they've got the last one on Mickey, but the Deafening Blast that hits on Yuragi. He has nowhere to go.
In trouble.
Can he get out of this one? Sunstrike lands and takes out the Sniper, but they've already lost 3. They'll lose Boxy. That's 4 heroes down on the side on Liquid. All they've lost so far is just the Tiny as well as the Sniper. They're trying to chase Nisha. Can they find him? Not looking likely, but they do end up getting 4 in that fight.
Yeah, this is what I talked about. Enigma blinking in, Exorcism already running. Batrider, he pops the BKB, gets the Guardian Angel, so the only right-click damage they have is pretty much Weaver, but it wasn't enough. And also, Mickey not using the time-lapse there. You can see, it looked relatively good as an opener, like the Black Hole on 2, but this Guardian Angel providing him with the necessity to just keep them long enough in a fight. And Mickey, he did have like his time-lapse available, but gets stunned, uses Shikuchi, tries to run away. I think if he just popped the time-lapse there, maybe the fight could be turned around. Maybe one extra kill could have gotten from that, but in the end, big team fight for OG one. And still looking at the net worth, 6k gold lead for Team Liquid. It's been like that for the past 10 minutes.
It didn't even move, which was wild. I was like, all right, 4 for 2. Same net. Yeah, look at that. Even with that fight, just kind of stayed the same. Aegis Shard available, but everybody up now. Arrow will scout that nobody's in there. But they smoke on OG again. have no black hole this time, no Exo. Blink, Avalanche lands on a 2. They've got the right click damage to get the kill on Insania. Now they'll look over with BKB being popped by Nisha, but the Lincolns gets popped, and that's on the Flaming Lasso. So they won't have that control. The Flame Break hits onto Mickey, but they still take out Taiga. They've disarmed this Weaver. They'll throw down a Shrapnel, forcing him to time-lapse back closer to the team, but again, no Lasso means no control.
Exo available in 20 seconds. Same goes for Black Hole, and less ready right now, so I think even without Mirana, Team Liquid will be looking for a fight.
Still moving forward. They've got the Gleipnir. They have Tornado to follow it up. These heroes don't exactly have enough right now to fight back, it feels like. Gleipnir, there it is, with the silence as well as the sleep from that dart. They'll go to the Exorcism, the right-click damage. They've got the disarm. It's on a Mickey. He doesn't have a time-lapse. The Black Hole is going to be on a 3, though. It's massive from Zai. Do they have the damage to clean up? They get the kill on Iragi. They'll look over at BCM, who's still running away with the BKB. The Sunstrike will land onto DM. Another Gleipnir thrown over by Mickey. Even with the Exo going, though, Avalanche toss. Is it going to be enough? Oh, Mickey! He's in too far! He'll end up dying. They've got the Sleeping Dart that's going to land on the DM, so he won't be able to chase with the Exorcism, but BZM moving forward, Force Staff forward from Taiga, but they don't find these heroes on the side of Liquid. They're still hidden under the Shroud of Moonlight Shadow. They've lost Uragi, Sleeping Dart. Once again, they've got the silence. It's on the DM. It's with the smoke screen. And now they've stunned up with the arrow this Death Prophet by the Avalanche, the toss. They get the Kona Boxing. Now can they look towards the rest? They've bopped back on the Omni Knight. Misha back into the fight as they'll continue to chase. Zai blinks out, avoiding the silence coming through from DM, but they finally have the lasso back off cooldown. They find Insania. They'll get the Mirana. They'll take him out. And now it's a double kill for DM. They're right by the Roche pit, but with no sniper, the damage is a little bit lacking to go for this Roche.
Yeah, they need sniper. Once sniper is out, they should definitely go inside the pit. But Zai with that this Giga Chat Black Hole on 3, going for the right targets, finding Omni Knight this time around. So Guardian Angel is not popped, and they do have enough damage. Also, we didn't mention, but Invoker has had this Hex for a very long time, which does allow them to have a better control, and he can also go for the pickoffs on the side lanes. And as we expected, OG going inside the Roche pit. Enigma, no black for 45. So this Roche, let's see if Team Liquid wants to defend it, even without a black hole. They will try to poke with Tornado. Meteor is available, just got shard delivered.
Hex on a DM, Sweeping Dart that hits the Omni Knight, but they've got themselves Taiga going in with the Avalanche. It's forcing the BKB going to be popped by Nisha. Now EMP down onto the Tiny. He tosses the Ricky towards the back lines. Flame Break tricks of the trade. He goes into the Roche pit, but they get the kill onto the Taiga. They'll take out Boxy. On the back lines, though, they look over Uragi. He pops the BKB. He's surrounded by 4 heroes. He needs to get out of this one. They've got the lasso. It's going to be on a BKB, but they have the damage.
They got
it's
the
a follow.
silence.
Uragi will force them on the high ground. Now he can start to poke back. They've got the Assassinate. They'll have the damage to get the kill onto the Weaver.
Mickey has a buyback.
They'll take out Mickey, but he does have buyback. Can he get back into the fight with the BKB popped by BCM? They'll chase onto Insania. They'll look over as the Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped here by the Mirana. They'll look as they lose the Mirana now, and Nisha as well as Zai need to back off. They'll run away. There's no buyback coming out from this Weaver.
Mickey was thinking about it, definitely. If he finds the opportunity, buyback, time-lapse, come into the fight. But they couldn't find anything. BZM so patient with the lasso, and their spellcasting was really on point there. Lasso into silence, and again, Mickey dies. Mickey has not finished the item. Like, he had this Gleipnir for a very long time. Thinking about going into Scotty, now he's turning it into Satanic, wants to be able to have a Dispel. So you can see his way of thinking. Just, you know, if he gets hit by that silence, plus the lifesteal might keep him alive there.
Can he survive once he gets the Satanic? And he needs to get to that item. A little bit further away, and we'll be 1,100 gold away.
They would definitely love to have Lotus Orbs on Liquid. I see one being queued up by Insania right now.
Smoke, 5-man. Arrow! Just short of Uragi.
Black Hole available this time around.
Tornado hits on a DM. They'll evacuate the pit once again. And now they're going to go over to the side of Sunstrike, but they've got this Exorcism. They get the Kona Boxy, so that's going to take the Ricky out of the fight for 50 seconds. They used Exo, but do they back off into the pit, try and just finish off this Roche? It's very scary knowing that Zai is ready with the Black Hole. But they do have Guardian Angel once again, and Misha is going to position himself outside the pit to stay away from the Black Hole.
DM using Exorcism as a zoning tool, not going for Roche.
Yeah, they get the Aegis. Now they've got the lasso. It's going to be on Azai. He's got no way out of this one. They'll take out the Enigma. He's got buyback, and the chase, they go for more. Taiga has blink in 9 seconds. Insania behind the tier 2 tower, as well as Nisha. He's right now under the Ghost Walk. Over to the side is DM, now looking, they've got the Hex, it's on to Taiga with the EMP as well as the Meteor. They've got an arrow that doesn't hit thanks to the Force Staff of Taiga. Actually, I believe it was the Hurricane Pike from Yuragi.
They're taking care of each other so nicely. This is their real family, pretty much. BZM fighting again, an opening, finding that Enigma. Zai sitting at 2.5k gold, still thinking, you know, maybe do I need a Linken's, or if it's all-in refresher type of a game.
Now he's got Spell Prism too, so level 3 on the Black Hole will be 105.6 seconds. Double damage is bottom, by the way, if anybody ends up seeing it, and it will be DM. So we had talked about the net worth lead being 6k for so long,
And finally,
it is even.
yeah. It doesn't feel as even. If we could see the win probability from Dota Plus.
Still 58% for Liquid.
I love showing Dota Plus because it helps me be biased towards one team. It's like, hell yeah, 64, nice. I'll go with that team. Praise them for the next couple of minutes until Dota Plus shows something different.
And here are the odds from esportsbet.io. It has OG as the favorite, so maybe they know something that Dota Plus doesn't. Exactly.
Holding the Aegis for 3 minutes. It's like having, you know, 2 snipers. He also picked up the shard, so having that grenade, disarm, and also knockback for himself so he can get out of the trouble.
Yeah, so they could use that in conjunction with the Heaven's Halberd from DM and make Mickey kind of, you know, maimed. They're going to head towards top. Zion and Senior here. Zai now building Axe. Okay.
It's like we swapped the Axe a couple of times because things changed. Midnight Pulse is not max HP anymore, it's current, so now we added that to Aghanim Scepter, and also, what was the shard before? So now it's also like the pole. Yeah. It's a cool one. I like it. It's an expensive one. Might still go for something different. It's a lot of damage. Like when he goes in and gets that max HP plus the current.
He's also got the shard, so he's got that upgrade in Malefice. 1.35 second stun. That is a lot for Malefice. Boxy's courier goes down, and it had a book for him to read. Well, he'll be not reading for a while. Trying to build an Aeon disc. DM. He's got Shivas now. And they're going to Exorcism to go to the high ground, so they want to force a fight. They feel confident enough to do so.
Big pickup in terms of neutral items. Witchbane on Beaver. So you have a Dispel against Omni Knight, which is pretty big, and you can also dispel the Eon discs with it.
It's not instant though, right?
It has like a slight of a delay. Like it's, you know.
Sleep, Blink, Lasso coming in, but they've got the Hex. It's going to be on to BZM, but they get the damage out onto Insania. They'll get the kill with the BKB pop by Nisha. So they'll start with that. Zai, though, Malefice. We've talked about that stun upgrade thanks to the shard. The Exorcism Ghosts are going to be coming back in, and they've got bottom pushing in a little bit. Octarine Core finished off here for the Invoker. They're not chasing outside the base. And OG now take a net worth lead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
For what feels like the first time this game.
Getting this tower. Smoke from Liquid. They want to get something done. Double damage picked up by Sniper. Ooh, they don't know about this. They don't have any vision here. So if they hold the high ground, this could be very bad for Team Liquid.
DM. Ooh. I've got these heroes smoked up. Call OG Scotty because they don't know. They're going to come over. They've got the Sweeping Dart as well as the Hex. It's on to Taiga. So Arrow's going to follow it up. They get the kill there onto the Tiny, but they have found themselves Zai. He's on the back lines. He's gone. They don't even get the kill on a Taiga. They've got this double damage running from Yuragi. He needs to find himself good positioning so he doesn't get picked off. The disarm. It's on a Mickey. He's trying to run away. The blink right on top of this Weaver. Spirit Siphon. There's the fear thanks to the upgraded Aghanim Shard. They get the kill on Anisha while that's all going on, and Yuragi having that double damage.
Yeah, they didn't know what we said. Fighting into DD Sniper, you can see damage, 4,000 damage, and this fight lasted for like 25 seconds pretty much. So now it's time to strike. Exorcism will be back online in 15. They already killed tier 2 tower top, tier 2 tower, even tier 3 tower on the mid lane, so they have a way to go after killing the barracks.
And they also
No
have
buyback on Invoker.
Yeah, and they've got the Spell Prism on DM, so he's able to have that Exorcism back up to take this. Ragi able to poke from the low ground, and this is an easy siege of the mid racks.
And top
Dire's middle barracks
still have that exo going for a half a duration. You can see Mickey still trying to do his own thing on the bottom lane, get some extra farm, try to potentially force a rotation, but Taiga's already there.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
So
is
they'll
falling.
lose the top tier 3. Next will come the melee racks.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Blink, Malphus, Guardian Greaves, so he won't have to deal with that, but they've got the Sweeping Dart, no arrow, silence on a Boxy. Nullifier's been picked up by Mickey. So can he use this?
He does have a Nullifier and Witchbane, doubling down on the Dispel.
So now have the Invoker back up. Nisha's here. He's arrived once again.
They need a black hole, like they need to be able to catch at least 3 heroes, the one that he did near the secret shop from OG. This is the type of black hole that Liquid needs. I don't think they have much left. Unless, if they miss a black hole, if Enigma dies, he invested all of his gold trying to get this Aghanim Scepter. Without a black hole, I think OG has a very clear entrance to just finish off the game. And Liquid, they smoked.
Zai also close to buying out on that Ags. He just needs the point booster. Also, the great thing about OG's fight in the last exchange was they knew where Zai was. They went to the back. They found him. Made sure no black hole.
Batrider with this type of a build, we didn't mention him for some time. He has that
Radiant
Timeless
are
Relic,
standing.
Witchblade, the Shard, so it's gonna deal a lot of damage. Has also Eon Disc that is not assembled yet, so we'll pop it in a mid-fight. If this Batrider lives in a fight long enough, BKBs are down, he's gonna clean them up.
Big group of creeps and Eidolons here, but they'll be taken away. Just trying to get this Ags. 50 gold away. That'll mean no buyback here for Zai, so if he never has the opportunity to get a black hole off, it just won't come. So that's going to be a bit of an issue. They're not fighting just yet. Roche now a minute and 10 seconds away. There's going to be third Roche, potentially a Ag's Blessing or a Refresher Shard, and there's the Ags. That'll get delivered. If you could get a 3-man black hole again, I mean,
You
the
need to
Ag's gonna
catch
feel
Omni.
nice.
You definitely
Yeah.
need to catch Omni, otherwise... I mean, they do have 2 Dispels now, so that's gonna help out. Like, even Taiga buying a BKB on this 4 Tiny. Extra gold that he was holding that Philosopher's Stone for a very long time did help out.
So, when will OG choose to go? Will they stay a little bit more conservative, knowing that
Dire's
Roche
top barracks are
should
under
be up
attack.
soon? And does that maybe give an advantage over to Liquid, knowing that if you're going to go for Roche, you might be
Radiant's
grouped
bottom
up and we
tower
could
is under
potentially
attack.
find the black hole that we've been
Dire's top
looking for.
barracks are under attack.
BZM does have that Boots of Travel. It's his first item overall, so can join a fight relatively easy. 5 seconds until the Roche spawn. Liquid, they need to be the one scouting things out.
Got these creeps pushing forward, but Crypt Storm, Flame Breaks, just cleans them up so quickly, and it will be a Refresher Shard on Roche. Mickey going to the Scotty after picking up that Nullifier and that Satanic, so we'll see if he's got the survivability here. Buyback's only available on Sniper, Batrider, now Nisha, and the Ricky of Boxing. Sleeping Dart.
Those combos that they were supposed to land completely got ruined by Omni Knight pick. OG, they were, you know, people try to figure out how to deal with it, whether a Batten, whether an Omni Knight. I'm surprised we didn't see like a Batten as a real counter to it. Maybe in China, if the others start to pick it, you know, Zhao 8 will bang one out. Like he'll definitely pick that
Radiant
a Batten.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, he'll try to
Radiant's bottom tower
innovate,
is
maybe a
under
little bit.
attack.
Slow siege by Sniper. Arrow gonna hit.
Dire's structures
But they've got the
are
Heavenly
fortified.
Grace. So pause. A little bit of lag. So we'll see how quickly we can go in ready. All right, there's the G. But will Liquid be ready to go? There it is. So we're going to unpause.
Glyph popped by Team Liquid. Sniper will still do the same thing. Does have that Heavenly Grace. Zai thinking about going in. But then again, if you commit and they have
Radiant's bottom
buybacks
tower
on
is
the
under
hero,
attack. Radiant's bottom
could
tower
be
is
tricky.
under
Batrider pushing out the bottom wave right now.
Now, like you said, he's got those boots of travel, so he could be in the fight. He's also got an A on disc he hasn't even completed yet, so first time he'll have that. Could be in this next fight. Moonlight Shadow to a 4-man smoke. There's the Blink as well as the Avalanche. They've got the Hex. It's going to be on the Tiny. Now they look over as DM's going to the backlines. They've got a Black Hole. It's going to be on the Omni Knight as well as Yuragi, but it's not going to be enough. They've got the last one coming in from BCM. The right clicks from Yuragi. He's going to die. They lose Misha. Boxing down goes Zai, but he already got the Black Hole off enough to get the kill on the Sniper, who's going to buy back. They look over at Mickey. Nisha over to the side. They have Insania in their sights. They'll look. Concussive Grenade won't get Yuragi close enough. Now they're without Zai for 60 seconds, but no Omni for 75.
Zai found the right opening, what we mentioned, like he needs to find that Omni so he can get the Guardian.
Ooh, blink
Angel
forward,
off.
silence on the 2! Mickey, as well as Boxy in trouble! Boxy goes down for 100 seconds,
that
Mickey's
time
gonna be
lapse.
forced to time lapse, but the right click's coming out from Yuragi. Nobody's on the Sniper! He's free to just hit you away, but now they're gonna start going his way. They'll look over as Yuragi's gonna pop the BKB. He's also got that
Nisha.
link in, so he'll use the concussive grenade to move forward. Nisha trying to get away. Arrow doesn't land on either Yuragi or BZM.
Oh, that's a buyback. That's 2 buybacks. One on Misha, one on Yuragi. On side of Liquid, only Boxy bought back, so they can run in, try to poke, because with only Sniper, yeah, you do have damage, you do have a sustain, but it's going to take you more than you would expect. Let's see if Liquid can get there on time.
Sunstrike sees
Roshan
it.
down to half HP. You have Weaver, level 27. It's a lot of right clicks from Weaver. He does have that level 20 talent, Geminate attack damage, Geminate attack as well, so OG will be forced out of the Roche pit.
Net worth sits back at even again. Buyback available on BZM, DM, and Nisha. So take away the OBS and OG. If they want to buy back on DM, they can. Let's see. Depends on the position.
Oh, Yuragi.
Yuragi.
If he gets Black Hole here,
They have Black Hole. He's just going to use it. Sunstrike, Guardian Angel. Now they got the last one again on the side. It was a little bit of a bait. They let Yuragi out there, but now they're going to go to the backlines. They've got the nullifier. It's going to be on Yuragi with the damage coming out from Mickey. He gets it for
Where's
a
the vision?
second. Can they get the vision
Meteor.
on him? The Meteor. He runs in, and he loses his life to a Meteor. He's
Oh,
dead
no,
for 2 minutes.
oh no, the second meteor, the shard upgrade actually got him there. They lost vision. And oh, Mickey tipping Nisha. He knows what he did there. This Roche refresher for Enigma this time around. And you will also have a refresher. Nisha has that refresher. So double Hex, double BKB, and a full combo twice. It's going to be Mirana holding that refresher for now. Double arrow, insanely. Just kidding. Like, give it to give it to Zai immediately.
No Sniper for 80 seconds.
I think they needed to let that Roche go, considering that Yuragi used the buyback and they played way too aggressive.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Can they hold for a minute? They have what it takes. How will Liquid go about going after this base? They've got a glyph that'll hold for a little bit. Flame Break also just bumping them once, now twice. Now Avalanche, but Lincoln's on him. Hex, wait here, and Taiga needs to run. He pops the BKB. He's got a Meteor on him as well. But that Meteor does not turn Taiga into lava on this Tiny.
So many dispels on Weaver. You do have Witchbane, you have Nullifier, you have the spell for yourself with Satanic and the BKB. And this is the first set of barracks. Seems
Flame
like
Break
they're
again.
not going to defend this one as well. 25 seconds until Sniper's back online, and also pre-casting
Sweeping
Lotus
Dart.
Orb.
Blinking, and now they've got the Black Hole. It's going to be from Zai, of course, on this Enigma.
Does
You
have a
the
refresher.
damage. No, not enough to get BZM just yet, but he's trying to run away. Mickey's in on the lasso. He's into the base. Can they hold him down? Oh, they're going to get him. They've got the Aegis out of his hands. They lasted him twice.
Toss.
Do they have the toss? Toss into the air, he's in the base! Do they have the damage? They do! Oh my god!
They actually executed it.
I
And now
can't
they're on the
believe it.
run. They're on the run, but damage has been done. Mickey does have a buyback. What a... And sprays
Oh,
side
Side
J. While he's running away. It's time to strike. They need to go in and force those buybacks. Marana does have one. Ricky, he's on cooldown for 3.5 minutes. But most importantly, for Liquid, Mickey does have one.
Yeah, and they want to force this buyback.
Fountain, MVP there, dealing the most damage.
So, BCM, look at how much he just...
He assembles that Eon disc, and then, like, he was disarmed. This Heaven's Halberd has been causing a lot of issues for Mickey. And then Taiga finding the right opportunity. No, he had nothing. He did have Shikuchi, no time lapse for 2 seconds, gets silenced, and gets deleted.
What a hold without the sniper. That's insane. And then, let's see the most important part.
Oh yeah, this is it.
Zai
So
J.
beautiful.
Dire's bottom tower
So
is under attack.
Liquid not able actually to hold without using a buyback.
Dire's bottom tower.
Mickey's out in 20. That Prophet going for refresher for herself, level 25, so even more level 26 make it so even more exorcism spirits.
Is under attack.
Everybody, you know, we were talking about, what, 16 kills in 26 minutes? I told you, they loaded it into the back end.
Zai still holding on to that refresher. He only used one, and you can see damage with that Aghanim Scepter Black Hole. So imagine 2 of those, plus a Midnight Pulse. It's gonna hurt.
And everybody having to deal with getting pulled into the black hole. Don't want to pass the event horizon.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, OG playing very far forward. 5-man smoke from Liquid. Flame break. They kind of know where BZM is based on the trajectory of that. Look at the avalanche. It's on a 3. Oh, dear. Silence. It's going to be on a Mickey. They've got DM going in with the exorcism. There's the black hole. It's only going to land on a 1. It's starting to pull in Taiga, though. They've got the Guardian Angel. It's going to be enough damage to come out.
dispelled it.
No, it's not. DM's going to survive. He pops the Guardian Crease. Now he's looking over at Insane. He's got the Spirit Simons coming through with Foxy. Blink Strike. Black hole. Once again, this time on a Yuragi. They'll go after the sniper, but he doesn't have enough damage to get the kill on the sniper just yet. But they'll look over with BKBB. Bye-bye, Yuragi. The damage on the
This
Nisha.
is
They've
it.
already got 3 heroes dead on the side of OG.
Where's the damage?
Yuragi
They found him.
doesn't TP out. They've got the tornado coming in from Nisha. One right click to take out Foxy, but Yuragi ends up dead. So does Mickey. They took out this Weaver, but he's going to buy back. They have the Nullifier, and they'll take out BZM in a full team wipe for Liquid.
They want to close it out. Mickey using the buyback. This Nullifier and Witchbane has been pain in the ass for OG. They don't have they don't have those Lincoln Spheres up. Only one on Sniper, but it's still not enough. Like, you see this DM, he gets in with the Dead Prophet. Good opening from Taiga, finding Avalanche on 3, but still not good enough. Beaver going ham in that fight, being able to lock onto DM. Scotty slow, reducing the healing, and has overwhelming damage with his talents. Like, this itemization from Mickey has been really good.
35 seconds till they'll have Yuragi back into the fight. They have the Hex, they have the Clayton. They'll could go over to get the kill on the Taiga. The Flame Brave's going to push them back, but they've got the Meteor. The Guardian Greaves, not going to be enough. So they take away the Tiny. Taiga now out of it. Mega Creeps looking almost inevitable.
Radiant's top barracks
Mickey
are
still
under
being careful, does not want to die here. He just used the buyback. Nisha does have a full buyback, and he also has a full Aghanim Scepter upgrade, so that's going to be a Cataclysm, double Cataclysm with the refresher. Can they
right.
hold 25 seconds until Sniper?
Yeah, they have his buyback available, but the question is, does he want to use it? The tier 4s are going to start to go down, but can they deter the side of Liquid so he doesn't have to use it and has 2 in this fight? And that might be happening with the Glyph used, so the patience on not immediately using buyback might lead to them having a second chance here.
One more fight, that's all they got on OG. If they lose a fight, game just ends. We'll take the outpost. Win
66 to
probability,
34.
yeah, it's been back and forth.
Yeah.
First it was 13, then 66 for OG, now back to 12%.
Look at this graph.
It's a wild graph. It's really back and forth game.
Vision out. Yuragi needs to be careful about his positioning. Zai not near, has Black Hole. Ags overwhelming blink. Another Lincoln's here for the side of Liquid. Ags is going to be delivered now for Nisha. That was a Ags blessing.
Yeah, it's a full one. 40,000 net worth on Invoker. He didn't even pick it up from Roshan, so that's pretty impressive. Usually we see it when you get one for free. 2 heroes with buybacks only at the moment. Sniper will have one in 70 gold, but for now, it's only Invoker and Ricky.
What did he buy? That he doesn't have it anymore. He's trying to get this swift blink. Ooh, he buys out.
I just like winning.
He bought out.
Wants to have that swift blink. I can't blame him. He's going all in. Wants to be able to deal as much damage as possible.
Question is, can he find the right spot to do that damage? He's done it a couple times where he's had the right force staffs, the right spots. He's just surviving with a concussive grenade to get a little bit of distance. But it's going to be imperative that he finds the right spot to snipe from. Nisha forward, avalanche toss, but they've got the sweeping dart. It's onto the Tiny. Now they've got the Hex with the BKB being popped by Nisha early. They look as Boxy comes in with a smoke screen. BZM Blink is going to be a little bit short of the high ground, so his BKB is going to be on cooldown.
Does have another one with Refresher. Mickey.
Oh, Black Hole on the side. Zai in trouble, but there's the Guardian Angel. It's not going to matter this time, though. The damage is going to be there from Mickey. They get the kill on a BZM. They'll take out Boxy, so they don't have the Ricky. They've also got the hands on Anisha. He's got buyback, though, and he's also got Boots of Travel to come back in. The Gleipnir, it's on to Taiga. Taiga trying to run with Nisha
Another
back
Hex.
into the fight immediately. They've got the BKB. He's running away. DM goes in with the silence. He's also going to pop.
Mickey needs to be careful.
Mickey getting low. He's feared thanks to the shard. Oh, they got this Weaver. Now he's dead for 2 minutes.
Oh man, but the Mega Creeps, they're inside the base. The tier 4 tower is dying. They need to defend it. Full 2 minutes. Can they push it out? Liquid will try to delay as much as possible. I think Liquid's still got to be able to have this fever for the next fight. You just don't have enough time. You have Tornado, EMP, Midnight Pulse, very annoying. Like, just drop a cloud on a creep wave. Some big damage numbers coming out from Sniper in this one.
Oh yeah, 7,000 straight up. And a minute 40 till the next Roche. It does not look like they're going to make any progress going forward yet.
This nullifier, like just being able to dispel Guardian Angel has been crucial in most of these fights.
Apex Force Boots also now picked up for Liquid as they've got these tier 5 starting to drop. Liquid have backed off because they want to farm up as much as they can to get these tier 5 items, and well, OG to defend their base, they're going to need it. Zai over in the creeps. They don't see him though. They're going to TP back because the creeps are taking the base.
Mickey's buyback will reset at the time. For now, he's the one holding Apex. Extra 70 agility.
Zai tossed, found. Where's anybody else? They're going to have Nisha travel. Boots of Travel, level 2, going right out onto the Enigma. They've got the Hex, but is this bringing Nisha maybe a little bit too far? Sunstrike on a Tiny does a good amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Still Tiny. Stay stable. Pirate Hat also picked up here for the side of Liquid.
Some extra gold that's going to help them out for everyone to have the buyback. 6k gold lead, again, for Team Liquid. 60 minutes into the game.
Have they gotten any tier 5s on... No, they haven't on OG. They just have none. Pirate Tap for Mickey. So he's going to have that extra 150 attack speed. A bounty rune every 40 seconds. Very important in these tier 5 trying times.
And 15 movement speed, yes. Also crucial for a hero like Weaver.
So Mirror Shield and Book of the Dead. Okay. BZM, he's going to be scanned. He needs to run. Boxy coming in, and now Sleeping Dart with the smoke cloud down, but they already used the arrow, so the combination's not going to be there.
DM does have Refresher.
These creeps are pushing in bottom again. Somebody has to go back, and it's going to be Uragi. It's not going to set up for anybody else coming through.
Oh, man, they have Mega Creeps and Book of the Dead.
BZM got Giant's Ring, but he'll send that back.
Wait, did you say Book of the Dead? Where's the Book of the Dead at? Did you lie to me?
No, I didn't. It's on the courier for Mirana.
Okay, all good. So,
come on. I would never lie to you.
There's this one time I remember.
Smoke.
Can't say it on stream, but let's check this one. Holding the high ground. No buyback on Invoker. Nisha.
They're just going to go for it.
Yeah, they might.
They have Glyph, though. Oh, Sniper's no one coming back. Yuragi, no! Oh,
he
the black
blinks out.
hole! I can't believe it, but he's going to be hexed up, and now he's going to be pulled in. They'll get the kill out of the Sniper. He's got buyback. He avoided it for a moment. The Avalanche comes in with DM popping the BKB. He's going to go to the Exorcism. Now they're going to look the other ways. The Cataclysm comes down, but it's not going to be enough damage to get these kills yet. But they've got Eidolons trying to get the damage onto the throne. Tornado lands onto the Omni Knight. Exorcism still going with the BKB being popped by BZM. Liquid, they evacuate. That's it. Take it back. Let's get out of here.
Yuragi with the buyback. They did get him in the end, but only losing Ricky. Again, Ricky doesn't have buyback for almost a minute, more than a minute and a half.
Roche is up, by the way.
Man, you're playing against Eidolons. You're playing...
Zai. Wait near Arrow, Aeon Disc, now trying to run, but they've got the Hex. They took away that Aeon Disc in the Meteor. Not doing enough damage. They've got the Flame Break. They've got a silence on a couple of these heroes. DM's going in. They've got the right clicks coming in from Yuragi. They'll get the kill on Sadian. No, not yet. As Mickey's going to hold his high ground and hold it, taking out Taiga. They've got the Moonlight Shadow, so they're hiding under it. They finally got the kill to Insania, but they're going to turn this around. They'll look for the Tornado. It's not going to land on DM. Malefice also hits. Gleipnir there. DM, Exorcism, trying to stay safe. They've only got 4 heroes now. Taiga does have buyback, but it is getting close.
Again, the Nullifier coming in clutch against Aeon Disc, against anything that Omni throws there. So much attack speed from Weaver. Holding that Pirate Hat. What did they find? Giant's Ring.
That's it.
For now, that's give it to Tiny.
They need
just
more.
for the memes, so that he looks bigger. I don't care about anything else.
They need to be searching for these tier 5s, but Roche is going to be taken in the meantime by Liquid unless OG do anything about this. There's only 3 heroes here. Could they fight it if they went over? And just does not look like they're going to be making their way.
Refresher, another Ags.
Who's going Nags this time? Ags will be there for Weaver. Let's see if he activates it, though.
This Aghanim Scepter was so good back then. Like, it lowered the cooldown from to 20 seconds. Now it just doesn't do it. It's like, you can cast it on your allies. That's it.
Who else would want it? Ricky? What does that give him? Tricks of the Trade. Pocket Ricky?
No, it's not great. He might just pick it up for the stats on himself. Like, Morana 1 is also not the greatest, so we'll see, because they already bought out. 7,000 gold on Nisha. He's the one holding Refresher, so Refresher. It's a lot of buttons to click. If someone can do it, it's Nisha. A couple of people from the chat as well, but yeah, I would definitely not be able to click all of these things. I mean, I could if I'm not touched. If I'm like, yeah, guys, be the front line. I'll slowly click my buttons.
I don't even know if I could do it in demo mode by myself. No distractions.
He's going for the Wind Waker next. It's a long time until he gets there, but Pirate Hat will definitely help out.
Meteor's down, Tornado, and that won't land. They're still working with just 2.
They can't get out of the base. That's the problem.
They've also farmed a couple of camps, but they just have not been lucky. Smoke. DM blinking in. He wants to go, and Boxy, Tricks of the Trade, Blink Strike, now over to Mickey. Mickey down to about 80% health. They've got themselves the EMP as well as the Meteor. That's going to be down onto Taiga. He's got buyback. Moonlight Shadow's going to be used here by the side of Liquid. They still have this Aegis in the hands of Mickey for 3 minutes, so the side of OG need to be wary about how they go in for this, but Mickey's going to go after DM. DM's going to be stunned up, and as the Nullifier comes in with the BKB pop here by this Death Prophet. They look over, and they'll look to try and get the lasso. They'll go to the Refresher. They'll go to the lasso. It's going to be on a Zai. That'll stop the Black Hole from coming in, but is it going to be enough to get the damage? So it doesn't come at all. It's not going to be the answer for them. Mistia is going to be running away as they've got the Black Hole. It's going to be on Yuragi, but do they have the damage to kill off this Sniper? They'll pop the Lincoln, so 4-step back. They'll buy back on Misha. They've got the Meteors down, trying to deter them, as well as the Radio Deafening Blast. Right clicks coming in from BZM as he's got the Nullifier on him again with the BKB being popped. But now Flame Break lands on a couple of these heroes. They've got the Lincolns as well as the timeout's going to be used by Mickey. Mickey with the damage has the Gleipnir, but the 4-step away. It's just not going to survive.
No one's dying.
He's so low, but he does survive? Am I wrong? Black Hole, Cataclysm, Sniper, gone. They'll take him out. 2 minutes on the sidelines. They'll have the buyback being used here by BZM. They'll look over as the Exorcism. It's going to be used here by DM. They're looking over as the Flame Break hits onto 4 of these heroes. We get the kills on Taiga as well as DM.
This
and they will
is
get
it.
everybody gone on OG. They'll buy back on BZM. They have it on DM, but they'll call GG.
Oh, man,
Liquid
what a
take
game.
game 1.
What a game. Team Liquid, back and forth game. What was that? The 13% win chance probability for OG at one point, then to 60, then back to 12%. What an entertaining game.
Back, forth.
It's just like
Back, forth.
total late game is so chaotic. Like you're playing against these Forge Spirits, Eidolons, like level 25 talents from Enigma, Book of the Dead. There's so much damage on the ground. All the refresher shards, the Aghanim Scepter upgrades. Dota late game is beautiful, but it's so chaotic that like it can go both ways. But again, Liquid showing what they're made of, and that even though when they're down, they're still going to be able to punch back. Like they know how to close out the game.
Yeah, it took them 60 plus, but they still get the victory. They knew how to take it late game, and they get the victory over OG. They have a 1-0 lead in this series. That was just game one. And to break it down for you, we've got the panel. Take it away. Break it down.
There is so much to talk about in only game one of this series between Liquid and OG. It was a 67-minute, I don't know, fighting fest, I guess you could describe it as. It started off a little bit stale in comparison to how it ended. The lanes just farming it up, not too much action, but we kind of see OG really holding on. And for UT, what was the key for them holding on to almost close out the game?
Probably just the first two Roshans. The fact that they're able to take it themselves, they're able to apply that pressure and prevent Liquid from really utilizing Black Hole perfectly. Like for Zai, at least for Liquid, it was if they hit the hole, game will feel good. If they don't hit the hole, it's super hard. So you get to this point where in the mid game, Zai is not able to always hit these comfortable initiations, and yeah, OG was able to thrive. And I was going to give MVP to Misha up until the point where third Roshan Liquid started winning the game, but I think this Omni Knight, a sleeper hero, when you're able to position so well throughout the first 20, 30 minutes of the game, like every GA, every purge of a stun, every purge of a hex, like it was
even
insane.
In the black holes, every black hole is either inefficient or just completely negated by GA and everything.
This one,
like this
example,
one, exactly, he saves. I think there was a mistake from Weaver here. He doesn't relocate, doesn't
time
lapse instead of Sukuching, he Sukuchis and just dies afterwards. But overall, I really thought that this was OG's game. Like I thought that they had it. The draft I liked. I thought that they would be able to beat down Liquid even harder during the laning stage. But it is Liquid. They do not succumb that easily. They had a couple of good fights around that mid-tier 1 tower. So they came out of the laning stage in a decent position, not the perfect one. Later on, I feel that there was a mid-game part of this game in which Yuragi kinda maybe stepped off the ball a little bit. Like the sniper got caught a couple of times. He was playing the game really well at the beginning and at the end. Super careful, sniper style, always on the outskirts. And then he just started playing a juggernaut or something. I don't know. He's the first one climbing the uphill.
It was a hype game though, right?
Yeah, climbing the high ground. Gets solo black holed once. Gets caught the other time. Suddenly Weaver is back and they're finding ways to engage.
Would you say that was the key, Sheep, for Liquid being able to come back into this, was just shutting down the sniper, or was there more to it?
I actually think this game was so influenced by items and like item progression on everyone. It was insane, actually. So you're seeing Weaver like really struggle in these fights with getting silenced. He gets a satanic, things change up. You see this black hole, they don't have enough damage for it, so they have to go the nullifier. They get the nullifier. Suddenly Bat has his blink ether lens. He's able to start canceling black hole with that. And it's just like this back and forth of, oh, we're getting more and more different items. You have a hex on Invoker. It's not so good into the Heavenly Grace. But then he has a refresher, and now you have more hexes coming out, more black holes, more things to deal with. I think the back and forth and how the game changed so dramatically with each new purchase was honestly like really fun and beautiful to watch.
Yeah, this is the type of game where, for Liquid at least, it was only until like the third Roshan that things became comfortable again for them, right? Because they lost a couple racks, and then it's Nisha in the top side of the map with his Hex. He finds the Sniper. Sniper then dies to the meatball with the Shard. Like, there's all these small things happening, but like that third Roshan, Liquid taking it themselves, that's what gave them that kind of lease of life to then get back into the game. But you're going to probably ask about MVP. We're just going to instantly say, I think it should just be Nisha, because he was top net worth in mid lane. He brushed off BZM in the laning phase. He scaled beautifully. He always provided the big damage. When Mickey got picked off a couple times, he was there to step up, and it was just, an insane game. He also enabled Zai to
I think
additional damage,
No one even comes close. I think.
Joke's on you guys. I wasn't going to ask for MVP, actually. I was going to ask why OG couldn't close out the game after taking a couple racks.
damn, but still. I just wanted to.
That's a lie. I was going to ask
There we
MVP,
go.
but you jumped the gun, so I had to throw something new in there.
That's
Question still stands, though. Why weren't they able to close out for after taking a couple racks?
Now
Oh,
that-
not
Yeah,
that.
baby.
The other
Nisha, there
Hey,
we
they're
go.
both
Yeah.
MVP Nisha, honorable mention Misha. It works.
It's always, I feel like it's not always, but it happens very often in Dota. You take two sides and then you crumble on the last one. Like taking two sides is so much easier than closing up that last one because the fortification and the way they play around it will be much simpler for them. They'll always position themselves properly. It will be harder to push into that black hole. And yeah, they just hit the wall there.
But just look at these numbers, and this is why he has to be the MVP, right? 86.8% kill participation, 19-3-14. Like this is, what was it, like a 67-minute game? I think it was the longest one we've had in Western Europe
It
DPC
is,
so
yeah.
far. Like,
Yeah.
just again, all these numbers are way too big, and yeah, he just had a stellar game, and just consistency is Nisha's, middle name, game after game.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think Nisha had an amazing game. Like, a little bit of negativity on the flip side. I think this was definitely, like, Mickey's worst game this DPC so far. Especially with that Aegis where he dove to the fountain and died twice. That was terrifying. Not able to get those time lapses off a couple times. I was kind of, like, not completely sold on this Weaver, but at the same time, you go back to this flexibility of, oh, he's willing to take it and willing to play it. I'm sure it's not a hero they've scrimmed a lot and think is the
I
best thing
feel
ever.
like he was willing to take one for the team because if you
Yeah.
look at this game, if you look at the draft that they had,
They needed a Weaver.
they needed someone.
Yeah.
They needed someone to be that sacrificial hero that goes in first, gives enough info for the Invoker, for the Enigma to do their stuff because you don't have anything. Ricky, he isn't.
I was going to
really
say,
the-
normally it's Ricky. Why
No,
wasn't it enough?
Not
this
necessarily.
game?
Ricky was like that before. Ricky right now is also this guy that's always on the outskirts. He doesn't want to get scouted. He wants to set it up with the dart, and that's it. Mirana wants to follow up on the dart with the arrow. There is no one that actually goes in and just gives enough vision for that Enigma to use the black holes, which
Well-
weren't used like that well early on.
Yeah, it got there in the end. One of the best things about Liquid is always their ability to be able to draft so freely. Mickey playing so many different heroes on carry. We'll see what he's going to pick up in game number 2, happening after this break.
We can just
You just hit the throne. Hit the throne.
Yeah, go
Yes.
through.
Hit the throne.
Go through.
Force them back.
I have sniper black holes too. Maybe.
Hiding this.
Just fight with the creeps.
He fucking lassoed you Lincoln.
Yeah.
BKB also.
I got the KB off.
Yeah, I'm smacking him.
Sniper hitting in the back.
BKB.
I have
I got Omni.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the tiny here.
Sniper, sniper.
I'm halberded.
Yes, sniper.
Hey, tiny, no buyback.
I have Bath on me, guys. On me.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
back. I got.
I have black hole in 5 seconds again.
Yeah.
Keep kiting.
I'm fucking going in here. I'm going bat. Look at bat. Bat is dying to me. I got bat halberd.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an angle. Just, I'll get it eventually.
Hey, you got it, bro.
Go!
Shoot! Kill DP, kill DP.
Welcome back. We're in the midst of our first series, Liquid up against OG. Liquid took game number 1. It took 67 minutes, though. Off the back of this, how do you control or contain the emotions? Whether you win or lose, how do you reset?
I mean, you heard Liquid at the end of that game. They'd already let it out with their suits. Like, they're already reset for the next game.
They're ready to go. They're ready to jump right on in.
I think if you're Liquid, ending and winning a game such as this one is so damn satisfying.
Yeah.
Because the start was really slow. It didn't look that great for you. You were 2 sides down. Like winning a game such as this one boosts your morale. At the same time, if you're OG and you made this draft that was supposed to kind of dominate and win earlier, it can be tough. It can be tough to come back. I don't think that they can. Their draft, for me, from my perspective, was incredibly well done.
Yeah. I actually am genuinely curious how at this point in your career those types of wins do affect you, because
Yeah.
they're hype, right?
Mhm.
But I think I remember like Quinn talking about how these sort of comebacks aren't as like meaningful to him anymore because of how much Dota he grinds
Okay,
and plays.
the man is like desensitized
Dude, the
to
man-
anything
okay,
Dota-wise,
true,
right?
but,
Bad
like-
example, bad example.
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean,
yeah.
It's different for every person, right? Like
Yep.
maybe they are calmer and not as like, you know, adrenaline junkied.
We heard the list, and I think they already have that excitement side of things, at least for Liquid. I feel like this... well, they have the emotions, right? They're the team that in previous tours, they're the one in OG's position, taking 2 racks and then throwing the game. And then it's like, you're a Liquid... no, we just rough. So now it's like they're on the other side of it, you know? They're the ones coming back into the games and stuff. So yeah, I think they're going to enjoy themselves, they're going to do it, but also they'll reset. They're going to be ready for the next game.
Something that took us a little bit by surprise at the very beginning of that game was in the draft, and we saw a double support opening from Liquid. I know it's dependent on who is first and second, but do you think they're going to be going that way again, Sheep?
Sorry, ask that again. I'm so sorry.
What? Did you not listen to me?
No, I'm sorry. Just
It's the two.
double-
Can I take it over?
No, this is
No,
her time. This is her time.
Okay.
Double support
go.
opening. Will Liquid
Yeah.
do it again?
oh, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I think the Ricky Morano was like cool, but I'm not sure. It felt like it created problems for them in
Like
the
pigeonholed
drafting.
themselves too much?
Yeah, like it just felt like OG addressed everything. I mean, we came out of the draft. I kind of liked the last pick Weaver, but overall, I think the panel was like very.
We
much
were all on
OG
OG.
seems better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was a result of that opening. It just seemed like it had a lot of weaknesses that OG happened to exploit. Obviously, the execution of Liquid was incredible.
Yep.
But I don't know.
Nope.
The Ricky's gone, so.
Yeah. I love the respect though from both teams. You know, it's respecting the Death Prophet from OG, and then you got the Ricky to Liquid. It's just
Yeah, but now you have Lina,
Tusk,
you have
Lina,
Rubik,
yeah,
and
exactly,
Tusk.
yeah.
Like you have 3 flavors of the meta left in the pool.
and OG doesn't want to first pick Lina here because Liquid. Oh, no, okay,
No,
no,
that
no.
is my favorite. That is my favorite. So I need that clip. I need that clip. I
Perfectly
need that clip.
framed clips
Because
right
it's
there.
Rubik plus Tusk or something now
Of
for
course
Liquid,
it
right?
is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's like you first pick Lina, but for Liquid they get their best heroes, Tusk and Rubik. Like
It doesn't matter.
I don't think you want to first pick the Lina.
yeah.
You're falling into Liquid's trap here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I can see it. But if you are picking phasing Lina here and you're OG, you 100% know
yeah.
what you're doing, and you know that they're gonna pick Rubik and
But
Tusk.
Lena's so straightforward. Lena's never going to surprise you. Like, T's right. Liquid have this happy opening that's going to win their lanes, flex hard in the draft. It's a super comfort. It's what they've stomped other teams
I
with.
see these 2 openings. I like both of them.
I like-
Rubik and Tusk. Yeah, if you eliminate the team names, and I might even lean towards Lina and Treant. I know Rubik and Tusk are amazing, highest win rate in the DPC, all this stuff.
Yeah,
I've
if there
literally
was no
just-
context ever,
Yeah.
that would be the case for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the context helped. You know, Liquid, they're the team, 12 wins, 1 loss. No, sorry, 13 wins now, 1 loss. Only lost to a Huskar cheese strat. Like,
And now if you're OG, you literally have to get rid of all the problems. Primal that Secret uses,
Yeah.
Spectre that some other team use, right? Well, other team. Pretty much every team uses Spectre against her.
Yeah.
But instead they go with the Enigma.
yeah, funny enough, OG's actually banning out off-lane gap closers to the Lina, rather than traditionally people will be banning out Slark, Ursas, Spectres, stuff like this. So Liquid will actually have a pick of the litter in the carries to actually counter this.
I still feel bad about cutting off Nat. What were you gonna say, my love? I'm sorry.
You know what? I don't even know. Everything you guys said was significantly
My
more
bad.
important that I just forgot whatever I was going to say, and it doesn't even matter.
Word, I respect that. I'm so sorry.
It was probably something about how this is the most stock standard opening you probably could ever imagine.
Isn't it? It's just an exchanging of OP. I feel like this is like week 1 DPC.
Yeah, people are still
Drafting.
trying to figure out what's happening.
We just went full
Yeah.
circle.
We did.
Yeah. And
We genuinely
it's
did.
happening very often right now, if you noticed in the last week, because teams have started respecting these niche and these comfort picks more, and some heroes as well. They become very popular.
It's also teams start playing the heroes and other teams looking at it go, they're not actually that good at it. It's like, for example, some teams pick Broodmother. It's like, you can pick it, but you're kind of bad at it. So we'll be it. You know, it's kind of the concept that also happens within the chip
Teams
chat.
kind of figuring out each other's strengths, right, and weaknesses.
And yeah, Liquid, they're going to be able to have the final pick in the phase, so they're going to be able to go for some Spectre or anything like this.
Wait,
you need to be
wait,
careful.
wait.
Nisha Tusk again.
Nisha.
Yeah, it's just niche task.
Yep.
I was gonna say when we see the task, we know there's flexibility, but I would say it's 98% of the time just gonna go straight on Nisha.
It's like, oh, fine, I'll steal another Aegis.
I just had
It's
some
okay.
Tundra flashbacks. I saw the hoodwink
Oh,
and
you
I'm
thought
like,
it was
oh,
good?
Rubik mid,
No,
no.
don't worry, don't worry.
He's getting PTSD on panel.
Wasn't there a Rubik offlane today in Southeast Asia?
Was there?
I think Talon maybe played it. I
Okay.
could be completely wrong, but I think I saw something
I believe you.
weird.
I feel like it's always like that. If a hero is too broken or too strong, he just starts getting tossed around.
Well, I mean,
everywhere.
we saw Witch Doctor offlane. What makes you think Rubik offlane couldn't work?
So many things.
We actually don't have enough time to
because
talk about it.
actually, I rate it.
reasons.
I
Yeah.
rate it. I believe in it.
Yep.
Anyway, not this game.
Not this game.
at
What do you
all.
believe in OG? What are gonna pick? What do they need?
I would like them to get another frontliner, perhaps, together with the Lina and the Treant, right? Like, just make her life as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Is the Tiny still in the pool, or
There
are
is.
you hoping something different when you say frontliner?
They've OG when they picked Lena, they've actually played it, I think, most out of the other teams in Europe, but they always have this initiating kind of fast-paced hero, some Sand some puck type. I don't expect them to pick it now, but at least it's a concept that they've leaned on when
Is
they've
a
had Lena.
Void Spirit an option on the mid lane for them as well. One of these. The other Spirit is banned out. Ember, the one
Yeah.
that's played at least.
Sure.
Okay, Pango, of course.
Yeah.
Still left in the pool. But it kind of fits the same thing, right? Like, you have this laner that's decent against Tusk, as decent as you can be, and then later on throughout the game you bring a lot of chaos and a lot of frontline for the Lina.
I just think it's like a little awkward just because people like playing Rubik and Tusk into Pango. Like this isn't a pick I think that pressures Liquid at all on their draft. And then they get to answer as a response with second pick now.
I think OG often drafts for the comfort of the team fights in the game rather than this pick will exploit your pick in the draft. So for OG at least, they are going to have this chaos now in the mid game. They picked up a Willow to double down on that. They're holding their offlane pick to the end because they didn't ban out offlane, carries in the second phase bans. They know they're going to be picking blind, so they need to, I guess, cushion themselves a little bit more. So that's why they are kind of picking these more open heroes for themselves. And okay, yeah, the Magnus. And it's been a known, at least when Lena first came in, it was we need to gap close, but then it kind of went to a mini meta of do we have BKB piercing stuns or repositioning, and of course Mag does both of them. So it is at least a counter that some people have been trying to exploit into this Lena.
I actually thought they were going to pick Pudge instead of the Magnus. Just I really like the matchup into both supports, and the like when Doratio plays it, for example, he gets that refresher and has to double dismember onto a core, and someone like Lina really struggles to deal with that sort of lockdown. So I thought that would be maybe preferable, but this Magnus is pretty cool instead. He should just be like standard. I've seen mostly just... Actually, it depends. Some Magnus have been going Greaves and some have just been blink rushing.
We'll see. I think both venues are completely open for them. They can go for the Greaves or for the Blink. I wouldn't mind seeing the Greaves in this game. There's a lot of poke and prod damage coming from the Pango and from Dark Willow, so saving your heroes in that way would, with some utility from the offlane, would definitely be
I just reappeared. Wait.
good for you.
Hello.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
now you just look weird because it's the front on.
It happens. I know, I was just trying to think in regards to Liquid's carries. Okay, Slark's banned out. Okay.
Magnus enables a lot of carries. So
It's like
there's
Void
also
still
that,
available.
Yeah.
I wanted the Slark to be banned, it's already banned out. Earth banned out second
I
phase.
still wouldn't mind seeing a Spectre. Like,
a little bit slow for sure, but easy.
slow, but look at your team. Like, they're pretty damn comfortable playing alone.
OG
as
slaps in just a casual Viper. It's like, pick your Spectre, please.
Okay.
You can't. I feel like when you pick Willow, you're setting up for the Centaur, the Brewmaster, some big melee offlaner that gives Willow entry to the lane, and you actually can fight in tandem and pressure.
What else is left there? There's like something like a Mars still in the pool that they could go on the offlane.
Another melee is Tide. That's there too.
Yeah, the problem is, like T mentioned earlier, you're picking blind, you don't see their carry. So you kind of would rather pick something that doesn't get super countered.
Yeah. Your Timbersaw.
Okay.
DM loves Timbersaw.
Yep.
It's... You good, bro?
Anti-mage.
Oh.
Okay.
Name tree.
Okay, well, he's put out the copium there, so now you can keep explaining the timber. Yep.
They have damage to kill this Timbersaw. I don't think it's the most threatening hero in the entire game, but it is DM's super comfort, which is gonna go a long way for them. I'm just thinking like Itemization now. I think I would like to see this mech on Magnus, and I really want to see him get a Lotus soon after. Whether he goes Blink before or after is.
It's a solid front laner, right, on Timber. And this is...
Yeah,
I think we were all thinking it, right? Probably.
I went for the meme answer, but it's like
Yeah,
anti-mage or
King-
Monkey are the pressure.
Monkey was definitely... This hero was actually banned out against Lina in the early weeks too. A couple of teams tried it, it failed, everyone forgot about it. I feel like it's really solid together here with the Magnus. Also should do quite all right in the lane versus DM. Can actually beat him even. We'll see the way it plays out, because who's playing with him? It's a Rubik, right? Like Rubik plus
Yes.
I mean, you can't stand your ground. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
When Lina wants to become that, big tower, fortified, boof, A-click everything, you're either going to get thrown into a Wukong, you're going to get RP'd, you're going to get skewered away, Tusk punched. It's hard for this Lina first pick to actually ever have fights where she is OP, unless she has like a 2-item advantage where she's just ripping for everything. So yeah, I think Liquid is pretty comfortable now with their heroes.
Do you think the laning stage is going to be as stagnant as it felt in game number 1, or is this going to be a much faster?
There is no way it's as stagnant, because that game 1 was a snooze fest for 10 minutes.
a little bit.
Yeah, I think this will be way more volatile.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Yep.
Double the amount of kills in the first 20 minutes.
Oh gosh, okay.
Triple.
Yeah.
Why not?
I know he's right. He's right. I mean, you're gonna have like Nisha rotating as well. Both supports are gonna be able to fight. You have Monkey King who can fight. Like Liquid, at least, are gonna be bringing a lot more fire than last game, where they just tried to out farm to kind of match OG's timings.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to triple the aggression here in the early stages of game number 2. We're going to head on over to B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. It's double the amount of game number, game 1 to game 2. Will it be triple amount of kills?
I think
most
we're
likely.
gonna have much more action-packed game in the early stages. Like, what was it, 17 kills in 27
26 minutes,
last
yeah.
time around. This time we're gonna see much more rotations, especially Nisha on Tusk. He's been really impressive on the hero. Not much has changed for OG. They are still sticking to their Timbersaw. It's not when they had Amar and first phasing it. This time around, it's the last pick Timber, but it was not the 24 pick, so that means that they could still counter pick, and now you have a Monkey King. Some heroes on their side could struggle against what like double root mechanic against Tusk, against Magnus as well, so that's going to be, I'd say, a big issue. And also not having BKB piercing abilities against Pango. Sure, there's RP, but I don't think in terms of execution you're going to be able to get the most done there. Inside Wukongs, Pango can die if you're not being careful. But a lot of damage. Well, I'm a big fan of Dark Willow. I want to see this hero being picked more often. What's happening with the chat?
There's a lot of talking going on. There was talks of it being 2019 again, Ember versus Monkey King, and now Bramble Maze. And okay, they'll navigate it. Don't have the twin brothers blocking the maze. But, yeah, a little bit of talk going on. We in 2019, okay? Ember versus MK, revenge time. And then a double spam of Lyrical's voice line. What's the worst that could happen?
Looking
Look
at
at these
the
odds.
very close. I'm not surprised considering how close was the first game.
Yeah.
Back and forth, a lot of action. Minute 60, then the game just breaks completely, pretty much.
Yeah, those odds brought to you by esportsbet.io, and now we're past the horn and ready to go. So let's see. Can OG force 3 games? It certainly felt like they had their time to win game 1. But Liquid they're top of the ladder for a reason, right?
Yeah, Liquid just feels to be on another level when it comes to teamfight execution, spell casting, moving around the map. What I liked the most in the previous game is how they kept farming, like kept out farming OG, spread out on the map. Speaking of this bottom lane, Dark Willow plus Timber, so not the strongest lane, especially since you're playing into counter. You have this Monkey King. Mickey starting with Boundless Strike to be able to secure some range creeps, but looking at the mid lane, Nisha already putting in pressure on BZM, playing very aggressive.
Yeah, using that snowball early to just get a couple of right clicks in. Now the shards, and you can see BZM. Well, he won the game 1 matchup by a small margin.
At the early stages until he dove the tower, and then Nisha was on top of the network chart throughout the whole game pretty much.
That was where things changed. And now we're looking, you know, top towards Yuragi. And we've seen this Lina so many times. Falcon Blade, Maelstrom seems to be the standard.
This top lane, Box is like, Magnus, you just greased me. I can't use my Bushwhack because you cut down all the trees and you're playing against Treant Protector. So it's good and bad at the same time.
Yeah, I got to get that, that Acorn shot with the Bushwhack. So level 1 right now, just holding on to Acorn shot. Might realize that, yeah, you know, a lot of these trees are going to go away. And they're not allowing Nisha to kind of run through and feel so confident. Bottle will be coming out for BZM. Using that early shield crash. And now taking some sips. So, which lane matchup do you think is the most volatile?
I want to see how aggressive they can play with Lina, Treant Protector. I think there's a lot, like, I don't think you can kill this lane. Both of them are very tanky. You put a point in a Leech Seed, you hit level 3, another point in Leech Seed. Lina just doesn't die. There's not enough burst damage. Maybe if you skewer away from the Leech Seed, that's a possibility, but I don't think Lina here should be dying, especially because Misha decided to put a point in the Living Armor as well, feeding Yuragi Tangos.
There seems to be a significant shift as well from like position 4 to position 5 treants. Whereas like we'll see Katomi go for Nature's Grasp heavily so he can farm up much quicker. Whereas like the 5 we're seeing like Leech Seed and then heavy into the Living Armor as well, like a 1-1-4 at times.
You want to scale as for Treant Protector, so if you go for Leech Seed, Living Armor, you don't have a farming tool. And we've seen so many times Kataomi, as you mentioned, like getting his Refresher, getting his Shard, Blink Dagger, staying in the middle of the pack when it comes down to net worth. Where are all those kills that Panda was talking about? They also baited me.
Yeah, triple the kills at 10 minutes. I don't remember the exact number, but we'll see if it ends up being triple. Bushwhack, some damage on a Boxy. Hoodwink is not like the most seen position 4, but certainly one that can be fun to watch.
Struggles dealing damage to Treant Protector. Misha bought the Ring of Protection. Hoodwink doesn't have that much right-click damage, does have that Blightstone to nullify it, but still doesn't deal as much. Seems like Boxy will be stacking in the triangle for Monkey King. He's going to be able to farm that later on with the Empower from Mag. Nisha picking up that enemy rune and then keeping mid, securing the water rune for himself, while Boxy will pick up the top rune. Man, Team Liquid, like the way they move around the map, it's all these small things that they do. So BZM right now doesn't have a bottle for himself, doesn't have it refilled. He would definitely love if one of the members from the team dies so it can be refilled.
Also kind of giving up first blood though, so maybe
he's like, Taiga, do your job, refill my bottle.
Just die here, thank you. Or BZM himself could die and then his bottle just gets refilled anyway. Could do it that way. But yeah, quiet early on.
That's too big brain of a play for professional players. They can't think of that B-Cup. Only you can do it.
Yeah. That's why I don't play mid. So, man, all right, Boots coming out for BZM. Misha, it's a lot different game for him, I would say. He's still trying to like heal up and keep his team healthy with Treant Protector, but it felt like his job in the last game was to make sure that they survived and use that Heavenly Grace with the Guardian Angel to sustain them through like Black Hole.
Yeah.
It's different but the same, right? Does that make sense?
pretty much. And now we see the bottle refill. They even using living armor on BZM, understanding that he needs some help.
Didn't even need to die for that one.
He went back. Timbersaw now creep skipping. Knows that there isn't really much position 5 Rubik can do about it. So try to find a new lane for himself.
Ace. Nisha mid. He's okay. I was going to say, yeah, that allows Taiga to kind of come over, right? Like if DM's safe to just use reactive armor, have it at max stacks, and farm and creep cut, Dark WEU can kind of start to move around and maybe help to get a couple of kills in these lanes, or any kills in any lane. This DM is just rolling with this creep wave.
Yeah, I love that. Harassing Timbersaw when he has maxed out reactive armor, one of the most useless things in Dota. It's like, I have to do something. I'm pretending I'm doing my job, hitting him, but I'm actually not doing anything. So you follow him there. He drags the lane for himself in the river. Like, I don't think I've seen it here. I've seen, like, yeah, they pull it to the big camp. They pull it behind the towers. We've seen Tier 1, like, mid-tower creep wave pull behind Tier 1 and Tier 2.
And we've even seen the top creep wave get pulled in between the mid Tier 2. And that was done by Liquid. These creep waves just sometimes they end up in the most insane spots. Ragi's going to hit 6 soon in this top lane, and he really hasn't been touched. He's got that Falcon Blade already. What else does he have coming through? Boots, and then it should be that Maelstrom. Might find Boxy, though, coming over, and, well, they found that there's stacks here. So I guess the question becomes, do you want to allow these stacks to stay? And they did place an obs to kind of keep some vision on it.
OG could steal the big camp. They can't steal the Ancients with Bango. He can get in there, swashbuckle, shield crash, but they need someone extra.
They're still trying.
DM.
Now start to heal, but the snowball, walrus punch. They got it. Nisha getting first blood. They delivered to him on a silver platter. Rolling Thunder, though, now bouncing off. They've also got the Bramble Maze, and he'll hit the roots a couple times, and that means Nisha is going to drop here to Taiga. They also look over Insania. He's behind the Tier 1 tower. Nature's Grass slows him down. And Boxy coming in should have a bushwhack. That lands on, I believe, 2. Skewer on a 2. RP on a 3. Zai has the control, but do they have the damage? Taiga's going to drop. BZM's going to TP out. And Misha, he'll do the same.
Misha's going to copy. He's like, yeah, I'll do the same. I see that it's working out. They didn't have any stuns available, but good rotation from Zai. That 3-man RP, if they had a bit of an extra damage, could be easy triple kill. If that's a Tusk, so... Nisha getting the first blood. Not the person you want to give first blood to.
No.
In any situation.
Not at all.
But now he will have that haste rune to rotate.
Yeah, he'll hold on to that. He's also going to a Falcon Blade. That is just an item picked up by a lot of heroes these days. And you can see BZM falling behind this Tusk, but for right now, Yuragi's kind of keeping pace, and I believe he's got the Javelin already flying out, and he'll have Maelstrom soon enough.
Well, this Monkey King can keep up with Lina's farm, considering that he will be playing with the Empower from Mag, and they are also making some stacks. At the moment, like, yeah, Lina definitely does farm a lot more, because it's just Lina things compared to Monkey.
Hashtag just Lina things. Tweeted us to tell us your hashtag just Lina things. As they're going to come over into the jungle and spot Yuragi. He knows that he needs to stay away from these trees, and he does actually use that Quelling Blade to cut down a tree, but now they've got the shards. The Laguna Blade is through. Yuragi starting to do some damage as a Dragon Slave, but doesn't use it. And
you saw Nisha, like, being afraid. Am I really going to die to Lina here?
Boxy in trouble. Shadow Realm Strike and a right click, or actually just the Nature's Grasp from Misha that finishes off Boxy. But they got Yuragi, and, well, that's going to slow down that Maelstrom.
Well, Mickey is free farming on the bottom lane.
Yep.
That's a good way to speed things up for your Monkey and slow down things for Lina. Nisha still here lurking around the top lane. This is going to be some big punches this time around once he gets to his Deso timing plus Empower. Tusk will definitely be one of the most farmed heroes in the game as well. Like, the reason I go for Falcon Blade is you get that extra damage. Oh, Courier. Nisha not going to go for it.
So that'll come through. root from the Bramble Maze, and Boxy found again. BZM and DM thanking Taiga for his brambles by getting that kill.
A lot of value from Bramble this time around against Skewer, against Tusk, so he can't get the snowball save. Even against Monkey King, where you can use Fear, he's still level 4, bringing the book for himself, but you can fear him out of the Wukong's command. Like, even against Mag, he gets in, uses RP, pretty similar to, like, Wyvern, as she was considered to be one of the better heroes when Mags were going for different item builds, like just Blink Initiation, you split the fight, almost cuts down him. Monkey King.
They're looking to grab this tower. I mean, with DM cutting the creeps and BZM right here with a catapult, this tower is probably going to die, and they're going to keep their tier 1 over top, but mid might not feel the same. They use the glyph.
Nisha does have Arcane Rune. This is a big one. Like, you see this, it causes a lot of trouble into Bramble. This is what we mentioned.
Yeah, now they've got
He's in
themselves a
tough
Bedlam
spot.
with the Laguna Blade. They get the kill on Anisha. They'll take out this Tusk. They'll look over, and now the Mag Terrorize lands on both. So they bump up Boxy, then they
Nicely done by
swashbuckle on the
OG.
back. Oh, wow.
What a fight.
That was really beautiful. I mean,
Perfectly placed Bramble.
yeah, and the
Level
Terrorize too.
Yeah, level 6 Treant Protector, another root mechanic. And this should be a lot of damage done onto tower. BZM full Orb of Corrosion. Lina lost her stacks, but Creep Wave is approaching. So 4 stacks of Fiery Soul, 6 right now. Keep hitting it.
Chakram not the best one to get for the Rubik.
It's a good one. It's a pure damage against the Timber Saw. There's some really good spells to steal this game. I think you're mostly looking to steal like Bramble and LSA. Like stuff from Pango as well is also decent.
So let's take a look at this again, because they caught him after the swashbuckle, and I really thought BZM was in trouble, but the rotations were on point. This Bedlam with the Laguna Blade, and then what I really like here is just like...
I'm not sure if Nisha
Just
thought
on
that there was no shield crash and he'll be able to connect that stun immediately, punch him, and they burst him down.
Right. Nisha going down to Zai. I guess that Chakram does come in handy. It was also the Terrorize right at the end there. They caught Magnus trying to skewer out mid-animation. And so he doesn't get to leave. They catch him, Terrorize lands, he's feared, he's gone. Like, big circles, I feel like, for OG that could really be problematic with, like, Bramble, Terrorize, LSA. Technically, Chakrams are both circles.
A lot of team fight on both sides. You have Wukongs plus RP, stolen things from Rubik, and then Pango, Dark Willow, and Treant Protector on OG. Bramble maxed out, which I really like. I don't know if he wants to put more points in Shadow Realm. I love the Curse Crown as well for just the connection, for setting things up for LSA if you survive long enough. I've seen Taiga like carrying the games on his Dark Willow. He's one of the players that, you know, I remember a game where he was, I think it was the Alliance time with the Aghanim Scepter, where he pretty much solo carried the game. It was one of the craziest games, definitely. It was also a time where them as a squad couldn't really finish off the game, so every single game was kind of chaotic and fun to watch.
Small on Misha, and Terrorize lands on to Nisha, but RP on it too. It gets Misha, but now nothing else. That's the second RP that really doesn't have the follow-up.
Yeah, I was just pretending. Like, if I use a skewer there, maybe Pango uses
Taiga?
Diffusal on me.
Into the Shadow Realm. Now
See,
navigates well through the maze and might still... I was going to say, might still get Taiga. He doesn't have that sharpshooter, so not able to throw it out or try to go for that snipe. That was... Lena's got the Maelstrom. Going into the Boots of Travel, we've talked about that a couple times. Now they find DM, Walrus Punch, Bushwhack, and, well, Insania in with a Timber Chain of his own. Level 4.
interesting build on Nisha, going for Hand of Midas. I don't think he's having that bad of a game to get Hand of Midas. Also, I don't think I've seen Tusks pick up Hand of Midas. I guess you get extra attack speed, and you will also have an amp power. They blow him up.
Yeah, this Overgrowth, I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to get him anything, and I say that, though, as Taiga makes the rotation. They at least get one, and that's okay, but you lost BZM. And that was due to the Timber Chain again with the Sharpshooter. Like, they just have so much damage when they have that level 4 Timber Chain.
They have multiple ways of killing this Timber Saw. Like, it doesn't strike me of that good of a game for Timber, where you have tag team, only 1 point in it, but as time goes by, you'll definitely have more points, and you bring extra heroes, one punch. As I said, like the stolen chakram from Rubik, the pure damage. He's never gonna feel too comfortable getting too close to a fight. It's not that Timbersaw where he dominates the lane, feels unkillable. And you also have break mechanic from the Sharpshooter, so if they initiate with that, if he doesn't have the stacks, he will die. Like, that extra armor will not kick in.
Yeah, so DM kind of needs to be a little bit careful. Right now he's going into the Kaya Sanj. So that'll be the build for him. And, well, he's bottom of the net worth for all the cores by a good margin. Kind of makes it a little bit worrying in what he'll be able to get in terms of items, right? Because when you pick up Timbersaw, you kind of expect him to be like this utility frontliner for you. I don't know if he's going to feel comfortable.
He will need to get in. They do have a save, Overgrowth. Also Terrorize. Insania? He knows something is up. Reads the map really well. How's Yuragi doing on Lina? He's one of those Lina players that doesn't really like to get a BKB as his third item, fourth item, whatever you want to call it, after he picks up Boots of Travel.
Right.
He is playing into like Punch, RP, Wukong's command, so maybe he wants to keep the distance. I think the Hurricane Pike in this situation is much better than a BKB, but I also seen games where he doesn't even get a BKB, like just straight up Lincoln, so he has a bit of a different thinking. And also keeping that level 1 point in LSA. Playing against Rubik, you do not want to give him out that easiest stun setup for him.
Yeah, so far 1-1-4-2 with 4 in the stats. A little bit different from what we saw, right? Like sometimes you'll just take the 1-4 even against the Rubik, but going 1-1-4-2.
I think it also comes down to him not joining the fights. It's more about the farming. So if you use LSA more often, that means you're spending more mana. And if you go for stats, you have more damage and more mana. So it's more efficient farming tool.
Yeah, I like seeing the little intricacies between Lina players and Lina matchups. It's always interesting to see because this hero is picked up a lot. Pretty sure is the most contested pick throughout the DPC of all regions. And when you watch a hero like this in multiple matchups, it's cool to see when things change. So, smoke from Liquid for heroes as they're leaving Boxy down bottom to be a distraction for Yuragi and Misha. They're going to cut across. They might find themselves Taiga, and they should. It'll be just the Dark Willow, but goes into the Shadow Realm, and, well, standing within the Chakram, eventually skewered and killed, and Senya getting credit for that kill. Very farmed Rubik, 4,300 net worth already, and has enough for the Blink Dagger. We've talked about this. Blink or Force Staff. What do you want to get here for the Rubik? And
he's very greedy on this 5 Rubik. We don't even see 4 Rubiks get a Blink Dagger this early on, but if he feels like he needs to keep the distance, I think it's mostly about stealing the Overgrowth. I think that's the easy one to steal, because once Treant Protector gets in, and then you can stop Pangolier from rolling, you can stop Lina from attacking, so that's a pretty big one. I think this is why he decided to go for a Blink Dagger. There's really good spells to steal, so maybe he just values a Blink Dagger. And this one, Arcane Supremacy is maxed out, so cast on that Blink Dagger, and also cast range on his spells is massive.
Yeah, extra 250 and an extra 26% spell amp from that at level 4, so gonna really be able to blink. You can see the distance there.
He blinked out of the map. Like he's in game 3 already.
Well, that sounds like, maybe you think we're going with a game 3 right now. OG, they're trying to force that to happen. And kind of sitting close to each other. Zai does have Blink, and he'll have the RP. That's on to 2. Skewer, Bramble Maze, Walrus Punch, and Sharpshooter. They get the kill into BZN. They'll throw the Overgrowth. They've got the Fear from the Terrorize. They get the kill into Zai. They'll look over the rest, but the Stolen Overgrowth lands on a 2. They don't have a lot left, but they did already get the kill on Anisha as well as Zai, so a good turnaround there from OG. And they lose BZM, but I think that's okay. That trade's fine.
It's an okay trade for OG. It looked like it might be even more casualties in this one. Zai finds an opening again. Man, Zai's positioning and understanding when he needs to go in with these big team fight ultis. He's the one who's starting the fight. Maybe it's going to be easier because like both supports are not the front line. They want to keep the distance, so someone needs to get in.
Right.
Once, and we can see the difference. Like Tusk is going for BKB in a lot of situation. Nisha, he doesn't prioritize BKB. Mostly it's the Deso build where he wants to get in, punch one guy, delete him from the game, and then they play 4 versus 5. But if I think he's feeling that needs to be that front line. Run in and not care about the spells that they throw at him.
Yeah, because he just changed the
order. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So, good call. Good shout on that. As
it also depends if the next game, if the next fight goes their way, pre-BKB, then they maybe kill Roche, and he was like, well, I can get away with this, so.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where that kind of turns out, because you could see right now, in OG, they're the ones sitting near the pit. But are they the ones who really want to initiate Roche 5v5 and smoke in there, or do they want to be picking somebody off and then maybe getting themselves a chance at the Aegis? So they'll push the top tier 1 in, and you can see Yuragi's just able to siege it out of range and take it for free.
Le Balance, look at that. Lina with the Grobo, Hurricane Pike.
I like your French. Is it La Balance or Les Balance?
Le Balance.
Telekinesis onto DM, and they're trying to catch Insania, but there's that stolen overgrowth. That lands onto the tree, and as well as DM on this Timber Saw. Wukongs, he's stuck thanks to the Bushwhack. Timber Chain's out of it. They get the kill on Insania. They'll look over as the overgrowth now on Zai, as well as this Mickey Monkey King. They take out Taiga, but they end up losing Zai. They'll buy back on Insania. The snowball comes in. They'll get the kill on Yuragi. Laguna Blade, but BZM, you said he needs to watch out within this Wukongs as he's sitting under half health. DM, Misha, as well as BZM, can they clean up? Rolling Death doesn't land. Botsy getting low. Misha starting to right-click away. Has the Swashbuckler to get the kill, but they've already taken out the Timber Saw. Link, they're going to pick up a haste, and Misha's gone.
Only one buyback on their side, fighting inside the Wukong's command, and looking at the fight recap, Monkey King, almost 6,000 damage done in that one. It's almost same amount of damage as the whole OG squad.
Yeah, they really, I think OG got a little bit overconfident in their positioning on this, because it all starts with a little bit of poking, prodding, and just...
They're also fighting underneath the ward.
Yeah.
This whole duration, Liquid has the high ground ward, and they have spells to keep him inside Wukong's command. Another good RP from Zai that just pulls him in. He's been so patient. We've already praised him so many times. There's, I don't know how to say it even more, you know, that Zai's playing really well.
Well, Yuragi's just not able to output damage.
You see what I mentioned, that BZM gets inside the Wukong's command during the Rolling Thunder, and he's like, well, I'm losing HP. I can't really stand in there.
Yeah, you know, you're calling a lot of things right, because you said based on that fight would be whether or not we see Nisha buy a BKB or a Deso, and then fight goes well for them, he buys the Deso.
It feels like, well, I can't actually kill those heroes. Zai blinking in, gets stuck.
Yeah, now he's on the low ground. Curse Crown. That is, well, going to be with the Dark Will having that shard, so the Curse Crown around it. But again, to Wukong's command, they look over DM with the Timber Chain as well as the Whirling Death. As they kill off Zai, they'll look for the Sharpshooter. Yuragi's already on the run. The Chakram DM, he's here with BZM. They get the kill on Anisha. They're going to take out the Tusk once again, but Mickey cleans up Taiga. So now Curse Crown, that lands, throws some brambles on him, and they're going to look to get this kill on Mickey as they'll take him out, even with the Jingu going off. So now a fourth with the Laguna Blade hitting Boxy. That's 4 heroes down on the side of Liquid. Insania can only just run. And, well, Roche should be their prize. And that all starts with Zai a little bit short on the skewer to get into the high ground.
He wanted to scout things out, see how low Roshan is. And Timber Saw the most damage on this fight. Like, DM is getting tankier. He did pick up a casual plate mail that he turned into Lotus Orb. And having Living Arbor in a fight, so he definitely feels much more comfortable getting in, setting things up, and some really well-placed Bramble Mazes in the previous one. Also having a Aghanim Shard upgrade on the Curse Crown, so... Whoa, not
Zai! He just used RP, he missed it because of the Hurricane Pike.
No, I didn't see that. I hope others also didn't see that.
If we have a glance, I'd love to see it, because that was really... That was fast from Yuragi.
It's a if we want to see it again, it's a good content for OG's Twitter.
I mean, it really is. That was really cool. Ooh, Bushwhack on a 2. Oh, the stolen Laguna Blade. Oh, Insania. All right, take it out of the Aegis. I like that. As Misha, DM, searching. Gonna cut this creep wave to try and get a tier 2 tower. Bottom, Aegis already used, so well done there by Liquid. But OG still kind of feeling themselves. They've got a 3K net worth lead, and by getting this tier 2, they'll open up the outpost.
Liquid in the next fight, like they need to get the damage done, because you see the power of this Dark Willow, Pangolier with his lucky shot, all these brambles. They need to get in, and they need to kill 2 heroes during the Wukong's command. Because once Monkey King loses his BKB, he doesn't have way of dispelling things. And speaking of that, he is going for Manta style, which I really like, man. Carries, they hate playing into Treant Protector.
Zai, that was awesome too. You see that skewer into the Walrus Punch?
Ooh, double damage for Nisha. They're definitely like they can still farm a BKB on Nisha and have double damage for the next fight.
I don't consider myself the best player.
Just spamming that Team Liquid line. I'm pretty sure that's Nisha, right? That line?
Yeah, sounds about right. Which is also not true.
Yeah, he's wrong. You are the best player.
Exactly. Win probability 47% for Team Liquid, 53 for OG. Mindbreaker. Ooh, that's a good one for Pango. They sent it back, like having a silent. Remember when it was disarm, silence, minus armor, everything on the lucky shot?
Yeah, but Royal Jelly's the broken one. Let's get that out of the rotation. Come on. You know.
They should know something is up, because there's just showed the creeps, and the Ring of Aquila buff was on the creeps from Monkey King. So sometimes, like, spotting these small things can, like, you've seen, like, even professional players, they sometimes misplay, use a courier, and smoke is revealed, but also got to be careful with the auras.
Timbersaw, by the way, almost having that Ags. Yeah, you got to be careful. You usually see, like, smokes. They'll turn off Radiance if you've got it. Make sure you're not burning any creeps away.
I don't think anyone has turned off Radiance in the last year, because that item is not
nobody buys
purchased.
it. Except in that one pub that Lyrical showed us, the Anti-Mage bought it. Boxy goes down to BZM.
They do have a sentry, blow him up. BZM even gets the bash. How's Lina doing? Again, something that I mentioned. Not going for BKB at all. So, full Gleipnir, that's going to be another route that they, like the heroes on Team Liquid, they don't like to play into route mechanics. One of the reasons why they're prioritizing it so much and going into Satanic next.
Yeah, they really don't like the roots. Not big fans of Ginger. Another root. Continuing on, though, bottom lane. They're trying to get this tier 2 tower. But the living armor is maxed out, of course, and they're just trying to keep this tower alive. And Zai waiting, just looking for an opportunity, maybe blink into an RP. Quickening Charm. Who's going to hold on to that? Let's see if anybody takes that. Because right now, Taiga, he's got himself the Philosopher's Stone, the Fillet, trying to get into the Blink Dagger, and so is Misha. Ogre Seal Totem, Psychic Headband for Liquid. They still never got this tower. Well, even with that little amount of health, they just kind of let it go. Or let themselves not get it. Boxy, Gleipnir, and now trying to Force Staff. I'll say it doesn't land, goes to the Sharpshooter so that jump back gets more distance.
So many annoying heroes in this game that can play from the trees. Hoodwink, Treant Protector, very difficult to catch.
Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey trying to farm his Scotty. That's going to be good way dealing with all the healing from Treant, from Timbersaw, and also, most importantly, slow down Lina, reduce the healing from Satanic. That's going to come online in the next minute.
So they do get that bottom tier 2, finally.
The game slowed down. We haven't seen a big fight. Okay. Finding the farm. Level 19 on his Monkey King. Has that Paladin sword, but you can see, like, even with the Empower, Lina still farms way too much. This hero has built in everything that you need.
Yeah, seriously. And about to have a Satanic, so just 400 gold away from that.
And we spoke about his skill build. Yuragi, he does not want to give LSA to Rubik. It's one of the best spells you can steal. So keeping that level 1, maxing Dragon Slave instead. Pretty smart thinking.
Wasn't there a Lina, as we see Boxy go down a DM, wasn't there a Lina that just skipped upping Dragon Slave and LSA altogether? We saw just 1-1 throughout the game.
Then you have a lot of pluses there, so you want to, like, that
clutter.
You want to click that.
Yeah.
So maybe have that. Because in the late game, like, why would you not max out Dragon Slave if it's already available? If you have all your talents,
Shot
you
around
have mana
Zai,
pool for it.
rooted, and
High
they're
back
trying
from
to stay
Poet
away.
Wave.
LSA doesn't land. They get the kill on the Taiga. Double Chakram, the damage on a Zai. Bushwhack. And Hunter's Boomerang, as well as the Sharpshooter, but that's going to be eaten by BZM. Timber Chain, Whirling Death, and another Chakram to get the kill on a Boxy. Bought back. Isha, hit by that Gleipnir on the high ground. Yuragi. Oh, DM. Look at the snowball. They're looking for the Wukongs. That's going to come through. Balance Strike lands on Yuragi, but now Mickey already low. Yuragi standing his ground. The Manta is not going to be enough because they've got the Overgrowth. They get the Kona Mickey. They'll go over now for Nisha, also taking out Insania. Oh, gee. Nope. One buyback available, and they might just go to the high ground and more.
This time around, DM causing some massive damage with that double Chakram. And that, like we've seen Lina lineup, they win one team fight near your base, and the game just pretty much ends. They popped the glyph already, 49 seconds without a Monkey King. This is not enough. There is a tier 2 tower on a mid lane. Roshan might respawn immediately, but this is definitely going to be a set of barracks, and might even look for more. This tier 2 tower gets some damage done on the tier 3. Those Bramble Mazes placed by Taiga have been on point. So he initiates with that. They have BKB piercing abilities as well, especially with the Overgrowth. So, and this Timber, he's recovered so much. He didn't find openings early on, but holding on to Elven Tunic, so you have a bit of a mischance. Now, Lotus Orb finished, Eon Disc assembled, so that means that they can't kill him. He gets out of the way from the trouble. Roshan respawned already.
Yeah, it was a quick 10-second spawn. Immediate. That was very fast. I will say, Taiga, it feels like similar to what Misha did with the Omni Knight in the last game, where he's just waiting for, like, whatever to Heavenly Grace and use that Guardian Angel in game 1. Taiga's here to Bramble Maze when Zai blinks in. It feels like he's done that a lot, where Zai blinks, Bramble Maze, Skewer, you're rooted, we're going to kill you right after.
So this is Aegis plus Shard. Let's see who gets the Shard. I don't know if Lina wants to take it for herself, because Trin bought one. DM doesn't have one. Okay, they're going to give it to him.
So he'll have that Flamethrower. And he's been, like you said, recovered and able to stand his ground to the front line. Having that Flamethrower now is going to output even more damage. Like, DM is just all of a sudden becoming this massive issue.
This is very, very difficult fight for Team Liquid. If they lose this fight, game just ends.
Yeah, you just take these buildings too quickly on the side of OG. Buyback situation is going to really determine whether or not they can finish the game, and you can see we switch it over. It is just this Rubik for the side of Liquid. And they're going to find themselves Boxy, so...
And Pango's massive as well. Level 20, extra swashbuckle damage, has that Aghanim Scepter, plus the 15 talent. Once you get to this point as Pango, and he'll also bottle up Arcane Rune.
Scotty now finished for Mickey. Oh! Ooh.
I don't consider myself the best player.
That was close. The lightning was hitting from that Gleipnir. So AC finished for Yuragi. Help him kind of stand his ground in these fights. Because he was in the Wukongs in the last one, and he felt comfortable.
Oh, anti-combo.
Yeah, that is some anti-synergy, and he's going to combine the Aeon Disc. Now they're going to look over. They've got the bash. They'll disarm this Monkey King.
It's time to
And
go. No
Brambles.
Wukong's command. They just, I don't think they have enough damage. The only thing they need to care about is this skewer. So I think
Nisha?
it's time to siege.
The BKB, they get the kill on the Tiger. They'll use that Walrus Punch. They look over at Yuragi. They've got themselves a skewer. They're going to try and get this kill onto the Lina, but they already took out Insania. Standing his ground, Yuragi trying to heal up, and now he won't have a Satanic for this second life. BKB from Mickey is going to run out, but they've got themselves the Timber Chain into the Whirling Death. They look over at Nisha. They've got themselves a Swashbuckler with the RP from Zai. Is it going to be enough? No, Mickey's getting low.
No
He's not going to
damage.
survive it. They'll get the kill on Zai. They'll take him out as well. They don't have buyback on Zai or Mickey, and now the high ground siege can commence again. Walrus Punch on Amisha, but there's the 4-step forward from Yuragi trying to get the damage out on Nisha. As the Hunter's Boomerang hits on a couple, they've got the Acorn Shot bouncing around, but it's just not enough. They'll look for the mid-center axe. They got to hold for at least 60 seconds without this Monkey King. Gonna lose this mid-center axe. Are trying to hold on. Blink. Walrus Punch, but the root from the Gleipnir, Nisha just dies. He's got no buyback either. Insania on the run, but they've got a Laguna Blade. They'll get the kill there too. 4 heroes gone, and well, this should be OG winning, and it will be. We're going to a game 3 between OG and Team Liquid.
Yeah, Lina's lineup very anticlimactic, where they win a fight and suddenly you feel like,
Just take the base.
okay, this game looks pretty over. Those Bramble mazes, like once DM also showed in the mid and late game fights with the double chakram, he gets in, he blows you up, you're down to half HP, you pop a BKB, and then Lina takes care of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Lina, even though they got that kill early on Yuragi, it's typical Lina things, right? That hashtag comes up again. You just farm and outpace even somebody with the Empower. Like, how do you beat this? How do you compete with that in a situation the way that Liquid ran?
People figured out how to play against Lina, but she still is an OP hero.
Yeah.
Like, one of the reasons why she's so contested. There were very few games where Lina was, not touched at all for a reason, and she farms so quickly. Monkey King was keeping up with the Empower at one point, but then 1 fight, 2 fights, Lina's net worth skyrockets. She has way too many items. And those, roots, I said it so many times, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but they'd kind of counter whatever Team Liquid had in this game.
Yeah, so very well done by OG as a team. Yeah. They really made it look like all the gears were turning, and now maybe they have a chance to the first loss in the series on Liquid, but we'll find out game 3. But for right now, we've got the breakdown of game 2 by the panel. Take it away.
We'll have a chat about this game number 2, everything OG did right, and the fact that this just did not look like the same liquid we've been seeing for the past 3 weeks. The game that they lost against Gaming Gladiators, a lot of us put it down to this Husker cheese pick back then, but this game, there was no cheese pick. It was just a complete outskill from OG.
Lizard was right about the Lina tree. He was right. He been new.
He knew. He said if you took away the names, then you favor the Lina tree a little bit more.
Who could have guessed? Alina and the tree winning.
Well, clearly you listen.
Incredible. Where did I find this newfound knowledge?
Absolutely revolutionary.
Yeah, revolutionary draft coming from OG, working out. Some things, though, did work out for them really well. Like this Dark Willow and Treant combination, we've seen it a couple of times. The Terrorize did a ton of work. The Brambles, the Roots, the Terrorize into the Roots from the Treant, just very solid overall. And DM on his comfort pick, impressing me really, because the laning stage was not easy.
Yeah, I think I love the fact that you mentioned both the sports from OG. Because of their potency in the early fights, it kind of put Liquid on the back foot a little bit, where you see Nisha going for a Midas. He realized his team doesn't really want to fight into this right now, so they'll itemize maybe 10-15 minutes down the line. And then when you get to the big fights, you've got the items from Liquid. They just weren't really connecting on their spells. Because you had these mag blink-ins, but then you were RPing, but then there wasn't the Wukongs. Then there was maybe Nisha going in, but no follow-up. It was a rare game for Liquid where it wasn't that insane perfect synergy of the previous 13 wins that we've seen from them. This was just a little bit of a sloppy game from Liquid, it feels. But again, OG capitalized on it, and just beautiful dodo on their side.
You were right about the lack of synergy, and also just how difficult it was to execute in the first place. Like this Magnus, I was uneasy about him rushing Blink. I think we explored other item builds he could go, but we saw on the clip already of when they go mid with his Blink reveal, and you have a Tusk diving the tower, they're getting repelled by a Willow Fear. This then happens again for the next 2 or 3 RPs. I think there was another one in the top jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just felt like they were never able to actually use their RP because you have to collapse on who you're RPing. But Willow covers it so well, it was impossible for them to take those fights when they got feared.
The Willow with the Etherlance, covering it with Terrorize, at the same time Misha buying the Blink Dagger, jumping in. Every time you do get a good RP, there is the Overgrowth too, basically forcing your carry into buying Manta. Like, it's not the most common item on the Monkey King. But
every team fight just looking in favor of OG, whether they got the initiation or even if Liquid tried to have it. But outside of team fight, was there space or ways for Liquid to be able to push this a little bit later, to be able to get a little bit more farm and get those offensive items on their carries?
Yeah, if they, putting it bluntly, if they hit their spells, they could have, but they just weren't able to capitalize on their spell usage, and that's where OG was punishing them. And again, it is hard because when there's a Pangolier and a Timbersaw who so happily are in your face, it prevents positioning to be your friend. And for Liquid, it's like, how does Boxy or Insania or Zai even position in the start of the fight to get the vision to find Yuragi to then get the kill? So
I feel like everything that OG drafted around Lina is for the Lina.
Yeah.
Like, 4 heroes, literally their main goal is, I'll protect you, Miss President. Like, the way they do it, like, you have DM going in first, as Timbersaw, extremely difficult to take down. Treant with the Overgrowth, with the shield as well. You have Terrorize from the Dark Willow, and who's the last one? Who am I forgetting? Of course, BZM on the Pangolier. Basically, the point of that hero is to create as much chaos as possible.
All right, so we had a bit of a 4 protect 1. We're not going to give the one MVP because we just, Lina, we've already put on that blanket rule. So out of the other 4 then, who really created that space for the team to be able to come together to give Lina that space to pop off like she did?
Ooh, I'm kind of half and halving between how much BZM owned and how well DM recovered.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd lean towards DM just because of the recovery story as well, but BZM also owned quite hard.
Yeah.
I mean, when a Pango just pops off and allows everyone to play, but I'd actually give it more towards Tiger or Misha. I feel like the support duo in conjunction, what they did in the early game, the psychological damage they did to Liquid's aggression, prevented them from continuing to be aggressive. So then we never got to see that Liquid playstyle really flourish, and that's where players like DM, BZM thrive. So I think this is really a support duo MVP for me.
That's true. There was some good supporting. They had like these 2 really nice wards as well.
Most valuable duo.
Defense,
Hell
yeah. There we go.
They had like the base entrances for Liquid covered with wards, like top and bot as well, so they were able to see exactly where they were sending heroes out onto the map and were able to like react accordingly as well. Top tier supporting, top tier supporting.
I was a little bit worried seeing the Dark Willow. We've seen it pulled out before. It didn't work. I think it was someone else that was playing it, though, not OG. And she was like getting picked off. It was this 1v1. It was like Hoodwink up against Dark Willow, and it felt like she was just losing it. So I was a bit worried that she wasn't going to have the impact, but
I remember the same game, yeah.
It's a pretty funny stat. 0 wards destroyed.
What is Misha doing?
He's a tree, man.
Is it? Did he kill no wards?
He could have just placed a bunch of sentries and someone else just took the last hit.
Yeah,
that's
true.
happened a lot.
It's just funny to see.
Yeah, so it technically doesn't count towards his wards
Kinda
destroyed.
static, kind of.
He's a melee hero hiding in the tree.
He doesn't want to hit, like his cousin or something. I don't
That's
know
fair.
where I'm going with this.
Ah, there we go. That's where they're from. I wasn't say surely Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger took all the last hits. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. He's placing sentries. Tiger's yoinking, but still, luckily he still gets the gold, so it doesn't really matter who actually hits it. But it was just funny to see a support have 0 wards destroyed.
Especially after we hyped them up so much. OG looking clean when it comes to this. What are you hoping Liquid are going to change up? Was it this big draft?
No, I honestly think both teams are really happy with the drafts they had. I just think Liquid
could clean it up a little bit.
Yeah, just again, this was just a weird game from them. Like they've played 13.
It's so hard to critique them because we haven't done it all DPC.
Yeah, they've had 13 flawless games. They've had 1 shaky loss to a Huskar, and then they've had this game where they just got picked apart a little bit and didn't hit. So yeah, I don't think it's anything to do with draft. It's just reset a little bit and go back in with the game. Maybe game 1, too much hype and adrenaline, and then they were suing too hard in laning phase, and then suddenly
got exhausted. Maybe.
Got exhausted, and you just lose game 3.
Lost focus. Hopefully they can regain it for game number 3 happening after this break.
Position. Panka. Let me tank with Lina. I'm gonna enter. I'm entering with Lina. Oh, nice smoke. He has no skirt. They can't reach.
Yeah, kill him. He's done.
I'll put one.
He has Greaves. Oh, but it would shot. Oh my god. I need force. I'm fine. Back low. Rubik.
Hard to go there. hard
Monkey,
to go
monkey,
there.
monkey.
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
I go with you.
Yeah, go with you.
Get moving.
Monkey.
Monkey gonna stun.
Monkey, monkey,
Yeah,
monkey,
yeah.
monkey, monkey.
Go, 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 go.
I break his blink, I break his blink. Maybe Rubik, maybe Rubik,
Play.
maybe Rubik, maybe Rubik.
Laguna. Laguna.
Yeah, look good. Okay.
Our first series of the day, Liquid going up against OG, has gone to game number 3. OG took game 2. They looked fantastic. Definitely an outplayed and outskilled sort of matchup in that second game. For game number 3, what are you hoping is changed around or continued for OG, in fact?
Do you guys think that Lina 3 is going to get snatched again by OG?
Oh, true. It was banned in game 1 and then let through in game 2.
I feel like you just make your game a little bit easier if you ban those things out.
Because Liquid is second pick again.
Yeah, it's. I guess for that draft at least, they banned out DP because OG banned out Ricky and Furion, and potentially that's the two comfort heroes they like playing against DP. So then it's like, oh, okay, let's maybe give that. We know Tusk Rubik should be an insane combo against Lina. Again, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the exact same draft opening.
I wouldn't mind the same opening from them if you're giving Lina.
To OG, you mean?
If you're letting Lina get picked up by OG, I wouldn't mind taking Tusk and Rubik once again. But maybe make your life a little bit easier when it comes to the core that you're picking. Perhaps do not go into the Mag plus Monkey King combination. I feel like it's just very difficult to play versus Lina because he was right when he was talking about during the draft stage. Like it's hard for Lina to just stand in the Wukong's command and hit, right? She needs to run, but she was never in the Wukong's command.
That is true.
She just outranges it. They couldn't reach her with the RP, and everyone around her just prevented that Magnus from doing anything.
Yeah. I guess it depends on later down the line for the draft in that regard. But again, I'll wait and see. But I feel like Liquid could just give away the Lina again, or they ban it out themselves and with the Broodmother giving away DP this time.
Yeah.
They're the two variations I see. That's
the DP Lina, but also maybe they don't let the
Lina. Now you
doesn't matter then. Everything I was about to say, it doesn't matter.
All right.
It's now
sad.
Tusk, Rubik, Death Prophet. I like the big three.
It's kind of sad.
Great.
You lose against it, then you ban it out instantly after.
Which will be fun to see Liquid at least have a new response to DP at least, because again, like I already mentioned, Ricky and Nature's Prophet were like the key two that they've often leaned on.
Will they go Rubik Tusk?
I was going to say, could it
Do
still
it
be
again.
the same opening?
Send it back.
Like, how viable is that still here? Because that flex in Tusk, I use it in quotations, knowing that Nisha is most likely going to play it.
It's still fine. I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
they just lost with it. It's kind of a question now of like, do they still have the confidence in it? I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I think you go, you should go back to it. Maybe it's
The
not
Rubik
Tusk.
at least, yeah. The Rubik is something that they has always just been there. Like over any other hero in the hero pool, Rubik is one that they are always happy taking on first phase.
Pretty solid versus the DP and the pushes. You steal that Crypt Swarm. They go in, you just fade bolt crit storm, every single wave is dead.
Like a highlight as well of last game was like you had both supports on Liquid playing together, able to steal. Obviously, there's no Timber this game yet, but between them stealing a high damage spell, you had them solo killing like Pangos together, and that's what I love when Boxy plays like some fighting for, and you have Insane on Rubik. They do just have like a lot of damage output.
Yeah, well, they go with the Beast this time, picking up Izai's hero a lot earlier.
10 seconds.
Yeah, another really strong lane in regards to that. We're not seeing the Tusk. I don't know if they've actually done Beastmaster first phase in the DPC so far, but again, it's just a really clean opening. It pairs well against Death Prophet. I feel like OG, whenever you want to run up and group and fight, as soon as there's like tower pressure on the other side, non-committal tower pressure, it's always annoying. And now for OG at least, they could very boldly pick their carry here because they see the lane with not much flexibility, or they hold a little bit longer.
Some Naga.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Naga, it's Sniper, any of the ranged heroes.
Some juicy Naga, and then you can put it on 4 as well. Keep it flex if you really want to.
PA, bring her back.
PA.
God.
I saw that's the second time you've mentioned her in the one series.
I feel like she moved away from Meepo and now she's in the PA.
Of course, you just had to say the name.
I'm still mourning.
PTSD. It's straight.
Dude, I thought we were going to get an Ace interview the other day, by the way, against GG. I was going to be like, Ace, tell me about Meepo right now.
Okay, well then you just have to pray.
Win instead.
We have to just pray that they win the next series.
Yeah. Or we can pray for a Nisha interview, because I can just ask the same thing to him.
That's true.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah,
very quick.
Death Prophet Tree, maybe that was what Liquid was tossing up, whether they opened with Rubik Tree, if they let it through or not. Picking up the Beastmaster and then the tree going into the hands of OG again.
Yeah,
Nice
so
and comfort.
ban-wise, at least in the second phase, just covering their opening. OG respecting Nisha, being able to break open the game with these mid-heroes. Liquid, I feel like one more ban that you think about is just Drow. Some tree Drow lane against Beastmaster. On top of the DP, it could be so much push that you never get the items to come online yourself.
Yeah, is there any sniper already banned out?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
That's it, right? Like you go for the Drow if you can on OG.
Yeah.
I like the green combination on OG anyway.
Oh god
the
damn
Dead
it.
Prophet.
Okay, no, you have to wait until we're 3 heroes deep before you can say it's a close game.
It's not about the color schematic.
Okay.
It's about the way they work together. Like you have the Living Armor with the Dead Prophet pushing in. You also cover her very nicely. On one side of the map, Treant can actually stick around and defend while she's using Exorcism on the other. That's all about around that 8 to 12 minute mark. So they cover each other in a way. And he also slows down the Beastmaster pushes, which is nice, but it can be a double-edged sword because he can be scouted out by the Beastmaster, he can be killed off and picked off a little easier than versus some other offlaners.
Yeah, it's nice that Beast can provide vision of Tree and help in that regard to pushing the tower, but you still need heroes that are able to actually dive the tower and actually kill him. Usually we see other supports like Clockwork that help aid in this sort of endeavor. However, I'm not sure if that's going to be what they want to pair in lane with Beast.
I'm sorry, I love the moment Drow got banned, he's like, yeah, I told you about, oh wait, the wrong
Yeah, I was like, oh, no, I was like, oh.
Wrong team banned it, bro.
Are they just scared of Liquid just opening second phase with a Drow pick or something? Or are they just respecting the fact they don't even want to pick it themselves?
They probably don't.
They're just high value. Yeah, sure,
Sheep
fair
did
enough.
mention the clock, so like a clock plus a Drow was an option for them perhaps.
Oh yeah, of course they can. Of course.
Of course.
Of course. It's nice as well to have like a mid that's able to rotate down into your Beastmaster's lane, because Beastmaster doesn't rotate in a typical way. It's sort of just like he takes up his side of the map, takes the tower, and then just farms through the enemy jungle, and then he'll rotate onto mid that way.
Connects on the mid lane afterwards.
Yeah.
I'd like to see like a snapfire here for Liquid. Okay, sure, CM. Just something that punches a bit in lane, and CM at least now enables it. It's going to be Rubik 4 here.
Yeah, Boxy Rubik. I was like, we don't get treated to the Insania Rubik back to back.
I mean, they're both so good at the hero, which you get after playing it for the entire DPC tour every single game.
Exactly, but for like the Liquid now, like
Insania has been playing it more, right?
Yes, a lot more, yeah. And for draft wise though, when you compare game 1 to now, this is like the opposite of game 1 draft, where this is 2 high skirmishing hero supports that will want to make moves with mid lane. It will want to punch. If Beastmaster actually has a good lane, you'll play. But of course, OG like, sure, you want to fight, we'll just push out lanes. You can never fight.
They pretended like they would not pick that Naga that
surprise.
we mentioned earlier. Surprise, it still gets picked up. And now we do know that she's a core 100%. It still could be some crazy DP mid Naga offlane, but Team Liquid, I love this response. This is so good.
It's a banging response for sure.
Also,
If we took away the name, no, I'm joking. I'm not
I'd
gonna
still like
then
it.
I'd still like Liquid.
It's
I
like
still like it.
OG's idea was to beat them in lane, and then their draft will be this insane like
10
song
seconds
into
remaining.
Overgrowth, Static Storm, etc., etc. But now for Liquid, they needed something to
5
play behind,
seconds
and of
remaining.
course, Pudge versus Naga, you pretty much the entire game, you always outplay this Naga, just Ags, you kill off the illusions, you don't really care, you can't really die as well. You can itemize Shivas and stuff down the line, and now Liquid, they can just, as soon as they get assets, boom, run across the map, take the fight. And
They need
OG
to itemize for her.
Yeah.
They don't have any Svens, any Treants, so no armor to buff up the Pudge. He's still a little bit viable to being taken down that way, but overall, I love the Pudge pick. I love a lot of the AoE damage that they have as well versus the illusions. You have the CM, you have the Rubik with the Fade Bolt.
I see some Invoker or something for mid lane for Nisha here, just to tie them into the late game if they need to.
Completely agree. I love that too.
I think I want to see DP go to mid and they
5
pick a
seconds
maybe
remaining.
mobile offlaner on OG against the Pudge, because right now as it stands, you're going to have this Frostbite into hook combo, which can be pretty devastating. And DP, I think like she's meant to lane bully, but if she gets caught by that, there's a chance that this hero just kind of falls flat on her face.
What about some DP mid and Timber lasting on the offlane versus the Pudge? It's completely in their comfort zone. You get rolling that against him and they ban out the Timber. So
It would have been enough disruption to buy time for OG to play the game.
me and Shippo combined, we're kind of a third of the Blitz and what he's thinking there. So
Got like two brain cells maybe. Let's go.
How comfortable would you be putting DP mid blindly, right? Because you don't know your matchup. Are you more comfortable with that than knowing that DP is probably going to get sacked in lane?
I just
Most
felt
of the
like
bad
if you
ones are out, right? Her matchups.
There's still Quap. But other than that, yeah, DP's a very sufficient laner. You don't really care. Oh, they just
And
steal
they
the
snatch
Invoker.
it.
Fair enough. No, I like that a lot, for sure. And even more scaling now for OG. Like, you go late into this game, Liquid just get kited, like, non-stop. But I still feel like Liquid's entry to the game is so impactful. Like, every single item they buy in the first 20 minutes translates to let's fight and kill them. Whilst OG, it's more let's farm a little bit longer. Let's wait a little bit longer.
always. Like,
Yeah.
For OG, it's always, let's just wait a bit more.
Yeah, 3 more items, guys. Don't worry. Third Roshan.
Next item, Syndrome, hits hard. I don't know, from Team Liquid, Invoker was a good idea, but there must be something else on the mid lane that scales just as well.
I think they
That
could
can-
pick a Zeus if they want to do damage.
Mhm.
Playing into Naga Siren, not so bad. Gonna
Okay.
play very well off of vision between the Thunder Gods and the Hawk. They could also play more to like ball up as a group and try and take objectives with something like a Dragon Knight.
Also still in the pool, not banned out, yep. Wouldn't be bad. I guess Kunkka banned out, obviously. Invoker picked, Kunkka banned.
And they don't have a way to start fights properly right
Would you
now.
mind a Spirit? Like
yeah,
a Void one? Or...
that's fine for me.
Yeah. Perhaps it doesn't scale in a way that an Invoker would, but still, it gives you some sort of a catch, some frontline.
Yep.
Not necessarily frontline, just catch and something that goes in first.
I mean, they have a lot of magic damage. I guess the only thing they're really missing is physical.
Mhm.
Which I guess is fine into like Naga Siren, for example. But when your Invoker gets his like BKB, he's going to be just sort of free running around fights.
I just want to. I'm thinking I just want like a vibe of like a mid Doom or something. Just go greedy, and then it's like you now have this 20-minute timing of some BKB blink. You remove a hero. Pudge already fully counters Naga, so you don't even care about her. But it could be a bit volatile. I think Beastmaster at least covers a lot of your tower sieging issues in a draft. So this mid pick can be whatever Nisha wants. If he's feeling some backline jump, he'll go for a Spirit.
I really think this Invoker pick caught them off guard. But they do get the SF, so we do have the ultimate late game. Well, not the ultimate late game, but we
The ultimate late game.
Ultimate
The
late game.
ultimate.
Seb has been talking into my ear with that voice
Yeah.
for way too long, so
I just
as well.
It gives them cushioning. Like I just wanted to see greed from the mid lane. That's why I was like kind of memeing with the Doom and stuff. But it's like
It is greed.
It's good to see because now Liquid aren't putting themselves in a position of we have to kill them in this 20-minute, etc.
Yep.
Like Pudge will always deal with Naga, and now you have a Shadow Fiend to beef up and go. Again, I think I prefer Liquid's lineup. They have too many 1-for-1 counters, but again, OG they really did execute quite nicely in that second game.
I like OG's draft, but the problem is I like their draft better in the first game, which they lost. then I kind of preferred Liquids in the second, which they lost as well.
All right, then we don't want to know which one you
No,
prefer,
I do. I
actually.
need to know. Who do you prefer?
I prefer OG once
Oh,
again.
all right. Anyway, congratulations, Liquid, on the win. Shiva, what are your closing thoughts on how this game's going to be playing out?
I just, in general, really like Naga Siren as a response to these range sort of cores. So SF, for me, is a little bit of a question mark on how well he'll be able to navigate around these fights. I do think that I like Liquid's more minus the SF. But
Do you think they're going to hit spells this game?
it is the niche on
They're going to hit
That's
roars
why.
and hooks, yes. Liquid are going to be able to hit their spells this game around.
Beautiful. That's what I love to hear. That's giving me a little bit of confidence in Liquid for game number 3, but it's OG Liquid with Beak Up and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. We'll see if the confidence is there for Liquid in this one, as they just lost game 2, but they did win that late game 1, so it's best of 3, one last game. Who do you have?
I like what Liquid have. Entity beat OG with pretty much the similar counter pick. This Pudge is going to cause a lot of issues. Once he hits his timing on the Aghanim Scepter against Death Prophet, against Naga Siren and the Illusions, Treant Protector heal, reducing all that healing, that's going to be really clutch. I expected something different to come out from the mid lane on Liquid, but yeah, they wanted to prep, I think, a bit more for if this game goes bad. They can play very aggressive with their heroes, having Crystal Maiden, Rubik roam around the map. You have Pudge, Beastmaster. It's also a lane that Gaming Gladiators have ran so many times so far. This Crystal Maiden plus Pudge. I want to see how effective it's going to be played by Team Liquid this time around. You always have a kill threat, and they're lurking around, but there is an observer ward placed.
Now this ward spotting Mickey for now, and well, the rest will back away. So Zai, Nisha, Boxy, not gonna go and try and maybe get Taiga here. But DM doing the same. See how close he can get, if they can grab anybody. Gotta worry about getting hit, Frostbite, Hook. Giving up first blood that way.
It's an easy setup, but again, observer ward placed by OG. This one should get dewarded. Boxy's on it. Easy goal for him.
So Yuragi denied a bounty rune. And then they'll also pick up a second, so 2 for 1. Okay. Yeah, he denied that bounty rune in the jungle, I believe. Thank you, Obs. Appreciate ya.
Insania wants to play carry Crystal Maiden. We see Quelling Blade picked up. Not playing against Treant, wants to be able to cut down the trees, so... Because Pudge also has one. Looking into this mid matchup, I think it's very interesting. No, not again!
Oh,
he got it! Got it, first time! At least caught an R stream. Sunstrike, 175 mana, but the hook on top lane. Taiga getting hooked, starting with living armor level 1. Not what we usually see.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Leech Seed level 1. We're going to see living armor here, like I said, and it's a long cooldown level 1. Is that enough to really survive if he gets frostbitten and hooked again?
What's the worst
He's okay, has that tango running.
Okay.
They don't have the slow. Also, Mickey not starting with Ring of Protection. From what I've seen, like, you need to have that on Pudge, otherwise you get harassed way too much. But he started with the mangoes. What is he bringing? Just some extra tangos for himself. His bottom lane, Misha.
Just taking some harassment from Boxy,
nicely
who's
done.
eating these illusions.
Illusions, and also the neutral creeps. Vul Assassins attacking him. What a name. I don't know, I just love the name Vul Assassin. Yeah.
You like the VH?
Yeah, and then they have the healing reduction. You eat a tango, Boxy. A bit of a trouble, but does have stakes and also a fairy fire, so we'll be okay. We gotta hype it up.
Yeah,
make it look like something's happening. All 2 games so far has had a bit of a slow start.
Boxy again, though, hit by the Thunder Strike. He still has 6 charges in that stick. It's close, though. He's getting low. I gotta hype it up a little bit. He might fall, but he'll be fine. And walks away. This is just leaving Zyda freely CS at the moment, but he's only 8-0 to the Naga, 8-1. Keeping it close. See how this lane kind of performs as time goes on. You were talking about the supports maybe rotating for Liquid. Is Boxy safe to leave here after Zai gets a couple levels?
I don't think so. They definitely do have a kill threat. And I don't think Nisha needs a help here on a mid lane against Invoker. You can see him already dominating the matchup. 14-6 against 9-1 on Invoker.
Yeah, early Gloves of Haste for BZM. They'll go Boots, and maybe we'll see that Midas come in afterwards. Yuragi's Recipe for the Wraith Band gets killed, and Misha, well, he's going to go to the way of that courier too, and he'll die. So Misha ends up dead. I believe that's 2 couriers and a first blood down here for Liquid.
Great start for them. And also, having a Beastmaster by Ring of Bassi in this type of a lane where you're playing with Rubik, who does use a lot of mana, and also having Arcane Aura, there's going to be a lot of spam on these heroes, especially Naga and the Illusions. Uragi's high level, about to crack level 4, because as you've seen, Misha has been staying out of XP range for most of the time.
Yeah, so he's allowing Uragi to get to this point where maybe he can overwhelm Zai, but Zai also now hitting 4 before him. Has 3 mangoes if he just decides to eat them.
Eats 1 for now. Shadowfin, man, big difference on this mid lane.
Doubling his CS, doubling plus on this CS right now. So what does that do to BZM? Because we've seen Invokers kind of change their build based on the lane that they're getting. So we've seen drums and no Midas. We've seen a later Midas if they want to try and late recover. But what's the best bet here for BZM as Sunstrike comes in and kills off Boxy? That'll certainly help out a little bit.
There was a game where BZM on Invoker had a really rough game, but then made Hand of Midas, Boots of Travel, recovery mode on top of the net worth 30 minutes into the game by far. This top lane, they didn't manage to get much done from Liquid. Crystal Maiden, Hook. Maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see.
Immediately a TP attempt. They also got Zai bottom while this is going on, and Insania taking a couple of right clicks here from Taiga, so he's going to sit low. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Does have a stick, though. He'll use that. Telekinesis, BZM over mid. Nisha with a couple of raises. They get the kill there on a BZM, and now Misha, he TP's over, but what can he really do? Behind the tier 1 tower, they're getting a kill like this.
OG used this info, decided to... So after they killed Boxy, they start to play more aggressive on this bottom lane. They killed Zai as well. And now Boxy TP'd mid, refilled the bottle.
Invoker's coming. Look at the TP, but
Glimpse.
they have Glimpse, so that'll pull him to where BZM finally TP's in, but it was a long one because Misha had just TP'd there. Sunstrike going the other way.
Gonna get
Misha
a deny.
Survives
Yes,
and denies
he can.
himself to the
Imagine
neutrals.
if he gets a kill there and the deny. Invoker used all of his mana pool pretty much, sitting at 150 mana.
Yeah, trying to use that Sunstrike to grab the kill, but misses it. Oh, Hook lands onto Taiga, and now Insania, though, with the Spirit Siphon on him and the Leech Seed.
Ooh.
Sound.
So let's see what happens. Do we see an attack coming out from Dead Prophet? Crypt Swarm is on cooldown.
Let's see.
So Flesh Heap already used, 2 points in Rot.
The best player?
Everything already used on Trinity Protector. Does have a Living Armor and a Fair Fire. Looks like Taiga is dead, 100%.
All right, one more, and there he goes. And Insania is able to survive. So Mickey getting that first Flesh Heap stack.
I thought you were going to say First Blood.
No.
A lot of damage on Zai.
Sunstrike. Oh. They'll still chase. Axe is thrown forward, but Uragi, he's starting to do a lot of damage here when Zai, it's just 1v1. The raises Boxy again over mid. Taiga comes in. He's got the Living Armor on the BZM. Will Leech Seed to heal him up even more. So using that Living Armor, using that Leech Seed, now spotting Boxy. This Forge Spirit is going to go down to Nisha, giving him a little bit more gold. And you need to be careful here mid. They are trying to get this Midas for BZM.
Still, I mean, this is just Gloves of Haste for now. Boxy
Nisha
pinging it out, but 3 members from OG are there.
Telekinesis, Glimpse on Anisha, and that'll stop the raises for a second. Boxy's going to take a lot of this attention. They've got the Leech Seed too, so they will get the Rubik. Good Glimpse to make sure that those raises can't hit and do so much damage. They really want to keep BZM alive here mid.
OG understands that Invoker needs help. He's sitting at 16 CS, 46 and 15 on Shadowfin. When we show network, it's 2,000 against 3.5k.
Oof. That is a massive spread. That's basically the whole net worth lead for the side of Liquid.
I've seen a lot of those Force Spirits dying, so extra creeps coming out from that.
We'll say the one thing now, Uragi, he's going Midas too. So double Midas.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen Hand of Midas on Naga Siren other than the pub games, at least so far in the DPC. Sunstrike.
Ooh, off the mark. Hook, though, hits, and he's under the tower. Dismember. Boxy's here. And Taiga won't be able to run away.
This might be another one.
Yeah, if Boxy can catch up, he's got Telekinesis at the ready and a level 2 Fade Bolt. They have Hook in 5 seconds, but Boxy, ooh, still just running right by DM.
Okay. Mickey decided to go back. Hook accuracy, 6 out of 7. I mean, it could be better. Just kidding.
Could be 100%. I'd hit every hook. Said a couple people in chat. Frostbite, hook. Make it 7 of 8. Dismember and the Crystal Nova is DM. He's got the living armor. He's starting to siphon some of those spirit. And, well, Insania now on the run, but they do have a glimpse, so they'll put him right towards DM, and eventually the Thunderstrike will get the kill.
Good rotation. I mean, they do have a pretty good setup for Hook. Frostbite, pretty easy. Insania is maxing it out.
Telekinesis on an illusion. That lands and hits Yuragi. He's now on the run. Nisha trying to pressure Yuragi with the help of Zai coming in. He's level 7, does have that Primal Roar.
Yeah. Beastmaster, usually they don't pick up the Boots of Speed unless it's like a matchup against Razor or something. So, not fast enough to be able to close the gap.
Haven't gotten this bottom tier 1 yet, though. Now DM, he's level 6, so let's see if he exos to try and get this top tier 1. They would probably need more than just him and Misha, though. Bottom tier 1 now going to be taken here by Liquid. Nobody rotating.
I don't think anyone's going to rotate here. And it's also against the Treant Protector. Opening up the map with an early tower kill is pretty huge for Liquid.
Do they want to glimpse Mickey back? I mean,
It's
they are
level 1
chasing
glimpse.
like they want to, and it's just, yeah, level 1 is not a lot of range, so.
He might go for a hook. Let's see.
Exo used, but not going to be a heavy duration yet on the tower. Half that duration used in just farming that creep wave in that neutral camp, and now the glyph comes out. So by the time they start doing damage, it's only going to be a fourth of the duration on the exorcism onto the tower.
Man, look at the net worth from Nisha and BZM. Nisha 5.1k. BZM about to hit 3k.
Yeah, soon to have that Midas. Or at least he's hoping to soon have that Midas. Hook misses. Misha, though, Frostbite afterwards. That glimpse still just level 1. And they're going to TP towards bottom on just Taiga. They both TP'd at the same time. BZM ends up canceling his.
Yeah, it's not like he needs any farm, so they will give it to Taiga.
Yeah, he's still looking for the Midas. He's still 500 gold away from it. Meanwhile, Yuragi, his should be getting delivered, and it will be in just a moment. They have to really slow down this game to make these Midas pickups efficient.
Team Liquid's lineup's very good at fighting early on. You have Rubik, Crystal Maiden, Beastmaster, like Pudge. Shadowfin's investing into these smaller items, Dragonlance, Magic Wand, then going into Shadowblade BKB. So he'll be fight ready relatively early on. Those Hand of Midases, they need to pay off. Like, they will need to slow down the game. They do have Naga Siren and Treant Protector, 2 heroes that are very annoying. They can, like, buy time, split push as well, but there's no point in Nature's Grasp on Treant for now, so definitely needs to put some extra in it to be able to cut the creep waves.
And he's going Overgrowth level 6, so it'll be at least till level 7 until he gets that Nature's Grasp, unless they're looking to fight. Maybe he does go for it, but I doubt it. You really want that Overgrowth if and when Liquid kind of decide to fight, right?
Yeah.
There's the Midas. Finally for BZM, about 12 minutes in. And they're down 5,000 net worth. Did they catch the smoke with this Hawk? Might have. They smoked themselves, and smoke breaks for both teams. They've got the Static Storm as well as the Kinetic Field. This should be a dead Boxy. Overgrowth also used. They did hit that 6 on Taiga. Primal Roar, wall down. There's the
not
ensnare.
getting away.
Zai, he's caught and trying to run, but they've got the glimpse, making that impossible. So Yuragi gets the kill on the Beastmaster.
Love the play from OG. BZM finishes off Hand of Midas. Instant smoke towards the Beastmaster to kill Helm of the Dominator creep. Value.
Yeah, a lot of, from 5k to 3k. I mean, that was a good amount of gold going their way.
Dire's top tower
And they
is
also
under
got an
attack.
extra from Beastmaster. Team Liquid's looking for Aghanim Scepter on Pudge. This is going to be their big timing. Until then, it's going to be mostly pickoffs if they can get something done. But once you finish off that Aghanim Scepter, reducing the healing, extra damage against those Naga Siren illusions, which are not going to be as tanky because it's a Hand of Midas. This is still a long way until he gets that Manta style, so they'll disappear almost immediately. Like one Fate Bolt and a couple of seconds in Rot, they're gone.
Sai doesn't have Primal Roar, but he's back bottom to just farm up these creeps, continually sending Hawks into the Radiant jungle, and this one's actually flying much further in. But nobody's here right now for OG, except for Yuragi.
Dire are scanning.
They do land the scan. It's onto the Naga Siren. They've got a couple heroes here, so now they'll Song. They'll try to set up. Nisha has Static Storm in 2 seconds. And there's Kinetic Field, there's the Static Storm, a Meteor plays down, they go to the Exorcism, they're going to look over. Mickey's also here, he walks into the Static Storm. Nisha low, Deafening Blast, they have the Ensnare, they'll look to get this kill, but the Raze is coming in with a Dismember on a DM. He's got the mech, they'll get the kill on Anisha. There's the glimpse on Mickey. Ice Wall, Sunstrike, that lands onto the Pudge, take him out of the fight. Double kill here for BZM as they hit the Overgrowth as well as the Silence. It's on to Zai, no Primal Roar for him. Kinetic Field locking him down to go to the Primal Roar as well as the Telekinesis. It's on to BZM with a
Boxy with the
kill.
Spirit Siphon.
Zai, he'll end up dead. Now Insania going into the Freezing Field to get the kill there onto
Boxy,
Yuragi.
the true carry, look at him
now,
go.
Taiga, he'll drop 2. They've got themselves 3 heroes
the
dead,
glimpse.
and they've got the Stolen Glimpse. They'll bring Misha back. Boxy doing it all with the help of this Crystal Maiden. Fade Bolt, Frostbite, there's the damage. They'll get another kill. It was 5v2, wasn't it?
It looks so good. I think Boxy was at like 15% HP.
What?
Stole that Spirit Siphon, deals 3,000 damage in a fight, and then comes back, steals the Glimpse.
That was... I'm at a loss for words. That was insane.
We've seen so many times, like 2 supports, if they're the good ones, if they like can actually deal the damage. Good, like this was a good start, like good execution of the combo, pretty much perfectly.
Good
where
hook.
Misha gets that Static Storm.
Radiant's
And
middle tower has
yeah,
fallen.
look at Rubik. He's down to 1 hit.
Yeah,
Ghost is chasing it. 1 HP,
What?
literally 1 HP.
What?
Steals the Spirit Siphon and then comes back into a fight.
What?
Because everything was on cooldown there. DM didn't have mana after using the Silence.
That's insane. How does he... 1 HP, Telekinesis, Fade Bolt, kill, Yuragi. I mean, Insania gets the Freezing Field down, and 2 supports are about to basically wipe OG. That's insane. Look at
This
the
is
glimpse.
nuts. Dota is such a beautiful game. Look at this. Also shows that Spirit Siphon is a perfectly balanced spell right there. Stealing 4 charges, turns the whole fight around.
Just full health at the end of that. Yeah, I mean, that's how I'd be reacting. Oh my.
Yeah, why are 2 of them giving them high fives? Like they literally died. Didn't do they didn't do anything. I mean, it's for the team.
It's team morale.
Yeah, you don't need to give high five to Boxy.
That's ridiculous. Because that fight was all OG to start. Wow. So still 4,000 net worth lead here for Liquid. That being said, though, Yuragi goes to the top of the net worth.
Boxy's been playing one of the best Dota I've seen him play. Like, once he started playing that 4 exclusively, he's been on point. Like last year or so, he's been really, really good. Like I don't remember Boxy having like a really bad game.
Yeah, I agree with that. It just seems like every time he's always, even in games they lose, it feels like he is always a big part of what Liquid are able to do successfully in those games.
Set up the standard pretty high. If he doesn't deal the same amount of damage in the next fight, I think Liquid should drop him.
Okay. I mean, you should let him know.
Glimpse?
Yeah, Glimpse, Taiga, now Nature's Grass, Silence from DM onto the Rubik, but Mickey's here, Dismember to kill for the side of Liquid. 9 to 9, and now Roche.
Does have a living armor, so he can put those on Pudge. He definitely needs an extra armor, and this is the timing I was talking about. This Aghanim Scepter on Pudge. BKB will be delivered to Shadowfiend as we speak, plus Aegis. Let's see who picks it up. I would give it to Pudge, because he's the true carry pretty much of this game. Shadowfin is just another guy that exists because Pudge, like, I don't know if they can kill him. He's way too tanky. If he gets the Flesh Heap off, it's going to be super difficult. Muragi finishing off his Manta style, which is going to help out with wave pushing and being very annoying. How's Taiga doing? He did put 2 points in the Nature's Grasp, so that's going to be his way of split pushing. They also find Philosopher's Stone, so either Treant Protector is going to go big, or you give it to Misha. I think Misha might be prioritized in this one because of the combo. Naga Siren ulti into Aghanim Scepter, into Static Storm.
Yeah, he already has it queued up, so he definitely wants to get as much gold as he can on this Disruptor, and I think he should take it, but let's look around because I want to make sure who grabs it. I feel like that's a big point of contention for them. They've almost got the blink on Taiga, so at that point, I think things should be okay. And you look at the odds brought to you by esportsbet.io. That is heavily favoring Team Liquid.
It's the Pudge effect. Hook accuracy from Mickey. I think he only missed 2 hooks so far. Even through this living armor, they're able to kill it. And, these Naga Siren Illusions playing 66%. 8 out of 12.
And gets the net, but maybe a little bit scared of Boxy now. They'll still also steal the ensnare. They'll go to the Primal Roar. They've got the hook from a distance. That song is not going to save them as Misha dies, and they'll, well, not get their hands on Yuragi, but they at least get themselves a kill.
After that fight, what Boxy did, you see Boxy, you run pretty much.
You don't want to give him anything.
He's setting things up. Force Staff into Ensnare.
Ensnare and Telekinesis. Pig Pole. Trying to catch up, but there's the silence, and that'll be long enough to TP out.
Ooh, close. Nicely done. Guardian Greaves, but really off mark. If he had another point in
Sunstrike,
Telekinesis.
bottom, Zai gets hit by that Sunstrike, but look at the damage that Yuragi's taking. He can't even stand his ground for right now. Needs this heart badly.
Yeah. Like, even if when he gets the heart, I still think the illusions just die from the overwhelming damage, slowing them down with Crystal Noah, which is almost maxed out now, and then Rot plus Rubik's Fade Bolt, they disappear.
Is there ever going to be a point where these illusions feel comfortable, or, well, feel comfortable, or going to survive? That's really...
Triple heart. I actually don't know. I mean, they need to... Like,
Mickey. Silence.
He knows which one is real.
Storm in the kinetic field, but they're already looking to retreat. The Stone and Snare, it's on to Yuragi. Now they should have axes. They don't have Primal Roar, but Yuragi, ooh, no hook, but it's not going to matter. They'll get the kill, and they'll take out the Naga.
And Mickey, immediately a voice line.
They still want BZM. Mickey's going in further. He wants to dismember, but the Ice Wall slows him down. Kinetic field is up. Insania trying to get a Frostbite, but they're not going to land the hook.
Yeah. Even using a Force Staff.
Sunstrike?
Not enough damage.
Oh, 60.
He's okay. Still holding that Aegis. We'll use Dismember to heal up. Even puts the Ags in the backpack for extra healing. It's all about the small details, if you catch them on screen.
For that one, we did. It's top tier 2. Living armor or not. It's going to go down.
What's our accuracy about the small things? Probably like 15 to 20%.
You know, I would say higher. I think. Your accuracy is higher than mine, though.
Boxy's all over the place. Like, he's... he just needs like 1 extra second for his rotations to be successful. DM had so far a pretty good read where he needs to be. And Dyer using the scan.
Good hook. What a hook. Dismember and Snare, and now he's going to steal the Crypt Swarm. That's a lot of damage, and...
This is such a good voice line that you can use when you do something good or when you do something bad. Yeah.
I might need to invest. Miss an Ice Blast. Don't consider myself the best player. Hit an Ice Blast. Don't consider myself the best player. I can't do the accent right, though. It's really where it falls off for me.
Yeah, it's not Polish enough for you.
It's in my blood, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Never mind.
Nisha, Shadowblade, and, well, Zai's also here.
Oh, Taiga just placed the ward. The rest of the team trying to be there. BZM. His game has been relatively slow. going into BKB next. This type of a build does require a lot of time. Boots of Travel, Midas, BKB, Blink.
And then what? Probably Hex, if we see him get that far.
Either Hex or a Linken's here. It's a good Linken's game against the Beastmaster Roar, against the Dismember.
Seems like this Naga Heart's taking forever.
And a Midas effect. She did find an apple, so extra 300 HP on the illusions. Not sure if that's gonna matter, but you get everything you can. BZM's still here.
And now caught. Boxing with the Force Staff into the telekinesis, and Nisha cleans him up easily.
And not here anymore.
Oh, not at all. And that is Liquid her moving really well around the map. And it does feel like a little bit is led by Boxy, right? Like, he's always there, and he's going to have himself a Blink Dagger in a second, too. So, Force Blink, he's got a lot of mobility here to catch these heroes.
Does have that Force Staff, now has Stolen Forge Spirit. OG, they can't really teamfight. Like, their best thing is going to be to delay the game as much as they can, not lose the advantage, and something that we said, go for these split push, go for Rat Dota, as we like to call it, kill the creep waves with Treant Protector, with Naga Siren Illusions, until Disruptor gets the Aghanim Scepter. He's holding the Philosopher's Stone.
He's still so far away, though.
It's really far away. Like, I think at this point, you might need to swap like priority in terms of who's buying the sentries. So Treant might need to invest some gold into sentries so that Misha can actually get the farm. Like, I would not mind if Misha gets like a lane for himself for 2 minutes.
And that can certainly change when Treant, because he's close to this shard. The upgrade on the Nature's Guise is always nice, but I just don't know if that's going to be as much of a game changer as like allowing Misha to kind of get some farm and go for the Ags and get that, because that really feels like maybe OG can turn it around once they get the Ags. But
yeah,
so far behind.
I would like if Disruptor sits on the bottom lane and tries to get some farm. Thunderstrike is maxed out. You got to risk it.
Now, he'll try to do just that. They've got a 4-man smoke from Liquid, and they've got all these heroes coming around, and Beastmaster just, for now, is showing inside the river. They don't see anybody. They've got Yuragi up in the top lane, Taiga nearby if he needs to help out a little bit. As like we talked about, Yuragi really wants to get his hands onto this heart. So, his courier just sitting here with the recipe.
Okay, does have a BKB for himself, so triple BKB. Zai also finished one. Zai has been farming in the triangle for a very long time.
Okay, Nisha spotted, but Nisha does not want to step forward on that. Not at all. Now a gem also picked up for the side of Team Liquid, and they're going to go for the tier 2 tower. Blink hook. Nope. Not landing at that time, but it doesn't matter. It pushes them far enough back where they'll just take the tier 2 for free.
Presence Aura affects buildings, plus Beastmaster's Aura, and the creep, of course. It's way too much damage. Living Armor, Knight providing you with too much protection there. See, Taiga has been sitting in those trees. He planted an Observer Ward for himself so he can see if they're approaching.
Ooh, Boxy, telekinesis into the song, heart delivered, and ooh, BKB, hook, not landing. Taiga's just here to sacrifice the body. Oh, but he gives away Overgrowth.
Nice try from Mickey there. To use a BKB and go for Naga Siren. Minute and 30 seconds until the next row spawn. This is pretty clean so far execution from Team Liquid.
Is OG buying enough time, though?
They are. Look at BZM bottom. Boots of Travel. It's always someone on the side lane who is causing problems from Team Liquid to group up and do what they want. Like, next fight, it's going to be near the Roche pit. I don't think OG wants to contest it. There's going to be sleep in 80, so could still get there in time, try to fight. But still, in terms of damage, they definitely do lack damage. Misha, 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. I think he needs to be the one, like, risking it, going in there and getting the farm. Like, even if it means him dying.
Yeah, because he's still holding to the fillet. He still wants this. It's so tough to get there. And I'm a little worried about OG fighting in the next fight. They gave away Overgrowth, and this is level 2 on the spell steal, so he's going to have it for a while. He's got his Blink Dagger, too, on Boxy.
Not just Blink, but also that Force Staff that he previously bought, so can easily close the gap. Like, this is the maxed out Arcane Supremacy, so you can be off-screen, Blink in, Force Staff as well, and you'll be able to get in.
That is a big bottle of water for DM. Look at that. I was like, it's gone now, but that was a massive bottle. Just getting the hydration on, which is something you need in a long series like this one, and almost butterfly for Nisha.
Oh, you don't want to drink too much water. I think, we've seen what can happen with Skeeter. He drank too much water, and gotta stay hydrated, but also gotta be careful.
Yeah, but that bottle, high capacity, so no problems there.
It's been a steady 11K for Team Liquid, pretty much. They've been not gaining anything in terms of net worth, because, as we said, OG, they are split pushing, they are forcing Team Liquid to react to it. Taiga, again, moving to the top lane. This bottom lane will be pushed in by either Invoker or Naga Siren Illusion. Right. And going into Scotty next for Naga, tanking up even more. Now sitting at 3.3k HP. It's a lot of survivability, but this time around there is no real damage. Like usually we see that silence, and now thinking about okay, changing his mind. It's going to be more about the control.
BKB and Hex. I was going to say, it definitely seems like Yuragi's farm's kind of taking a step into a faster direction. Because I thought that heart took a long time, and now it's just like you're already into the ulti orb, right?
I almost feel
Whereas, like, BZM, he's also looking for a Hex. He also wants the Shard, so he can get that triple meteor. But I would rather him go straight Hex before that Shard. I just don't know if the triple meteor is the big difference maker.
They have like ways of keeping them in place, even like Overgrowth, Static Storm plus Kinetic Field combo. So if Naga Siren's not getting the damage, someone needs to deal the damage.
Boxy?
Boxy's like, on the ward.
Telekinesis, they've got the Dismember. It's on Yuragi, who's dropped on the Static Storm, but it's only for the Rubik. Now the stolen Static Storm. I mean, Boxy seems to be always on it. They get the trade. It's going to be the Requiem coming in from Nisha with the raises on Yuragi. Yuragi trying to survive. He's got the living armor, but it's not going to be enough. On the high ground, though, they've got BZM to get the kill on a Mickey. They'll take out the Pudge. They'll look over to the side. The Primal Roar comes out of the DM. Spirit Siphon's not going to be enough. They take out this Death Prophet. EMP will wipe the mana away from Nisha, but still fight one here for Team Liquid.
Still 11,000 net worth lead. It's not moving, which means that OG is gaining the same amount of gold. Yes, they lost an extra hero, but yeah, they will lose Roche next. That's the big one. Sunstrike inside the Roche pit to scout things out. Nisha will be the one picking up that Aegis plus a Shard this time around. Pudge is dead for 30 seconds.
So okay, Boxy, he had so much time to just stand here, and then the Static Storm gets wasted, and he goes Overgrowth into the Static Storm. So double ulti drop from Boxy.
Yeah, but it wasn't like 3 or 4 ultis stolen by Boxy.
Oh, okay. There's more to steal, there's more to use.
And they see the damage. Like, that Prophet, usually she's the one that can soak up a lot of damage, but against Shadowfane, against the BKB piercing ability from Beastmaster, like providing them extra attack speed, oh my god.
And he's got that Shard now, too, so he's able to activate the Necromastery. Frostbite, Misha, Living Armor, not looking like it's going to matter. They'll high five, and one more right click from Insania gets the killing blow. Sunstrike, though, off the mark as well.
I don't consider myself.
Even Insania will have a BKB in the next 500 Golden Crystal. And this is not just BKB, it's also a Force Staff. There's a big discrepancy between two supports in this game, like both OG members at 5k, and then you have two 8k net worth. So quite of a big deal. Shadowfin did pick up that Shard, so having an extra fear mechanic.
Yeah, having that always ticked on, it seems, from the Necromastery. And look at BZM, he's already on the run. He's trying to get away. They've got the Dust with the Ghost Walk Meteor down, and Deafening Blast on it too. That allows him to blink and TP out.
Oh, nicely done by BZM. That disarm on Shadowfiend and the pushback coming in clutch. Hook misses.
They're on the high ground. They got to do something about this. they're just going to get the tier 3 for free.
Middle tower is under attack.
They even back off after this glyph? These heroes aren't here. They don't have Death Prophet. They don't have Naga Siren. And they see them with this ward too, so they see that DM's not even coming back.
Oh, those right clicks from Shadowfin, they really hurt. He's not even level 20 yet, but having the full butterfly. And they can do the same thing bottom. How are we looking at for Disruptor? He's selling his items. I like that. He sold all the small items, Magic Wand and the Wind Lace to have Aghanim Scepters. This is pretty much do or die.
Yeah, they've got the Scotty now finished on the Naga Siren, but if they let it go too far, now it's 16,000 net worth. Like, it is really pumped up for Team Liquid.
Oh, the Hawk root from the side. It's a setup for a hook.
Blink Tornado, EMP, Nisha though, working
Down
with
to
an
half
Aegis.
HP already.
Yeah,
Just 2 hits.
just that makes you pretty fearful for your life going in like that, because that's the way Invokers want to roll it, especially once they pick up that Hex. But Nisha, he outputs so much damage so quickly. He's got Shard queued up, but he got that from the last Roche, and still 2 minutes on this Aegis. So.
Yeah, once he picks up his next item, it should be a Satanic. I'm really worried for their damage output.
Requiem, right on top of DM. Hook and a kill. And now no Death Prophet for 50 seconds. They don't have Exorcism to work around. This should lead to Liquid just continuing to put the pressure on OG on this side of the map and right by the steps. He just walked right into that Requiem, and Silver Edge for Nisha. Bottom tier 3 is in trouble. That Living Armor is not going to do enough.
They don't have enough damage. Like, they can't really fight this Naga Siren. She's annoying with her illusions. Oh, the stolen meteor.
With Shard. So, stolen triple meteor. This is 2 sets of racks. There's also a double damage top if they somehow come back around and go. Death Prophet up in 6, but what do they do here?
Like, we haven't seen Naga Siren deal hero damage in like 20 minutes, pretty much. It was mostly coming out from the laning stage. She doesn't feel comfortable getting into a fight. I don't think she ever will. Your illusions don't do anything. This Pudge as a counter pick. Wow. Building damage. Okay, that's the building damage.
I got you baited for a second.
You're like, oh yeah, the good old 600 damage
Glimpse
carry.
on a Boxy. Telekinesis, though, it hits on a BZM. The Meteor is going to be thrown down again from this Rubik. Tornado doesn't land. There's the BKB as well as the Primal Roar. Song to follow it up. So, Nisha behind them with that Silver Edge. He'll become visible again in 1 second. Whoa. Now they've got the Fear. BZM from far downtown. They'll get the kill on Amisha. Now they're going to look over. Is the damage enough? They've got the hook. It lands on a Taiga. Taiga trying to heal himself up with a Living Armor, but they get the kill there on the second support of OG. Zai, he does die. They still have Exorcism going, but the double damage was picked up by Nisha, so now you're just trying to run for your life. Oh, Crypt Swarm will clear the creeps, but he needs to leave. And TP.
He'll get him. He'll find him. Whoa! Just like a couple of milliseconds there. If Nisha popped the double damage that he had in a bottle, I think he would 2-shot Invoker there. And also, sharp pickup from Pudge that he saved someone there inside the Static Storm, I believe. They just don't have enough damage to kill the heroes. Exorcism is down. Let's see, without a Beastmaster, they can go for the last set of barracks that is on the top lane.
Boots Bearing picked up by Zai. And there's the Ceremonial Robe, the last tier 3 for the side of Liquid. This is really just trying to hold on for OG. When we talk about game 1, I mean, they were down 6,000, 7,000, but now, I mean, holding on to a game like this, down 20,000 net worth, feels pretty difficult, if not impossible.
And if also you look at the gold that they have saved up, Invoker sitting at almost 5,000 gold, so that's also not added up to their damage.
Static Storm, now they're going to look to get Nisha, but they've got the Telekinesis from Boxy. Sunstrike, there's the Glimpse, they'll look over. Now Zai moving forward, tries to get the Primal Roar off. That lands on a DM, doesn't have an Exorcism for 25. That's the Static Storm used, and these ultis on cooldown, Song and Static Storm.
They have double save during the Static Storm. Hook and also Rubik's Lift. So if they keep one of those out, then things are going to be so much easier. Roshan might respawn in a minute and 30 seconds. Exorcism back online, but no BKB on Death Prophet. Shadowfiend just finished off his Satanic, so I don't think he dies. I don't think they have enough damage to actually kill him.
Naga Siren going for the Hex, 4,200 gold saved up. There's Hex, there's Daedalus, there's options, there's thoughts. But which one do you ultimately go for?
And also full Shiva's Guard on top of Rot with the Aghanim Scepter. So you're not going to get the healing off from Hook. Never mind.
Looked like that one might have hit. DM might know it too. But yeah, backing away, and we'll see in 42 seconds when Roche is up. What are you thinking? Quick Roche, long Roche?
30 seconds, I'd say. I'm feeling like 30 seconds. Insania initiating with the Blink Dagger, but the Hook doesn't hit. What do we have? Mirror
Go
Image.
after this Pudge again,
Boxy
but there's
with
the
the save
telekinesis.
again.
There's just no easy way to go after them. BKB popped very early from BZM. They get the kill. He's behind him. Nisha gets Misha. Now looking for the Requiem. That lands on the DM, but he's got the BKB. The Primal Roar is going to go after that. Now they got the damage coming in with the right click, so the Overgrowth is going to be used. They've got the song, but the BKB is still working. And now Taiga.
1,000 crit.
1,100 to take out Taiga. Telekinesis to throw himself forward. He wants to get the control on the DM.
Boxes had been like his positioning exactly where he needs to be to save people. This like Static Storm combo that they have is just not working out against the heroes that they have now that Boxy picked up the shard.
Following the ghosts.
Running away, you can see where they go, and this just might be it. Not enough damage to take down. I don't think they took down a single hero. No one bought back on Liquid, and now they're going to be playing against Mega Creeps for like 30 seconds because the game's going to end.
Yeah. Mega Creeps will spawn, but there's the glyph. So can they hold? It just feels like the idea for Static Storm and Song was a little bit too late, and it ended up being a pretty quick Roche as well. And these right clicks, extra damage per soul on the level 20 talent there for the Shadow Fiend as well. DM moving forward. They don't have the Invoker. They go for the Crypt Storm. There's the Blink in with the Dismember. It's on the DM and two-shot by this Shadow Fiend. Zai gets credit for the kill. Now they look over at Yuragi, but the fear is there. Yuragi trying to survive, but he ends up dead. 70 seconds. No buyback for the Naga Siren, and it should be, and it will be, Liquid that get the 2-1 victory over OG.
Liquid, again, with the clean execution from start to finish. Like, you can feel where the game was going after, I'd say, 10 minutes, because this top lane was going really well. Pudge, all he wants to do is have this Aghanim Scepter, so Naga Siren can't do anything, reducing the healing on the Death Prophet, on Treant Protector. Nisha off to a really good start, doubling the net worth 12 minutes into the game against the Invoker. What he does as a player is just insane. Like, some of these numbers, when you like look through them, how much farm he gets in certain matchups is just insane. And Boxy, like that Spirit Siphon steal, 4 charges, turns the whole fight around with Insania. Those lifts as well. It's hard to choose who's the MVP, you know, like Boxy definitely looks like one with that type of a play, but the rest of Team Liquid just looking very, very clean in terms of execution, understanding what needs to be done. This is the second time they drop a game against OG. Previously, they did drop one against Gaming Gladiators, but yeah, finishing off DPC season with 7-0 score.
Yeah, it was really nice from Team Liquid. If I had to give an MVP, I feel like the turning point was that fight where Boxy and Insania get it done, so for me, it's Boxy, but we'll see what the panel thinks, because they're going to break down this Game 3 and this series, so we'll throw it back over. Take it away.
A flawless run by Liquid, ending the Winter 2 at 7-0 here. Yes, it went to game number 3, and we are going to talk about it now. They've already mentioned Boxy was their highlight for it, and I talked a little bit backstage with both of you guys, and you were like, it's the Boxy showing right now in game 3.
There's a little bit of Insania there as well.
Sprinkle it in.
Sprinkle a little bit of that Crystal Maiden Zora, and this is the play.
Oh, here it is, baby.
It's okay. How do you lose all of your cores, and then suddenly a lonely Crystal Maiden and a Rubik who survives on 1 HP right there? The Spirit is gonna hit. He survives on 1 HP. They turn it, and they literally wipe OG.
I mean, it's the perfect example of playing with your resources, right? Like he plays on the fringe, he doesn't get hit by the overgrowth, he's still hugging the tree line. Some players here, they're already disengaging, they're looking to retreat, but no, he knows he has Siphon, and he's ready to counterplay. So I think just, again, Boxy always switched on, always ready to look for the fight, and this was a point in the game where, you know, OG, maybe if they got the kills here, take a tower, they have some chances, and could have stalled out the big timing of Liquid, but you crush this fight from Liquid, you hit your timing, and from this point, it's just a constant stride towards success. And you love to see, you know, Mike and Nisha. Boop, good job, buddy. We didn't do anything. Supports carried us. Great to see the cause, you know, respecting supports there with their little appreciation there.
Here as well, like he gets off the cliff, steals the static storm. Yeah, he dies, but sets up a decent fight for them. Like, overall, it was literally a Rubik game. Like a Rubik showing. The hero is really strong, and if you guys remember the first week, we were always praising Rubik's because we weren't quite sure how strong the hero was, so everyone looked like a god on the hero.
Yep.
But Boxy just takes it to a different level.
Yeah, I thought you were about to take it the other way. We were praising it at the start because we didn't know how good it was. Now we know it's just OP and he's just a mediocre player.
Yeah, and it's still a Lena thing, you know? We can't give any MVPs to Rubik's either. No Lenas, no Rubik's, never getting MVPs.
It's still kind of not as straightforward, right? Like Lena is literally, I'm standing there and hitting you.
That's, yeah, Lena's no positioning skill, and then Rubik is all positioning skill. You can tell from a good to a bad Rubik player just on how they move their hero in the fight, how they hold their camera on player perspective. So yeah, again, just a beautiful game from Liquid. Loved the draft. I felt like they had OG's number in this game 3, and it also felt like they didn't have any of their issues that kind of existed in game 2.
You honestly wouldn't think that this was a game right off the back of how shaky they kind of looked in game number 2.
Yeah, and I just want to say Nisha bodied mid so
Very true.
Oh my god, he was 2,000 net worth above BZM like 8 minutes in, I want to say.
They were trying to pull so many supports to mid to try and help BZM because he was just struggling so much for last hits.
And they just did the same thing on Liquid. They brought supports mid and they got like
the better supports, the stronger
Yeah.
supports. Yeah.
It looked devastating. Like I wasn't sure about the SF pick, but if they picked it just for the lane, like what a great lane. And he just dominated and made the game so much easier by having that massive net worth deficit. I think Mickey too won his lane pretty damn hard, and Beastmaster went even. So just everyone came out of lanes really nicely on Liquid.
The Liquid we have grown to love and learn. Learn and love?
Well,
you could just
love
say
and
all,
love,
yeah.
all of it.
Love and love.
Love and love, yeah, I do love to love and love.
So many L's, but the only L is going OG's way. That was a bit rough.
Wee.
MVP, do you guys want to give it to Boxy? Shall we look at his stats, or are you intrigued by someone else?
I'll consider it. I'll think about it.
Okay,
I considered,
alright.
yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
look at the highlights. Come on. Just give it to the man.
I mean, I want to give it to the man, but we have to. It's a democracy here.
That's fair. You know, Insania did hit some good CM auras and spells.
Hit the auras.
Yeah, it was a joke. But nah, of course, it has to go to Boxy.
Wait, only 64%.
Oh, you know, that's right. Hold on. Who had a higher kill percentage?
pathetic.
Let me
Can we
check.
think about it some more?
I didn't think anyone else.
Nah, he's got my MVP just for that.
He only had 6 wards destroyed. Tiger on his Dark Willow had 10 in the game.
Zai had a higher kill participation and Mickey.
Yeah,
by-
Mickey and I did.
But only 1 kill, so...
But did they survive
Was-
on 1 HP?
No, they didn't,
And-
exactly.
and
So
Did
let's
they
even with
have a
Boxy. Yeah,
Game-changing play.
Nah.
Why did no one answer me?
I thought it'd be funny.
Why did you all go silent? I feel so freaking awkward now. What the hell? I feel so set up.
It felt so right. It felt so
That's
right.
so mean, guys.
It wasn't my fault. I legit just didn't hear what you said again.
Oh, again. What the heck?
Dude,
That's somehow
I only
worse.
heard game-changing play. I was like, was that a question?
All right, not often do you get the plays like that. Not often do you get those clips and moments and stuff, but no, Boxy did. Boxy did have that, maybe not so gay. They were already winning the game at that point. But anyway, hype play from Boxy.
Yeah.
Too late?
We were told we're not allowed to clap on the mics.
I feel so
Ah, well.
disappointed. I feel so let down by my panel here, just leaving me hang out to dry there.
It's never gonna happen again.
Thank you, guys.
I'll never let it happen again.
Thank you, guys. Next question then is, there isn't one because we don't see either of these teams play anymore. OG, you're a little bit concerned about if you're going to be going to the major or not. How do you think that they're feeling? Because we're not going to get to talk to them either.
What are the standings looking like? Like, are they going into
There-
tiebreakers?
Yeah, there is still ways for there to be a four-way tie for 3 slots.
Jesus.
And a 3-way tie for 2 slots. Still.
Okay. Was this off the back of them losing to Nigma?
And
OG?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so that probably feels terrible.
Oh,
Like straight
okay,
up. I mean,
okay.
you gotta feel bad, right? Like you lose one of your, or you, I don't know what happened there, but one of their players left, goes on to another team. You lose to not only your past player, but a team that you expected probably to beat because of their current season like performance, and that takes away like the confirmation of your major slot. Like all three of those things together, I'm sure feel pretty bad for them. That's probably their biggest hang up of this season.
Yeah.
Overall, though, I wouldn't feel like the worst about their performance.
Yeah.
You want to quickly add anything on? No?
No, yeah, we're good.
All right, perfect. Then we can jump straight into our winners interview. I believe it is Insania joining us. Insania, congratulations. You guys go the whole winter tour undefeated when it comes to series. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I mean, the team is we're clicking really well, and things are going really, really well this season, and it's kind of fun to keep riding the wave off of TI. So yeah, just happy, satisfied.
It might seem like one of those obvious questions, but is this what you guys expected? Were you expecting a clean 7-0?
I think that would be very, very cocky to say that we expected this coming into it. But no, I mean, I'm really happy. I think I'm especially happy that we get to lose some games as well, so that like you can see how the team functions in loss and how we take it. I know like before TI, that was something that we were really focused on trying to get better about. And yeah, I think we're gonna have to go through a similar experience on this team, and losing a bit here and there it's good.
Yeah, it's healthy.
All planned, losing here and there, right? Okay, congrats, by the way. Can you tell me, when it comes to these losses, are they happening in scrims as well? Like, how are scrims going? As well as the DPC season?
No, I think I mean, our philosophy in scrims is a lot less to win, I think, and a lot more to just try to beat different things. If we think some heroes are problematic or we think some heroes are good, we try to play against them and beat them and see if we can find ways to overcome like certain hurdles that you might face up against, with some heroes. So I think our scrim results are probably quite bad. But yeah, I mean, I think we learn a lot more when we lose.
So is that something that you would, obviously you're now on top of Europe, is that something that you would recommend to teams that are in Division 2, trying to get here, losing your scrims, boys, as long as you learn?
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially in previous years, I think we cared a lot about scrim results, and we were like really try hard in scrims, wanted to win every game. Like we play the same heroes over and over again if that netted us wins. And I think like in more recent times, we discovered that that's like it doesn't really end up being. It's not a good way to practice. You're actually not learning that much. You should set a goal and try to accomplish it instead. And yeah, if you lose, the goal shouldn't be to win. It should be to like try to learn something, get better about something. Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations on being undefeated. Of course, Liquid have been at the forefront of like solid drafting at least. But we've been on 7.32 since August last year, 7.32D since November last year. When would you like the big patch that we kind of all expecting to actually drop? Maybe before. Obviously, I wouldn't say before the major. But like, when's your kind of vibe for such a big patch?
I mean, at this pace, the later the better. Next TI, maybe.
Yeah.
Patch. Yeah. I'm quite happy with the patch right now, as it is now. But probably after the major, I would guess. It's good timing. I mean, they could even come before. There's quite a lot of time in between, so it wouldn't surprise me too much. But I would guess after the major, yeah.
And how do you think...
New hero as well?
I say, yeah, there's a new hero, but how do you think you'll be able to adapt to that? Because when the major ends, I think it's only like a week or so before DPC starts again. Is that going to be enough time with how big this patch, I mean, everyone's expecting it to be? Are you, like, obviously you're not preparing for it now, but are you preemptively thinking about that kind of the volatility of next tour being potentially in the first couple of weeks?
To be honest, I think it's like kind of pointless to think too much about because, I can't control what's going to come in the patch. When it comes, it's just something uncontrollable. And, whenever Valve decides to release it, they'll release it. There isn't really much to spend time thinking about. I think it's better to just focus on, the patch we're in. There's still, I'm sure, so much you can discover and so many hidden things. There's always more. And these things keep developing. So I don't really think about it too much.
Sure, fair enough.
I would like to ask about the big break now. Between now and the major, there's like 3 weeks where we're watching Div 2 play. How, as a team, like, does that feel good or bad for you? Because you kind of don't have any more momentum, like, going into a major. You do just have, like, downtime. What's that going to be like for Liquid?
I mean, I think it's nice. You've been working quite hard for a couple of weeks now. And then, you probably get to take, like, a week off. And then you go back to boot camp 10 days, and then go major. Something like that, I think, is probably our schedule. I don't know exactly what it's going to be like, but I would guess along those lines.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't lose too much momentum, hopefully,
Yeah.
over like a week of, yeah.
I hope not. I hope to see you guys own. And very quick question about the draft. In the first game of this series, you guys opened with Ricky Marana. It was, I think, the first game this tour that you guys have opened with 2 supports. Were they intended to both be supports? And like, were you happy with that opening and how it went?
I think I heard something along the lines of OG has PTSD from playing as Ricky, so let's play it.
Hit them
I
where it
believe
hurts.
that was the reasoning. Yeah, I believe that was the reasoning. So I don't know. That was just yeah.
And they said it in an interview, so it's very accurate, so it worked.
See, I can see
Oh, there
Blitz
you
with
go.
the gun behind you saying, "Don't say anything."
All right, I have one last question before you go. It's a bit of a two-parter. First thing is you said, it's healthy to lose. You can learn a lot of things. One, what did you guys learn from the Game 2 loss? But also, what do you think was a key contributor to that? Was it something lacking on your behalf or something that OG really stood up in Game 2?
So I mean, OG obviously like they played a good game of Dota. I don't think you win unless you play well yourself. But for us, we felt like we missed a lot of our timings and we didn't really do too much in the game. We were kind of just chilling. And yeah, Nisha and I went outside and he got to vent his frustrations with my supports. This Tommy is mid, camping him. I get no refills. I'm getting destroyed. The enemy 4 is here. Where's my 5? I'm just playing Rubik, hitting some creeps, like trying to get my level 6. So yeah, I think I kind of griefed them in game a bit. But obviously, there's a lot more than that to the game, and OG played.
Yeah, and you guys bounced back in Game 3, so congratulations again on going undefeated in the Winter Tour.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. See ya.
Bye.
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 That was it. All that changed between Game 2 and Game 3 was Nisha got to vent at Insania for just hitting creeps.
Yeah, I mean, going outside and talking about it is pretty helpful. So nice to know that Nisha has the ability to be honest with his supports, and maybe in the future Insania gets to vent at Nisha. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be role reversal. But for now, that's the conclusion of our first series. Our second series between Tundra and Gaming Gladiators is going to happen after this break.
Is Real Naga, I think?
I'm going on Real Naga here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're pretty isolated.
Look at this guy.
I'm coming.
Static just. Holy shit, Boxy!
He's gonna sleep. He's gonna sleep.
He's static. He's
I'm
Boxy static.
Alright, connecting. Keep going.
Okay, I'm just tanking this shit. I might die here. I'm gonna die, but...
Invo.
Yes, he has a big beam.
Already.
Can TP. Look at that damage, bro. How he not die? Wonderful.
welcome back. It's Tundra up against Gaming Gladiators, our second series of the day. Joining me on the desk is still Sheepstick and Lizard. Hey guys. Do you want to talk about Gaming Gladiators very quickly, or just actually your expectations for this matchup? Do you think it's going to go 3 games, or is this going to be 2-0 in favor of either team?
It could easily go 3 games.
Yep.
Easily.
Easily. It can easily go
With
3 games.
Utmost confidence, I say it could go to 3 games.
Okay, all right. Well, we won't be just the 3 of us on the desk. We do have a 4th person joining us. It's Kezu, but he is over at the Telestrator. He's going to break down a little bit of Tundra's gameplay for us. Hey, Kezu.
Hello. Thank you, Nat. Hey, guys. I keep referring to Tundra as one of the best map teams. So let me show you why I think that is and give you the 2 steps to what they do. Step 1 is their map split. They very often play a 1-3-1 split, as you can see here on the minimap, where they will play their strongest heroes together that can apply the most pressure. So what this is going to allow them to do is just, stay here, 9 is here, there's going to be a nice global from Snaking, allowing him to get off the roll. And now there's going to be step 2, which plays into the first step, which is basically where Tundra are very good at team fighting, and they love to dance with their opponent. This is something that I like to call what top teams do in terms of team fighting, where they will drag the fight away. So as you can see here, they're going to chill. Now, 4th member arrives because of the dancing and them kind of chilling and playing on high range. So we're going to watch this fight develop a little bit, kind of chilling. Now over to Saxa, he's going to place a good ward. And, you can see the same thing basically happen again. 2nd time, dancing, dragging the enemies into your own territory. Now, 5th member arrives. Here's 3-3. Because of the ward vision, he gets off great bird stuns. And now, this is basically the first time that now Tundra can play aggressive. Look at all the distance that they created because of the bird stuns and Entity being forced to chase them. So here we're just going to see some nice Sunder, Wraith Pact, just some team fighting stuff. They're going to continue to play on high range, even though they're super low HP. So we're going to wait, we're going to wait, because there's going to be a very important aftermath that happens because of all of this. So Saxa, even though he's low, going to continue to chase. They're going to get a 2nd kill. And now what I want to highlight is not really these kills that they get, but it's more so the aftermath of all of this happening, which will come up in a moment. So top lane, pushed in all the way to the tier 1. Now bottom lane, pushing all the way to the tier 2. Mid lane, pushing all the way to the tier 2 as well. So because Tundra start with this map split that they always do with the 1-3-1 and making enough time in the fight for their teammates to connect, their lanes are always pushed. So from a map split that looked like this in terms of map control, it went from this basically to this within just 1 minute. And when this happens against Tundra, I don't think any team can really come back. So with that in mind, do Gaming Gladiators have what it takes to beat them? I don't know. Let's hear more from the panel.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That's a great question. Do Gaming Gladiators have the toolkit to ensure that they don't fall victim to the way that Tundra are able to control this map, to drag fights to where they want to be?
Well, if Kezu said he doesn't know, how am I meant to know?
Well, because you study all of Gaming Gladiators replays, right?
You watch them all the time,
in
right?
finite detail.
Yeah.
I only watched the LC support.
LC post 5, that's it. That's all I care
watched
about.
those back in minute detail. I was looking oh, this kind of, not feeling it.
I kind of have faith in them.
Yeah.
I believe that if they draft their kind of a style with the Ratio playing these aggressive safe laners, and if they get some IO Lash, they don't care about the map. They can be everywhere.
I do think, though, if you look at what was highlighted by Kezu, they are very good at dragging people around in these team fights and getting them to do what they want. And something that Gaming Gladiators have struggled with is sort of overextending in team fights or misplaying team fights, going in maybe without using a BKB. I think sometimes their team fighting can get a little bit sloppy, and if there is a team that's going to punish that, it's probably Tundra.
We've said similar things in the past about Entity, but they ended up taking that series. Yes, that's the clips that Kezu broke down there was the Entity series, but in game 2 and 3, they were able to come back and win that series against Tundra. So what were they able to bring or change up between what we saw broken down to actually winning and taking advantage of potentially this map control that Tundra have?
Damn, that series was actually so close.
It was so hype. It was so
enjoyable
hype
as well, but the way they played around their strengths, I think Stormer was a focal point once again. But that's something that Entity and Gaming Gladiators, I believe, have in common. Like, they can have this mid laner be the true win condition, and then have the safe laner have a little bit more of an active role earlier on. I think it's something that these two are very similar in. And if Gaming Gladiators saw that, they could perhaps recreate it here.
in your eyes as well, Sheep, it was just having that active carry that was able to join team fights a lot more?
It is nice. It does help. Gaming are good at it. Tundra are just, I want to say not consistent as well, which is something that I think Gaming could potentially exploit, because they are, like, when they get the ball rolling, they are good at taking advantage and keeping on going, and Tundra have fallen to that a few times.
Yeah, they lost a game against Enigma Galaxy as well as Into the Breach. The other series that they lost was Liquid, but that's just what everyone did. So
What do you mean? Some teams took games.
Okay,
from
all right.
Liquid.
Fair enough, fair enough. Kazu, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Kazu!
I loved you on the...
Did you have a little bit of time to think about how a team could come back once Tundra have that much map control?
Honestly, I think from that position it's really hard. I think the best thing to do, it's very high skill, you don't let them get there.
Yep. Yeah, and we were just talking about what do Gaming Gladiators possess that could prevent Tundra from getting there? Or is this something that has to start in the draft by maybe picking up Alina?
I think it can start in the draft, and oftentimes it should. I do think that Gaming do play a lot of heroes that work against us, where they can play fast, they can play the map with their, like, what do they play? Nature's Prophet, they play a lot of IO that helps you play the map, Ember Spirit, so... And I mean, Lina, very nice hero, pretty busted, very strong.
Basically, you can have heroes that don't even care about the way you play the map, because they can be everywhere at every single point. And if you have a very aggressive safe laner, this time they won't, they'll have the Lina. She is aggressive, but still needs a little bit of time. Give her that Maelstrom and then keep her like 2 minutes. She's going to be 6 slotted. After that, you can fight.
I'm actually so sad that we're not going to see another Ace Nature's Prophet in this game.
That's okay.
We
Ace
might in
is
this
gonna
series.
pull out something absolutely insane later on in the draft. I can't wait.
Oh yeah, it's going to be that Witch Doctor IO again.
Bro, for real though. I mean, speaking of IO, I was noticing that they didn't ban it on the side of Tundra. I'm thinking maybe their idea was if we leave in the Lina and the IO, they'll definitely take the Lina. And that was just their plan.
And now you pick IO anyway on the
I
side of
mean,
GG. Like, you still could. It's not the perfect pairing with the Lina. Like, the overcharge, she benefits from it, but not like some other heroes. But you can pick the IO and then combo it with your offlaner or mid lane. Instead, I think this is...
The classic.
The classic.
I was like, why did we ever talk about a different +5 when Tree was still in the pool with me?
Because it's not fun to sit here and go, oh gosh,
They
guys,
pick
Lina,
Treant.
woo."
I mean, with the Lina, it's a no-brainer. If the Treant is in the game, I think you have to pick it. I know it's not fun. I know we've seen it so many times.
It's good.
But it's just good, and it works. So, yeah.
Tundra's response, if anything, is also a little confusing, because usually we see people come out with like a support plus core that they want to be dealing with Lina before the bans start. This is just 2 supports, and they're kind of standard ones as well. It's nothing crazy new or fresh. It's just 2 active supports that want to make plays with high damage. So maybe their idea is they want to fight hard into Lina, whereas in the past we've seen them beat Lina with more like drag out the game, extend it by Midas's reach past her timing.
Yeah, I mean, it fits into the category where so Gaming prepared for the first pick Lina by banning out Tusk, a hero who gets on top of her. So I guess you kind of get the same from Clock. Of course, he's not as flexible because he can't go mid. I would love to, at some point, see a 9 Hoodwink. He's played that before, along with Top.
Wait. We did see 9 Clockwork mid, I believe, at some point as well.
Geez.
Well, I don't want to see it, so I'm just going to say one.
When was that?
Long time ago.
I was like, that was not recently.
It did happen. It's not in the DPC, but it did
definitely
happen.
happened.
But I actually always enjoyed Clockwork into the Lina. Obviously, the Lina right now becomes way too strong, way too early on. She gets the pike, so it is better into the Clock. But now you have the Clock and the Hoodwink. Like, you have long-range initiation with some control. Top that with the Sharpshooter. Like, you can take down the Lina and eliminate her just by these 2 supports early on.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
mean, I'm looking at like this opening pick for Tundra. Usually they like to do Visage, but I don't think Visage is like really that cool. And Lina, she kind of does the same as you, but better in terms of outranging. So maybe there's a Beastmaster in there that they would like. But then again, last time I saw them play Beastmaster, that was a disaster. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Oh yeah,
but
minute 3 in the jungle, 3-3 just got absolutely annihilated.
yeah, so that was not great.
I've seen a lot of Beastmasters getting annihilated, and half of them managed to make a comeback.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can throw all the dice.
But, I mean, do you want to roll the dice when there's still plenty in the pool? Would you expect them to open up with the off-lane pick for themselves at Tundra? Just because they have to do a call, right? Because they've already done both supports.
I mean, you're playing into Lina, like you're already playing against the hardest carry matchup anyway, so it's you can't get any more. I was gonna say the F word. You can't get any more F than you already are playing
Ruined.
Lina. So just pick your offlaner that can play into it, because there's nothing that they can pick that's worse.
You can't get any more value from waiting with your offline pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Well put, well
You're
put.
so good.
Yeah. Just trying to help.
All right, well, let's say Beast, maybe Tundra has a little bit of PTSD. They don't want to run it back.
Oh.
I'd run it back.
Maybe they could just pick a hero that like flexes between mid and off lane. That's usually something that we see a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because then they can just choose where they want to put things.
Usually we see the Death Prophets, right? But
Yeah.
I don't like her that much into the Tree and Lina. I feel that that lane would be kind of difficult, and if you did pick it, you would be telegraphing, yeah, this is going mid. So maybe not that one. But I wouldn't mind Beastmaster. They just lost with it. They lost with it hard in the last series. Pick it again, prove a point, lose twice in a row.
Opposite. You have something to prove now.
I just hope it's not Doom. Like that's gonna be the one hero that if I see them pick Doom, I'm just gonna leave the panel.
Okay.
Oh,
Try.
jeez.
I would love to see
You're just
that.
not here, man.
I'll leave. It's okay.
He did his teleprompter thing.
Yeah, they actually ban out the Death Prophet themselves.
I mean, so the thing is, I've seen them do this once before. It was against Secret, and it worked out very well. It was some tied Riki lane against Lina, and they won that lane, which I don't think they should, especially not in this case, because Lina is protected by a Treant. But tied Hoodwink is most likely going to be their dual lane. I think it's solid.
10 seconds.
A lot of minus armor between the two of them. Maybe a Blightstone on the Hoodwink. Hit them hard. Like the Treant doesn't really deal that well with the tide in the lane if there's a Hoodwink around. So yeah, makes a ton of sense. And then now you can follow up with a carry. I believe because you have the clockwork, we should expect what, a sniper or a drow, right? One of those two on the side of Tundra. Or they can go all the way back to day one of the Western European DPC and how they answered the Lina back then was a Spectre. So that's also an option, but Spectre plus Clock doesn't strike me as amazing.
Yeah, it's not the one. It's not the lane I would want to play.
Yeah.
It's just not it. Rubik getting on the way through and then picked up by Gaming Gladiators here.
How did that go through? Wait.
You have too many other bans.
So much more rolling pace.
Well, Solid, the most contested hero, got through. The one with the highest win rate as well. They snatch it up. Like, there's a ton of beautiful spells to steal. If you can get your hands on top of Ravage.
I was going to say, I hate Gaming Gladiators for this draft because it's so difficult to talk about. Like, we see these picks so often. We see those combos, like, in and out. It's...
Whoa, let's just talk about what they don't have.
Talk about the colors.
No, I'm good. I'm
Two
good.
green, whoa.
Two green and one red. I love that combo. That's my favorite.
They currently don't have a frontliner for their team. That's something I want to see. God, walk it out, Kezo, please.
I said if Tundra.
You said for Tundra.
Yeah, you did say Tundra.
But it sucks just as much for Game.
It sucks a little less, but I still hate it.
It's okay. It's a nice matchup into the Tidehunter. I like the fact that they will just be able to play like that. However, he's greedy. He wants to buy Midas. He wants to sit in his lane. He wants to devour. He's not someone that's going to be making plays for your team. He's not someone that's going to be fighting to help give your Lina space to farm him. He is very much anti that, and it means that there's more responsibility on Quinn's last pick on this draft to do all of those things.
Yeah.
Can they Slark here as well? Like a Slark is an option, Drow is an option, Sniper is an option. There are just so many cores that they can pick up on that position one, and all are good.
Maybe, I think you have two separate archetype options. You have like your Slark and maybe Drow. I think that do well in the lane and scale okay. I would perhaps like the Drow option there more. Or you take a weaker laner, which then allows Doom to have a better game, so there's a trade-off. But there's like a Spectre type pick that you could go for.
Maybe? A lot of minus armor.
If
early game
Skeeter
aggression.
played it more before, I could see it, but I feel like he doesn't strike me as a... You said TA, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a...
Because we have seen it into the Lina and Doom. It did exceptionally well.
I've taken 2 seconds. I've come around to the Doom. So what I like about this Doom is the fact that you have 2 supports who are very good at shoving waves between the Fadebolt and Nature's whatever the heck.
Grasp.
Yep.
Got
It's
him.
That's the one.
You're basically playing this game slow anyway. You're going to be trying to keep your towers alive for as long as possible, and it'll give Doom the space to get a BKB around like 13 to 15 minutes, and that's when he's going to be able to come and take fights with his team around mid. If you can start just by dooming a Tide or whatever, it's going to make the team fight pretty easy for your team to execute.
I wasn't gonna... I know they like their CK. They pick the CK a lot, but I felt that they had better heroes here. It's comfort zone.
Yeah, I can get kind of behind the CK. I think it goes into like what they want, where Skeeter's always on a hero that can kind of push out waves. It can play aggressive into Doom. You have some wave shove into it too. I also, going back to the Doom, I think one of the best points that she mentioned is that they have a lot of wave clear, so they can be greedy. And I think once you have BKB, I mean, what are they going to do to you? You're kind of just going to laugh in their face and be like, what up?
Yeah.
Okay.
His BKB timing is a big point for Gaiman.
Yeah.
Both of them looking for their mid laners now. It's very set in stone, the 2 side lanes here. And it's Tundra with the overall last pick. So Gaming Gladiators are going to have to pick a blind.
Bounty Hunter ban.
Love that.
What do you love
Why?
about it?
I'm glad that they are valuing the strength of Bounty Hunter. That hero is low-key slept on.
You've seen it so many games already.
That's
It's dominating. Yeah.
We need to see it more. It's good. I promise. It's good. I won't go on.
To be fair, it could have worked this game because Gaming Gladiators draft is so slow. Like, they can just run you over, keep tracking you. I think the Ember ban makes sense. I think that's one of the matchups that where
bounty
would
would have to be a core as well.
Yeah, but mid bounty
Sure.
for 9.
That feels like my path.
Nice.
Man, Nine's pulling out
Dude, this
wacky
guy is
stuff in
playing
the middle.
Centaur
So
mid in his pubs, okay?
real?
That
Yeah.
one is more crazy than bounty.
I like that.
No, bounty mid for me was actually broken once while he had the shard, the 30% reduction. Got me a lot of MMR.
I mean, Quinn is going to have to do quite a lot on this game because no one is going to do anything, at least for now. They basically all rely on, we need to delay this game and hopefully we get there. So Quinn's pick needs to help you get there by either doing well in lane, but also being able to defend towers and being able to rotate around the map.
I really like the Timber ban as well. Like, they do have some damage against it, but it feels like it would have been a really solid game.
They're just going to surpass all expectations and just slam the Zeus.
The Dawn Zeus,
Yeah.
the last pick. It's
Yeah.
got to be a melee hero from their bans, I think. And their bans somewhat tailored towards a melee hero being picked. Timber good against the strength heroes in mid. Same with Bounty. I think the Kunkka ban is very good from Tundra. Very likely one of the picks Gaming could have wanted. I honestly think that this pick is not too easy because other heroes like Pango are banned as well.
Yeah.
For me, my mind just defaults into the Void Spirit.
It might just be Void Spirit because a lot of other things are banned.
Yeah. Pango banned. Okay, or Puck. Gives them some control. Is there anything on the mid lane that can abuse the Puck? You could go for a Dragonite maybe?
Pick,
yeah. And then just have these trio cores that are extremely difficult to take down.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too ulti reliant, like cooldown reliant.
They're still tiny as well against the Puck.
So which one would you rather have, Tiny or the DK? I feel like both are pretty good. Into the Lina as well. Maybe Tiny scales a bit better overall.
Yeah, I
with the
kinda
tree
like-
volley versus the Lina.
I kind of like both. I personally, just from my own instinct, I will prefer DK, but I think they're both great. They both answer Puck's laning stage. Their mid game gives another hero to go in. Wrong.
They take the Zeus.
Sorry, my mind was on the wrong,
The wrong
team.
team.
My bad, guys.
Yeah, you called it. You mentioned Zeus. You called it.
I've been so there's Arcwood, Lone Druid, Slark, Sven, Wraith King, Medusa. One of them will come up.
I just name them all quickly.
Name every single hero in the game.
Yeah, but here we have it. Gaming Gladiators definitely gone that greedier lineup there, trying to wait a little bit more. My only concern is that we've pointed out, Tundra are great at taking away map to be able to take away space for farming. Are Gaming Gladiators going to fall into that with this lineup, or do you think they stand a pretty solid shot?
I don't know. I actually like their draft better. I like it more.
Yeah?
Like, I can see where it's going. Doom perhaps is the only thing that I'm unsure about because I have seen way too many Dooms fail recently.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that win rate because I'm pretty sure it is very abysmal.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with my boy Quinn in this game.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
going
you're
with
in
Gavin. I think that their draft is pretty solid. I expect him to do well in lanes, and then Quinn is going to snowball.
All right, are you going to panel curse that sheep and you're
No,
going to
I'm gonna be contrary to everyone else. Of
Hell
course,
yeah.
this is easy for Tundra.
The Tundra special they're going to pull out, you reckon?
Of course, they have. They got Skitter CK. His classic is his best hero.
Yeah, there we go. Yep.
He's gonna own his lane. He's gonna split the map. He's gonna cause problems. Nine's gonna use his ult to start a fight. Everyone's gonna be half health, and then they're gonna scatter.
No,
to
he's
the winds.
he's gonna use his ult at the end. He's gonna get a massive triple kill, and he's just gonna dominate everywhere.
For real, yep.
Yep, great. For real, for real. Well, let's see if that's how it's gonna play out. It's Gaming Gladiators up against Tundra. Game 1 with Peacock and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming in, game 1, new series, new teams, new drafts, and a lot of new heroes from the last series. And got ourselves Zeus, got ourselves CK. We've got Puck as well. What are you looking at? What's really standing out to you?
To me, this Doom, man, I lost the faith in this hero a long time ago when DPC started. We started with the Chinese DPC. The hero was sitting at 1 and 6. I'm like, this is just not working out. And I checked the win rate overall, like all the regions combined, sitting at 38% win rate, which is kind of meh. I feel like the problem with the hero is like you want to hit the late game timing, but most of the time once you go to that mid game, you already are kind of losing the game, and we've seen like teams just getting better at playing against this Doom overall. So I want to see like how this one's gonna go. On the other side, 33 on Tidehunter. I don't think I've seen a Tidehunter who does as much. Maybe Ace on the other side is the one, but he manages to stay on top of the net worth with this hero. 9 with the Zeus last pick. Definitely didn't expect this one, but providing vision for rest of the team. And it's also like long distance poke. Zeus, Hoodwink, and the Clockwork, you can easily get a kill from a distance. Like, you only need to commit with the hook shot pretty much. But it's a lot of spam from distance, definitely.
And so the odds are up from esportsbet.io. It's favoring Tundra just a slight bit, and maybe it does feel that way, but you're also up against a Lina lineup. I'm a little worried about how...
Yeah, Lina adds
Tundra
like extra 40% of win probability to your own team. Look at that item build. Lina, Blades of Attack, Quelling Blade, and the Branch. What is this? If someone showed me this like 5 years ago and told me this is what Dota is going to be, I'm like, yeah, you're lying. This is definitely not happening. And then you're getting the shared tangos.
Yeah, that's a lot of regen, hopefully, for Lina. But I see the tangos being queued up. They want to get at least 2 bounty runes, right? Then grab yourself some tangos, hopefully. And then, yeah, there it is. So tangos purchased. They got the bounty runes. They actually end up getting 3 bounty runes.
I just like winning.
To Sox's 1. And we talk about Lina being so strong. We've talked about Doom the other way. I'm so used to seeing Doom's top of the net worth early on, but we just have not seen that from Doom's at all. And
it's a strong lane on paper, this Doom Rubik maxing out the Scorched Earth where you have the damage. But then again, you have CK with the Chaos Strike, so he has some extra sustain there. We've seen a lot of Train Protectors played against that same matchup. A lot of pressure already on the Ratio in the top lane.
Gets given a tango already, and you can see bottom 2 snaking tried to come around Ace and Tofu, but ate a lot of damage for his troubles immediately. And he's sharing a tango as well to Skitter. So right away, you can see the regen being passed off, trying to keep these carries healthy.
This time around, CK will be paired up with melee position 5, so I think this lane for Gaming Gladiators will do much better than if you had a range one. Snaking needs to be careful. Like, he is playing very aggressive here.
Scorched Earth, Fabled hits both heroes, but Ace not chasing. And, well, when he hits that level 2, see what these 2 heroes can do for the combination of the Rubik Doom lane. Could see this maybe getting a little bit shaky for Tundra.
Once Rubik hits level 2 and Doom as well, they definitely have a kill threat. Scorched Earth, again, available. He might even put a point in Infernal Blade if he finds an opening.
So he hits that level 2, snaking, chasing Tofu, who's also level 2.
Does have Boots of Speed, will be able to run away.
Just kind of waiting. He does go to the Devour, so no Infernal Blade. I think maybe it would have come if there was an opportunity to kill just a second ago, but it won't be. As Quinn using that Illusory Orb, jaunting over to the Water Rune, and Nine's going to need to pick up the other one as he has a couple sips left on his bottle. How do you feel about this matchup? Right now, even, 11 and, well, now 2-1 on the denies, but should be a fun one, right?
Yeah, very fun one. Farm Fest, Zeus pushes out the wave, Puck does the same thing, both of them pick up the runes. I don't think anyone's gonna die here unless there's gonna be a rotation. Like, even with a rotation, they are gonna have a difficult time. Maybe Zeus more of a kill threat once the Rubik comes to the mid lane with the coil lift, snap the coil, extra stun duration. I don't see Celery moving as a position 5-3 in here. His job is to secure Lina's lane. And so far, he's been doing an okay job. Lina sitting at 8-4, a lot of denies, but not that much in terms of CS.
Yeah, so 8-4, Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, the standard Lina build that we've been seeing. And even if you get a couple of kills early on Lina, it does feel like that there's always a way to come back with this hero.
They found the most cost-efficient build on Lina. It took us like 3 weeks of DPC and also a week coming into a DPC to figure this out, and now we perfected it. And that's why we have it every single game. That's why people enjoy it.
That's why it's the most enjoyable hero in the DPC, right?
There has to be one guy out there that has like Lina Enjoyer like Lina build Enjoyer or like currently, you know,
On Twitch chat.
the Enjoyer has been very popular as the nickname. And in the high-level pubs, everyone has like something Enjoyer.
Yeah, so Lina Enjoyer enjoying their Lina top of the meta presence. And maybe when there is a patch that might change. This hero continually being the just most contested hero banned or picked, it feels like, every single game. Saxa swipes a water rune, and the other one bottled by 9. Celery just hitting away at 33, has that leech seed, and now they've kind of cornered this tide. LSA lands, and now 33 body blocked here by Celery. The Bushwhack's not in time, so first blood for Dyrachyo.
Yeah, nice opening. They understand that Saxa is going to go for 4-minute water rune, and they start to play aggressive. Celery closes the distance with the leech seed. And Tidehunter tries to dodge LSA, but not successfully. He even had a Boots of Speed there, but maybe if he had a point in Kraken Shell, would have lived there. So
Telekinesis. Skitter now getting body blocked. Good job by Tofu, but good cogs from Snaking to make sure that Skitter is able to walk away. I say that, but Tofu, Fade Bolt in 3. Not going to be there in time.
Doom found the perfect creep. The Chain Lightning.
Yeah, that's not fun to deal with.
It's a lot of spam, and he also does have Arcane Boots already. So Doom having a really good start, which I really like. I haven't seen Doom's been off to this good of a start for a long time. So have extra mana regeneration with that mana boots, and the constant spam. Fade Bolt plus Chain Lightning keep them low.
Yeah, they're gonna do just that. And now it looks as though Snaking is gonna die here to Tofu with a Fade Bolt. So they're aggressive in this bottom lane, and for right now, Doom is top of the net worth, something that has been a rare sight for Dooms in the DPC.
2k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators. You see this constant spam. Chain Lightning, Fade Bolt, Skeeter's not having a good time.
And Rift's in for a CS, but that might be too far. Skitter burned out thanks to the Infernal Blade. And this is all Gaming Gladiators thus far. Snake King. He's trying to disrupt Quinn's mid lane presence. And Saxa, he's also over here, level 6 for Quinn, so he can drop the Dream Coil. Celery here, Acorn Shot bouncing around, Illusory Orb to get the kill on a Saxa. 4-0
Celery
for Gaming Gladiators.
11 Magic 1 charges. 9 needs to go back. Full mana. Now that he has Thunder Gods available, let's see if they can play more aggressive on the side lanes. But so far, Gaming Gladiators very good at the rotations. We haven't seen them playing, like they're playing around Quinn, but haven't managed to secure the rune for him. So a bit low in mana department. Does have that bounty rune near his outpost to pick it up.
So top lane, Saxa 33 looking over at Celery for just a moment, but he's going for those boots. He's doing what he can, moving around. Dyrachyo feels kind of safe to just be here by himself for the moment. This is, you know, with the Lina lineup, and when Lina can farm so quick and kind of put the pressure on, the perfect spot for them. So, looking at Doom, by the way, his win rate, picked 42 times all regions, 38%.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Just reminding you and the viewers at home, like, how rare this feels like it is for Doom, right? Like, we don't see this anymore.
It's very slow, but this time around he had much better laning stage where he picked up that Chain Lightning creep, mana boots available, going into Hand of Midas.
Acorn Shot, 33. I don't have level 6 yet in Dyrachyo, so he doesn't have the Laguna Blade to get that burst damage, but 33 is going to go all the way up and eventually maybe try to bore Gaming Gladiators out of this chase, but we'll see.
At one point, you gotta stop.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, you could chase me or get creeps, and they chose creeps. Bushwhack not landing on that one. Odd little throw there. It looked like maybe it should have hit. Now I'm gonna get that bottle again. He is getting these power runes for now. Only the second one, and he's got that haste. We'll see if he makes a move with it, having that Thunder God's Wrath. And we'll have that full bottle with the Arcane Boot, so potentially could look to go after a side lane, but they don't look too easy to kill for Gaming Gladiators or on their end.
Yeah. 33 underneath the ward. He can't really lane, so he came into enemy jungle, wants to steal some stacks. Let's see if there's going to be potentially a rotation. Seems like Gaming Gladiators will let this one go. Celery, 2 points in lead sheet. We'll try to punch back, but needs to be aware of Zeus ulti.
Bottom lane, Snake King. Now they've got the Reality Rift. Bushwhack, Thunder God's Wrath. There goes Ace. They get the kill into 33, though. That's a kill for Quinn, so they end up trading off laners. As 9 gets a kill there, and both mids getting something. But 4K lead for Gaming Gladiators, and it's not just the Doom Devour bonus. It's also the fact that Quinn's having a great start.
Yeah, he also just got a kill on Tidehunter. 33 being very greedy, invading the enemy jungle, sitting underneath that ward that we pointed out near the outpost. One thing I noticed about 33 is he picks up this Blightstone on Tidehunter, not as his first item, but he uses that as a farming tool, because it does apply it with the Anchor Smash, and then whether farming the enemy jungle, whether he's farming the triangle, this helps out. Like, the Tundra is all about the efficiency.
So we're just trying to use that to farm. We'll see when he can get to level 6, because Doom already almost level 7. Like, the difference is pretty significant in the moment in terms of the experience in the offlaners.
Well,
mid, not so much. Safe lane's just about the same. Dream Coil on 2. Snake King, Cogs, and now they'll get the kill onto this Clockwork. They'll bring over the Doom, and that Chain Lightning starting to be pinged out. It's Quinn. Ooh. Low, but no Thunder God's Wrath for 40 seconds. And now picking up an Arcane Rune.
He's super farmed on Puck. Does have that Arcane Rune that you just mentioned, and the Witchblade level 9.
And Duracio's top of the net worth. He's just about got this Maelstrom. Maelstrom Falcon Blade boots at 11 minutes into the game. And the farm's just going to accelerate from there.
Gladiators are very efficient at also like farming the map. Ace, when he didn't have anything to do, when lane was close to where tower was, he went into the triangle, stacked ancient camps for Lina. So 4K gold lead for Gaming Gladiators now. They want to use this Arcane Rune on Puck. Instant smoke. Tofu, level 7, doesn't have a spell stolen.
Wow, level 7. I mean, Hoodwink's 5, Clockwork's 5. Celery's kind of got top to himself, 2 for the moment, so he's going to be getting soul experience. I see the creeps coming back over, so Skitter, he might be in trouble. Illusory Orb, and...
a bit too deep.
Yeah, that's pretty far.
They placed an Observer Ward, so might play off of that.
If they can find him coming back and sneaking into the jungle, not a bad play. Still didn't use the Arcane Rune, so he's still holding it in the bottle. At least he hasn't used that yet if you're thinking about going into the Dream Coil. And a 3-man smoke from Tundra. They'll head top, but
not
Celery's the only one.
anything.
Yeah, he's the only one there. And he could just get into the trees, and now...
They want Lina, but Clockwork's not level 6. They would definitely want him to have that hook shot. Like, Saksa needs to land a really
Acorn
good
shot.
one. Oh,
Great job with the Quelling Blade. Really well done. Quick fingers on that. And that's going to keep him alive. Quinn, now that Arcane Rune activated.
He heard that Tumbler stoy and decided to prepare himself with the Calling Blade. Ratio, yeah, even keeping Saksa.
They just have not been able to get their hands around these heroes on Gaming Gladiators. Now a 6,000 net worth lead with things being pretty silent on the kill feed. And Boots of Travel almost finished here for Duraccio as Quinn, well, he's got now a double damage in his bottle. He's got this Witchblade and now 33. Need a bit of damage, nothing too crazy at the moment. Celery not able to get there in time. Not they. It doesn't feel like they'd get that kill by themselves. So what do you do if you're Tundra? Are you just trying to buy time?
It seems like this is what Tundra does whenever they are playing from behind. But I don't know how much time they can buy. You are playing into Lina. You can already feel the difference. She's 2k gold ahead of this CK, and things are not going to get easier. You also have Doom on Midas on Doom, and also 3 points in Devour. So it's going to keep increasing the gold lead, that is.
Double damage, committed, Illusory Orb. 33, just kind of backing up in between the Tier 1, Tier 2, and would only have Skitter over to the side for some help. Bottom lane, Ace Ooh, charge up the Doom for a second. They'll go for the Sharpshooter. They get the kill, the hook shot to follow it up. It's Sharpshooter and hook. Now the Thunder God's Wrath all thrown to get this kill on Ace. It's a kill to slow down the Doom, and not the worst to use all that, but I think Doom back up. He might even just look to fight with the rest of the team.
It's a lot of commitment. Like, they need, like, in terms of damage, Tundra is limited right now. Saxa lands a bushwhack. Snaking is there with the battery assault.
Telekinesis throwing him down, but doesn't hit Saxa, so they will have 9 with the Heavenly Jump as well as the Lightning Bolt Arc Lightning combo to get another kill there, and giving Gladiators all of a sudden hemorrhage 2 kills. So getting Tofu and starting to get themselves back towards an even game, as that took 2K off the net worth advantage, but Quinn just comes in and finds a squirrel. Kills off Saxa.
Racho will land a stun. There is an overgrowth.
They use it. They'll look for the Ravage, but the damage is out. They may trade on Celery, but that's Ravage used for just the 5-position Treant Protector.
Good was available. Maybe if he popped it slightly earlier on Tidehunter, would have lived, soak up some damage from that Laguna Blade. Quinn has been all over the place. Like, he's been heavy involved, moving around the map, level 18, going into Blink Dagger next. They have very limited amount of stuns. Like, they don't have that instant stun that Puck is going to be afraid of. Most of these things he can't dodge, so they need to land like a hook shot into Bushwhack or a CK stun, which is not that easy to execute. And we'll see what the items are going to be built on Rubik. For now, just holding a Fluffy Hat, probably going to be a 4-staff, considering that you are playing against the Clockwork, so pushing people out of the trouble.
Quinn running a Illusory Orb over, maybe trying to snipe some creeps there that were left in that camp, but already cleaned up there by 9. He's still playing really aggressive. He's got this Blink Dagger on the Courier that's about to be delivered, but 3 heroes now here. No Ravage to worry about. But they do have Hook Shot, Phase Shift, avoiding the Bushwhack. Acorn Shot's not going to land, neither with a Hook Shot. Now they've got the Blink to turn this around with the Dream Coil.
This is what we just mentioned. Like, very difficult to catch Quinn. If this type of lineup, if you misuse your abilities, it's a bit more difficult to execute. Celery, ooh, Zeus ulti available, but he didn't pop it.
There it is. Finally gets it. As Lena shows up, Duraccio LSA that only lands out of the Clockwork. 2-second stun with a battery assault. Now they get 2.
Question mark?
That's
questionable, definitely. Coming in, like, this is a super farmed Lena, level 13.
Well, what did you expect?
Just gave it right on over, and
Saxa's like, hell yeah, I'll get that 400 gold from it.
Sure. Tofu. Let's see. Does he go Blink Dagger? He's got the Fluffy Hat. He could finish off the 4-staff. Let's see. He's also looking for a Blink Dagger because he just finished off his BKB. This is a timing that maybe Gaming Gladiators can work with. Just can't go around feeding away your top farmed hero like that.
No. Next fight, Tundra will be ready. You have Pipe finished on Tidehunter. Ravage is available. Zeus going into Kaya Sanj next. Did pick up the shard for himself. Pretty standard build until like Kaya. Then you see some variations where people do go for an E-Blade if it's a good game for it.
Top lane, Snake King, Cogs, and Telekinesis. So Ace gets another kill there, and they've got Ravage, but let's see if Tundra can even do anything with this at the moment. If they're going to smoke up. Maybe they're waiting for Skitter to get that BKB, but that is a little far away. Gotta wonder how long until the floodgates really open for Gaming Gladiators, if they could start to put it together a little bit better.
It's gonna... I think for Tundra, they can take a fight. Would definitely want to have BKB available on CK. On the other side, Baracha is going to hit slightly better timing than a CK. Will have that BKB available in the next minute and a half or 2, depending how much farm he gets. For now, just farming in a triangle. Hook shot lands. This time he gets him.
Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, and that'll get the kill. Quinn caught. Another kill given over by Gaming Gladiators. This was a 6-1 game, and all of a sudden, these 6 kills for Tundra to the 3 of Gaming Gladiators has gotten them a lot around the map, it feels like.
two supports on Tundra playing together, setting things up. They know that this hook shot needs to land. What does Tofu get? Arc Lightning.
Bushwhack. Landing again, and nobody here yet to follow that up. They're actually going to head over towards their own jungle. Are you looking to smoke? They do have one on Snake King.
No hook shot for 20 seconds. Definitely need that to be able to execute a gank. Juice ulti this time available, level 2 ulti, so 425 damage with the spell lamp. Gonna be quite a lot. 2 BKBs on Gaming Gladiators. I want to see them smoke once Lina picks one up to be able to like get stuff done. If Lina survives plus 3 in Protector, you have enough sustain and damage to kill Roshan afterwards. 33 is low on mana. He's not showing, so they don't know about that, but he popped all of his mangoes and mana boots. He's like, yeah, I want to be fight ready.
Yeah, he's looking to get a Blink Dagger. The one that was being built here for Ace has just been picked up, so he's got Blink BKB, full 9-second duration, and like you said, Dyrachyo is getting close to his BKB, has the recipe shipping out, so that'll be same day, and well, let's see if they smoke off that. They are already smoked on 3. Dyrachyo just going up towards top, so let's see if they can find anything.
BKB flying to him. We'll get it delivered right now.
Yeah, finds Saksa. 33. Ooh, not going to phase shift over. Looking for the Doom, but gets into the trees. So 33. Now doomed up. Snake King hook shot lands on a Tofu. There's the LSA. It's going to land onto this Tide. He's trying to run over Growth. All right, that hits Clockwork. Not exactly what they wanted. The Dream Coil on the backlines. Quinn, though,
can he
he's
deny
really
him?
low. They'll get that kill on a 33, but Quinn needs to be careful with the damage coming in from 9. They take out this Zeus. Tofu falls to Skitter, and they keep Quinn alive. So 4 heroes survive on Gaming Gladiators while they take out 4 on Tundra.
First 2 usage of the BKB for Gaming Gladiators. Right there, team fight, exactly what you want to have. And you see the power of Doom against the Tide Hunter. He can't really defend himself. It was maybe if hookshot lands on Lina, Tide manages to get away, but Quinn was diving in really deep. He wanted to get that kill. And the power of Boots of Travel, Dyrachyo TP's bottom, falls back to a triangle, and you can see the difference now. Like, I'm really surprised how much Skitter is managing to keep up with the Lina, considering that he lost the tower early on. He didn't have the best laning stage.
Yeah, it seems like Dyrachyo is just like, should be much more ahead, and it really shows the farming prowess of Skitter and what they've been able to accomplish on Tundra to keep this close.
Tundra wants to take a fight right now because they know that Doom is down.
Quinn, phase shift, blink, and thrown in a loser orb to walk away. Hook shot lands, and the Cogs will push into a bushwhack. So a nice little combo there for Tundra to grab Celery.
Tundra very limited when it comes down to tower damage. I've seen a game where 33 was sieging with Blightstone and Dragon Scale, exactly the same thing he has on a Tide Hunter, but this time he's going to be much more afraid. Let's see how they approach this one. Doom on cooldown for 40 seconds.
Illusory Orb, and that hits a couple. Roche only down to about 66% health.
There's no Guardian Greaves, and they can't take
Dream
this
Coil.
fight. Like, there's not enough sustain.
Snapping on the Tide, but now Dream Coil is down.
Indeed.
Yeah, very. Illusory Orb, Waning Rift, Fade Bolt, Snake King. That's a little bit too far.
Didn't even pick up the Illusion Rune. If he would, I would say worth it.
Sure. Of pure value Illusion Rune.
Trying to stay
All right.
positive. Look at Saksa being sneaky.
Just in the trees and hoping to grab a chance at killing Quinn again. But Blink, War Stop, Doom, used with the BKB coming through, so they're going to chase for more. They've got the Laguna Blade. They'll have the damage to get the kill here on a 33. Telekinesis on a Saksa, not sneaky enough. That is a stolen bushwhack from Tofu to lock down Saksa and help get Dyrachyo the kill.
This should be a Roche for them. I love that they glyph the creep so Dyrachyo can TP on it, just in case that they don't kill it immediately. It's a good bait. Yeah, you guys should try it if you have glyph available.
So now in a Roche, got a Shadow Blade coming through for Dyrachyo as well. And they're just trying to block this Clockwork from getting a hook shot steal. And they have done just that.
There's this pattern that I noticed. You lose to Lina, you ban Lina next game. Let's see if that's going to happen. We still don't know who's going to win this one, but Gaming Gladiators looking pretty good in this one. Celery gets the kill. GK does have a BKB available, but Stolen Bushwhack into Stolen Stun.
Yeah, Telekinesis, 3 seconds, stun forever. Overgrowth comes in with a Thunder God's Wrath. They get the kill there on a Celery, but they'll end up losing Saxa. 33 over to the side, does have Ravage, but they're fighting Dyrachyo, who's working with an Aegis, and I don't know if they want to waste the Ravage for just 1 kill onto the Lina.
Losing 2 supports, trading it for only 1. Yeah, the limited lockdown on their side. Kind of like the instant stun, at least, to be able to catch the puck, jump this Doom. Doom has been getting a lot of farm. You know, we have not been impressed by the Doom performances so far in the DPC, but this one on Ace has been really good so far. Level 15, has almost full Octarine core, lowering the cooldown on his abilities, and also, like, you want to get to that level 20. Minus 35.
Oh, just on the edge. Doom. Snake King, Cogs, BKB, so now they'll run the other way, but the LSA, look at the right-click damage. It's just so easy for Dyrachyo to turn it with the BKB. Perfectly done. Good help there from Tofu, too.
It's only level 1 hook shot, so maybe if he had, like, another one, extra 0.25 to get a bit more on top of him, push him with the Cogs.
Ace now. They might have gotten it with the extra 0.25, but they also had Tofu there, right? Like,
Tofu was there with Lens and Force Staff. Like, the cast range of the items is pretty ridiculous from Rubik.
So 3 minutes left on the Aegis still, as they couldn't get it to be used there by Dyrachyo, and 14%. Feel like maybe a little bit higher than I would have thought from Dota Plus.
There's still a way to come back into the game. Like, we see this Chaos Knight with the Mage Slayer. He wants to have level 20 talent on CK. Still needs a couple of minutes, but that Reality Rift that goes through Magic Immunity to pull Lina during the BKB could be pretty big. And they also want to have Zeus with the Aghanim Scepter very close to it. Even though I don't think there's going to be that much of value, considering all the attack speed that Lina has. She kills that Nimby in a second.
Yeah, I don't really know how long it's going to last and who you're really using it to hit. Feels as though maybe it's 4,200 gold that could be better used elsewhere. Dyrachyo's going to take a tier 2 over bottom while they're lurking on tier 1 top. And that is not exactly the best trade. They're also pushing in the tier 2 mid. They're going to smoke on both teams with a double damage in the top end of the river. Maybe they can fight with this.
Still there for a minute. He's trying to bait it. Oh, I think Snaking was thinking about it with the hook shot.
Hook shot hits Ace. Telekinesis. They've got a 2-second stun. They'll get the kill on a Snaking. Now they'll look and drop the Dream Coil down on an Illusion as well as 33. But he'll throw out the Ravage as he gets doomed. Thunder God's Wrath. The damage out. They get the kill on Ace. They'll end up taking up the Doom. Dyrachyo, though, still moving forward. A 4-second stun as well as the Doom on a 33. They've got the Overgrowth to lock him down. So that is another kill here for Gaming Gladiators as they get hit by a Bushwhack as well as a Acorn shot, but not really doing anything to follow that up.
This is a bit unlucky for Gaming Gladiators. Doom blinks in, hands up already, ready to cast that Doom, and like gets Ravage mid-cast. So still, damage has been done. They took out 2 heroes. Snaking doesn't have a defensive item, so that's a bit of a bummer for him. He goes in, and he's dead. Like, he can't get out of the trouble.
2-second stun from Tofu, and the damage there from the stolen Chaos Bolt.
Now has Heavenly Jump, so Tofu can initiate with the Force Staff Heavenly Jump into Telekinesis from far distance.
Yeah.
If necessary.
Which it doesn't feel like it really is, right? Like, you've also got the Tree Protector that's been going in the face, the Illusory Orbs into the Dream Coils to start. Doom's got his Blink. He's been starting off a couple of these fights. They're looking. Saxa, Skitter. And Acorn shot. Saxa hiding. And there's the Dream Coil. So they'll find this Hoodwink as they use that War Stomp, get some extra control, and get a kill again. That time for Tofu once more. 5-1 and 11 for Quinn. 4-2 and 10 for Tofu. Basically both cores. Yeah, with those KDAs.
Gaming Gladiators, they have really good vision. They see the whole triangle, 2 observer wards. and one behind the tier 1 tower on a mid lane, tier 2 tower on a mid lane, sorry. So they see the movement from Tundra.
Tundra's just trying to like move around the map and find anywhere to farm. It just, you could see that for a long time Skitter was able to keep up with the Lina, but with how much Gaming Gladiators has pressured their map presence, he's not able to find nearly as much. Like, he has fallen behind now 5,000.
Middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's like they did lose 2 fights in a row, and
they're gonna find him again. They've doomed him up. So what do you do? Except for really just trying to right-click your way to something, but eventually you're just gonna die. So they get Skitter, and he's dead for 50 seconds. No buyback, with Lina even threatening to go to the high ground if he gets a little bit of help. They now find 33. They've got the silence thanks to the Waning Rift. Socks over to the side, Dyrachyo in. Bushwhack doesn't hit with the BKBB. Popped here by Dyrachyo. And now they'll look towards the rest as they find Snake King. But there's the Laguna Blade and another kill here for Gaming Gladiators.
Dyrachyo having pretty much a perfect game other than that one death where he TP'd top died. But yeah, his farm is pretty nuts. 21,000, has that silver edge, so breaking the Tidehunter and then focusing him down is going to be super easy. You can see this Doom level 18, now getting closer to level 20 and the full Shiva's Guard.
22,000 net worth lead here. When Gaming Gladiators get their hands on this this next Roche, if they can, it feels like that'll be what they use to just finish the game off. Psychic Headband found there by the Lina, and that'll be taken by Tofu, so even more cast range.
Even more cast range. You can push people with it. You can snap the coil. There's some good usage to it. Tundra, gonna smoke. Try to make something happen. Next Roche could respawn in 40 seconds. They do have Ravage, and look at the itemization on Tidehunter. Wants to get that Hex. They feel like they need that instant initiation to kill Puck. As soon as Puck sees one, like sees a Hex, or if he dies once, he's going to queue up A on disc, and then he's going to be okay.
Lands on a Tofu. Thundergod's trying to get the vision. They go to the Ravage. That's going to land on a 2. They've got the Nimbus down, but they've got the Doom on a Skitter. So Skitter, he's already running away, but the Overgrowth, they got the kill on a 33. They're going to look for more, though. Finish off Snake King as well as this CK. They'll find the Zeus. Silenced. Hit with the Infernal Blade. Dominating here for Tofu. Nobody dies on Gaming Gladiators. 4-0 in their favor.
Yeah, they just don't have enough damage with Gaming Gladiators way too far at the moment. They won't find Squirrel as well. Get the full team wipe. Something about Lina games is they're not close. Like, they do feel close until Lina hits her timings. You lose one fight, you lose another, she gets Aegis. The game feels out of your control so quickly.
Yeah, it just takes a big jump after one. Yeah, they'll call GG. So Gaming Gladiators, they'll take game 1 over Tundra in what is developing to be a big Friday with these results. So Gaming Gladiators, if they win the series, things are really going to shake up for a lot of teams coming into potential tiebreaker situations.
Yeah, and I'm really glad my boy Doom got the W here.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I lost all my trust, but this time around they played the lane really well. Autumn, and also securing all the free farm in the lane for Lina. Celery Treant, he's been playing this hero before it was cool. Before this hero was, not gonna call it OP, but he's definitely strong, like one of the strongest position 5s right now, even 4s. But he was playing it before the others were picking it, like when the Gaming Gladiators, what was their the Viking team? Yeah, Viking GG team was formed. He was the one spamming it, but very clean execution from Gaming Gladiators in game number 1.
Yeah, with Lina, it feels like you said, you hit that point where it's just like, all right, cool. We want to fight. Now we're going to break ahead by about 12,000 net worth. And
I think you need to ban it. Like, this is what happens. You lose one game to Lina, you ban it, you go next, then you lose to Ricky, you ban Ricky again. But we'll see how it's going to go.
Yeah, so hopefully in game 2 we see no Lina and a closer game. But game 1 goes to Gaming Gladiators over Tundra. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Send it back to you guys. Take it away.
Yeah, that Lina, sometimes we try and huff the copium that, you know, teams let through the Lina because they have a game plan. Tundra might have, but Lizard, nothing was coming true for them.
Yeah, you have a plan until...
And it falls apart
until
by
she
minute
gets,
10.
Exactly. She gets one item, the Maelstrom, suddenly Okay, guys, we're gonna shut her down now, right? Right, guys?
We'll do it in 5 minutes, right?
We'll do it in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, you're 10k.
And then you're like, another 5 minutes, another 5 minutes.
It wasn't only the Lina, though. They're safely in... Oof, it kind of went badly. They did recover a little bit afterwards, but the lane itself was just terrible. CK plus Clockwork, they just didn't work against Rubik. And Doom, they got Arkins early on. Fade Bolt into Zap, Fade Bolt into Zap from the creep. What's the name? Chain Lightning, I guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, once they get that creep in the bot lane, they buy Mangoes, Arcane Boots, as you said. Now that lane is over, because they have 2 melees. They can't really win top lane, and then it's all up to 9 on a Zeus, and, well, it's a bit too hard for you alone to do that.
It is pretty hard, yeah. All 3 cores came out ahead on net worth on the side of Gaimin, and I think they started to give away kills a little bit towards Tundra, but I think that was off the back of the fact that they were trying to hit a timing of Blinks and BKB on Doom, and that's when they wanted to start rolling, and we saw that at 20 minutes when they achieved that. They instantly run a Tundra, kill at least 4 heroes, and every single fight from there went the way of Gaming Gladiators. So it was just trying to reach that timing that gave a little bit of space to Tundra, but they weren't really able to capitalize on it due to how badly the lanes went.
Yeah, speaking of timings, as this game progressed, it definitely had 2 main question marks for Tundra, and it was who was supposed to be their objective taker in this lineup, but also where were their either power spikings or item timings that were to give them the advantage. Let's say lanes didn't go as rough, right? What was that vision supposed to be?
I mean, I think if the lanes go better, like, they're always going to have like some kill thread with you have Clockwork jumping in, with Zeus following, eventually Skeeter gets a Blink Dagger and you get there. Right. But when your lanes go this poorly, it really gets very hard, and you could see it in their gameplay too, where they're just trying to drag out the game for them to get like another initiation option, so it's not just snaking. But even then, like, their power spikes were eventually Skeeter getting a blink and trying to take a good fight off the back of that, but it's just too late.
Yeah, I don't see it as well. Like, it's even if it did go well, for me, I'm just not sold on the CK. I think it's something that Skitter played a long time ago. It's completely in his comfort zone, and that he's calling for it because of that reason right now. It does bring you closer to the Lina because of the Reality Rift, but you still have to get that Blink Dagger to get close enough to fire your stuns off, to fire that Reality Rift. And we have seen a fight or two in which Clockwork goes on the Lina, controls her long enough, but it's still not long enough for CK to follow up with his stun.
We've, again, put on that blanket ban, no Lina MVP, so who are you guys going to give it to on the side of Gaming Gladiators? Are you going to do a support this time? Is it still Quinn on that puck or Ace, bringing up the win rate for Doom?
I got Ace.
Yeah? You going for the Doom?
He won with Doom, so...
Yeah, by the way, the win rate on Doom for all regions is 38%, and in Western Europe, it's 20%.
Congratulations.
He did it.
Yeah. That's why I threw up in the draft before I realized that it was actually an okay pick.
All right, so we're going to go with Doom. We're going to go with Ace there for MVP. What about this Doom that worked really well for this lineup? That you're like, yeah, he deserves it. He deserves this recognition.
He won with Doom.
I mean, okay, outside that. I do agree with that, but outside of that.
Besides that, the laning stage itself went really, really damn well for them.
Yep.
He had a couple of decent Dooms on the Tidehunter. That's it.
They were great. No, he just played to his timings really well. Like, in lane, he got that Harpy creep and dominated with it. He farmed his BKB in a very decent time. He got his Blink Dagger. As soon as he got his Blink Dagger, he began to just play the tempo of his team for them, led the way. He got his Doom every single time on the right target that he wanted to. Like, he was always in position, always doing well, always got his BKB off. Just in general, he just led the way for his team to just take any fight they wanted.
Yeah, I think like he was very decisive, as Sheep is saying. Like, from the laning stage already, I think they knew exactly once they had the Harpy creep what they want to do. They like kind of rolled it back a little bit to wait for the next timings. He always got the right Dooms off. I mean, he played, sure he has 3 deaths, but I think he played a near flawless game.
Something a little bit uncharacteristic about the series was seeing Tundra GG out. I know it sounds strange to say, but almost always we see Tundra wait until its tier 4 is being taken or even throne being hit. But this time around, they did GG out as soon as that high ground push started. And it does beg the question, how are they going to reset from not seeing a potential way out in this game, number one, and sort of being dominated by Gaming Gladiators?
I feel like you're 30k behind with a draft that's playing into Alina, a draft that doesn't realistically have a way back, so you just GG out.
You just chalk it up to the Lina and you go, let's...
You don't necessarily, because I think their draft was lacking certain things too.
Okay.
But when you reach that point, you kind of see how far behind you are. Obviously, they don't see that they're 30k behind.
Yeah.
But they do realize that there's
feel it.
an item or two extra on every enemy hero, so yeah.
And they took that fight where they used everything, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame them for, I don't blame them for GGing out there. It just means that they didn't see the way back into the game. I don't blame them. I don't see it either. So I think for the next game, swap it up. Maybe you get a different pick order, and I think that's enough.
All right, well, let's see how game number 2 does shape up. It'll be happening right after this break. Welcome back. It's our second game of our second series. Tundra up against Gaming Gladiators here. Gaming Gladiators took game number 1. They had the Lina in their back pocket. They boosted the win rate of Doom as well. And in game 2, it's going to be the same pick order for draft. Tundra have a second. Is Lina getting through?
No.
No.
Can you already see?
Yes.
Oh, you cheater.
I can... Never mind.
Yeah, no, go.
You can guarantee it's not going to.
The people can't see it yet, but the pick order is reversed from what we just said.
Oh, okay. We were told it was second, but it's not. Tundra get first pick.
And they still
That is my bad. I lied.
Good job on their part anyway, I think, to ban the Lina. I haven't really seen them play it. I know Skeeter has pubbed it, but...
And this is all... We're just seeing this into the future, right?
Yeah.
Like, we don't actually see this.
Using my brain. Oh, yeah. Ricky is banned.
Yep.
Wow.
Do
That's all I could see.
You ban the Brood.
Do you see anything else? Like a Brood ban?
Is a Brood also
I think
banned?
I see it.
Or Tusk. What would you rather ban? Tusk or Brood?
Brood.
Yep, good work.
Ding, ding, ding. Whoa, this guy.
He got all 4 bans. All right, how does Tundra open then? With Tusk. No.
Could be Tusk, sure.
Rubik. Damn it. I was too slow.
Well, there's Tusk for GG.
IO
Never
Lash.
mind, IO Lash.
Yes! Another special game in Gladiator strategy!
Quinn's ready. He's just sitting back in his chair now. He's like, all right.
It's like, I'm done.
Yep.
You guys figure out the rest.
I have no input here.
How did they lose with this? What was it? Pudge plus Kanka on the mid lane? There was something like that that worked really well against Lash.
It's not true. They've never lost.
Yeah, I refuse to believe he would
A
ever lose
different
on
team
Lash.
lost with Lash to that, but...
They lost with Lesh, but they didn't have Io in that game.
Aghanims on Pudge would solve that as well, so
They won.
definitely a decent option.
I mean, Tundra must have known that this is coming. It's like one of the strongest openings that Gaimin have. So I would like to see their response here, like how they think of, how they want to answer it. There's like some bad rider types where I don't think 9 plays it that much. He does play it. It kind of breaks the Lash IO sometimes, or you have the lineups that don't allow you to heal with some AA later down the line. So they're just going to do it with a summon hero. Okay.
Yeah. I feel like 9 is definitely one of those players that, he can dig deep and find the right hero to pick against Io and Lash, like, just because of the variety of heroes that he plays. So I'm sure we are in for a treat. I'm not sure exactly what it will be, but I have faith in Tundra to answer this.
After last game, you have faith in them to beat
Oh
one
no,
of Gaimin's best strategies?
Look, after last game, I'm
Look.
sure it can't
Look.
look. It can't get any worse.
Also, I do have to ask, why Beast? Why close the phase out with Beastmaster? What does he add to it?
Well, so I think it's one of their best heroes. The only other good reason I can give you is that Lash kind of hates to run into summons. He gets slow. There's a roar. I do think that Io kind of heavily counterplays this. I've mentioned it before. Beast is a hero that kind of lacks damage. Whereas if you already play against a tanky hero who's also going to get buffed up by an Io, I think it kind of changes this matchup quite a bit. So I think that gaming gladiators don't care too much about this Beast pick.
Yeah,
And Tundra actually banned out the Pudge.
The good Pudge.
The good Pudge.
The Duraccio Pudge.
Yeah.
They really like that hero, and it would have been really nice against the Beast. It's the first thing I thought of.
I felt like maybe even for Tundra it would have been good. But okay, gaming gladiators, they ban out the AAA. When's the last time we saw this hero? Like, even with the IO being picked up recently, I don't think that I've seen AA. It's like that fixed idea that you have something similar to the Oracle that we've seen recently. What was Oracle picked into? Darkseer. And then you realize, yeah, but now I have an Oracle on my team and it absolutely does nothing.
If you have enough setup, it can work. I think going back to the Beast pick, I think gaming realizing that they need like this super heavy damage hero or the one that helps Beast to actually get kills, I think it does make sense.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a hard hero to run, that's for sure.
Yeah, they ban out the sniper on the other side.
Oh, I was thinking, I thought Tundra might take Sniper themselves in place of the Beastmaster. Just that was something that Secret did. They lost, but it's still like a good hero. It wins mid against the Leshrac, and that's kind of a huge thing you can already ask for to start a game against a Lesh, especially Quinn's. But I like the Beast on Tundra just because the way they play with it is whether the lane goes well or not, he's very good at recovering, especially when he hits his helm timing, and just being able to like push lanes in and be active and farm up and then recover. And they'll go like potentially an Ether Lens build just to be able to roll from range and not always have to really get in there.
As long as he doesn't have to go to the jungle at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it could, yeah.
Hopefully we won't see that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that repeat.
What's up with all the carries getting out? Like, we are seeing 4 carries banned out so far.
Well, Quinn's got his hero, so...
So you don't have
So now you just ban out the Duraccio.
Okay.
I do think that you protect Beast the nicest by banning carries. And with Lash, it's some mid heroes, but it's also very heavy on like the semi-carry pool that do counter you. So it makes
fast
sense.
though, like instant task pick. Is for gaming one hero that I see that's still left in the pool, perhaps not Duraccio style or gaming gladiator style, but Naga, still around into the Beast.
Yeah.
That can work for them.
Nothing really that she sets up with the sleep, but definitely one of those hard carries that also lanes well into the Beast, so might be an option.
We have seen Duraccio play it before. I think it was only once off the top of my head. So it is in their wheelhouse to an extent.
Yeah. For Tundra, what are we looking at here? Second support most likely?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking more ways to stop the Lesh because they're going to play very independently of the rest of their team, at least when I've seen. Leshes with IOs, it's very much like we're running around making chaos, and then the rest of our team is like farming or playing together, and we will reload in. So I feel like just having more like low cooldown stuns to punish that overextension or nuke damage to punish that when they're isolated would be nice.
What are the old school counters to this combo? To IO, you had Witch Doctor, probably not the best one at the moment.
Disruptor.
Disruptor as well, that's the second one.
Heroes that buy Vessel can work. It's not like specific heroes, but just the ones that enjoy buying it.
Yeah.
Instead they go with the Snap. Okay, just a ton of burst damage, some follow-up with the Beastmaster, with the Rubik. I do like it more. Like, we've seen Snap a couple of times recently, but there was no setup for Mortimer's Kiss. And the Snap that was played by who? BZM? On mid lane? Was it BZM?
Yeah, he played.
Yeah, on
He
the
played
mid
him.
lane, he literally initiates with Mortimer's Kisses. It didn't look great. This
I thought
time
it
around,
looked fine. I thought the kisses were fine, but everything else around it was pretty terrible.
Yeah. He got a few solo
Sure.
kills with the Mortimer's.
He got a load of kills with the kisses.
Because he's too good.
He is.
But if he had the setup, he could also kill the core.
you could win the game.
Wow, what's this? The voice spirit.
What's confusing about it, right? He knows his mid matchup.
Sure.
Is it the fact that it's the Void then?
It's more that it's the voice spirit, I think, yeah. I mean, 9 is great with this hero, sure. And they did pick Snap with it, but it's more like, I think there's other heroes that are also in their pool that could have worked. I wasn't sure whether they would pick a carry or the mid. I just think that this hero comes really down to skill. We haven't seen too many like
What are you
voice
trying to
spirits
say?
right now. Well, I'm not trying to say. I'm just surprised about the pick. I'm not saying he's bad.
I'm just messing with you. Also, we've had 4 games already today, and every draft, Lizard has said Void, and this is the one draft
true,
he
actually.
didn't say Void, and it came
Perfect.
up.
Perfect. I was saving it, actually channeling the energy for this game. But no, Void Spirit for me is one of those that can work if you need a backline catch, if you need just a stable spirit from the mid lane, nothing extraordinary. So it does make sense for Tundra. Gives them that backline as well, gives them the first initiation, follow up with the Beast or the Mortimer's Kisses.
Duracho Lifesteal are going to be
I
coming
love
out.
this. I love
Yeah?
this
You
stuff.
do?
Yeah. I love it.
Ooh,
I mean, there is roar.
Sounds like you don't.
I know. I
Okay.
don't love it.
Okay.
There is roar against you, sure. Like
Yeah.
they have BKB piercing capabilities, but at the same time, it gives you this carry that's very fast paced. Like as a life stealer, you can itemize. Literally in every patch, this hero had 5 different itemizations, and because of that, you can always go and opt for one of those that brings the aggression earlier on. You can collapse on the map. So in that way, I do like it, but Sheep, I'm sure there are like 3 reasons at least why it's bad here.
Let's see if you get to 3.
All right, I've come around. I like it.
You can go with
She had
1.
2 seconds. She had 2 seconds to think about it, and she loves the pick now. Like the Doom all over again.
I mean, the only thing I was thinking was the lane. It doesn't feel that comfortable into Beastmaster, but I was thinking maybe with the IO they would be able to out-sustain the lane, so it's not too much of a problem. He also doesn't have like a very easy vehicle right now, other than the Tusk.
That's 2.
And if you're, there's a third. Oh, this is way too hard.
What if you lose lanes? How easy is it to come back as lifesteal?
It's pretty terrible.
Pretty
Not that
rough.
good.
Yeah, there's the third one.
There's a 4th one. There's a lot of heroes left in the pool that are good against him.
That is true.
The Primal Roar is also great against him because
I mean,
of the
one of the decent things with Nyx is that I think, similarly to the Lesh, I think the IO helps enable it a bit more against the Beast with higher move speed in the lane. Maybe you can rush a Orb of Corrosion because you don't need to like maybe rush a Helm because the IO sustains you. And you have the Infest with Lesh. I think that's something that Gaming Gliders do very well, where I think they had Lesh Slark once before, or just different forms of saves towards one another. So if they don't go on Nyx, he can at least help his teammates out. But I do think that a hero like Terrorblade would make a lot of sense for
Are they
Tundra.
focusing so much on their mid laner that they're pseudo making their position 1 into a position 5? We'll take Slark with the shard. We'll take Lifestealer just to infest the Queen Lash.
I think they see like values for both. I think they're not like all inning it. They must still think Nyx is good, I hope.
I mean, you mentioned the Orb of Corrosion. I actually would like it if they just kept it to a Blightstone.
Sure.
And just going for that Deso.
True.
And then you're able to take Roche really easily with the tag team Deso Lesh, and then you kind of just maul towers together as a unit.
Is this a more 50 Bs band out, or are we going back to some drop band out, sniper band out? What are we seeing here? Like I see Morphling and maybe a Slark.
I mean, all I know for now is that Gaming's bans were on point, which makes it a lot harder for Tundra to pick their hero here. Morph is
not
good
picked at all.
Holy base, it's a Medusa.
Damn, we talked about the Medusa in the
Green room.
Yeah.
We did.
Who mentioned it yesterday as well?
Not me.
Not yesterday.
We didn't
have a
yesterday.
yeah, it's like we didn't have a broadcast
I mean,
yesterday.
all the broadcasts just
merge into one.
merge into one.
By the way, yeah, Medusa here to round out the Tundra lineup. Do you have a little bit more faith in Medusa here for Skitter?
I mean, Dusa is very good against Lesh. It's one of like the very known counters. You stand your ground, your snake is good, you buy Skadi, it makes it hard for Lesh to run in. I do think that Dusa is, again, one of the heroes that is quite easy to be counterpicked. Like, there's lots of heroes that like to play into you. Maybe some Centaurs is pretty good. You're very tanky.
The spirit of Razor
it's
comes
not
back.
it's okay, that's an option.
True.
But how do you guys feel? Maybe not in the lane, but Darkseer here.
Banned.
And sir.
Yep.
And I
There's
did
Darkseer.
No, I would actually
Would've been
genuinely
very good.
enjoy some team fire though, like a Mars as well. It would work for me, just so that you have a way to contain Tundra for Lesh to do all of the damage.
I agree.
Give a blink initiation for the lifestealer, just something like that.
Yeah, I think any heroes that fit the, you can go in, you can buy a blink and help the game. It helps.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be the drafts done and dusted. Do we think it's going to be a game 2 for Gaming Gladiators, a nice 2-0?
I feel like we'll see game 3.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah. I do like the IO Lash. I think they do so much together in every game that I've watched. But at the same time, I feel like Skitter can get to the late game, and it's a Medusa. Like, if you do get to the late game, chances are they're taking this. I don't see Lifestealer outscaling.
So you reckon first Medusa of Western Europe is also going to be a win for Tundra Kazu?
This is a rough one.
In what way?
Well, because I can't really decide. I'm going to go with my gut and say Tundra. I think in this game they have a better way of combining the heroes with Void Spirit, Snap Kisses, and then Skeeter just gets to farm and Beast enables him. So if they get that done, they can do it, but Gaimin have a lot of tempo in their draft.
I think it depends on who gets the jump and who like starts the fights. If Gaimin start with a Ravage before Medusa can ult, I think they can just burst other heroes on her and just kind of ignore her, get a Halberd, and kite her. And I think they are pretty good at invading the jungle as well with this Lesh IO, so I'm feeling pretty good about Gaimin.
Okay, all right. We seem a little bit torn here on the desk, but we'll see what our casters think. It's B Cup in the cast.
Thank you very much. Coming into this game, number 2 should be a fun one. Medusa coming into the mix. Not a hero we see too much of.
Yeah,
right?
definitely didn't expect this hero to show up. It's not a weak hero by any means. It just feels like the meta is like you can't allow to lose the laning stage. Or a lot of these, like compare Lina to Medusa, where Lina is ready to fight 15, 20 minutes into the game.
Right.
Medusa just feels like she needs a half, maybe even a full extra item to be able to contribute as much. Like she's not the hero that just comes to a fight, wins it, and pretty much cleans the game, goes to the tier 3, kills those towers. Just doesn't happen. They decided to go with the Tidehunter as their last pick. I want to see how many Heaven Halberds we're going to see in this game. I think a lot of value from that item. I know that Ace is extremely good at itemizing overall, but we're talking about him playing like the Nature's Prophet when he finds a good Aghanim Scepter game for it, or he decides like, oh, you know what, I need a full Gleipnir immediately to be able to lock them down, because some of these heroes are really bad against the root. And also like Lifestealer, he's also the one that can build it, but looking at the mid-late game matchup, in the mid-game matchup, I think Lifestealer is doing okay, but when it comes down to super late game, Medusa is definitely going to take over, especially because you have a really good front line, you have saves, and you also do have ways to amplify damage from this, like Beastmaster, his creeps. But definitely looking forward to see what Medusa can do. I know that people probably don't expect them to be hyped up about Medusa, but haven't seen her in a long time.
I feel like new heroes kind of produce hype in their own way with this patch, right? We just see so many of the same drafts, so many of the same heroes in and out of games, and just to see Medusa feels kind of nice.
30 seconds to
I wonder if they can get there into the late game, especially if Quinn gets a good start with the way that they can move around, and maybe when they hit these level 6 on these heroes on Gaming Gladiators. I want to say that the pressure might come down on Tundra from Gaimin.
Definitely. It's IO Lash, so they can play extremely fast. You also do have another save for this Lash. It's also Quinn's he has a couple of really good heroes like Ember Spirit, but I think Leshrac is his strongest hero. So expect him to do great things in this game because you have like backup from Io, all the healing, then Infest comes in. So very good way of like snowball. A lot of ways to save him, and this is like classic Lesh build. You rush into a Bloodstone, so even more survivability coming out from this. The lane I'm mostly looking for is this Snap Fire plus a Beastmaster. How much they're going to be able to do against the Lifestealer plus Io.
Yeah, what can they get going? And right now it's just Wild Axe's level 1. We'll see what Soxa goes for, as he'll pick up the Scatter Blast. So they've got some damage, but they will lack control on this level 1. And already the stun on a 9 over mid puts 9 in a rough spot in terms of health early on.
Ace's courier dies.
Yeah, he'll lose his courier, and now he's going to be chased into the trees. Fade Bolt, definitely don't want to be giving up first blood to a hero that takes a long time in a Medusa. Tofu dragging this creep wave all the way behind to the tier 2 tower.
As a Medusa, you don't want to last it underneath the tower, so Skitter will pull it back to the creep wave, where he's going to have a much better time. So top lane, they are starting with the Blightstone on Soxa this time around, lowering their armor, Wild Axe's physical damage, a decent amount of stats, 4 branches on Snapfire. And then once you get a cookie, I don't think this is a lane where you die on Tundra unless you want to like get HP back, so you trade a kill on a support, but 33 should have a really easy time in this lane.
Tofu getting pushed away by Snaking once again, who Tofu, I believe, was looking to maybe pull another creep wave over. He'll pop that salve and start to walk over mid. But he is spotted here via this ward that's up in the high ground, so rotation's not going to do too much. Top lane, like you said, it doesn't feel like anybody's really going to die here unless they get caught in a really poor position. And Soxa, Fire Snap Cookie, some damage out on him, and a little bit of trade in some right clicks going on.
Thought he was going to kill the range creep with Scatter Blast, puts himself in a spot where he's forced to use a cookie to get out of the trouble, eats a branch. That's why he has it. How's mid lane doing? Void Spirit doing fine. 9, keeping up with the Lesh. Lesh, of course, the range hero, but Void Spirit probably like the strongest laner when it comes down to Spirit, even though he's the melee one. He does tend to like put a lot of pressure on. I don't think he can kill Leshrac in this matchup, no doubt about it, but he does tend to do well in a matchup where he's unfavorable.
Do you think that this is a off lane, by the way, for Gaming Gladiators, in which we could see Tofu look to rotate a lot once Tide gets a couple of levels more?
This is a lane where they didn't want to feel like playing it. White Tofu decided to go for Boots of Speed. They need levels to be efficient in this lane.
Still just level 1, actually, for Tofu. So creeps will push all the way in towards the tower, and see Ace right now just 10 and 6.
Seeing his item build, skill build, the Kraken Shell 2 points, and it does not want to get harassed by Medusa. Has enough to buy Ring of Health, so now he's going to be fine. Now they can play the lane.
Ace will be forward while you see the Tusk going to pick up that bounty rune and to swipe it away, and then actually heading over mid again. But this ward saw him last time, and it might even see him cross over once again. And he goes into the trees where the ward doesn't see him for the moment, but already 9 is walking all the way back to base. So kind of far away as Quinn sets up to pick up a water rune, and the other one will be grabbed by Tofu.
He saw Tofu and did not want to risk anything. 2 supports on his side did not rotate, and 33, 26, and every single time this guy plays any of these zoo heroes, like, he just tends to do well. He knows the matchups, all the small things. Once he hits that Helm of the Dominator, they will definitely start to put more pressure, and it's going to be a really good timing on it. This is like a 6-7 minute Helm of the Dom.
So we'll see if he can push out and maybe eventually with that Helm of the Dominator get that tier 1 tower. Right now things are looking good. Aether Remnant doesn't land on a Quinn, so Quinn now doing a lot here to 9. There's a stun available. If he could have landed that on 9 after the Dissimilate, could Could have just been a dead Void Spirit, and we've seen Quinn kind of do this with the Leshrac, play aggressive and grab some of these solo kills over mid. Just got to be careful. Back up with the Dissimulate again, and also using that Resonant Pulse. So 29-9 for Quinn, while 22-2 for 9, so not too far behind thus far. Things staying relatively quiet early on. We're almost 6 minutes into the game and no first blood just yet.
They're starting to play a bit more aggressive on this bottom lane. Tusk level 2. We'll try to make something happen on a mid lane. Doesn't have a snowball, so that could be a bit tricky. Wants to make a rotation before 9 hits level 6.
Hides in the trees again, but no obs to spot him out this time. And 9 looking like he's going to set up and come back after looking for the bounty rune, but they see a TP coming in. They've got a ward over here.
Celery. TP's here.
All right, 9. Just gonna TP back to base.
Tether stun him? Just kidding. Like, I can't believe that was a thing. Tether stuns, and then you like reapply a stun. Quinn will be picking up that first active rune. It's gonna be Arcane. And now 2 supports playing together, because you can leave the Tidehunter alone here. 3 points in the Kraken shell. He's like, I'm not dying in this lane, and also has Hood of Defiance. Well, I talked about Ace's itemization, like it comes down to also the skills. He's been playing some really, really good Dota lately.
So they're trying to find an opportunity to go on somebody here. They've got a point health up on Tofu, and that will probably be into the snowball. But 9's not level 6 yet, so
and they glyph.
They're trying to get him to use that Dissimulate. They'll get to the tag team, and now Aether Remnant, but Shards 9, he's going to die to Quinn for the first blood, so waiting for that Dissimulate to come out, and eventually they could have gotten the snowball, but they don't even need it.
A Devil Force glyph. Quinn instantly puts another point in Diabolic Edict.
Got the Arcane Rune.
Does have that Arcane Rune, as you mentioned. Like, this is going to be potentially another... Oh, look at the odds. Straight up 50-50 from the esportsbet.io.
1.88 to 1.88. And looking to take some stacks here with the Pulse Nova and the Tether from Celery, and Tofu here to protect as well. He doesn't just attack, but he also protect.
Good old attack, protect meme. Does have that Fairy Trinket he just found, plus Arcane Rune still running on Leshrac. So, getting into enemy triangle, stealing the stacks. Rachio did recover. He did have a bit of a bad start, and now with the Ghoul Frenzy, look at him go.
33, he is locked up, but thankfully they've got the cookie, but they'll pull into the snowball. 33 getting chased. They also have 9 here with Saksa, as well as Snake King, so they take out Celery. They get Tofu. Nobody dies on Tundra, but it does force 4 heroes up to top for Tundra to get this defense.
Very quick with the reaction. They were ready for this. Ward in river, scouting things out. It's going to be another rune for Quinn. Snaking. Ooh, no telekinesis. He looks very dead.
And no mana, and that's kill for the Rachio. Already closing in on this soul booster to go towards the Bloodstone, and gets that bottle refilled too. So Quinn is having a perfect start.
Yeah, give him another bottle to refill. They're playing around Quinn, which I really like. They understand how strong Lesh is, that he's having... Oh, he has almost 2,000 net worth lead on this Void Spirit. No glyph, already popped. 3 points in Edict. This tower's going down.
Snaking comes over, full health, full mana this time. They got the telekinesis. 33 is here, but he'll snowball, extend how long it's going to take for them to get this kill. Good shards, and now the Aether Remnant doesn't land. Tofu shards him away, and well, just walks away.
They also placed an observer ward while doing this. It's not going to get dewarded, it seems.
That's pretty clean from Tofu.
Ooh, another Hand of Midas. My favorite. I hacking love Hand of Midas. The recovery one. Void Spirit going for it.
I don't know if I want that. Void Spirit Midas? That... They talked about on the panel, they got to get to the late game for this Medusa. The recovery Midas is going to make it much harder.
Yeah, you have Medusa. Like, who's going to make a move? It needs to be your Snapfire plus a Beastmaster. Beastmaster is level 6. Snapfire about to crack level 5. Now Skeeter inside triangle. With the items that they have, like they could potentially invade enemy jungle if Tofu decides to rotate there as well.
And they know where he is. They've got the ward, they have the vision, and now 9 Well, he's walking back, so this Medusa needs to be very careful. Skitter, he's going to try and stack this up one more time, but these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators not coming over just yet.
Waiting for a rune. It's going to be another one for Quinn.
Yeah, so all 3 power runes thus far have gone to Quinn, and they're wrapping around on these heroes up in top. 33, spotted Snowball, pulling in Quinn, and Hurricane to push himself away, but the shards are on the money. They've got the Primal Roar, they've got 9 coming in, and now they've got the lockdown on a Quinn. Can they get the kill? The Fire Snap Cookie to follow it up. The Astral Step, and Quinn goes down. That's not what you want to be giving up if you're Gaming Gladiators for just a Snapfire.
That was such a cute little play there from 33. The Hurricane, I always get surprised by that spell, how good it is. It's like a free 4-staff.
Using that Wild Wing to his advantage, and it looked like that should have been way better for Gaming Gladiators, and now 33 even looking to take this gigantic Ancient stack as well.
I can already hear the excuse, like, guys, they're going to steal our stacks. It's better if I farm it.
Quicker Helm of the Overlord is what the follow-up excuse is, right?
Yeah, they're going to stack it one more time. Use the Shockwave. This is how he stays on top of network as his Beastmaster. Not going to smoke. It's only going to be snaking. He has, I think that got spotted. Yeah, that got spotted by the Observer Ward. But it's rest of the team is also smoked. Let's see who they can find.
9 taking the biggest creep there, of course, with that Midas. I don't know if Medusa's too happy about that. Duracio's bottom, and they're going to wrap around to get him. He just got this armlet, so this should start with an Astral Step as well as an Aether Remnant, but it gets the Rage off. And another Astral Step. They're looking for the relocate, so they're going to try and help him out. One of his kisses,
Can he get it off?
Oh, he dies. He doesn't get the Infest off. Snake King, one shot till he dies, but Quinn's there with Pulse Nova anyway. Soxa in the trees, spotted, Walrus Punch, and this should be a second. It'll just take a moment longer as, well, the IO goes back, and they finally now get this Bloodstone on Quinn.
Tower was a cold lateral damage there. Edict running, take down the tower, take down Rubik. If Lifestealer survives there, if he is able to get the Infest, this would be pretty huge. But him dying, slowing him, still 5,000 net worth on him, but look at Lesh, 7,000 on him. Bloodstone is finished.
Tofu in some trouble.
Did you think he killed the hero?
For a second, I might have.
It sounded like it.
Don't give away my secrets. I was like, oh my god.
Hey, it says his name on the screen. He must be dead.
I read the kill feed, but not all of it.
B-Cup exposed.
Oh god. This is going to go in some highlight video. Ace, Kraken Shell. That'll help him to run away, and they're still going to go. There's Poke, Primal Roar.
Oof, where's Void Spirit? He's
there
coming
he is. Aether Remnant to Simulate, and now a Ravage. It is
he stole it.
Stolen.
But will die.
But yeah, he's not going to get it off. They got the good steal, but they did not get the good Ravage out. And now 9 with the Astral Step out of the high ground, and that Primal Roar baits them in, and they lose their Rubik.
This is not some joke Tidehunter. This is 404 Tidehunter with the hood, with the Soul Ring, and the Ogre Axe. So he's super tanky. Going into Aghanim Scepter next. This is going to help them deal damage from the distance. They're going in again.
They don't have Roar this time. This time Cookie and Kraken Shell again.
This is where you tip them.
Cookies.
Let's see.
Or kisses. That's how you make kisses.
No,
almost. There
almost.
they go. They got the kill.
Almost. That was another attempt. Quinn, a bit low on mana, though. Does have full Bloodstone and a Cloak.
Oh, Skitter. Okay, that mana, it's gone. Walrus Punch and Skitter found by Duraccio and Tofu. They get the Medusa. Just walk him down inside his own jungle.
Gaming Gladiators making a move on 2 different lanes. They have also like relatively good global presence if you combine it with Lifestealer infesting someone. For example, Tusk, 1 snowball into Relocate Shard. Suddenly 4 heroes show up. And Ace Giga chatting on the top lane. Doesn't care too much about it. 9 does have Astral Step and the Simulate. We'll get out of trouble.
Does eat a lot of damage. Like if they had a +1 there ready for him to just simulate, he could have been caught.
say like a snowball walrus punch combo. Almost have this Desolator finished on Dyrachyo, who's also got that armlet. And Ace, was working on an Axe. So, chasing Snake King, who's trying to use that Diabolic Edict Steel, put some damage on this tower. And he's going to be going to the Axe. And we'll see just how quickly he gets that upgraded Gush. Tofu does spawn Saksa. And again, they still have the Rubik putting the Diabolic Edict damage on the Tier 1 tower. I think they're ready to just give it up because they're going to focus their attention on the Saksa. They've got the Relocate cooking onto the high ground, and eventually, well, dead to Quinn once again. He's now dominating.
Quinn has been all over the place, like he's been super active. Dyrachyo also, if he sees the Beastmaster, he doesn't care about the other heroes, because sure, maybe Medusa can proc and stop his TP with. Again, going on Ace, Ravage available.
Yeah, this is always a
They
tough
left
call.
it. Quinn coming in to help him, but doesn't have much mana to work with.
They keep wanting to go, though, for this tie. I don't know if that's really the target that you should be focusing your attention on.
Dyrachyo just denied 3 creeps out of the full wave. Once they hit the Deso, they can go inside Roche and force a team fight. You have Ravage, you have 3 points in tag team plus a Deso. There's more than enough to take Roche on.
Yeah, so we should see that coming soon. Ooh, Ace again. This time finally taken out. And it looks like, well, they did use Kisses again to get that kill.
Kisses, and also Snapfire decided to go for Veil to amplify some of the damage. Cookie on a dragon.
Yeah, good dodge, though, by Tofu using the snowball to get onto the low ground. He's also now got a Blink Dagger.
Is this how you train your dragon? Giving him the cookies?
Yes. That's how you train your dragon, too. So,
what was the name of that dragon?
Something I should know.
Something? Okay, thanks. Very helpful.
Blink, Walrus
Hype it up.
Punch, Snowball, and now the stun from Quinn. Easy kill there on a 9. He's on a mega kill streak. Ace doesn't have a Blink Dagger to work with, but working on that Ags, like we said, so he's just walking forward, hoping that somebody fights him to go and get that Ravage. They also find Snake King as he throws a Fade Bolt out, but Quinn should be able to chase easily and will get another kill. Deso finally picked up here for Dyrachyo, and they're already in on Roche.
That Deso, they took a fight. I don't think they even needed to take a fight to be able to handle the Roche, and now let's see who picks it up. I would definitely give it to Quinn because Dyrachyo can be like a save as well. Snowball, so many saves on Gaming Gladiators. Here we go. The first infest into smoke.
What can they get out of this? Kind of get that feeling that you still need to kill off the Medusa. And they're going to relocate in, though. They'll find Saksa, Cookie on himself, as he'll now be behind the Tier 2 tower and dead to Quinn again. Medusa, though, going into the Scotty as Tofu's here. So there's the blink into the Walrus Punch. They'll pop the Infest. And now Skitter, no mana, going into the Stone Gaze. Quinn coming over. And they keep up on this Medusa. They're going to wrap around, maybe try to find the speed to do so. He's still by himself, so he goes the right way and will not be caught.
33 trying to get the most out of the map because they just TP'd bottom, knows that they can't beat top again. Gets the tower with the Black Dragon. Like, even in a game where they have gold deficit, 33 still manages to stay on top of the net worth. He has the same amount of farm as the enemy Lifestealer. Quinn just way too farm. Like, his these numbers are inflated.
It'd be insane to think the 33 could also be at that point with how much Quinn's been getting kills here and moving around the map. So, next on the list for him is the finishing for that Kaya Sanj.
Lifestealer, I think he has his shard coming. Yeah, that's the big one. Lesh spell, lifesteal, plus the bloodstone, plus the open wounds.
Walrus Punch, 33, caught, double stun, and they've got Snake King and 33. Godlike for Quinn.
And they will kill the Toothless as well. This one doesn't look like one because he has teeth, but I checked the name. Yeah, I had to Google it.
So did I. And you got to it first. I was going to say Toothless. I was going to be so proud and happy. And you said it.
So tier 1 tower goes down. Still working with the Sages for another 3 minutes, and they've got that Sanj ready. So Kai Sanj, Ace, just close to that Ags. Just 150 gold. And then he'll be rolling with that upgraded Gush. Saksa, Cookie to the low ground? Nope, never a chance. So he'll die to Tofu, 9. He'll TP away. Gaming Gladiators moving around the map and starting to get pickoff after pickoff, getting a touch dangerous for Tundra. Though they haven't found the Medusa since that one kill deep in the tier 2 area of the Radiant side of the map.
Yeah, I think the reason why we don't see Medusa is she's 0-1-0 at the moment. Like, compared to Lifestealer, who is relatively active. Like, sure, this is also not an active hero by any means, but as soon as he hits his 2-item timing, he's ready to go. Compared to Medusa, where she always feels like, oh, I need an extra item. So that shard from Lifestealer, extra spell, Lifesteal from Lash, from Bloodstone, it's gonna be a lot. Have Mech on IO, amplify all the healing. It looks really bad for Tundra. Like, tier 2 towers are gonna be gone, holding the Aegis for another minute and a half. They should be able to kill another tier 2 tower possibly, and they can move around with the bots, with the relocate. So Tundra needs to be very careful how they show on the map.
Yeah, Snaking going down to Ace. He's got that Ag, so that Gush. Big issue. Oh!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Close.
Yeah. They spotted him and almost took the Medusa for a second time. But now the relocate sent him back into the Radiant jungle. Unfortunately, the Medusa not there either. So Skitter, his farm is okay, but it's going to be a lot of time till you feel comfortable with that. Gush hit on the end.
Using illusions to try to split things out.
Primal Roar. 33 though. This is not looking like he's going to get away, Roar or not. And now it's beyond godlike for Quinn, who is 11-1-2.
Easy for Quinn now. He's getting out of hand. Does have a casual plate mail to protect themselves against the Beastmaster, against the Medusa right clicks. Keeping to the top lane, but the creep dies.
No glyph to save that creep. Look at where Skitter is. He's just in his base. Like, he's going to start to fall very far behind if he can't find an opening. And any direction he goes, there's Ace in the triangle. There's Dyrachyo in your jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is tough. They're going to smoke. Ace still not the easiest kill. He does have Ravage, Relocate available.
Looking at the talents on Tidehunter, he decided to go for Anchor Smash damage on 10, even though you have Aghanim Scepter with the Gush. So, not sure if that's a misclick, because definitely looks like one.
The Gush damage maybe enough to justify the Ags, right? But 10% on the slow.
It's a lot of slow.
Yeah, go from 40 to 50. He's not got a Blink Dagger coming through too, so he'll be able to Blink Initiate for the team.
He's also not afraid of any of the abilities that they got, because you can always get the Ravage off in a team fight. You are tanky enough. They can't break him. Like, Medusa's next item probably gonna be a Silver Edge to be able to have something. It's also like builds from Crystallis where she needs some extra damage. 9. 2 Astral Steps available. We'll get out of the trouble.
Just some dewarding and now stealing the open wounds, but Snake King Telekinesis throws him back and he'll rage. On the other side, though, they'll find Saksa. So 4-staff Cookie out of the high ground, but right into the shards. So Saksa.
Perfectly placed charge by Tofu. Even if he uses Cookie, still gotta be stuck. 9 getting very close to his Aghanim Scepter.
Is that enough, though?
At the moment, it's not.
It's like the panel said, it always feels like it's next item, next item, next item.
The Void Spirit doesn't have really a target to go on where you, like, like his damage output is very limited. You have 2 Astral Steps, you have 2 Resonant Pulse charges, and then Dissimulate probably to get out, so it needs to be like a follow-up from a Beastmaster, even Snapfire ulti to be able to kill one of those supports. Because if Snowball comes, if Mech comes, you might not even be able to get that kill.
So what do you do if you're Tundra? 4-man smoke. They'll try. They'll keep the Medusa top to continue to farm. But Dyrachyo, he's not an easy one to kill, and they have wrapped all the way around.
If they caught him like 5 seconds earlier, that would have been a kill with the roar. Now rest of the team probably will be able to connect because there is a Blink Snowball save available on
Smoke
Tofu.
gets broken, and now they're going to go for Dyrachyo. They've got the roar. Now they've got the Snowball. There's the save. It's going all the way over to Saxa. Ravage comes in. Look at the Walrus Punch to get the kill here. Dyrachyo, he'll infest on a Quinn. Quinn stunned up for the moment with the Stone Gaze coming out from Skitter, but Ace, he's moving forward, gets caught by that Aether Remnant. Now the chase. Dissimulate, and 9, he's away from the team. But they did try to throw everything onto this Lifestealer, and, well,
It was a good
Gladiators
attempt.
was there.
But now, Dyrachyo, full HP, AC done, Deso as well. Full Snow is stolen, not the spell you want to have. Like, it deals a lot of damage, but if you get close, you just die.
So the team connects, and the team saves the Lifestealer. The right idea for Tundra, just unfortunately a couple seconds late on finding the right execution. 13,000 net worth lead. Roche up in a minute 45. This is starting to look very desperate for Tundra in the moves they need to make to come back into this game.
Next Roche on the menu. Minute and 30 seconds. What's Medusa? Yeah, she's going into that Silver Edge. Cheap damage, break mechanic against the Lifestealer and Tidehunter, so they could potentially break him. They don't know when Roshan is going to spawn. And also, another Arcane rune. I think they picked up every single active rune on Gaming Gladiators. It's just been Quinn controlling them, moving around the map.
Now, if you were to look at a heat map, it probably puts Tundra on their side of the river since minute 8.
Yeah, there's a monster in the river. It's called Tidehunter. The Kraken himself.
Yeah, looking like the thing from beyond or whatever. 33 on the run. But here comes Ace. Gush lands, so he's slowed up. Forced BKB. Tofu coming in. And they've got the blink as well as the Walrus Punch, so 33 nowhere to go except to the grave, and Dyrachyo's got another one.
Having a BKB piercing ability, Tusk gets in close, closes
Saxa.
the gap. Saxa has been buying time. I think his job, he said to the team, guys, trust me, I'll die 10 times so my Medusa can get the farm. And that's exactly what he's been doing. Maybe I get out of the trouble with this freshly bought 4-staff, but that's about it.
It's tough. It's tough to try and open up that kind of space. Ace going into the Refresher Orb, by the way. Roche is going to be up, so that will be Aegis and Shard. Could give the Shard over to Quinn if you wanted to. Even giving it over to Tide is a good one with the Tendrils of the Deep.
Yeah, the budget. Ravage.
Double damage top.
They're probably going to give it to Leshrac so they can siege easier, where you land a split earth, you sit, and if they initiate, you get stunned by it. So, and this time around, I think they give Aegis to Dyrachyo compared to the previous one, because he's going to be the one hitting the tower.
Yeah, would be no surprise if that's the way that ends up going.
Double damage is stopped, but they haven't scouted it yet.
They're infested. Shards short. And now a Veil and an Astral Step, but the Aether Remnant doesn't land, and the Kisses come through, so Kiss is used, and Roche is up, so they could just go that way and pretty much feel okay with their positioning.
Dyrachyo's AFK. He's like, yeah, it's very comfy here. I'm going to stay inside.
Hands off the keyboard. I don't have to do anything. They did also spot the double damage, so that'll get picked up probably right out of the pit when they pick up this Aegis. Who are they going to give a Shard to?
They both made a slot, so they're still thinking who's going to pick up the Aegis. Lifestealer's like, well, I put my magic wand in the backpack. I got nothing out of it.
Didn't even get the Shard. He already has one. So that was actually picked up by Celery, and he's going to activate that. They look for Saxa. Again, guys, making space. Trying. As he dies again.
How much spell lifesteal do you want? The answer is yes. You have some from Io, you have some from Lifestealer and the Bloodstone as well.
Huh. Seems like all of it.
And then you have Kaya Sanj to amplify.
Spell Lifesteal amplification, 30%. Is tier 2 in trouble? As Nine's trying to cut the creep wave, but there is a creep wave going with them. So they're going to grab this tier 2 tower. They're going to take out the next creep wave, this catapult, everything, and look to break the high ground. Can you defend? Have you given Skitter enough time? He still wants the Silver Edge. The items feel a little bit lacking for him. They're just right through a tier 3 tower and right through a Setter Axe. And that's quick.
This game might end without like even taking the real fight. Lifestealer,
Ravage, and that lands on a 3. They've got the Gush, they have the Refresher, they'll go to the Ravage once again, they get the kill on a 33, they'll take out Snaking, now they'll look over, Sox is going to be the 4th one to die, they'll buy back on both 33 as well as Snaking. Stone Gaze, and now an attempt. They've got the Primal Roar, the Gush comes in once again, they've got the Walrus Punch that was stolen over by Snaking.
But the
so
Infest.
now the Infest, he goes into Quinn, they'll look over at Skitter. Skitter's not going to be really able to do anything as he's hit by the stun coming out from Quinn. They get the kill on Snaking once again, he's dead for 70 seconds, they'll find themselves the Medusa, no more mana and no more health, but Invis thanks to this Shadow Blade. Gush hits, even when you're Invis, you ain't safe. Skitter goes down and he's gone for 50 seconds.
He just invested everything. I would not be surprised if Tundra calls it here. They do have an open tier 2 tower on the bottom, so they can get the mega creeps and then play it slowly. 40 seconds,
GG.
yeah, Tundra's just gonna call it. They tried, they fought into Tidehunter with the Ravage, into Aegis, almost managed to kill Lifestealer, but even if they do so, like the real damage has been done. Using the buybacks to try to buy some time. Very clean, not just this one, but the whole series from Gaming Gladiators. It was very one-sided.
Yeah, they beat Tundra, who in the beginning of the season, I think a lot of people have put them down as to be pretty unbeatable, but Gaming Gladiators, I mean, this is a performance not only to be happy about, but to be proud of, too, because you're taking out Tundra, and again, to reiterate the point, when a lot of people think that they're unbeatable, sometimes you get in your own head, and this time they didn't. They took a great 2-0.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, extremely good at moving around the map. Quinn, like, well, what can you say about his Lashrak other than praise him? Every single time he plays the hero, he tends to do well, and also his laning stage was really good. Both supports rotating, making sure that he's having a good game, diving underneath the tower, Void Spirit still level 5, unlocking him fully, and then controlling the runes for him, moving around the map. Just a textbook example how to play some good, clean Dota.
Yeah, so if you had to put Quinn's performance in 2 words, what would it be?
Easy.
Easy.
4. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's bad. That's bad. Sending it back to panel.
Yeah, take it away. I was thinking ships.
That's a good question. What 2 words would you guys... Actually, we'll do 3. You get 1 word each, but you have to make a sentence to describe Quinn's gameplay.
2.
Pog. Champ. Good.
Amazing analysis. That's it. We broke down game number 2. We'll just go straight to a break. No, game number 2. It's a clean sweep for Gaming Gladiators. A 2-0 over Tundra. I don't know what's going on, but there has been a massive shift in Tundra, but also a massive shift for Gaming Gladiators. Obviously, both of the opposite end of the spectrum here, but Lesh Io, you just can't let it through.
You can't. I mean, they played too comfortably on it. I mean, they also won all their lanes. They just had a great time. Early dominance leads to early timings. They were able to start getting things like Blink on Tofu, and he's now saving people and making Tundra's moves even harder to execute, while similarly setting up moves with like Punch into Lesh stun. It just became a lot to deal with at once for Tundra.
Yeah, like I think this game really started snowballing after like, what was it, like this 5-minute mark maybe? The Tidehunter can solo bottom. Yeah, no, for real. It's like Tidehunter can solo bottom, it frees up Tofu to leave. Celery like TPs to the outpost, steals the bounty rune, and then from there, I don't know who's calling it, but like then they connect to Quinn mid, who's beating the Void Spirit. Void Spirit is still level 5, then they dive him, get tower pressure, and from then on, they just keep the ball rolling.
Here, instead of killing the Lifestealer, they turn it with the snowball, with later with the Infest, just...
Great save from Tofu.
Yeah, I guess if you are gonna give the ratio of these heroes that go in deep, make sure that you have some save like Snowball.
You bait your enemies, but
you
then
bait
bam.
your enemies, and then you turn. Yeah, but it definitely worked out for them.
It was very cohesive from Gaming Gladiators, not just in this game, but also game number 1. It just felt more predominant with how they were rotating together. They were always there to save each other. It felt like whenever Tundra could get a pick off, it just never came to succession.
No, I mean, like I said, you have two ways of saving on Gaimin, which makes it hard for Tundra to ever make moves when they're behind. And on top of that, your carry is it's very hard for them to get involved. The same way that Lifestealer with the Deso Omelet can. It just felt like you're just in a deficit against heroes that take advantage of that too much, and they played pretty well. I think sometimes we see aggressive Leshraks like Sumail playing a two-pronged sort of attack when he plays that hero, but Gaimin gave nothing away. They played back, they played safe, they made sure that they didn't give anything away.
All right, and now we can see the leaderboard. This is more fun, you know? There's no leader in the game, which means all 5 players could potentially get MVP, but who really deserves it, you know? Who put in the hard yards for this game to prop Gaming Gladiators up for a win?
I'm gonna go with not only Quinn for how he played, but I think because I believe that he's the one who commanded the supports in the early game to really get this game rolling. So maybe I'm wrong, it's someone else, but whoever did that, that's my MVP.
Yeah, I'll go with Ace for various reasons.
I won't name any of them, but there's various reasons.
We're the best. Good play on the offlane.
You're the best.
In game 1 and in game 2. Shocked, amazed, impressed.
So many
Won
adjectives.
the first one with all the chain lightning spammed. The second one with a couple of ravages here and there, with a good item build, with getting that Aghanims, getting that refresher, sealing the deal.
How could I possibly argue against that? What an agreement!
You love
Ace
to
truly
argue
is the
against
best
that.
of all time. My golly.
Okay,
Let's go.
Are you really all in for Ace?
No, I would have given it to Tofu, but but it's okay. I love Ace too. I think he's great.
It was a solid pitch.
Yeah, it was a good pitch. I was definitely sold.
Yeah.
You know, I would welcome you into my home to praise the word of Ace.
Keza said it was pretty much over by minute 5. That's what it was for in his eyes.
Not really, but
no, that's exactly what he said. Look, I'm TLDRing what you said, okay?
He said 5th minute mark, Ace won the game.
Yeah, so call it.
When was the real moment, though, that you guys were like, yeah, this is done and dusted? I don't see a way, really, for Tundra to get back in.
When 9 queues up Amidos, I think that's not a good sign for you and your team. It kind of shows you that you don't believe that you can really take fights straight up anymore.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, when that is what you resort to against an IO lineup and a lineup that plays fast, you will not win.
I guess you're thinking there's a Medusa, like we will win the late game, we can stall it out, but they weren't allowed.
Like they're hoping to get there, but that would only happen if gaming, I think, make a big mess up. And yeah.
Well, luckily they didn't. It was a 2-0. It means a winner's interview. And this time round, we have Ace joining us. Ace, congratulations on the win. And I want to know, what has been your favorite game or series that you've played in DPC so far?
Oh, let me try to remember. My favorite game?
Yeah. Or series.
The whole DPC tournament so far?
Yeah.
Maybe the game where I got the Rampage. That's just what popped up in my mind, you know.
All right, that's a valid one. That's a valid one.
I'm through in game. I feel like I played through in all games though.
Okay.
That's one of those.
All right, Ace. Long time no talk. Me and Lizard are here. We both complain about Meepo every single day on the panel. I want to hear your thoughts about why you think this hero is absolute dog water right now.
I mean, just everything about it. It's just straight up doesn't work. It's like all its skills are like nerfed. You can't even let it creep with the move. I don't know, you might as well skill the stats lower one if you want last hits on this hero. I don't know. This hero needs some help, please.
Do you ever play him in pubs, or is he just dead to you?
I mean, the way pubs works, I don't really get last picks.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of hard to pick it, but like in real games, you can kind of pick a Meepo when it's good, but in pubs you never know, so you don't even want to practice it in pubs. It's a bit weird.
Would you play
So
him
I
again
don't know.
if he got buffed?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh hell yeah.
I've been trying to like think about ways to play him offlane and stuff, but I don't know. I'm not sure if you can make it work.
Wait, well, what would he need to be viable offlane?
I mean, maybe some paths where the offlaner farms a lot. You never know, because he does farm a lot. And if for some reason, oh shit, a bit louder. If he can buy team items, would make sense to ban him offline, right? Like back in the days, you always buy team items on the zero, like Make and Pipe.
That you go way back, man. That's Dota 1 even.
That's way back,
yeah.
All right. Hi, Ace. Congrats on the, convincing win. I wanted to know, why do you think these games were so easy? This series.
I think Tundra is just not really in the zone right now. That's what it feels like. They're just a bit in the pit, where it's not going so well.
Do you think it's...
That's what I feel like, and also we were pretty prepared and we feel pretty good.
Okay, would you think it also comes back to the drafts or gameplay? Is it one or the other, or is it both?
I think our drafts, I think they were also outpicked both games pretty hard, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
It made it pretty easy for us.
Okay, and then last question. I think your offlane career so far has been more than phenomenal. I would say that you definitely probably exceeded many people's expectations, including mine. What made you swap to the offlane from carry? Like, what did you see in it?
Well, I was playing with Tofu. Me and Tofu played lane. He was 5, I was carry. But we were trying to make some teams and stuff. At some point, we just realized that there are very few offlane players to pick from, but a lot of carry players. And so we just had this idea, okay, we're also down to go to the other lane if it makes making teams easier. Basically, there just was a demand for good offlaners, so I just thought, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna go play a good offlaner.
I mean, that worked out. Thanks.
Yeah.
So when you
and
were...
then he also moved to 4 again, so it was just perfect.
Congrats on the win.
Keep it down a bit, I can't do that shit.
I was celebrating too hard.
Yeah. More off of that, I'm just interested in, so when you were transitioning to the offlane, were you just spamming pubs, or did you watch some offlaners who, at the beginning, who was your offlane idol or something like that?
I mean, I was definitely doing a lot of watching some replays from other players and spamming pubs. But also back in, when I started out in Dota, I also played offlane, so I did play it for some years back then. So some of the heroes are quite natural to me. But yeah, besides that, just spam pubs was the best players, like some collabs, some free. I watched those players a lot, I think.
What would you say has been the biggest improvement for Gaming Gladiators over this DPC? What area did you guys really focus and you're like, wow, this is such a strength for us now?
Not sure, actually. I think we just become a bit more not so poppy, like pop style. We play more with objectives in mind now. In the beginning, we kind of we were a new team. It was a bit like a pop. Everybody just played well. But now we kind of have some concepts that we play on and play around objectives, yeah.
Yep.
So I think we improved on that.
All right, small personal question. You grew out your hair for a while. What do you like doing with your hair? What's the, why did you decide to grow it out? Why did you decide to cut it? Like, how are you feeling with that?
Looking great.
I'm definitely not growing my hair out ever again, I think. I decided to do it actually at the start. Probably not the start, but in COVID times. I just thought, okay, I might as well just do it now if I'm ever going to do this,
Yeah, you
and it's I never really liked it too much though. But it was hard to cut it off once it's getting pretty long, It's it feels like you have to keep going. But I'm not getting long again, that's for sure. I don't really like it.
Oh, fair enough. I thought it looked sick, but I like your short head too, so.
You look great.
Yeah, you look great, bro.
I do have one final question, though. You guys are going to be going to the Major now. Firstly, how does that feel? And secondly, which team are you most excited to verse at the Major?
It feels really good. We are super happy. Everybody is good friends and we have a good time together. So it's going to be amazing to go on a trip together like that. But the teams are actually, I don't really care. I don't really know. I'm down to play whoever.
All right. Sounds good. Well, Ace, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on getting second in DPC, but also qualifying to the Major. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Because I've got to ask, man. Exceeded your expectations? How low were your expectations for Ace, huh?
I mean, not low. Look how great this guy is playing. This guy is playing
the Major. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a great carry player, sure, but from the moment I saw him play offlane, sometimes you're a bit skeptical when people switch.
Oh, okay, all right.
And this guy he just plays well every game. How do you do it? And he plays different heroes, different styles. Yeah, you don't see that too often when people just, bam, swap role, God.
Yeah. Well, with Gaming Gladiators getting a 2-0 over Tundra, it secures them a spot in the Major. It secures them second place right under Liquid, but it also means we're back on schedule, which means our third and final series between Secret and Enigma Galaxy is happening after this break.
This match is Rubik. We chilling, guys.
On overextend. I have low mana, very low mana. Kite is don't get.
Like out of it.
Help Anton.
Come to me, I infest.
Maybe you can get him off.
Come to me.
You can kill them all. They stop. They dead.
Go.
Stay on top of him, he cannot hit. I'm killing Deuce right now.
Stay on top. You cannot hit.
This
guy?
Deuce is protection.
Let's here.
He's on miss. Sentry?
Oh, I almost died.
Go front.
Let's go.
Whatever. Take back. Oh, I do love 2-0ing TI winners.
We have a spicy series to close out today. It's Secret versus Enigma Galaxy. Joining me here on the desk is going to be T-Gov and Kezu. We could be potentially seeing... Oh, that was cute. We could be seeing Secret going to Division 2 at the end of the day.
It feels weird to say
In like less than 3 hours' time, we would know the fate of Secret.
It could happen. When you think about Puppy, he's never been to a Division 2. He's not been in the lower
He's been
division.
close, but he's never been there.
Of course, he's been on the fringe multiple times, but to actually get there, Kuroki, he was there last year. He knows what it's like, so I don't know. It feels wrong even talking about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a super hype series. A lot of favorite things for us on the panel about Enigma Galaxy is the way they draft, the fact that they have a lot of variety when it comes to what heroes are played in support, and to break it down a little bit for us is going to be Sheep. She's doing a Telestrator segment for us about the Naga support, I believe.
Hello everyone, this is my man GH. He has played Naga Siren support twice so far with 2 wins, and I really love the way he plays it. He commented in the interview that it is probably one of the most demanding supports to play. He has to really think and push himself, and I'd like to show off some of that efficiency and why he makes it work so well. First off, we have the drafts. We see that in both games, he played with a pretty self-sufficient offlaner in the Nature's Prophet and the Enigma. And moving forward to my clips, here we'll see that he uses his illusions. At the 2-minute 55 mark, he leaves 1 illusion in the hard camp to block it, and then also goes over, I don't know how to do the thing, You'll see that he goes and gets the bounty rune, and he'll take that, still be present in lane, and then in this next clip, 4-minute, he has sent an illusion to the mid lane to deny a water rune while still playing top. Overall, his efficiency in the laning stage is absolutely out of this world. Now, in this clip, I would like to point out a very nice trick that he does, which offlaners tend to use a lot. So when you have taken the bottom safe lane tower, as you can see here, what you can do is either stack or just use in the hard camp normally and pull it. So he is going to use his illusions once again to go and scout into the enemy jungle. This is going to show him vision of the Snapfire. It's also going to, I'm assuming he was attempting to deny the bounty rune, which would be another efficiency, but it gives information to his team, and he's also at the same time pulling the hard camp into his wave, which is going to drag the wave all the way back and allow him to farm safely the hard camp and the wave that then comes in. And also because he got that information, he's able to put this ward down safely and achieve all these things in such a short space of time. I love this move. You can do it as an offlaner too. It's just a way to make sure that you can farm extra safe. And then I have another clip, but I forgot what it was. We're just going to skip ahead. Here, again, another thing he loves to do. I think he did it for like 4 to 5 minutes straight in this game. He would just use his illusions to block the hard and ancient camp in the enemy triangle. And he's just basically always disrupting things on the map and just causing issues. He's taking away farm, he's giving vision for his team, he's making the lanes better, he's just always doing multiple things at once, and that level of efficiency is why I love GH Naga Siren, and I would love to see it again this series.
I love that breakdown. Thank you so much, Sheepo. If you're a support out there, it's time, guys. Pick up some illusion heroes. Pick up Naga. It's great for...
Just the Naga, please.
Like all illusion heroes, I reckon just put that straight in your repertoire, put it on your resume, slot it into an official DPC team, and it'll be snapped up like that.
I mean, what Sheep's mentioning, we've seen with like heroes like Furin when that was support maybe last year. It's the kind of same level of efficiencies. You have the treants, you're blocking, you're being annoying. Yep. But to do it on Naga is even harder because of the lack of laning presence that you have. Like you only rely on disrupting the pools, the stacks. So being able to pick it and play it with that constant pressure, like she was mentioning, the GH, like you have to think the entire time. If you ever fail a block, you don't pull off, then your hero kind of falls off in value. So it is a really high skill hero, but it's very annoying if you can get the disruption of like the basic plays.
Yeah, I mean, I love what Chipo showed. Like when you play Naga yourself, or when you just look at the hero, there's so many small things you can do. Like just with your illusions alone, what you could see, but also like the Song of the Siren in some team fights, isolating heroes. You have many combos with the net. So I think Naga is a hero where I think if you're good at Naga, you will never feel bad playing it because you always have something to do.
Sure.
As long as you use your brain, which I'm sure GH does from what we could see. So it's a beautiful hero, and yeah, I would love to see them play it more. They own with it.
It also puts a spanner in the work when we see these drafts come out. It's almost always picked up in that like first or second phase, and it really just puts a question mark of where are things going. One of the things that I really like about Enigma Galaxy when we see them draft is that who is going where.
Yep.
But Secret, on the other hand, their drafts are interesting most of the time in the other direction. It's what are they trying to get out of this? What is their objective?
Yeah, I think for Secret at least, they're still trying to find themselves in regards to farm balance. Are they putting Chrysalis on more of the big carries? Are they trying to put him on the semi-cores and just roll over the game quickly with your aggression of mid and carry? But I think at least Secret is finding their footing a little bit in how they want to distribute their farm and also their fight.
I think they did better in their most recent series. Puppy was playing the tree end. I think maybe more emphasis on like this early laning stage to help Chrysalis to have a better game. I think they had Snapfire in one of the games too, which I think just always makes the draft nice, and it makes it easier for you to play because you don't need to think too much, oh, how do we get kills? Put Snapfire with a stun, go somewhere, bam, kill. And you always have the damage for the teamfight too. So I think Secret are, stepping up a bit and doing better, but I would give a slight favor to Enigma.
That was the next question I was going to ask, because both these teams have only won one series right now. For Enigma Galaxy, it was up against OG, who we just saw take a game off of Liquid. For Secret, though, it was a 2-0 against Into the Breach. So for UT, how would you rate this matchup? Is there a favorite, or is this like down to a Game 3 nail-biter?
I think I am favoring Enigma a little bit just because of how they win their games. It's this sumo aggression, everyone collapsing together. They're just basically just brawling throughout the map when they're ready. It isn't the cleanest form of Dota. It's not as clean as, let's say, Liquids, but it's still aggressive. And I think that playstyle doesn't really bode well for the likes of Secret, where they feel like they need a little bit more time. They're like a Tundra-esque team, a little bit more rigid. They kind of farm up. If Chrysalis has a good game, he's going to be able to follow up. But if he's playing from behind, that's when he struggles a little bit. So I think Enigma, in regards to just general playstyle in the DPC, I'm favoring just a tad, like a 60-40.
Okay, all right, yeah, that is somewhat even. But game 1 draft here, it's going to be Brood Tree, Tusk IO band with Secret. They picked second pick for themselves.
I think just to go into the first phase bans real quick.
Hey, welcome back.
What's up, guys?
So Enigma take out the tree, which I think is nice from them, and then Secret they banned out the IO, which I think is another hero that Enigma have played, and it allows them to play on very high tempo. So I like the preparation bans from both teams.
Look, there's first pick. Lena's available. Guess what? You pick Rubik. You don't have to first pick a Lena. Now the Rubik, of course, for Secret, you'd expect them to do Clock plus Lena or something along those lines, but Enigma aren't going to be feeling too uncomfortable giving away because, of course, you steal the LSA. You can always play out a game. Do the Secret even go for it? That's the thing. Again, just to give some context, when you think about Puppy and Kuroki, these guys, of course, been playing for years.
Many years.
Many years. Puppy does have
minis.
Kuroki's number. They played 132 games against each other. Puppy has a 59% win rate. So if they can make it count in this series, it's gonna be needed.
Yeah, very much. I mean, I was going to say, I don't know if we put enough weight on this, but if Secret lose this series, they are 100% going to be relegated. Like, there are no tiebreakers for it. There is no ifs and buts. They will be going down to Division 2. So a lot on the line for Team Secret. Enigma Galaxy, they have a little bit more of a lifeline if they do lose this series.
They just have to beat Entity and then run it back again, but,
Yeah, and then go through tiebreakers.
They have a second life.
I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole, but yeah, Ricky Tiny opening sheep.
Yeah, I have liked Ricky, but also in the Liquid game earlier, when they first faced it, it felt like it struggled a little bit, even though they ended up winning. And it's not with a Mirana this time, it is a Tiny. I mean, it's still a hero that can burst with it. I'm assuming the Tiny has to be a core here, because a Tiny Ricky support duo sounds really horrible.
I mean, with Boom on the team, I wouldn't be too surprised by just casually throwing it mid anyways.
Yeah.
You can also just put Ricky 5 and then your Tiny B4, so it isn't the most uncomfortable of flexes that exist.
Puppy will do that.
Yep.
I guess.
It's also...
Well, having both of them as support.
Yeah, like if there's a team that would play this 4-5, Puppy, he'll play whatever 5 if it's necessary. And I do think that the idea kind of already has to be there. Otherwise, I don't really favor this Ricky Tiny opening as to something what Cheap was saying. You could just go Ricky Mirana if you wanted to support.
Yeah, and it's like we've seen the benefits of so many of these supports that have at least long-range spells. Like obviously the Dart is long-range, but it's not like a real nuke or something. Even a Treant Protector, his ability to kind of reach with Nature's Grasp is still nice because at least he can defend towers and has a purpose there. Whereas Tiny and Ricky are both sort of initiation/setup heroes. They kind of cover what each other does already.
Ban-wise, Is it just going to be those flat out protect, or do you guys feel that there's going to be a lot more setting up that they're going to have to do here?
I mean, at least the DP ban shows that the tiny core is a little more likely. It's a little bit of a protection ban, at least for that hero. Other than that, I think Nigma will just look to protect their Nature's Prophet. It's generally offlane, or I guess it's been exclusively offlane for them.
Yeah, they have no flexibility,
Yeah,
really.
like they have mind control, so he is one of the best Nature's Prophet players, so they're just going to protect it a bit. One Bad Rider ban, one Naga. I don't know if that's going to be enough, so if there's a third ban, it's very likely also just to protect him.
Yeah, Secret as well, they haven't actually played Ricky in the DPC, even though it's been such a prominent hero for this region and others. So coming into like the most lifeline game, you know, you have to win this. So, you know what? Let's try the Rookie out. We haven't played it yet. Maybe they've scrimmed it, but that's the type of volatility that you need going into a best of 3 like this. And maybe they've got some new ideas or something to play it. Or they're just playing the busted Rookie. Who knows?
That's true. I mean, in the Puppy interview, right, he said the one thing he wants to make sure he doesn't do is give all 3 cores on Nigma a good game. So at least these 2 supports or core, whatever, they can pressure and threaten, and they're going to make people feel unsafe, like on the map. You don't want to get died. You can't split up too much. There is that burst potential to just kill you if this is a tiny core.
Team Secrets turn to ban.
Invoke a ban.
I mean, one of the things where maybe the Tiny could also gain a little bit of value is, I feel like Sumail has kind of been shitting on people in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, he's been styling.
So I think like having this Tiny, maybe they're like, okay, we don't really want to counter pick, but instead you can just have Tiny, you'll be fine mid, and then my 2 side lanes will get a counter pick, and they'll bring you back in the game even if you don't have the best time. So that's maybe something.
Do you reveal where this Tiny is going in your opening, or you guys hoping it just is an offlane pick that comes out for Team Secret?
It's
opening this phase.
No, yeah, it's a good question. It really depends on the bigger picture of what they're thinking down the line. Because this pick here, it will either reveal the Tiny or reveal exactly what's happening. So it is a hard pick. It's not like they can pick some CM type hero, because now suddenly you are forcing things. So if they're trying to be flexible, then yes, they will pick an offlaner. If they don't feel comfortable doing that yet, then they'll just put the Tiny mid. I honestly don't feel that's a bad thing, especially when you're already picking up Ricky. As long as you have a strong 4, they naturally can leave their lane quite early, because the weaknesses of these heroes are you need cores that are independent in lane. And if they're independent, that frees up their time to go mid. That offsets the disparity of mid lane that we're mentioning as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to them just slapping the Tiny mid lane. And we're going to have to see it here. They can't hide it forever.
It does feel a little bad for Secret that they have to not only ban to protect this Tiny, but also ban Sumail because he's so good, because he's dominating. And another thing that like Puppy highlighted was Amar, when given like the feeling that he can carry the game, he can carry. And like they're afraid of that possibility coming to fruition. And right now, as Amar, you must be feeling great. Like, yeah, your hero pool is maybe a bit more limited, but he's shown like growth with his Slock and stuff like that. He's got his Sven still in the pool. Like all these heroes are available. He's not being banned out.
I mean, Crystallis and Amar, though, they're kind of like the same carry player, because they both play Bloodseeker, Razor, Husker,
Monkey Kings.
Monkey Kings. They're like identical players in regards to that. And of course, Amar, he has more offlaners. And surprise, let's throw the Razor in. But, you know, Crystallis, of course, one of the most, how do you word it? He has relentless Razor players out there in the scene. So he should know what he wants to play up against, a hero that he plays every day.
I mean, you have all the ranged heroes, like Snipers. Sniper is literally just right there in the pool.
Secret right now, they have minimal damage early on. Nigma's playstyle has always been strong lanes and collapse the map. And for Secret right now, Tiny support, Marcy in a core role, they'll have minimal damage. Tiny in the mid lane, these are your supports.
Yeah.
They set up, but they don't do any damage. So 2 picks on Secret now, either have to do all the damage in the world or provide you ability to fight early. And they opt to go for a Darkseer. It's going to give you a little bit of punch in the 15-minute mark, but I'm still scared about how well their lanes are actually going to go.
Yeah, I think it's a little volatile. So to even go back to the Nature's Prophet, I like that pick not only for Nigma because they play it well, but it kind of also defeats the purpose of Riki being a 5. That's like a lane where you do nothing in, really. I guess they kind of went with the Marcy, which doesn't do that much either, unless you go for a kill lane. So I think that's something Secret could look for. But for now, I'm kind of liking Nigma's draft quite a bit. They can play on their high tempo. Razor could maybe be flexed to mid, I don't know. It's something I don't really want Sumail to be on, but they could.
A massive amount of cap. Yeah, this Amar team, the Razor, he ain't playing it, guys.
I feel like for Secret...
That's the enjoyable part, is you might not It would be low chance, but there is a chance.
We've seen Kuroki play some Razor 5.
Yeah.
I'm sure the fans right now are really
that's
enjoying
not where I was
that.
going with it. Like,
Undying goes
I
mid.
mean,
Hype.
I'm a little
Okay.
bit scared though.
I don't want to be on this panel anymore.
That's fine.
Take me home.
Okay, bye-bye.
See ya.
See ya.
I'm a bit scared for Secret, just because Chrysalis has played a couple Marcy carry games in his pubs.
Oh.
I think it's an atrocious Marcy carry game.
Don't do it.
We've already seen it fail once this tour.
Please God, no.
Which is where I lean more towards their lanes are already very face-up value. You know, it's Marcy, Darkseid off-lane combo, Ricky enabling something, Tiny mid lane. And that's the fact that we're already seeing it whilst their second pick does scare me a little bit. And I think for Nigma, they're going to allow Sumo just some Kotl-esque hero once again that just breaks forward the game and plays behind all this aggression, and then they'll be perfectly fine.
Thank God you also have the fact that Team Secret right now have 4 melee heroes. They're playing into an Undying. I don't even think Nigma need to go all in on some sort of control, because at this point you can just group up with your BKBs, with your timings on Razor Natures, who will like align up, and you just walk at them. And Secret have to commit literally into melee range to play the game, and then you just put that tombstone up, and you should just control every fight.
That's Kunkaban from Secret, at least. I think it is an additional glue that secures you later down the line. If you want to go down that route, then probably Pangolier as well is a hero that kind of mirrors Kunka's playstyle, but we haven't really seen Sumo play it at all in the DPC so far. Maybe they'll just kind of let it go.
I know he can play it. It's he's probably pretty good at most heroes. I've definitely seen him pub Pango,
You'd like to think
which
so,
is which is a good pick into Secret. I do think anything that it doesn't have to scale too much, but anything that can help your lineup a bit if they get dove by some Marcy or some Darkseer, I think that would be a-okay for them.
Like, even just throwing a puck, why not? Just something that's just counterplay, right? Secret looks to jump in on a Marcy, jump in on a Tiny. Your position, you can't then retreat. Throw a hero that localizes that fight, allows the Fury and Razor just to pump out the damage, and yeah, you'll be pretty happy. Issue with that is then you allow for maybe some... Actually, there's not even a pick that you'd want to play. Yeah, I think just puck's fine. Tiny's sure decent in lane, but the game is where it changes.
I mean, I'm looking for this one pick who does what we want, but also lanes well into Tiny. I feel like there maybe aren't that many. So, you know, I think all the picks we mentioned would be fine for them. Cheeky Huskar ban.
Okay, so Tiny's mid, guys. Okay, we've ascertained that one.
Yeah. What if you put Nature's Prophet mid, and then you pick up an off lane for yourself here for Nigma Galaxy?
I think Mind Control would probably tilt out at that point if you took the Natures away.
He would just go mid with it at that point.
He would just take it there himself.
Oh, they go for
Oh,
the
nice.
Yeah, sure.
Another Sumail Coddle. I believe in it this time, guys.
I mean, it's fine.
You didn't last time?
No.
What the heck?
I felt really bad about it.
Like we mentioned,
I was so wrong.
The lack of damage is going to feel amazing. I mentioned it a second ago. It's like you pick this Coddle, it's the fights play themselves. Tombstone, lanes are pushed in from Furion, you have the backline. Like Secret now, they need to pick up a carry that just gives them that scaling, but also damage early. And normally, scaling and then early damage, they don't go together with carry heroes. You do one or the other, really.
I think this is not the easiest pick because even though Sniper, like, it feels nice with Marcy, I think that Coddle is a very high-range hero and Natures can collapse on you in the game. I feel for them that they actually need a melee hero who can play up-tempo with Darkseer and Tiny in the game too, because right now I think you need to help your Ricky and Tiny in the game to actually kill this Coddle and jump him.
That hurts into Razor, of course.
I don't like that monkey.
I mean, it's Crystal's specialty, at least,
Yes,
right? So we're putting him on some comfort. It is a hero that, with a couple items, can play. I just think, once again, the early moves, the damage Secret provides, is very minimal, where items are their best friend. And I don't know how much map they'll be able to farm before the key fights come into play. Okay. So I am, just already favoring Nigma.
Do you feel that Secret have taken a little bit of a step back in their draft in this series, Kazu?
I mean, I at least don't really like the drafting style in this game. I would prefer to play the Enigma lineup for sure.
My biggest thing with this Coddle is last time it was played, it was a matter of there wasn't enough magic damage from the enemy team and all the physical damage was just stopped by this blinding light. So it's kind of a similar situation here. In these early skirmishes from Secret, you only have the burst from Tiny, and if they survive that, and they can because they'll be having heals and mechs, then where does your damage come from? Everyone's kind of going to struggle against this Keeper, I think.
Yeah, last time Coddle gave them so much sustain, it was able to garner them the win. Will it do it again in game number 1 here? It's Nigma Galaxy versus Secret with Fogged and Lyrical.
Welcome back again, everybody. We're here taking a look at what could be a very scary and sad day. You know, two very well-known teams potentially dropping down here out of the bottom. One of them might get relegated. Rough stuff.
Yeah, I think this is the news that Sunspan was talking about.
Oh,
you
no.
know, this could just actually be it. The relegation of one of these teams. Just kidding. But all things aside, looking at the drafts, I don't know, Secrets. I've seen them do this a bunch before. I think let's go back to, man, even 4 years ago, CQ Major. The 5 melee hero draft with Darkseer to try to run at your enemy team and try to overwhelm them. I believe it was CQ that they did try to do this strategy. It worked for them there. Not feeling too confident about it this time. I actually really like the draft that Nigma's got for them. Limited tombstone hitters. We've got Blinding Light that looks excellent. And yeah, it just looks like a very clean overall draft from Nigma versus what Secret's got, which is just, yeah, run at you with melee heroes. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting one.
Pretty solid way to play. And if I remember correctly, at that point it was Zai playing on the Darkseer, cliffing Arteezy on his Terrorblade. Sorry about that, everybody. Just catching strays.
I think you actually right about that. So yeah, I mean, let's see if they're going to be able to make it work. Looks difficult. I think Nigma's got super comfortable heroes. They've got, of course, Amar playing his, as he said the other day, my OP hero, right? So playing his Razor. Looks like a pretty nice Razor game. Could even see him maybe, I mean, he won't do this, but I could see him just not really dying, just going for some super survivable build, because they have so much healing with it, so much save. Got Rubik eventually with saves, we've got Soul Rip, Coddle heals, etc. So, yep. Let's see, there's already a lot of tipping going on, so, you know, those who don't know, of course, Amar and Crystallis, old teammates on Creep Wave back in the day, they say they know everything about each other, and both of them playing Grandmaster heroes in this match.
Oh, you wouldn't want it any other way either. It's just going to be a good one. And, well, zoning back a couple here. I'm curious to see how this laning stage works out, as Zayat's actually going to have to jump out of there in a moment, because they decided to swap things up a little bit. When we were looking at the draft, I think the panel was too, we were thinking like 4 Marcy, and instead it's going to be played with this Ricky. And you can see the esportsbet.io odds very even, but a slight edge right now towards Nigma Galaxy. But what do you think about the Ricky 4 switch-up playing with the Darkseer in lane?
I think it's one of the few times you can actually look to play it with, as a 4 position is when you have this Darkseer, but I think that Nigma honestly has three setups for winning lanes. I think top maybe could be the volatile one, the Nature's Prophet Rubik versus Marcy and Monkey King, but again, it's 2 range versus double melee. As long as My Control doesn't step up super aggressive and die, then I think, yeah, it looks like they should have 3 really, really strong lanes.
Definitely already taking a bit of a punch in here. Boom against Sumail in that mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Needs to deal with that constant harassment from the Illuminate spam, too. Was able to sideswipe the first one. But yeah, he's just going to keep on getting planked over and over again. But there are some downsides to this Coddle mid now. Like we've sort of, when it was in its heyday, no small camp for him to pull into.
Yeah, does have on Radiant. Actually, not on both of them. It does work because you can get like these double stacks and stuff going on. But the playstyle that Sumail did with it the other day was just join with his team super early, fight very actively, and I think that's probably a similar style that he can go for this game. It worked amazing. He was 100% kill involvement, so it was pretty absurd the performance that Sumail had on this hero.
Certainly will have been watched and maybe trying to find new ways to shut that one down. As you see Crystallis get some good harassment out there with Puppey onto GH. So playing on that hero that, as you said, level 30, incredibly comfortable. I think 1,500 games or somewhere in that neighborhood. As let's get some harassment in there. I think he had an Iron Shell just wear off too, but Amar taking some damage underneath the tower here.
Ooh, and missing a CS. And the second one. He's going to go for it. Doesn't get the last hit.
Damn. Okay. And Zaitz just pulls another wave. So when the lane is rough, get out of there. Just don't do it.
Double melee versus Undying. Oh, he's going to be a little slow pace to start, and versus Razor, of course. So Amar, he should be able to catch back up here. Missing another creep under the tower, though. So he's so far already missed, I think, like 3 or 4.
Boom's going to get a bottle refill down bottom there, too, after retrieving his. And Resolution, he definitely feels like the hero that needs to get a lot done.
Oop, up top, they get the grab on MC. This could be a potential kill.
Couple punches.
No Boundless. Forcing the TP out, though. Pretty nice.
Look at that. Zayat's just giving off a full duration link almost there, but getting some harassment in with the Iron Shell.
Yeah, nicely done. And it's in the positioning where the link doesn't really matter. Can't actually use it onto the Darkseer, so all right, pretty good. I'm mostly staying at top. I think this is the most volatile lane, like I was mentioning before. Just if those two squishier range heroes kind of step up a little too far, could get grabbed out if there's Boundless available. So seeing some stacks already. Sumail I believe he's clearing one hard camp and then stacking up the medium, just for the time being. So we are seeing Boom having a good time in the mid lane.
Yeah, 16-5 versus 16-3, but it's kind of what you would anticipate. A couple more extra denies for the high base damage there on the Tiny. And again,
Kuro
chase down onto him. It's Iron Shell level 2 now, so that's a pretty significant damage increase. And Kuro is actually forced to throw some decays out here. He's taking a ton of damage. Tries to TP out. Do they have enough damage? Yes! They get the kill with the Blink Strike.
Very late TP coming out from Kuro. Thinking that maybe he doesn't have to use another Mango and get that decay earlier. Gets chased out. All right, so plays his hand a little bit too far forward versus this level 2 Ion Shell.
And
nicely done from Zayat.
Now a potential really dangerous position because Darkseer's got level 3. Amar can't really step to the creep wave, and in fact, he just takes a ton, vacuum back, pulls him in with no help from that Undying. Amar is going to get ran down and finished off by Rezo.
Okay. I mean, they were struggling a bit on last hits, but yeah, because of the Undying playing too far forward, yeah, they get punished because of their positioning there. Nicely done from Rezo and Zayat. This is how they have to thrive off of this game, is getting constant kills with that Ion Shell. Making sure Rezo has a good game, I think, is going to be key.
Even going to pull that wave back behind as Boom heads on up and gets the other creep wave. So Amar will manage to come back in time, but you can see this like level 2 Ion Shell harassment has been super difficult for Nigma to deal with at the early goings.
Yeah, definitely slowing down that farm. I think, most important thing is, though, is just get Rezo levels, get level 7 super early. I wanted to see him running with the team, running with his Ricky, running with the Tiny, looking for super aggressive plays early on. So yeah, that's kind of the whole purpose of the way that the draft works with the 5 melee with Darkseer.
And I guess does the great start that we're seeing from Sumail, you know, he's now top of those last hits, farming out things and constantly getting the stacks on. With these bots, are you anticipating him getting active early too with the rest of the team?
I would imagine so. I think the way that Liquid has, not the way that they've played with Coddle, but the way that they've shown how you play the map with these type of early aggressive lineups, I think, yeah, he can join in with like Nature's Prophet. They can look to even pressure something like Monkey King with some rotations. Yeah, he's level 6, Boom. About to be 6 as well, but the Coddle now can just freely push out waves and then make things happen. Zayat is going to start scouting stuff out, so he's going to start watching Sumail getting those stacks ready. So starting to set up that kill threat later on. And maybe sap some experience. Get in there. Get in there, Ricky.
That is definitely going to be a little bit annoying. Can come on in and contest things if he needs to. Does mean that Resolution's left completely alone. They got a pretty good link onto him, but is going to just try and do another pull here of the camp. We'll have Surge back up in a moment, as I don't think Nigma can kill him with the stick charges.
Should be safe. It's a lane where, you know, they have no stun to actually stop this Surge and chase him out, so yeah, nicely done. But now Rezo does step up a little far. Okay, be okay.
To be careful there. Yeah, loses sight of the creeps, but this is a whole creep wave missed underneath the tower while this is happening. So Nigma losing out on a little bit of extra damage there onto the tower and a couple creeps too.
I think it's important they kill this courier though, actually, from Zayat. I was about to start mentioning what we saw the other day from Saksa, the way he was able to like ruin Watson, I believe it was, on the Terrorblade with these sentries and wards just to block camps. I think this could have been an option for Zayat. 1 minute, no courier available, won't be able to get into the jungle of Sumail and block these camps out, so pretty impactful.
Yeah, you can see the pings there already, feeling a little bit upset about not being able to come on in there and deny that farm.
Sumail now level 7, boot to travel ready, so always have to be ready on those side lanes now for the side of Secret, and he can just join in and bail any of these guys out of bad scenarios.
Goes in to try and put some pressure on again.
Nice
the vacuum back, the double
Here comes
ion
the Coddle,
shell,
though.
the damage is there. Can they kill him off in time? No. They have to run away, and Zayat, in some trouble, dies to the blast.
Even MC turns up, and Puppy.
Dude, they're all here. This is Danger Town. They're dropping ion shells on the creep wave just to pull it past because the damage is way too much. Almost kills them off, but the Ava, the toss, the pullback. Misses it up a little bit. Oh, and Amar's going to live through it because of it. They kill off Rezo.
Oh, boy.
That
Sumail's
was
still going.
not the way it was supposed to go, and now Boom in some more trouble. Throws out an avalanche to try and get some distance, but Sumail, I'm not sure if he's stopping. Will finally back off.
That was the early boots of travel timing. I'm surprised that MC actually came as well, too, but yeah, they have so much global threat. They see the situation happening, and boom, instant TPs come out. Now top Sumail is able to go and sap that XP, while My Control, I guess, is just going to play down in the bottom lane for a moment. Great response from Nigma.
Very well played. And, you know, despite those early 2 kills, you're seeing in terms of, like, the net worth across this lane, definitely into the favor of Razor, as you would anticipate.
Yeah.
The only lane that's sort of going pretty well relative to its counterpart is going to be that Monkey King, in some fashion at least, who's been able to get a little bit ahead of MC.
Yeah, and I think we saw a little bit of anti-synergy there from Puppey and Boom, right? The dispose during the toss kind of play just seemed to have broke the damage, I believe, or something like that. Something looked really messed up there. Now, moving forward, utilizing Ion Shell. Probably going to find MC here.
This should be a clean one, and double Ion Shells, and the finish.
Nicely done.
Trying to get into that Blink Dagger as soon as possible.
They got to play active this game. They have to play. I feel like they have to play extremely active with Ion Shell. Just look to make as many kills as possible, because it does feel like they will have some damage issues going into all this healing and save that Enigma Galaxy has set themselves up for.
Particularly around those BKB timings. Like, there's just not going to be much there when it's all ready to go.
The BKBs, these Illuminates, you can never count out how much Illuminate does heal inside of these fights, so.
MC comes back into the mid lane this time.
He wants his 6. He's just trying to find XP. Kuro will be down.
Going down here, it looks like they get a lift. Chrysalis turns, ready to fight. Sumail's shown up, tried to dodge the damage, but it came out too late. A little bit slow on that mischief.
Here comes MC as well. He's still not even 6. Okay.
It's his way out of there, but Danger Town for sure. It's again another huge group of heroes down on the bottom side of the map. Ooh, maybe gonna go for some type of a pick-off play here. Finds Sumail. Ava, toss. They have the smoke down. Wants to get him for the kill, but Sumail just runs away. Zayat's right on top. Tries to go for the tricks of the trade kill, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, that would have been huge, but Sumail just a little bit too tanky, a little too survivable.
Enigma is super ready for all these moves, and now even getting aggressive again onto Rezo. They have a Wrath of Nature.
Resolution tries to eat his way out, get some separation there. Kuro didn't get to K back up in time.
3K lead off of these rotations so far. Enigma reading the map perfectly. I like baiting Kuroki down bottom and then TPing in with so many heroes. I don't think Secret's ready for all this action that's coming out and how fast they're moving. And Sumail, of course, after bottom getting super low, finds a regen. So back up to full HP, level 10 Coddle at 10 minutes.
He is definitely having another one of those standout performances that we saw earlier. And, you know, you start thinking about the way that this has gone. So much of it enabled, even though he's not having a great game, this Nature's Prophet that can be everywhere at all times, and then they take the tower after they win the fight. It's just so much punish so quickly coming from Nigma.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, off of this, it's looking like a pretty good recipe for them to have this advantage where Secret, you know, they will definitely run into some damage issues to be able to push through all this healing. And the group up from Nigma, it's strong. When they all group up around Tombstone, around this Coddle, how do they kill the Tombstone? 5 melee heroes, there's going to be Blinding Light coming in, and if you commit to kill the Tombstone, you're going to get hit with Plasma Field, Fade Bolt, Coddle Nuke as well too, so team fights, they're going to start getting difficult for Secret as Zayat's.
Yeah, there's no way out of this one. So they move in, they find the kill on that Ricky, and immediately, after taking down that tower, keep the pressure going, TP into another lane.
And look, I mean, Sumail, level 11, 11 minutes, he's going to keep up with the timer. Every time there's any wave hitting a tower, he shows up. If you look at Secret's draft, they have no real objective taking. Their way to take objectives is fighting and then getting those objectives after you get kills. But if Nigma's reacting and moving at this speed, it feels like they're not going to really get a window opportunity to get those towers.
Yeah, they
slow down this farm.
They have to kill Sumail, it feels like, and that has proven to be very difficult.
He's tanky. He's, I mean, level 11. He has 4 staff to protect himself, the tumblers, and looks like he's actually perhaps building into the vessel as well that we've seen popularized on this hero.
It can be so devastating, so quick.
Yeah. Versus Monkey King versus Tiny Core. Those two heroes hate playing versus Vessel.
Well, it has slowed down in the last couple of minutes after taking both of those top and bottom tier 1 towers, but you gotta imagine all eyes on mid next. Whenever Nigma want to make that move again, might wait for the next big item that comes out here, and some pressure is being mounted down their bottom. So Secret getting something done here.
I think Boom has to make everything happen right now. Blink is online. I think he has to go pick up the Ion Shell, start moving around and find some of these big kills. Or feels like the map is going to shrink super fast, and just not really seeing good ways for Secret to take team fights unless they have numbers, which, as we've seen multiple times now, Enigma's always going to have the number advantage.
Well, TP's coming in bottom. Rubik is there. Kuro already in the spot, and Sumail, they see him right away. Doesn't even get off the tricks of the trade.
All right, well, that's Vessel pretty much done and almost level 12. So continue to keep it up. They're even going to deny out the tower. No gold for you, Secret.
Radiant's bottom
Enigma's
tower
got...
has
this game
been
plan is looking
denied.
perfect for them.
Everything that they wanted to accomplish, they're accomplishing it.
Yep. And they're giving Amar all the space in the world so that he can farm up for that BKB. Look at his HP already. On Agi Treads, he's 1720 HP.
Whoa.
So looking at Secret's burst potential, it's just not really there to take this hero out, even if they commit fully onto him.
No, they are going to need to have long, extended fights and somehow not manage to get all killed by a tombstone.
Yeah, long fights sound pretty hard.
Exactly.
Also.
Like, everything's hard.
But yeah, this is looking tough unless they start finding big kills with Boom.
Well, Kuro underneath the tower here. They have good wards in the area and see nobody on the map at all. Enigma back away and aren't going to present themselves as a target. Although they might spot the Undying here, turn back, ready to fight into him. Avalanche toss, and Kuro giving up a kill.
It's fine. Kuro, I think that's his job this game.
Yeah.
Tank the ganks. He's 0-3 so far, but you see that the reflection of the net worth, the reflection of the map, it's just all Nigma's favor. So yeah, definitely not the kill that they want to be getting with their smoke, with their blink reveal on Tiny.
H denies that DD MC. Wait, did he take mid tower? Was that?
Yep, Treants.
Oh my god.
He actually was able to sneak it in.
All right, mid tower gone.
Mid tower gone, and he's got Maelstrom. So
they didn't even have to take a fight.
No. They are so farmed at this point. Maelstrom on MC. They've got Coddle with Spirit Vessel, Force Staff. They've got Razor with near BKB. They're hitting timings faster than I would have expected it to.
Yeah, this game does not feel like it's going to get that much easier just by farming alone. If Secret want to sort of pull themselves back into this, they're going to need to make some solid plays, get some fights going their direction.
How do you, right? How do you get that? Because you have to get number advantage probably versus this lineup at this point, and there's a Coddle with bots, and there's a Nature's Prophet on the other side, so yeah, things looking rough. Things looking really hard for Secret.
Bro, don't do that.
Well, they scan. Radiant know that they're in the area. Burrow walking forward brazenly right into vision now. They spot him.
Look at him. He's offering himself. He's like, please, go for me.
Oh my god, you need to run away. The Surge does get enough distance there that they can escape with Rezo.
Oh boy. They have to just, the scan comes out, right? It catches them when they were setting up this gank for some time and unable to find much of anything. Crystallis close to, he has Echo Saber that's going to be able to come out on Courier soon, but it's bottom of the cores already.
Puppy gets away, and Boom will too. I mean, the scary thing about this, oh, Boom, no, maybe he won't.
The Vessel.
In trouble. Crystallis is over in the area too, though. Sumail does not want to step too far up. They drop the Tombstone down now. And with MC moving in, Boom is going to be in trouble. They find him. Crystallis now in trouble too. He gets caught, he gets stunned, and nowhere left to go. Needs to get a jump away, but doesn't have an opportunity to. Amar gives the vision. They find the kill.
Nice play. Oh, yeah, give him the tip. I mean, beautiful play from MC. Just drops the Nature's Call on top of him, cuts the tree, and he's stunned for 4 seconds.
Man.
Enigma just running the show. And now, Amar, yeah, BKB is going to be coming out, so very limited physical damage on Secret's draft. Enigma is just seeming to be finding everything and dictating pace completely.
Well, and even the thought of like trying to go for some big vacuum combo into the, everything. Resolution Vacuum is at level 1. He needs to have this surge ready so he can keep himself and the rest of the team alive. So even that big combo isn't going to be there for a while.
It's just, their lineup is just very, very tough to play versus what Enigma has. It's 5 melee versus Rubik Undying, so these heroes just, yeah, Rubik Undying and Coddle, these heroes just thrive versus these melees. And Sumail's doing the same build he did the other day. So we were already talking about how they can't kill Tombstone, they can't commit onto these team fights. Sumail gonna rush in Aghanims. Yikes. Then they literally cannot kill Tombstone, they probably can't kill Will-O-Wisp either. This game just continues to be super difficult, and they know exactly where Crystallis is right now. GH already prepared with the Avalanche.
Oh my god, he jumped into it. Oh, that feels bad. Holy moly, Crystallis doesn't even get off to get the Boundless Strike.
What a play from GH.
Dude, GH is so good.
He knew exactly where he was jumping, had the Avalanche already pre-targeted. Moving on to the next kill. GH 203, almost same net worth as Monkey King, and they are not slowing down.
Movement after movement has been a success for Enigma and Secret. The area they're allowed to play has just grown smaller by the minute, it feels like.
And Kuro just charges in because he's always telling them, like, please use your spells on me. Like, that's my job, just tank everything up.
Yeah, like even if he doesn't get the Tombstone down, I think it doesn't matter almost.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it at this point by any means.
Lucian getting those creeps denied from him as he has to waddle away from Amar.
Look at the map as well, too. Look how prepared they are for Riki. Look at all these sentries placed from Nigma. How the hell do you play as this Riki at this moment? They've got Shard now, so let's see what they can make happen with that. Echo Saber on Monkey King. The Blink, as we mentioned before, on the Tiny, and they have Shard on Zayats. Feels like this has to hit hard.
But they're going to run right into Amar, who still has that BKB ready.
And Kuroki. Okay.
Throws it out. Finds one. It's not the best target in the world, not going to lie to you. But they get that kill, and Amar can't do anything to turn it around right away. So they get one pick off.
They get the pick up on Kuro again. I'm sure Kuro is just... I mean, Kuro usually doesn't like smile or laugh at all or anything, but I'm sure Kuro's very happy with this situation that's going on still.
4 of his team's 6 deaths. Yeah, not bad.
Yep, that's the job of the 5. Space.
But if he ever were to smile, this would be the
This
time.
would probably be the time, yeah.
I'm with you.
That little thumbs up that he gave at that one tournament, right? I love that picture. These deep wards right now that Nigma's been able to place also with all this aggression, they see everything. So they see all the preparation that Secret's trying to set up for. Looks like it's probably going to get de-warded, but
Zayats.
Amar's in the area.
Oh, runs right on through him. The sleeping dart's there.
Boom, he's in trouble.
Oh my god, Zayats just gets obliterated, and yeah, boom. Not going to be living for that long there.
Yeah, I think you might have to start banning this Coddle as well versus this team. Sumail just way too comfortable on it. The build working perfectly. This Vessel is destroying Boom. He sees him for 1 second. Solar Blind Vessel. This Tiny just starts ticking out so fast. Yeah, pace just continues to be accelerated. 8K lead. Feels like they're able to do almost whatever they please on the side of Nigma.
What's crazy is I feel like there are a bunch of bans the panel was talking about on Sumail. Almost no bans on Amar's heroes, and even still, he just gets this like absolutely insane Coddle that can set the tempo for the rest of the draft, it feels like.
Coddle versus 5 melee.
Yeah.
The literal dream for Sumail. 5 melee and limited damage until later on, so yeah. He's having a blast.
And I feel like there was a couple of moments early on where maybe Boom could have played together, and we saw him try and go on that Coddle, how different things maybe could have looked if they were able to pair together and actually get the kill. But, you know, when you fail those ganks and Sumail gets into his point booster now, has the Ogre Club, it feels really hard to take him down.
Yeah, just limited damage and super tanky heroes. I think Nigma just looks super ready this game, right? Like the movement started happening bottom, and the Coddle, the Coddle already had Boots of Travel. MC was like, I'm level 4 or something and changed and still TP'd in to join the team. They were super ready for every rotation. It's impressive.
Well, Mech is done, along with the full pipe on Darkseer. So they do have some survivability here. The issue is always going to be, though, and has been the damage.
Yes. Zayats
has to get away, gets the jump off the Puppy.
But here comes MC. He's just keeping in their faces.
Yeah, not that concerned about anything. Doesn't have a rebound now. Puppy, he's dead.
Sumail secures the last hit with the blinding light, and that's his Aghanims. So team fights already were impossible for Secret. It felt now whatever is more impossible than impossible. Seems like that is starting to be it as, still kicking up the pace, even looking to pressure tier 2s now.
Drops down the cloud, tries to slow down this push for whatever they're worth. The Greaves are done, but the damage not there, and Monkey King still a ways away from a BKB as Nigma take down this tower. Tier 2 going to go down at 21 minutes with an 8K gold lead. It's hard to come back from this.
Very hard to come back from this. And, they're going to eventually start making their way into Roshan, too, and they're pretty much full HP whenever they commit in it. And they don't have the best way to kill it, but they have the Flesh Golem and Tombstone, which is going to help Enigma take that one out. To point out also, I like that Amar actually bought Shard this game nice and early.
Oh, yeah.
So many targeted spells onto him. The Riki spells, the Marcy spells. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage just with that.
Has the Sanjanyasha queued up right now, but maybe a dream of a Bloodstone.
Yeah,
who knows?
He probably doesn't need it. He's the carry, right? He wants to go more carry. So. Smoked. They're ready. They still have this deep ward that sees the rotation coming in.
Take Kuro out of the fight for a moment. Jump away with Zayats.
Uh-oh. Only for a second,
though. No more tricks of the trade. He is in some trouble. Pulled back in and zapped down. Punched to death.
MC wants more.
Keep looking. There they find him. Has to pop that Greaves. Tries to run away. Vacuum wall. Back onto 3, but there is no follow-up in the least bit.
Oh.
Boom. Okay, Avatos kills off Kuro.
Kuro offers his life.
Illusions taking down the Tombstones. That's how you do it. You don't have ranged heroes yourself. You create them.
Fair enough.
It's perfect.
Small
There's
small
nothing
game.
wrong with this, right? Right?
You always try to look for the positive. I like
try
it.
really hard.
I like it. The pessimist with the optimist here together on the cast.
Whoa, but look at that, 66%. So they're
Okay.
all right. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, actually.
Same. It's giving them a little bit more faith with that. With the 5-man darks here, if they can get some type of connections, if they can combo. MC's TPing right in their faces again.
Oh god, get out of there, boom. You're in some trouble there. Surge, but still an avalanche. Oh, that one hurts a lot. Tries to get in onto somebody, but it's just going to be another kill. So
And
boom goes down.
And now Roche is opened up, if they'd like to go into there at least.
It is a little bit tough to come and contest this one. And Nigma, they know how strong they are, and they are ready to take this one down. Pop that Flesh Golem. Kuro gets the amp damage, and Roshan falling very quickly. Only one tower taken so far for Secret.
Just met with 5 heroes, it feels like, every single time they've tried to make a play.
Chrysalis does have the BKB completed, as we see Nigma finish off this Roshan, so might be able to survive some of that burst coming from the Coddle. But also just look, and they don't have great ways to keep people stuck in these fights.
Yeah, and it's still just the same thing, right? More survivability, but no ways to actually kill targets very easy. Yeah. It's going to come down to... It really does feel like it's going to come down to some type of... I'm looking to see if there's a blink even queued on Rezo. Not the case, going for force staff to save. It feels like it's going to have to be some like 4 or 5-man vacuum with just chain stun with boundless into Wukongs.
Yeah, bait out the BKBs first somehow, and then go for that type of a play. Marcy and Puppy playing on it. The double bracer about to hit that 25-minute mark. Let's go.
Okay.
And the Hood of Defiance done, so maybe some more extra survivability going on there.
All right, let's see what they can do. This has to also, I mean, this has to kind of work out for them if they can find anything. But map already starting to get pushed out. Nigma seem to be prepared for this move again already. Hitting mid tower.
Force staff done. Mar the one that's leading the charge with that Aegis and BKB still in hand.
Oh boy. All right, let's see what they find. The 5 melee stacked up.
Looking for it. Surged up. Boom. Doesn't go for a play, though. Does get the toss back now with the Boundless, but is the damage there? Yes! They bring him down once. Can they do it again? The rest of the team at nearby... Okay, no. They just
Push
back
them out.
out. They just run away.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And tower drops anyway, so that was one of their big hits. And now Nigma, they're going to hit back. Walls down. Wukong's is down too. The majority of the damage from Secret. Oh, Chrysalis goes to farm here. Amar.
There's no
He
way.
knows. He knows they cut it with the Will-O-Wisp.
Oh my god, they get him. Are you kidding me? Chrysalis gets caught, obliterated there.
Oh, yeah, multiple tools to cut down the AoE trees.
Man.
The Will-O-Wisp as well as the Nature's Call. This time it's the Will-O-Wisp. An Aether Lens on Sumail. They read the move perfectly.
I must have missed that smoke on the Secret side, and well, they get punished pretty freaking hard.
Sumail, Kuroki he did have a pretty big smile right there, just gonna say. Pretty big grin coming out on him. I think they're feeling real good.
I'm waiting for the thumbs up.
Yeah.
It'll come soon, surely.
They're just sweeping so fast across the map. Every time you look, it's 4 or 5 heroes from Nigma. They get another really good ward down, a deep ward. Might get taken away, but either way, they're always keeping tags of wherever Secret's trying to make any type of play.
Very frustrating to play against. And I think that even that positioning, I think that Coddle Illusion was trying to block the camp, but didn't quite get it. Regardless, everything that they want to do and more, Puppy can only kind of look on as creeps get farmed in his face.
I mean, look at MC. He's actually blocking Ancients and blocking Hard Camp around the triangle at the same time that all this is happening. So not even a place for Christos to farm. While Nigma's playing on opposite side of the map, they're still pressuring other side either with treants and blocking camps. MC, his Nature's Prophet has always been something that's terrifying.
I mean, so this is the thing, right? Like, we're talking about the power, obviously, of the Coddle. I think Nature's Prophet is a huge part of what makes this work in a way. Like, the speed that you can play it is just insane out of so many positions.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it so many times, right? The way that Liquid's kind of made this hero look pretty broken in a way. The way that you're always having a way to take objectives. You always are able to fight. He doesn't do the Ags build on MC, but either way, he turns up to every fight. And yeah, he transitions into a carry a little bit differently with the Mjolnir build.
Turning up to fights at like 4 minutes or whatever the hell it was. It's like, why are you here?
Yeah, with the Gleipnir, that is, especially too, yeah. And he's even gone for, so another thing, right? Now they have Curse of Old Growth. So there's Nature's Call, there's Will-O-Wisp, and there's Curse the Old Growth to scout out or to catch this poor Monkey King inside tree lines too.
Dude, that's actually crazy.
They have all the answers, it feels like.
Oh my god, Curse of the Old Growth is actually so good against Monkey King.
Yeah, you just see him chilling in there. Sure, it doesn't cut the tree, but allows you to get the setup for your Nature's Call.
And I haven't played it against it enough to know how much you're able to identify when you are caught with that also. I guess the DPS coming in is going to do it, but
yeah.
Regardless, 28 minutes in, next round of neutrals. They are coming through now, and it looks like none yet online for Secret because those Ancients were blocked.
Yeah, and dude, they're just so rich. Look at the Rubik now at this point. He's almost got same net worth as the Tiny. Boom. 3-3 this game, unable to find any pickoffs because every time that Secret's tried to make a move, Enigma's just there.
GH, great spells to skill in this one.
Yeah. He's got a Lotus Orb too, so just throws it on his course.
Oh no.
They just can't die.
Courier killed again. And I wonder how much you talked about that Courier snipe that came out that stopped Sumail from being able to, you know, get his camp locked or what have you. How much that might have changed things, but I don't know. It's still just looking so rough.
Yep.
Sleep.
GH, he's got Lotus.
The one. What can they do here? Doesn't look like a whole lot. Tricks the trade, jumps away to get back with the rest of his team. Puppey tries to escape, and well, the chase down is there. Yeah, Resolution's gonna vacuum, but doesn't feel great.
No follow-up.
Oh, he drops the wall though.
Boom, maybe looking to go.
Okay, Abba, toss with the Iron Shell MC. He goes down. Amar pops that BKB. They're gonna try and wait this one out here, but Chrysalis and Puppey nearby.
Okay.
Can they find him? Jump, looks for more. Oh, the Boundless Strike is off the mark. I don't know if the BKB was wearing off there or what ended up happening, but it might not matter. The toss back. GH keeping his buddy alive. Immaculate play on this Rubik. It is still a solid sequence of events for Secret.
The best sequence that they've had happen so far. Rezo able to get a decent connection. Rezo is now top 2 net worth, so he's still having a pretty good time. But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As they get stronger, he gets stronger. The wall is strong and going straight into a Hex next.
Cool. Zayats, he's in deep looking for Kuro.
Sleeping Dart used again. Boom on top of Kuro. Now the chase. Chrysalis onto Sumail. Oh, the vacuum is just off the mark. They couldn't quite pull him in, and now Wukong's down. Chrysalis just needs to see away,
God.
but the root is there. Chrysalis is going to fall, and Secret again are going to have to just run away.
Kuro, I guess, is a very tasty zombie because they are committing onto him so much, diving tier 2s, losing the core, and not even getting the kill on him.
Yeah, he is, I mean, died 6 times, but every one of them has been worth it. And
oh, yeah.
Now, there is another nice pickup here, which is going to be the Aghanim Scepter for Tiny, but it's still, it's feeling like the ability to use this it's really hard for them.
It's all coming out so late, right? It's 31 minutes, so his damage is still pretty lackluster with that. The next item, perhaps, if he's able to get something like that crit, then maybe with the follow-up. Uh-oh, Zayats, GH, he's ready.
Tricks the trade, tries to get out, drops the cloud, TP out of there, but no. MC was always going to be ready.
He's always showing up.
Sumail, Octarine Core, 100 gold away from finishing that one off.
Yeah, 10-0-8. 18 of the 21. Can't see how much healing he's done so far this game, but it feels like this healing is also pretty massive. He's even able to dissuade pretty much most of the kills on Secret in a lot of these fights.
I'm curious, you know, at this point, there is still some of that comeback potential that I can see now that you've got like the big combos of a vacuum, a tree volley. But it feels like if Enigma play their cards right, it shouldn't be that much of a contention.
No, they should still be able to control pretty decently. They even have Mech and Greaves for themselves very soon.
Yeah.
So gotta negate a bit of that burst damage that comes out, even if Secret connects it perfectly. And they have so many ways to play around Wukong's.
Right.
All these 4 stabs. GH still actually hasn't picked up Shard. I thought maybe he would have, but yeah, tons of 4 stabs, blinding lights, etc. to push them away.
Comparing right now the value that Amar has versus Chrysalis, it definitely feels like, in a way, like Amar's that walking battle of doom that like you can't really approach. And on the other hand, when Chrysalis drops the Wukongs, it's hard, but you know they can just walk away from you.
Yeah, it feels like soon they're gonna just be able to stand in the Wukongs and fight. The AC is nearly done with Amar. So it feels like that's probably the point where they just stand inside Wukongs and just take the fight back to them as Secret. Trying to take a fight here with number advantage.
Seeing if they can bait something out, but
Can
of
they
course...
find Sumail? Maybe they can here, Sumail.
This would be big. They try and jump in. Chrysalis there with the Boundless. The save comes out.
Too much
Sumail,
saves.
Force Staff and out. Now they all have to run. Chrysalis and the BKB, they're standing in the Wukongs. They're fighting in the Wukongs. Amar getting brought down low in the Wukongs. Has to run away for a moment, but, well, guess what? There's too much damage. Chrysalis eventually is brought down, and the rest of Secret trying to escape from their stolen vacuum and the pushback onto Rezo. GH comboing together there with Sumail, and, well, one more round. Boom, he's stuck. There's nowhere to go. The trees, they can't help you now. As another avalanche, this time thrown out from GH, and Amar on top of him again. So many kills going the way of Nigma, and no answers at all from Secret.
No, yeah, they get on top of the target they wanted, but what, double Force Staff, and then just the big mech / Guardian Greaves coming out into Sumail. He's fine, and Amar just runs in the middle of the Wukongs. He's tanky enough at this point. And Amar now starting to plant some flags. They're feeling good. I think they know they've done it.
I thought he was queuing up the mantles.
I was checking to see if he was.
Dang. Well, Tier 3 tower taken down along with a lane of racks. And a couple more seconds till the rest of Secret is back up, but the damage well been done. 22,000 gold lead right now.
And Roche respawns. Perfect timing for the side of Nigma as well, too. So waltzing into the pit there. Getting tankier and tankier. There's a Satanic now finished on Nature's Prophet. AC finished on Razor. Queuing up a Heart. They don't have enough damage on Secret anyway, but this is just a little bit of a blanket just in case of anything. Nigma looking really clean this game. I honestly feel like they've made like very few mistakes, maybe like one or two, but besides that, it's been like a pretty flawless execution. Kuro just offering his life time and time again.
True.
It was the right game plan.
Well, a hell of a first game coming out right now from Nigma. They do have the Hex done on the Darkseer.
Oop.
And Zayat needs to get out of here. Force Staff down to the low ground, and he does manage to escape. So they have more control. The damage has consistently been the issue, and they have not solved that problem. Level 3 wall.
They're going to have to get tossbacks under Tier 4.
And they try to right now. The Hex comes out. They've got him found. The vacuum pulls back Amar. Do they have the damage, though? Still no Puppy trying to bring down Amar,
He's
but he
alive.
walks away. Oh, the AC was too much. And Secret, they really have no answer now. Blinding Light pushes the monkey out of his own Wukongs.
So much. Soul Rip, Greaves, the blast coming in from Illuminate. Yeah, everyone just covering Amar there.
Back up to full HP yet again.
Oh, now Boom.
Ooh, let's be careful.
They'll be right for a second.
Buyback on Marcy.
Got to toss under Tier 4s. It's the only way to get kills here.
They do have backing back up again, but no wall for 60 seconds. Boom, looking for that toss-back play. But Amar standing in a full creep wave.
He still has Aegis and BKB, so even if they get him under anything now at this point,
it doesn't look like it's going to matter that
No.
much. Next round, next Tier 3 tower. Zayat's back behind enemy lines.
they haven't. I thought they would buy a gem on the side of Nigma a little bit earlier because of how dominant they've been, but just relying on sentries and dust to catch this Riki, it's worked. So why not?
True enough.
Will Kuro plop the random sentry? He doesn't actually have one anymore. Drops the Tomb Provision.
Gets it down. Incredibly hard to fight into this one, obviously. Boom trying to get set up here. But of course, like you said, with that Aegis still in hand, it feels like a fool's errand. And they drop the Will-O-Wisp down. Amar keeps the beat down going. Jump in from Puppy. They try and find the backlines. They get one, get two. The Boundless Strike is out. The vacuum. Do they have the damage, though? Chrysalis just trying to punch him. It's not enough. It's not nearly enough. And Amar gives the tip over to his former teammate. Chrysalis starts to die in his Wukong's command. As, well, Amar gets low, but he still has that Aegis regardless. Soul Rip is there. GG is called. Nigma take game number 1.
They kind of smashed this one. It felt like a tough draft, it felt like, for Secret to play with the 5 melee, with what they're up against versus, Undying and Coddle, as we mentioned multiple times. But Nigma played flawlessly. I feel like literally 0 mistakes. And yeah, it feels like for Secret, it's going to be a little bit back to the drawing book, because I don't really know what they adjust with. They got Crystalis on a last pick Monkey King, his most comfortable hero, but I feel like the draft already had a lot of issues going up against what Nigma had already.
No, it's true. And, I think that to me at least, it feels like more of what I'd like to see is trying to deny what's been good for Nigma as opposed to even any of the changes that came out from their draft. Like, obviously, the 5 melee shenanigans with Darkseer, we've seen it before, it can work from time to time. But when you just come online that quickly with NP, with Coddle, it just is like, it's this undeniable wave that just goes at you.
Yeah, and I got to check one quick thing before we actually jump over. I just want to look at some damage stuff because...
Oh, God.
I just want to look how much Sumail did because he was doing like 4-man, 5-man blast a couple times. I mean, he did 10,500 healing. So 10,500 healing, 26,000 damage dealt. He's part of 26 kills. He kept up with like the game time level, 10 minutes, level 10, 11, kind of keeping up like that. Yeah, he was everywhere. Nigma, I think, played this game super damn well. And yeah, for Secret, something's going to have to be fully adjusted because this probably won't work if they give up all these heroes to Nigma again.
It's pretty bad, though, because he lost some kill participation compared to the other day. He should
true.
probably retire. I don't know.
I mean, what an absolute beast. I think leaving this for last pick, if you don't have a good solution for it, might just be a mistake. So
true. Well, an incredibly impressive performance from Sumail, from all of Nigma. We'll see if they can continue it in game number 2, send Secret down to Division 2, or if they're going to be able to fight back. Find out in a few.
All right, it was only game number 1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It did go in the favor of Nigma Galaxy, though, and it's exactly what my lovely 3 panelists said would happen. The sustain coming out from Nigma Galaxy, especially with that Coddle, was just way too much for the lack of damage coming out from Secret.
I mean, I think, for me personally, this was one of the most disappointing drafts I've seen in the DPC.
From Secret?
Yeah.
No,
maybe overall.
From anyone.
From anyone.
No, but like I think if we just take a look at, I think their opening is not robust. If I'm playing Tiny this game, I feel bad because who's really gonna go with me and kill with me? Is it Ricky? No. Is it Marcy? Nope. Darkseer Iron Shell? Okay. And a carry Monkey King. When on the flip side, Nigma, they're playing well. They're playing with each other. They have high tempo. They have sustain. Like it's just working for them. And I think this game is near impossible for Secret unless they like win 3 lanes.
Yeah, egregiously. Also a misplay on Nigma as well, I feel like. But their draft, it's so robust. You have the fact that it's Undying, he goes for the heals himself, so he's pumping out sustain. Coddle's pumping out sustain. They're all tanky, you got the 4-staff on Coddle. Like, you have so many ways to play out the fights, and it's cemented by both Razor and Fury in being tanky enough that they can just be in the middle of the fight if they need to, and just get saved from the 4-staff, from the hills. And the entire game, it just felt like Secret was on the back foot, running away, barely able to fight, and Chrysalis, like bottom of the net worth for the cause, struggling as well. Like for a last pick Monkey King, it's not. I feel like, to be fair, it's not his fault because you're picking Monkey King, and there's nothing else for him to play, and the other 4 picks aren't helping you either. So it wasn't the best of drafts from Secret, but Nigma, they just flawless, clean, decisive, great game from them.
A lot of Secret just couldn't exist on the map. They just were almost always in their base shape.
I think they kind of did it to themselves a little bit. I mean, you're playing against a Razor and a Coddle, and you're playing into those timings. In the first 10 minutes, you're just fighting them and losing because your heroes just straight up aren't good enough. You need to wait and play patiently for your like Ricky Dart timing, for example. The fact they're letting Nigma take the fights that they want just puts them further behind. And then it made their conditions to win fights way too limited.
Yeah, like I think they
I didn't realize that was the end. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll end it with more Fanati.
Yeah.
I forgot what I said. Go ahead. Kazu.
I agree, like, why are you giving? It's not like Nigma played well. I don't want to discredit them at all, but the kills that they got early on is just because they responded with a Coddle Travels TP. Whereas Secret, no, this is their timing. It's a max Q Razor early game. It's a Coddle who's dominating mid because that's what the hero does, and he buys Travels, and then you're just going there and feeding kills. Same with Chrysalis. Like in other games, that move is great, but into a Coddle mid, not good.
Could we have seen Secret's lineup go for significantly more sustain or defensive items, or were they just never even getting a farm to complete items full stop?
Yeah, it's kind of the second part of that. If they buy defensive items, then they won't do any damage and they won't win any fight. Sure, you live for an extra 10-15 seconds, but you're still going to die. I think the main thing for Secret, at least in this game, was just how they reacted to the early pressure. This could have been a type of game where Secret, they collapse their lanes earlier. When Coddle makes his move, you're bringing 4-5 heroes to a fight just to try and win something. But even saying that just feels wrong because you don't want to be doing that to win a game, right? So yeah, for Nigma, they're just chilling this first game. Like, you think about stat lines for Sumo, games that they're losing, he's like 4-6, 9-9, whatever. But the games that he's winning, Sumo's like 13-2, 12-2, like 19-0. Like when they're winning, they're crushing. Yeah. And then it's like a little bit harder down the line. But
We saw the Sumail MVP screen pop up before. It was just for stats, okay? You guys still get to pick who you would like as MVP, but is it going to be Sumail?
It's the king. I think
Yep.
the king is back. I haven't seen this guy lose a mid lane. Maybe he did, but I didn't see it. The last 10 games I've seen.
I didn't see it, therefore it didn't exist.
Exactly.
In fairness, he's not actually playing mid. He's playing Kotal, which is push the lane out so quickly you don't even get to see mid, and then you kill everything else. So he is the king of something, but it's the king of crushing people.
So you've only seen the Kotal games?
Yeah, I mean, he's played a DP game as well. Does the same thing, pushes it out before it gets played, but no. Sumail is playing insanely well on these heroes.
Do you have anything you want to add, Sheep, about the gameplay coming out from Sumail here?
I think he's just consistently impressive. Like, against OG, for example, he was solo killing mid, winning lane every time. Like, his ability to dominate in that way is such a nice thing for Nigma, knowing you can rely on him, that he's not going to, like, choke and throw this away or make the game hard for you.
Yeah. What's the change up for Secret, just very quickly?
Probably, if you're picking Riki, have a draft that enables Riki. Don't forget that you have a Riki and then have this
Felt almost just like picking Riki because it's in the meta and it's
I want them to have heroes that can do things with one another. Not where you're like, I'm this, but what do you do for me? And then the next guy asks the same question. It's like, where's the synergy? I don't see it.
Yeah. An issue that we found out about them in the last few weeks of DPC. We thought they'd fix them up, but they hadn't. Before we do jump to a break, though, want to give our sponsors a shout out. esportbet.io. They're launching soon a watch to earn platform. If you want more details, you can join their Discord channel, and you can find a link for that at the bottom of this Twitch channel here at twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2. That's right, guys. That's right. But for now, we will jump to a break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2. We'll see if Secret can find that cohesiveness that they so desperately need to stay in Division 1.
Keep going for them, bro. It's griefing. Mid. Hook Amar. This is good.
Yeah, I'm tanking this time. I'm tanking.
They're dropping. Just get out of this shit, Arena.
They're griefing, no?
They're griefing. I'll cancel him.
Nice MC. Peace.
Go more, guys. You are a beast. You can't die, Amar. Just keep going, bro. It's easy.
Welcome back. Game number 2 between Secret and Enigma Galaxy. Secret need... Why did you laugh?
Who laughed?
I just had
yeah? What do you have to say, T?
I had something in
Say
my
it into the
throat.
camera.
Did you even laugh? Did you?
No, I didn't laugh.
Oh, I thought you actually did
Great.
laugh.
No, I just went...
False
Sorry.
accusation.
Secret need this win, guys, to force a game 3, and then they need to win game 3 to potentially stay in Division 1, because then they need Nigma Galaxy to lose against Entity to force tiebreakers. All I'm saying is it starts right now with game 2 after they lost game 1. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, make it hard for yourselves. You have to win 2 games in a row. That is... It's rough, honestly. I think after that game 1, I don't think many people are too excited for the second game because Nigma just looked like the way better team. If you're a Secret fan, it's like, come on, boys. What's this?
Yeah, but I don't think it's a problem of gameplay. I mean, obviously there is a level of gameplay that's...
Oh, that's what I mean. It's all of it together.
What I'm saying is, you saw their last series.
Yep.
They drafted really well. They had heroes that did different things and worked together. You know, you had, oh, we have one hero that goes in, other heroes that can connect to that. We have ways to push towers. And when they had those heroes, they won the game because they are competent players. There's a reason they've been playing Dota for many, many years. It's just, what the hell is this draft? Just fix it.
Just clap and fix it. That's what I want.
Just
the thing is, though, when you're drafting, or at least with secret drafts, depending on who they're playing against, the drafts are either very big brain or they drafted their opponents, right? So against ITB, I feel like these drafts, it's because, okay, you know, we know what ITB is going to go for, so we'll do this. But against like the Negmas, the Liquids, the Tundras, there's a little bit more like spice in a secret draft where they're trying to be like, let's try and draw this in, let's get the techies into this play, let's do a bit more than they need to do. And that's where the volatility of draft and then it bleeds into play. When secret isn't, you know, mechanically, or at least as a team, they're probably bottom 3 in the region right now. They can't then draft with the same draft style that they've done in major success in the last however many years of captaining, right? So they haven't found that foundation to help cover the fact they are
they're
weaker.
getting a lot in their own heads? Do you know what I mean? Like they're over-analyzing, thinking too deep, just trying to do a lot of reactionary things, or it's almost the inverse where it's just like everything's just so surface level, let's just play comfort.
The problem when you lose this much is that it's very easy to be off balance one way or the other, where you're either doing too little or you're like go super crazy, where you try to play 5D chess and do this, do that, where you need to do this. But when in reality, it's more like they just need heroes that they need to make it easy for themselves, where they have heroes that can help each other. I don't think they need to overanalyze, overplaying Nigma, sure. Ban some heroes that is comfortable for them and good against your heroes, but you can stop there.
Yeah. It's going to be Secret with the first pick this time around. What would you like to see them open up with, right? I was going to say, we know we don't want the Ricky Tiny combo.
Tree.
You mean the hero they have success with, right? It's like
the hero they can win with. It's Tree.
They've won with Brood and they won with Tree. So if Nigma really wants to lean into some pressure here, you ban the Brood and the Tree. It's like,
I mean, you definitely don't have to focus on the Lina. It got all the way through. It was the final ban of game number 1.
Yeah.
So
with Nigma being such a prominent Furion offlane team as well, I don't think they cared too much about it. They easily can pick up some more jumping support. So I don't think Nigma at least has the biggest fears of Linus with Secret. I think depending on the team you play against, then that's when certain heroes have higher value, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
For Nigma, they did ban it last game. I would assume they will do the same this game, unless they have some big master plan.
They banned the Tree. They banned Lina way down the line at the end. Yeah. But now the Tree. Yeah, sure. There you go. What have Secret won on? These 2 heroes. All right, there we go. It's over.
It's over.
There you go for the task.
Pack it up.
Drafting
pack
is
it
so
up.
easy.
all right, see you guys. See you.
I mean, again, it's just the stats that I'm looking at here.
Stats don't lie.
Tusk-wise?
Except that one time it did when you thought Supreme Ember Spirit would win.
Yeah, that was a good
what
one.
can you do, man? Sometimes you get into the breached.
Nigma Galaxy opening is going to be the Rubik Nature's Prophet. Just run it straight back. Do you care too much about this change up for a Tusk opening?
Honestly, I'd be happy with it.
The only issue with it is it allows for bat on 8 for Secret that they've done before with the Tusk opening. So that is maybe the one deterrent for going Furion, but you could potentially do like Furion plus something to then deter that bat aggression mid lane.
Yeah.
What have they done before? Some Death Prophet opening, but then the same story. It depends a bit on what they're afraid of on 8. I wouldn't mind this Nature's Prophet.
Okay. We get to see the GH support.
I mean, I love the Naga 4.
It's like when Nigma picks this Naga, there's like no flex in it though. Like it is just the
But
4
we've seen how good it is.
No, again, I have no complaints with it. It's more like
that sounds like
it's just the 4 player, and then you have the carry Razor.
He's so good at it.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. Love the way he plays the game. It is quite standard like Naga gameplay though going into mid game. I was like when I was looking through the replays, I was watching for any like special usefulness of the Naga in the mid game, but it really is just a game of like giving vision, and he cuts waves like a normal Naga Siren would.
Yeah.
He just buys his Greaves and plays for like the right songs in the team fights. It's very honestly, it's quite simple.
Yep.
I just think the niceness of it is how well he does at microing his illusions and having impact in the early laning stages.
Secret are like, all right, Lena's through. Let's pick it up. Let's close out this phase with Alina. She's obviously very strong in this patch at the moment. So Tusk Lina is their opening.
I mean, Lina is at least very good against Razor. Razor hates to be outranged or heroes that make it hard for him to run in. Lina kind of does both.
Yeah.
Because she's high range with high physical damage. And now they also get to protect forward. So I think Secret have both teams should probably be somewhat happy with their first phase. But I at least, you know, comparing it to the last draft, Secret are off to a way better start.
I feel like if you're Secret, though, your bans need to be these aggressive heroes. So Furion, you've got like Beastmaster, things that can collapse on the map. Naga can secure your lane quite nicely without the pools. Also, in the 10-15 minute mark, you have no Ancients to farm. So if there's like some map pressure and you're not really farming yourself because of this disruption of Naga support, it could get a little bit overwhelming.
Something as well that Secret need to be wary of is the fact that Lena's going to buy a BKB and she's going to take these fights. If Nigma are able to use Song to isolate her when she's BKB'd, they can just kill her that way. And then as well, when her BKB then runs out, be on top of her for when it ends. So they just need ways to like protect her. This Tusk is already kind of nice. If he gets a blink, he'll be able to just snowball and save her potentially. But otherwise, they'll need to buy 4 staffs, maybe a mech, just ways to help disengage and help her out because her positioning is going to be quite difficult this game.
Secret are just banning out a lot of this comfort heroes, or heroes that we've seen Nigma Galaxy win on before. The opening here was the same as game number 3 against OG. Nigma Galaxy were able to open up with the Naga, Razor, and then they went into the Nature's Prophet and Undying. So now the 2 bans that Secret don't want to give over.
Yeah, I mean, the Nature's just makes a lot of sense for the Lina. As we mentioned, Undying, I mean, Nigma have played it a lot. Hero looks pretty good. Kuro just runs it up, he goes in, has the tombstone.
He just doesn't care, he just gets in the middle of the fight. Even without Flesh Golem, he's just running in. The thing in the last game, we saw, he just surged under a tier 2, was like, I'm in the fight, boys, and boom, dead. But it's just hype play from Undying, you love to see the confidence.
I mean, the heals seems like the biggest part of why they play this Undying.
Yeah.
The amount of times I see the enemy try to collapse on a hero and he just gains over half his health back in under like 1 second is crazy. Like they are able to enable their cores so well with the Undying. Like Razor can go absolutely insane as far into these fights as he wants, knowing that he's safe.
Yeah, it's literally just the next 3 picks. Well, those 3 bans were the next 3 picks that Nigma Galaxy had. They don't want to deal with any of that at all. So yeah, Nature's Prophet, Undying, Coddle, all those reasons that you guys talked about.
I mean, they've played so well on these heroes that I feel like even though it looks like a meme banning out the heroes you just lost to, I think independently, just one hero on top of Nigma's opening will just allow them to play with the same level of confidence. So I can see why they're doing it. But now, yeah, it feels like this is just a strong lane. Clock Razor, it's just melee hero enable the Razor. You're now going to see 2 heroes give Nigma more breathing room to pick their offlane. If Secret pick weak supports, they could even go for like a Lycan offlane, just break the map very quickly. They can still do the Beastmaster like I mentioned.
And the Enigma, that's something they liked playing, or they played once with the Naga for Enigma. And it's going to be this BKB, like, frick your Lina type hero.
Okay.
I mean, I could have even seen what the hell? Liquid Secret? Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. I could have even seen Secret pick Lycan, that's where I wanted to go. But they're just going to go for a different summon hero. I think Visage does make sense. It's a bit similar, but at least the lane is better, because you go up against the Razor. Honestly, I like what Secret are going for this time around. With these 2 picks, now they have some follow-up damage. You can get some auras for the Lina. They need another hero that can go in later and stand in the front, but for now, if you're a Secret fan, you should feel infinitely better than last game.
Yeah, they have nice combos to play on, right? There's flexibility with the Tusk Snapfire. Of course, the double saves, be it Cookie Snowball, strong lanes, early grouping. If Lina, Lina should do well in her lane, you get to play behind it. Like it's a lineup that Secret can dictate their own game rather than falling victim just to being ran at for sure.
Enigma need most likely gonna pick their offlane hero here for MC to lane with the Naga. You kind of know that this Lina is just gonna be a mid. You hold your last pick for mid for the king.
Yeah, I still want to see like Beastmaster or something. Just something to group around and to fight. You have the additional vision. You've already got Naga vision with illusions, and then you allow Sumo to their second pick. So they'll see everything. And then with all the vision in the game plus last pick in the draft, it should allow Sumo to have the confidence to have his stellar performances so far.
Are they putting what support are they putting with the Lina though? Because if it's offlane Visage Snap.
I mean, Tusk can just be 5, yeah. I mean, Tusk and Snap right now are flexing between 4 or 5, and then Tusk going to mid as well.
There's like a small bit of me that likes the Snapfire in the bot lane versus the Naga because you're able to just kill the illusions off really quickly so she can't use them. Which Tusk can't deal with so well, but Tusk would be nicer as like a body to soak some damage for the Lina.
Okay, we're seeing a little bit of Enigma Classic. The good old Darkseer. Now we've got Darkseer plus Naga Siren. You Song, you Vac them, and then you throw the wall on top. You can even throw Cogs on top. Like, there's a nice mid-game aggression. And the difference of this Darkseer game to the previous Darkseer game is you actually have stronger lanes for Enigma. Like, you're not just on the back foot and you can't play forward with Darkseer. It should, in theory, be pretty comfortable for them to play out this early mid-game.
I mean, what I like about the pick is that he can build, or I assume that he's going to build a pipe. It's kind of good against the secret heroes. I guess you can wall the Visage and always get some of the other auras that he's going to build, like a Vlad's Wraith Pact or something like that. I do think that it's not a particularly amazing wall game, apart from stealing a Visage aura, because Lina Illu is kind of, it's whatever.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything.
A momentum-based pick, if anything.
Yeah.
Like Secret, this Lina first phase, BKB plus a couple items should be untouchable, right? You can, if the Razor cuts up to you, you kill him before you get the link. Like this, for a first phase Lina, insanely good still. So Sumo on his mid hero needs to be that Lina threat at least to put a bit more emphasis on shutting down her game.
Yeah, it's always a little rough playing the Razor because even if he buys a blink and jumps on the Lina, there's a chance they just turn around and burst him down beforehand because she's still going to have a lot of damage and you get maybe like an Assault Cuirass as well. And I think it should be a little risky for him to do that type of play.
Like, one more thing about the Darkseer for now. So I think that Lina should have a very good lane. I don't really see how Darkseer plus anything in this game should counter her in the lane, which means she's going to have a good game. And I'm not sold yet on Nigma's draft really answering the hero fully. Yep. So as you were saying, I think Sumail, he has to answer the Lina in the mid game to give them like a good jump and help enable the Razor to actually get on top of her.
Yeah. Some respect towards Boom with his Storm Spirit in the final phase bans. We haven't seen him play much Storm Spirit, but still it's the type of draft where Nigma, they don't have any real control. This is very much the lineup of their previous success. Just run at your opponent, look for the best, and I think the mid lanes that we've been mentioning, it's some tiny-esque hero that can just utilize the Iron Shell and you just go in. I think, yeah, Pangolier as well. We've mentioned that quite a lot in previous drafts. Nice ban from Secret. Just something to create a little bit of chaos to allow Amar the vision to enter the fight with his confidence. If they're entering the fight blind, Razor will be a useless carry in this game because you're never going to get the perfect link off. You can never shut down the Lina.
10 seconds remaining.
Would like a Conquer with damage reduction work to help enable Amar, or do you think it's too sort of like reliant on helping him as opposed to just being its own independent hero for Sumail?
They will see Secret's pick first, but if they do pick a weaker hero for mid, I can easily see a Conquer just bringing Nigma's lineup together. You can buy some AC, you itemize for BKB, you can take the fight.
As long as it's good against the Secret last pick, honestly, they could maybe think about it too, in terms of picking it. But yeah, the only thing I want Sumail to be able to do is to answer the Lina in one way or another. Either you are able to gank her early because you have this Darkseer and the clock with you, or a hero that can like get on top of her.
There's not too much time for Team Secret to think about it.
I'm surprised they banned OD personally, but...
So they're going to put Lina mid, Crystallis on the Bloodseeker. Of course, you know, Bloodseeker against any of these quick, agile lineups that want to get in and out of the fight. You just Rupture, you're going to be able to target them down. Puts a bit more pressure on Boom, who traditionally is the playmaker, now to farm up. But I like the slight adjustment, especially because Nigma's kind of showing their hand for their playstyle. Not a lot of mids really beat Lina. Lina is the generic mid that before she was the carry, you pick her because it's like, would you pick mid to beat me? I'm just going to push out the lane and play on range.
I think it's the first time I've seen Crystallis play Bloodseeker this DPC as well.
I really liked him on it last year. I think Bloodseeker is such like a nice, easy-ish hero to play in terms of like you're able to get involved. Mid-game, you can bring heroes to your lane as soon as you hit 6. Like Rupture is always a way to start fights or initiate and do things.
Sure. They go for the Leshrac. It's fully into their playstyle of their previous picks. It's the explosive hero that can run around. Tanky enough that if you tank the Rupture, you should relatively be able to brush it off before Lina has all her items. I think Secret's got a much better draft this time around to, if they survive the early threat of Nigma, they can easily play out a game. It's not going to be like last game where it's like, sorry lads, 20 minutes in.
There's just never anything you can do.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, yourself, Kazu, are you liking this shift with the Lina Bloodseeker?
Yeah, I actually favor Secret's draft this time around. I didn't really feel the oomph, the power from the last 2 Enigma picks. And yeah, I think Secret did a good adjustment. I prefer that draft.
Well, I'm gonna have to. I agree. For, you know, for once, I agree with my panel. They're so.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I prefer Secrets. I just think it's easier. I think it's a very straightforward draft that it's pretty well rounded and nice. And Nigma, they have a little bit more awkwardness to it with like having to play around that Song and Darkseer, who is not a traditionally easy offlane to make work. So they'll have to just really like outplay them. On the side of Nigma.
I was going to say Secret are fighting for their lives here in Division 1. They need to win this game and force a game number 3. Well, let's jump on in. It's game number 2 with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the wonderful panel. Ooh, I can't wait. We got some crazy stuff going on in this one. The Bloodseeker is back. There's the Leshrac, last pick overall. Things that you saw that you really liked out of the draft, either one of them?
Much easier lineup to play on Secret. I mean, infinitely, of course, compared to last game, which was very impossible. Felt like throughout all stages. Feels like for Nigma, it's going to be a lot more up to execution. Feels a little bit harder to play. I like overall what Secret's got, too. I think it's maybe slightly favoring them in the draft. However, I think that Nigma's got great ways to be able to fight throughout all stages of the game. Still pretty strong, comfortable heroes, too. They've got Sumail Lesh, which won TI on, by the way.
Not bad.
Pretty decent. And then Amar's playing his super comfort. GH is playing comfort. MC's playing comfort. So a lot of comfort from both sides. Crystallis, of course, playing his other Grandmaster hero. And to talk about the Bloodseeker a little bit more, looking at the heroes that Secret has built around it this game, tons of pressure on lanes. So I'm looking at Thirst. I'm seeing Soul Assumptions on one side, like Dragon Slaves on the mid lane. So heroes should be staying pretty low. So for the Bloodseeker's lane, should be, in theory, pretty decent.
Right. Now, there is the one little hiccup that we do need to kind of address, and the thing that you were talking about earlier, I believe, as well, is the sort of matchup that you have with Darkseer, always super important. And this time around, playing with a Clockwork traditionally has been able to get pretty aggro in that lane against safe laners that are melee. Do you see any concern there? I mean, Bloodseeker at multiple different points can be really volatile as a hero.
Yeah, I think they're doing the Naga with it though, right?
Okay.
So I mean, either way, I think Bloodseeker can. He's got this built-in sustain, right? So I think versus Darkseer, he's one of the better melee. Like him and Lifestealer feel like those better melees that can always keep sustained versus it. But yeah, definitely some volatility. So we'll see how they're going to be able to handle the pressure of the Ion Shells, the Illusions, the Riptides, because GH. I know Sheep did her little segment on it, which was beautiful. It kind of highlighted it, how good and comfortable he is on this hero of doing multiple things in the game. Very efficient player when he is playing it. And yeah, let's see how it all goes underway.
Right, and a naturally high armor hero and a naturally high base movement speed hero on that GH. As you can see, again, the esportsbet.io odds very even, favoring Nigma again. So they're thinking that it's going to be Secret out into Div 2. We'll see if that indeed ends up happening. Boom playing on the Lina. This time a hero that, well, at least mid, might run into a couple of issues here and there, but has looked so incredibly strong out of the safe lane every time we've seen it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he does go for some type of adapting build where there was a small period of time where we saw people doing like the Ags, you go Shard, and you go Ags, and you're just full magic damage. Could maybe be something he's looking for. Could be kind of cool.
Dude, I just saw Sumail do something. It's so pretty. Like, does it mid? He drew aggro from the creeps, and Boom thought he had the last hit, and he just sneaks in there so his creeps didn't hit it.
Yeah.
It's like all these little mechanical things that you see from him, which obviously everybody does to some extent, but it just looks clean.
Yeah, this is a fun lane to watch, the Lina versus Lesh. It's, I would say, maybe slightly Lina favored in some instances, but Sumail is the most comfortable Lesh player next to Quinn, I would say.
Already 6-2 versus 5-1, and a whole heck of a lot of harassment going the other way. Amar on his Razor plays it again this time around. We got some great comms out of MC in the last game, where I think I remember him saying a couple of different things, but one of them was like, "Oh, Amar, you're strong, you'll never die," or something along those lines. So.
He's like, "You're a beast." Yeah, I like it. We do see top lane Kuro gets a pull off, pretty important. So going to be able to deny a little bit of the waves and get some decent trade there with Zayats. All about the spammage that's going to be happening. Zayats is dropping incredibly low. He might, I think if Amar maybe moved over a little earlier, he might have been able to get him with the blast.
Well, does not connect that time around, and you can see that already Pretty good time. At least they're having a pretty good time down up here on the top lane.
Yeah.
Resolution definitely feeling a little bit more comfortable in this matchup where you can just spam out those soul assumptions.
Yeah, Sumail already killing it in the mid lane though, 12 and 4. He's already landed two or three stuns on the Lina, something that you don't really expect to happen too often. As Zayats, they actually get the link on him. Could be in trouble.
A ton of damage, but the Grave Trail onto Amar, and then the turn Kuro dropping low, forced to Fairy Fire. Now they're going to keep vision of him for a long time because of that thirst. Has to back all the way away.
Yeah, and you're gonna just, like we were saying, this is the game plan really with that Bloodseeker, is keep people low. So he's gonna always be zooming in the bottom lane to deal with the Ion Shells. Yeah, I'm mostly gonna be looking at mid. These first few waves are so important. He lands another. Like, this is the third or fourth stun I've seen him land on a Lina.
And boom. I mean, he just has to back out. You can't really trade that well. Getting stunned like that. So a very tough time. And every time Sumail steps forward, Boom has to be so freaking careful.
He actually might have to go back. Block the creeps at least to get the creeps under his tower. That is concerning. Sumail. Excellent start these first 4 waves. Barely missing any CS. Gonna have a pause to let that sink in a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
Just kidding. But I love this chat. Everyone's
Dude,
using
it's
it.
so weird. I don't know what it is.
Everyone's
Freaks
using
me out.
it. I love it.
Every now and then, you just get one chat wheel that pops off, like, more than the other. Secret have on their banner, buy our bundle, and they're
I like that
spamming
one.
other people's.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Be positive.
Well, regardless. Game is back underway again. Down bottom, pulling waves. In mid, Boom. Wait, did he walk back?
No, he blocked the wave.
Got it.
Yeah, Boom just a body block so that the creeps would be met at a better position. But Sumail backs up, gets the bounty, so he's refilled up.
Yeah.
So Boom, 17 and 2, but a lot of denies for Sumail. 7 denies already because of these stuns being landed.
Kuro will find Zayats yet again. Gets the jump out of the cogs. That keeps them all fine and dandy. Before any extra damage comes in. Almost loses the courier there to the random small creep. That is not something that you see all the time.
Nope. Kuro, will he get the money creep? Oh.
Oh, double courier kill? Ooh. Zayats can't spot him.
Nope. Kuro ready for him. Just to block him away. You can kind of just push him with another battery assault. Force the cookie.
Mar tries to make the move that time. Won't be able to do it. Kuro cleaning up the other creeps that are there.
Bottom. GH.
Some good damage out there onto him. Puppy and Crystal is pairing together with it and gets the silence. But they will just eat this whole creep wave here, most likely.
Yeah. Chrysalis, he'll be able to tank the wave and be all right with his thirst. Don't think that Nigma can actually dive under this versus a Tusk.
But
Sumail, I mean, just really bullying in mid. GH denied the water rune, by the way, so with an illusion, killed one water rune, Sumail grabbed the other one, and now Boom's in trouble. Boom's gonna need help.
yeah, they need something to happen here to work a little bit better.
Yeah.
The other thing that we were seeing while all that was going on was, you know, when he was denying the water room bottom, he was also making stacks in his own triangle. So GH doing so much on this Naga Siren.
Yeah, micro specialist early, and that's going to be nice for MC because we said the lane is, you know, not the best, not the worst really for the Darkseer, I guess you could say. But he's going to be able to just boost up in his net worth when he goes to those stacks. And yeah, speaking of, because of this block and because of these little plays that GH did, Boom now has to go to base. So Sumail gonna hit 6 before his counterpart, maxing the stun.
He's hitting them. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, of course. he is very ready to win this game. I mean, he played so damn well on his Kato last game. Similar kind of thing on his Lesh right now.
Well, 5.5 minutes, still no first blood yet, but setting up for what could be a very scary mid-game for Secret. I guess the thing that I'm wondering is, what are they trying to play around? Like, Visage getting level 6? Are they going to be trying to rotate more with this Lina? Like, it feels different than the other carry ones that we've seen as Kuro. Some good damage out there. Catches on the Zayats, but does have the leap away. Mar tanks that one.
Yes, I think the Lina will definitely look to be trying to rotating a bit more so they can set up a tempo so the Bloodseeker has a good start, but they're just controlling the runes. Look at this bottom. Invis gets spawned. GH has already been checking it, so Sumail gets another rune for himself. He is 1,100 gold ahead of the Lina. That is amazing.
In the lane that, you know, you anticipate you have a little bit of a better time on that Lina.
Yeah.
It's just matchup familiarity, I guess, and some really solid plays.
Yeah, I can't believe that he landed, 4 stuns on a Lina. I mean, just because of that attack range advantage, it's not the easiest thing to do as a Lesh. But Sumail making it happen. 2K lead already off of lanes.
GH walks a little bit too far into that mid lane, though, and won't be able to get the net off to set up for the kill. Spotted, and this ward that they're playing around now, Puppey, is going to walk around the tree, find himself a Naga Siren, and, well,
he might be in trouble himself here.
Yeah, that's a problem. Double Ion Shell, the vacuum, dead.
Oh my god. This is huge problems for Secret already. They picked these lanes to be able to try to kind of counteract the Darkseer, and it's not working.
Zayats tries to get away. The stun just barely connects. No level 4 yet, otherwise that flare might have been enough. And, well, to be honest, Kuro, I don't know if he's stopping. They get the Scatter Blast run back, so that keeps him alive.
They're checking out for stacks in the area too, and Sumail already making the move toward Visage. Rezo, he might not see this coming.
Scan connects, but it connects too late, and Resolution is going to be found. He is going to be taken down. Sumail, he's very strong.
What a beast. Yeah, all 3 lanes going in the favor of Nigma at the moment. The Darkseer even winning versus the Bloodseeker, and he has stacks to be able to go back to as well. Nigma, no funny business today.
No, they came to play. And again, we talked about it multiple times, you know, on the panel the past couple of days in the lead up to this match. It feels like whenever these matches have happened in the past, Kuro just sometimes gets Puppey's number.
Yeah.
And potentially has done it again here if they can keep up this type of momentum. 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes.
Good God. GH continues to try to stack, but gets a Riptide proc, so it actually summons the skeletons and they don't move. So doesn't get the stack. I know everybody hates seeing that, but he's still doing the moves, right? He's still making all of these early little efficient plays. Sumail also, another successful rotation.
Doesn't quite manage to catch Rezo there, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, GH is almost ahead of Rezo right now.
I feel like Boom has to start maybe making moves to match the Lesh's rotations. He's just kind of sitting in the mid lane, and Sumail has full map opened up.
MC just TP's out. Does not have to worry about a thing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely playing on a hero he's very comfortable with. You can see there GH pulls the creeps out of the tower so Sumail can get him. He steals a couple last hits on his way out of there, but sure, that's fine.
And continue to stack. Look, he's backing up, going for it again. So another hard camp stack. So yeah, look at this. It's, I mean, beautiful there. Set up for Darkseer as MC. Hood's going to be finished. Arcane Boots, level 6. Good to go.
He's even just giving that Ion Shell to GH to let him do that.
And looking at the wards already from Nigma too. Not only are they prepped for movements and for aggression, they have perfect vision out.
Look, it doesn't draw aggro because Darkseer's too far away, so Naga just takes it. Sumail, in some trouble though, is going to get brought down.
Okay, good rotation. Finally, Boom makes the move to match.
Kuro also in some trouble. The Bird's right on top of him. Chrysalis, the rundown. So, Secret, they've had enough of the shenanigans. They want a battle. They're not going out without a fight.
Yeah. I think they have to make the match rotations with the Lina to not let this Lesh just snowball out of control. So good move from Boom. And yeah, cute little play there. GH and MC sharing the experience, doing the little Ion Shell tricks. Like it.
Getting everything that they want out of that one.
So one's going to build the pipe, and the other one looks like he's going to build the mech. So their timing should be pretty fast on both of them. Top. See the drain on the Bird. Gotta try to farm it.
GH moves in, does have that Song of the Siren. GH pops it. They were ready. They were very ready. And Amar, well, does he actually have a way to get out of here? Maybe not. Does have that TP, but yeah, they won't go for any more.
They don't want to dive under tower. Lesh could come just back up there. As speaking of Lesh, Sumail.
Oh, the shards are there. Actually a block off. Puppey blocked himself, and it's going to get pulled back in with the vacuum and then the stun. Sumail takes down another one.
Oh man, Sumail Lesh, it's been a long time. I've missed seeing this, but he is so aggressive. One of the more aggressive mid laners still on the planet. Bloodstone soon to be finished. 5,300 net worth. 4K lead already, Nigma.
They're absolutely doing it right now.
Yeah.
And Secret, they need to come up with some new answers here. Zayats, he does have level 6 on the Snapfire.
Okay, can he cookie the Bird?
Tries to get into position. Is it going to be enough damage, though? They move on in, but Kuro, he's there to break it. Amar still going to drop. So they get the kill that they came for. Zayats now in a little bit of trouble, but the rundown, Kuro wants it so bad. He gets the long-range shovel hit.
I can't believe he gets the kill there. Nicely done from Kuro. Nice play from Chrysalis, blood raging his Snapfire, so that extra damage. You see how fast that the Razor ends up dying. That was a nice little play. And they will probably be able to turn this into a tower. Good aggression. Starting to get things going back into their favor. And boom, going for the bots BKB. So still just looking for some type of way to protect himself versus the, Clockwork that's just going to get on him anyway.
Yeah, needs those answers. I mean, he has really definitely been hampered a little bit here by Sumail. 1,300 gold ahead of him. And you can see the jungle being just taken away by Nigma. So the areas where Secret can farm, not that many. And MC pushes in this bottom wave all the way right into Puppey, who has to hold it on his own.
Yeah, it feels like the culmination of everything on Nigma is going to hit a little bit faster than the side of Secret, so they're going to have to play around it. Like this mech, this pipe, it's going to be coming out really early on both the Darkseer as well as the Naga Siren, so they're going to have a lot of ways to mitigate the damage from the Visage and from the Lina Burst. And from the Snapfire as well, of course, so see how Secret looks to play around it. Right now, they're, trying to find some type of pickoffs here to slow down this timing. So MC looks like he's the next target.
And we'll get the full rotation in for him. Has that hood, but pretty hard to stay alive against those three heroes. Very well played by Secret.
Oh, we won't get the magic build Lina either. It takes the damage talent. So.
No.
I mean, we haven't seen it in such a long time. I had some small hopes for it, but yeah, it doesn't.
Dude, the flame
it's
cloak.
Not the best. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
so cool.
It's cool, but we've seen how broken right-click Lina really truly is. So
can't argue with that one.
I had hopes.
Well, Nigma make another move in. Puppey is already in position.
There's a haste and a bloodstone already on this Lash. They have to be so careful how much they step up to Sumail.
Oh. And they just fight right away. Finding Lina at the start is huge. GH wants to get him. The root is there. The stun is there. Lina ain't there no more.
And it looks like he's expecting a war on the high ground, but it was actually the deep earlier vision that we were mentioning that GH had placed when he was kind of cutting creep waves and stuff. So spotting that Lina, and now perhaps turning it into a tower edict. It's back up.
Move in, take down this mid tower to below half HP. Trying to keep it alive, but there is really not that much you can do against the power of this Lesh this early on. It's 5,000 gold into their favor. Chrysalis has a Maelstrom done, needs to get into the BKB. He is thousands of gold away.
Yeah, without BKB, him running into this lineup, he'll just die in seconds if he gets caught from any type of disable. So it definitely looked like Secret have their work cut out for them these next 10 minutes or so while he's trying to farm it. As we've seen Nigma play, they're all about constricting the map. They're all about denying away and being efficient, especially with GH just blocking camps and whatnot. So,
well, and you think again back to the last game and what happened. It was Nigma coming out of the lanes ahead, looking incredibly strong. And when we were talking about it, we were saying, oh, coddle this, Nature's Prophet that. It feels like it's just a playstyle thing. Nigma are just online, ready to go. And Secret, they need more time. They don't have the tools.
Yeah. And I think Nigma's just going to keep kicking that pace up because they've got the mech, I believe, done now on GH. They've got the pipe finished on the Darkseer too. So feels like it's for them. They can fight at any moments. They don't really need Amar to come just yet, so he can probably finish off his BKB before he looks to fully join everybody. And the rest of the four can fight. While Secret feels like they do probably need all five to be able to counteract Nigma's lead right now.
And I'm looking also right now at the Darkseer's build that MC has gone for. He's got 4 points in Vacuum, only 1 in Surge.
Oh, yeah.
You can see they're ready for that combination.
Yeah.
If you try and fight this, Song into Vacuum is devastating.
Song Vacuum into a Lesh stun or Vacuum into Lesh stun. Yeah, it's going to be pretty potent. And look at the next build too. So looking at maybe just lack of damage that maybe Secret will hit. He's queued up Crimson Guard too, an item that I think nobody really builds anymore.
Yeah, this has always been the way that MC likes to build this hero, I think, too. It's just all about the team fight build for the rest of your team. Kuro will have Cogs ready, but, well, Mortimer's Kisses don't care that much about Cogs. So they do find that finish.
That's a Rupture and Kisses for the 5 Clockwork.
Oh, and they're ready to go.
I think Kuro's, again, he's like the Undying last game. He's like, great, good job, you got me.
MC, GH, they run him in. They want to find some vision. They want to find any of these heroes.
Found Zayats.
That will be enough for an easy pick-off. Can't find anybody else.
Secret only lose the 1, though, at the least. But, yeah, committing heavily just for a Clockwork kill and then immediately have to back away.
Sumail again on the hunt. Won't find anybody, but pops that Bloodstone and begins to cut the wave. Be ready for more action.
He is so, 2,300 against his counterpart. And immediately they're making the move bottom. They saw Secret back away out of top, so they're expecting them to just kind of be farming jungle. And they have this deep ward. GH placed it again. Right after it expired, he put a secondary one.
I don't see the rest of these heroes here, but now spotting Chrysalis. He's got to be careful, just barely catching him, and Kuro from downtown. There's the Cogs pushback. Lesh is moving on in. They'll find Puppey, wait for that silence to wear out, and then The snowball, okay, Rupture, back up again, but immediately pops the Bloodstone. A little bit of anti-synergy, though, as the song comes out.
MC's coming.
Sumail, do they get it? The vacuum, it's going to be there on to 3 with the leg stun. The combo was perfect, and the devastation that follows, it's going all Nigma's way as Resolution nowhere left to go. Chrysalis caught in the cogs. Sumail finds another kill. GH wants to get him. Pigbull hoping to escape. Can they quite catch up to him, though? Tumbler's toy. The net is there. Sumail ready to go into their base.
Nice
the
cookie
to keep him alive for the moment, but the root's still there. And, well, Amar, he's ready to go into the fountain.
Oh, my God.
It is 17 minutes under the Tier 4 towers.
He might die to tower hits, though. There's TPs coming in. He knows he's dead.
Yeah, Nigma, they will go a bit too far, get punished, but... No, it's the message that counts.
He tips him after killing him under tier 4s.
Bro, don't do that, please.
Can we we should that one beautiful. The way they said GH, I mean, his Naga has been spectacular. The perfect weight with the song, perfect unsleep, gets the vacuum combo with the stun. Nigma, I mean, they're firing on all cylinders. This is beautiful gameplay from them.
DK gold lead, and for Secret, it's looking grim.
It's looking real grim.
This is all or nothing here now. Div 2 soon to come out. If they can't pull this one back together, and the avenue for comeback feels like, well, what are you even looking for here? I guess fighting when the ultis are on cooldown or something?
Doesn't look easy, because now there's a Razor with BKB, and he did die, but, you know, he took him diving under tier 4s to die, so.
It's true. Just get him to do it again.
Yep. And it's like now is maybe the place where you want to try to take some type of aggressive play on Secret. Song is on cooldown, but hard for you to get out. All these lanes constantly being shoved in from an Ion Shell, from Razor just blasting it quickly, a Kuroki Rocket plus Lash. They keep these lanes shoved in, and then they look for plays again quickly. And another Haster in Sumail, so hard to really get on him. And this is just clean plays, Nigma. It's very similar. 17 minutes last game, they were just constantly looking for the fights, and it's exactly the same this time around.
They have found their form, that is for sure. Yep. And still, even after this series, they're going to have one more they have to play anyways. Resolution.
They've got the ward.
Spot him there. From downtown, Kuro gets him, and the stun to follow. They blow up the big bird. The 2 little ones get away.
Secret just needs to finish BKB somehow before they can actually take any fight at this point, and they're still a ways away. Chrysalis.
Oh, no. Yeah, they find him here again. The Ion Shell, they have the snowball, but the stun was there. The cookie comes out, trying to keep him alive, and it actually will.
Sumail wants him, though. The rocket!
Oh, the rocket flare. Kuro says no. No way out of there. Zayat's got to run. He's got to hide. Sumail on his case, finds him in spite of the bird stun, and eyes on the tier 2 yet again.
Eyes on the prize. They're tier 2 looking to drop top also. Amar hitting it. Hey, they've got BKB now on the Lina, but Bloodseeker's still a full component away. And are these BKBs even going to do enough versus like a Naga song and everything that can isolate whoever pops it? Nigma. It's such a commanding lead at this point. Now it's time for Roshan. So this Lash, who can now dive super aggressively, perhaps can just do it again. And let's just watch the rocket again.
It's coming in from downtown. There he is up there on the top side of the map, and pew! Doink! Got him.
I think Sumail would have dove tier 4s again for him anyway, to be quite honest with you, but a nice shot from Kuro.
They are into the pit right now, and see, liking what he's seeing.
Oh, they're feeling good. All smiles across the board. Some super clean 2 games.
And very much a similar style of play, which is something that, you know, we've seen at times. Oh my God. Feeling himself right now, Kuro, after that shot.
Yeah. That one also, perhaps another kill if they get the connection onto the Bloodseeker. They have Cookie, but they could probably commit for another kill.
BKB done for Lina. It feels like it's the beginning of what they need to try and deal with this. Still 1,000 gold away from BKB for Chrysalis.
It's just it feels like they're all just coming out too late from how these lanes went. I mean, what felt like 3 successful lanes again from the side of Enigma and just taking over the map super quick. This is beautiful to watch.
Phase Brutes, Kuro, and Amar. After Falcon Blade, he's going in for that Satanic.
Even Kuro is very farmed this game. And look at the 2 supports. He's about to, if he wants to, he can get Blade Mail, and then it's like, okay, I get Ruptured, I run with Blade Mails. I mean, there's a lot of different things he could do. He might still switch away from the build, but either way, the point is they're very farmed on both supports. He does commit for it. Cool.
Nice.
I mean, versus Snapfire as well, too. They pop kisses, stand in the kisses. There's a lot of different little cute things that Kuro can do here. And again, smoke ready, level 2 song.
Greaves completed, queuing up the shard next. So even if the fights start to go poorly, you can get that turnaround to play.
Tons of healing again, and with no vision at the moment, still looking to just commit forward because they know how much of an advantage they have.
Secret see that flare. It's get out of danger zone. They spot him there. Hook shot in. Onto a creep wave and a couple birds. Not what they were looking for. And, well, Kuro surging. He's killing Chrysalis with the blade mail. Brings him down to half HP before
the vacuum
fights, but the snowball save. When he comes out of there, can he keep himself alive? Sumail still doing so much damage after that vacuum. Rezo dead. Puppy in trouble, too. As he's trying to hide away from there for the moment. TP's out in a very sneaky spot.
Okay.
So he does manage to escape, but they kill both of the lean and the Visage.
And barely get the Bloodseeker even out. Almost dies to what, like the rupture on the Clockwork with Blade Mail. They got on the Lina. The BKB gets popped, but they already have Link going. They already have Edict on her as well, too. She just evaporates.
Sumail, not worried about anything, is going to put his sights onto that tier 3 tower. Mars not with the rest of them, but they get some pretty good damage in nonetheless.
I mean, even with like an initiation that isn't perfect by any means, they still just completely slam the door on them.
Yeah, the snowball save is only good enough if you have BKBs to survive the Lesh damage after.
Yeah. And even then now, at this point, they're starting to get so much. The Razor's damage is there. The Edict is still there, too. It's little to no hope left for Secret, it's starting to feel like.
2,000 gold lead. And, well, the next couple of minutes here going to come down to that. There is almost a Hex done on Lesh.
The BKB. I mean, it's done, but there's no damage again. It's the same as last time. It's completely different kind of draft. Similar playstyle, though, from Nigma. Well, for Secret, these items just come out so late that, yeah, you've got your BKBs, but everyone on Nigma is so farmed. You have no damage to go through all this healing, all this sustain. And the hook in.
Finds him right away. Zayat gets a quick jump out of there. Kuro down very low HP, actually. And, well, the Greaves, the Pipe, tries to keep him alive. The song is there.
The glyph during the song, so it's not hitting anyone either.
Maybe a chance. Vacuum pulls back the wall, and boom, tries to turn, tries to do the damage that they can. He gets away from Amar. Chrysalis in the shards has to back out too. And now they kill off the Clockwork. But Enigma, is that enough to force them back? Sumail's still sticking around.
They're a bit careful. I think those shards actually kind of saved Amar. I think he may have just died if they didn't end up catching the Bloodseeker in there, but that's the 2 BKBs down. So it looks like Nigma's still thinking about going in here.
Still very much capable of making that move with the Crimson up and everything else. You're so strong and survivable at this point.
That was the glyph. So they popped glyph during song and it hits nobody because it's slept by the song. So a little bit of mistake there again from Secret as Nigma, without glyph, they want to commit.
Tier 3 tower starts to fall. Sumail tanking this bird damage, tanking the soul assumptions, and the tower is falling pretty quickly. 40 seconds left on that.
They know there's no BKBs on the side of the Bloodseeker or the Lina, so they can commit.
Puppy has to be careful here. You get stepping a little bit too far forward, and you'll get taken down so quickly. And
those are the birds.
That was there's no resummon.
Oh boy, they need every little thing on Secret. Losing those is.
Oh, he just finds the 2-hero stun. Resolution has to run away. The vacuum pullback goes into stone form, but racks are falling. Amar's still stealing that damage. They will get the rupture out,
but he's got tons of healing and a BKB.
Yeah, and waiting for a high five coming his way. There's just no way to stop this.
They want to keep going. They're pinging it again.
Still sitting pretty even without that Aegis.
Hook shot. It's deep.
Finds the back line. The LSA not going to be on the mark. See, surging around. Steps a bit afar. Song back up in 3. Does not have the shard yet for the reset, but they can already use it. Whoops. Stun off the mark. MC going to get controlled for the moment. There's the song for the turnaround. And, well, Chrysalis still doing some damage. Now he's linked up. The rest of his team is still slept here. No vacuum when they come out of this one. Amar into the fountain, kills off Chrysalis. The buyback comes out from the snap. Amar is in very deep, but can they kill him off? Yes, they will. The rest of Nigma, do they decide to stick around now? I think that it's time to go.
Yeah, it feels like it. They had two rounds of song as they've stayed down here this entire time and forcing a buyback, forcing so much pressure, and they still kill Bloodseeker through BKB. Yeah, they're taunting like crazy. They know how comfortable they are in this game. Amar probably feels a little bad, but he probably feels a little bad, but a bit good at the same time, because he's like, I just got you under tier 4s and in your fountain in one game.
That's right. The deaths that I had were my decision.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kuro finds Rezo there.
Enigma just still playing so aggressive.
This is the Sumail Hex reveal.
Oh my god. He is insanely farmed.
18,000 net worth on Sumail.
Holy moly.
Dude, it's this moment where, like, it feels like he just decided, all right, we're not getting relegated. I'm doing it. This is me.
He's like, last pick my hero, please. Thank you. Yeah, he's had a hell of a series.
A hell of a last, like, 3 series, it feels like.
Yeah.
It's just been impressive.
Yeah, Enigma has definitely improved significantly from the start when we started. I mean, even when we saw them in the early games, where they did drop those games, where people were, everybody was very critical on them, they still had pretty damn good early games. It just, things started to crumble a little bit afterwards in some of those games. This game, nothing is crumbling. Everything is just beautiful.
And for Secret, it has been a little bit rough, and, well, now trying to find their footing, see if they can mount any type of a comeback here. GH
finds a target.
Runs right into him. Sumail says, okay, target acquired. Easy bring down.
That's the dieback, too, so 70 seconds, no snap.
God. And now getting Ogre Steel Totem. All these little things that can make it really annoying to play against. How do you ever kill this Lesh?
Yeah, or he can just commit in super hard with this and get out of shards and whatnot, too. Yeah, it's not easy at all. Secret trapped in their base. It feels like it's going to continue that way for a long time now.
Oh, yeah. 28 minutes, 16,000 gold lead. And even when you're not playing against Naga Siren Core, these illusions spammed out. It is pretty rough. Ooh, 1%.
Yeah. It's been like that for a while. About 10 minutes or so, it's felt like, well, it has been about 97, 98% for them.
Jeez.
Yeah, full control of the game and just never letting up the pedal. Just constant aggression, constantly getting wards up. Kuroki just firing off in, even if he dies, doesn't care.
Getting in towards that Aghanim Scepter next.
Both supports. So already finding more and more solutions for any of these BKBs and stuff too. GH if he gets his.
Oh yeah.
Then they can full isolate. Then they just song, root whoever pops BKB and just kill them right through it.
And he even has that reset too with the shard ready to go. So tons of healing coming back for his team if the fight starts to go south.
Yeah, so much sustain. Greaves, Crimson Guard pipe, song heal, etc.
I think that Darkseer Naga Siren lane was really cool. Like, not a ton needing to be committed, but just spamming the ion shells on the illusions, the farming and like stacking that came out. This Naga Siren, like Sheepo was talking about in her segment, is just like devastating to play against.
He does too much with it. He's like you said, he's just doing literally 4 different things that most heroes just can't do. GH definitely found some of his heroes that he's always been a master on. Naga, it's not like it's a new one that it's like, oh, GH playing Naga Siren. He used to do it all the time in the past.
And I think that even like the change up in terms of his play at times was like he stopped, I feel like, for a long time playing Naga Siren and just had it in his back pocket ready to go if things were going south. And I mean, this is pretty freaking good.
Yeah, I mean, wait till they start picking Keeper of the Light, and then they have it as a flex.
Right.
Because GH Coddle, I mean, anybody remembers, of course, in the glory days, this guy was like the best Coddle in the world on support. He literally just ruined games for the opposing team. So
TI7, never forget.
Yep. Well, GH. Yeah, I mean, 30 minutes in, 20,000 gold lead. Secret still trapped in the base for the last 3 minutes or so. Looks like Enigma playing it patient, perhaps waiting for that next Roche before they fully push into the high ground.
And it'll be a relatively middle-of-the-road one there. 35 seconds left on it. Now, you can see the Mjolnir eyed up for Chrysalis, but this damage just hasn't been there. And now a smoke out, Secret. Can they do anything here with these 4 heroes?
Every lane is pushed in. That's the issue. When you are forced into your base like this and have to smoke out, you might just find like one small hero, but can you turn it into anything else?
Right. Well, they do drop even kisses for that one.
They gotta run.
Yeah, they are gonna die here now. It looks like as Kuro finds Zayats. Sumail right on top of him, saving the sheep stick for the next kill. But they won't find anybody else. It looks like his Secret is already back in the base.
Try to get out, get a kill, but yeah, all the lanes still continue to be pushed in, and yeah, now that Roche is open, no kisses available. Definitely can't contest it.
GH giving the old tip to Amar there. Something was said that people are laughing about a little bit.
I see big smile. Even Kuro showed teeth. What the? I haven't seen that in ages.
He didn't even do that thumbs up picture. Unbelievable.
They're playing They're playing so damn well these last 2 games. Yeah. Free Roche now as well, opened up. 3 wards to cover the area just in case. And lane's all shoved in still. So no, not even an avenue for Secret to contest this.
Have that normal punch ready to go. Oh, baby. It's time. Sumail maybe get a couple rounds now of the old Earth Splitter up there if he wants to.
Earth Splitter?
Split Earth.
That's Elder Titan. I mean, that makes it so the pushing is so much easier, right?
Yeah.
You just drop these Split Earths on top of your push, and then, yeah, Secret, which already can't really commit, will just likely die. Look at that Tome of Knowledge on the floor. Yeah, I love it. Look at the I love it, the cosmetic floor. They gave it to Kuro.
Why not?
Why not? They already got their level 16s. He said, come on, guys. I've landed some good hook shots this game.
Help me out.
Yeah.
Smoke. They run in through the base.
They've got the Blink and the Hex, so eyes on the initiations here.
Oh, God. If Chrysalis can't even get BKB off, this is going to feel so bad.
They have to hide in the trees almost, it feels like. Look at them waiting.
He steps up, and Sumail, hook shot in, finds one. It's on Rezo. Cookie to try and get him out, but Sumail right on top of him. Goes into stone form,
but
still draining all of that HP. In position for the snowball. It's back onto those illusions. That keeps him alive, but the vacuum back with the punch takes down Rezo. They get an illusion of a Visage for a second. Good damage onto Sumail, but he gets surged away.
And there's the heal. The song comes in. Gonna push them back up to full HP.
Do they decide to go in for another round of this one? Cogs push onto Boom when he comes out, but they won't find anything afterwards. Still, not taking the melee racks all the way yet. The Shard, very long control there.
Another glyph.
Okay, trying to hold out.
Amar high-fiving and dropping flags.
Love to see that one. Melee racks almost done. Cookie on the birds, not quite
Sumail's
on the
in.
mark, and there's the turn, but the Force Staff keeps him alive. They retreat away now. The Ags on Clockwork maybe start to do some crazy stuff here.
I think Chrysalis sold some of his smaller items to finish up the Mjolnir. So Mjolnir plus Shard plus BKB. Trying to get anything so that he can try to commit here, but a pause. 2 buybacks forced from Secret, unable to get anything out of it.
Wow. Nigma feeling very good. He disconnected is the call. Does not look like it, but Secret, they're going to need everything and a bit more to deal with this one. See how they do. As
Rezo looking, oof, rubbing the eyes. Yeah, they're feeling the inevitable coming in a second here.
It's going to be tough.
Disconnected from Discord. Okay.
Literally.
Actually, okay. Not just.
Okay. He disconnected. Well, everybody back together, ready to go. What can they do?
Sumail still has Aegis. Everyone full health. Greaves were popped. But Pipe and Crimson still available.
Does get silence out there onto Sumail for a moment, but our steps forward has the full Satanic done now.
Good God.
Cookie, not going to connect. Rezo, his birds, has to back away there. They keep him alive.
Rex is dropping, though.
And, I mean, these Split Earths down. I mean, any vacuum play that you make, you might just chain stun them. Got to be careful. Vacuum Boom into it. Well, Force Staff keeps him alive for the moment. Sumail throws out another Split Earth. Blinks back. Keeps himself survivable as they take down this other melee rack. Sumail, Ogre Club to get away. Cookie is there. They find it now onto Amar, but again, anytime they try and step up and defend this, they just can't stand toe-to-toe against Nigma.
Nope, and the birds again, one of them being taken out. He does have a resummon in a second.
Sumail, MC getting a little bit low there, but the Hex comes out. No Force Staffs at the moment. Puppy in trouble. They find him for the stun, and, well, the snowball's going to be there for a moment. Tries to latch on to Kuro. Amar goes all the way in, and, oh, he's gone a bit too far, possibly. Cookies going out. Going to connect from long range downtown, but the heal is there, and Nigma reset completely.
He wanted to kill his friend again in the fountain. Wanted to get him twice in the fountain this game, but it does force the BKB back, and no BKB on the Bloodseeker means he cannot fight.
Pops it right away. Can't stand toe-to-toe to Sumail, even when he's dropping so low. Do they have the damage to bring him down?
Mar's
no.
In.
Mar almost killing him on Boom, but they back away yet again. still has that Aegis for another minute.
That's both BKBs on the course. They can't commit for fights now.
Kuro behind enemy lines, looking for an opening, finds it right away onto Boom. They've got him there with the cogs. Kuro standing tall. The cookie just pulls him in even closer. The vacuum, the wall, the pullback. It breaks the servers. It breaks Secret's heart. And, well, they're going to take down the towers to boot. They do not have answers right now for any of these heroes. The reel in. It's coming. Get over here, buddy. Trying to kill him off. Going into the fountain. Sumail gives up his life for that Aegis for the kill. And now Amar very comfortable in the fountain. They buy the Ghost Scepter. Sumail takes him down. A triple kill. Nigma Galaxy styling right now on Secret. Vacuum to keep Kuro alive. Turn their sights on him yet again. Puppy, the lone captain left alive, just wanted to kill Kuro one last time, but it's not going to happen. GG is called. Nigma, they stay in Div 1.
Wow, and with style. I mean, what a performance these last 2 games. They gave Secret no hope. Laning phase, all 3 lanes stomped. Last game, all 3 lanes stomped. Yep, a beautiful game. Honestly, like, there's not really much to say for Secret. Like, everything kind of fell apart for them very quickly in this one, just like last time, and Nigma are just kicking it on all cylinders. Everybody's playing so damn well. They're all playing off each other perfectly.
It was really impressive and like a little bit scary too in a way, right? You think this switch up now and how well it feels like they're gelling. This is a team that can maybe start to make some type of a runs. For Entity in particular, they've got one more series that they got to play against them. That's the one to try and force a bunch of tiebreakers to figure out who's going to be going to the major. I'd be sweating a little bit if I'm Entity right now.
I really would be too, because like I said during I think it was during this game or last game, Nigma has looked pretty damn good in all of their early games. Even the games where they lost the series, even the games where they didn't take a single game from anybody, they looked good. Their early game, their laning looked really solid. I think they're starting to fix things a little bit here, fix how they're going to be playing their styles, getting Amara on his more comfortable heroes, and letting Sumail get last pick. I think that's a pretty good recipe for success.
That's the one for sure. Well, that's going to almost finish off Western Europe DPC. Still series to go with that one and potentially tiebreakers, but for now we're going to head on back to the panel.
A 2-0 in favor of Nigma Galaxy does mean that Secret are unfortunately relegated down to Division 2. We can talk a little bit more about standings and what this means for everyone else in Western Europe. But first, let's break down this second game because it was very much running it back on game number 1 where Nigma Galaxy just had control of the whole entire map, all of the team fights. There's maybe like a little bit of a glimmer of hope in this game number 2, but ultimately all Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a team to roll over an opponent with a Darkseer lineup, it's going to be Nigma with Mind Control Darkseer. Of course, we could go on about that laning phase for so long, but on top of that, you have Sumo playing some mid Leshrac, also destroying the mid lane against Alina, not allowing Boom to ever come online, and then those two things in conjunction, plus Kuroki kind of popping off on his clockwork, just amounted to a beautiful game 2.
Whoa. I think you're missing the real point here. It was Naga, GH, again. Something Alex has already told us about.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, sorry, Sheepstick.
Sorry, that's me. Alright, once again, my man busting out the efficiency 100%. He is stacking the triangle for his Darkseer and then farming it with Iron Shell during nighttime so they don't aggro. Free money. You saw that man slide up the net worth chart thanks to like Naga Siren. They also put a ward right there on that cliff, actually. Early in the laning stage so that they could always make sure that no one was rotating to kill them while they were dragging waves around. Whilst dragging waves, they also put deep wards down, giving them amazing information, all thanks to the GH Naga Siren. God bless my man, I could make an MLG compilation out of all of the efficiency tricks on his illusions.
I want to see that video, hopefully next week.
Yeah.
Got it. I do think that these scouting fours seem like they have a lot of value, like all these Nixes, Ricky, now this Naga Siren that GH is playing. I think they're undefeated on it. These heroes all seem very strong. They scout a lot, they can place deep wards. But overall, I feel like Nigma just looked like an insanely dominant laning team. Like when your Darkseer goes even against a Bloodseeker, that's a big W. Then Sumail once again just, I don't know who needs to lane mid against him, but he's just shitting on people over and over. And then he rotates around, they do well on the top lane. It is a Razor, so I guess that's somewhat a given. But they're just really good at these early laning stages and then snowballing it into more. And yeah, I think from there on, it's just hard for Secret to play.
It's a valid point because we saw them pull out the Razor for Amar earlier this DPC tour and it didn't work out anywhere near as well as it did here. obviously a different bit of a lineup around them, but it's been an amazing growth, T, for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I feel like when they entered the DPC, they looked like a little bit of a lost team, trying to find what type of carry Amar was. Was he going to be the off-lane hero carry player that activates Sumail? Like, what was he meant to be? And I think at least in the last couple of series, it's pick those semi-cores that have scaling but can fight early, and then allow Sumail just to pop off on the mid lane, be it some Coddles or Leshracs, and then you have this momentum timing, because I feel like Amar as a carry, you don't pick him the hero to win you the game at 50. You're picking him a carry to unlock the game of other players to shine. Enigma, they have so many players that if they have good games, they can just 1v9. Like, how many times in the last 2 series have we seen MC pop off, or GH make some insane plays, or Sumail just be some insane god? But that's because I think they've understand the distribution of farm. But unfortunately for them, it took them the entire DPC, pretty much, to find that groove.
Fortunately for them, it came at the right time, because they
True.
do get to stay in Division 1. They get to prove themselves again next tour. But here in game number 2, who is your standout MVP? Try not to give it to Sumail, okay? We want to give it to someone else, not back to
Yeah, I'm
back.
afraid to not give it to GH because of Shiba.
She is ready to
Oh, God.
throw hands over this one, the Naga Siren.
I would actually throw
I know.
hands. Yeah, 100% should go to GH, because on top of all the stuff I said earlier, he also was rotating with his TP and Song, like early whenever the Rupture was used, he would stall out the Rupture damage with Song, which was, I think, was a perfect use of it, and it made it really hard for Crystallis to kind of get rolling. I think he also might have wasted his first Rupture bot on the hero who just TP'd out, so like his game just kind of got so much more difficult because of GH. I mean, my man, he just owned, he was always in the right place.
Yeah. I mean, 71% kill participation, 14 wards placed, 9 wards destroyed. He was doing so much more, though, than just what stats are showing.
I mean, I think that support Naga is actually so much more enjoyable to watch than carry Naga. I feel like
Really?
Naga, yes. No, like I think Naga is actually a very beautiful hero, and you can do so many things. Like, it's a insane hero design. But on carry, it's only like put your Illus here, put your Illus there. Oh, cool.
Farm this,
you
farm
song,
that.
you song and TP out. Congrats, man. You're really good. But like on support, you need to break smokes. You need to do that. Like as Sheep was saying, you TP somewhere, you save someone with a song at 8 minutes. You don't see carry Nagas do that because they just kill creeps. But support Naga, I love it. They should just keep winning with it.
It's the type of hero that you need to control the game, though. Because like, if you're the ones losing lane and getting ran at, and you have a support Naga, you're like, what are you doing? But that's why I think Nigma at least understand how they need to get GH's Naga into the game. Let him be efficient, but cover the aggression with everyone else, especially Sumail, Kuroki, because then it's like you don't really care what's happening on your 4, doing all these small little mini plays, because you're already covering that. So yeah, I think, again, Nigma's growth in the DPC so far, the way in which they're unlocking new heroes, it's cool to see.
It really is. And again, a 2-0 for them here means we get a winner's interview. It is going to be Kuroki joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0 and for staying in Division 1, Kuroki. How does it feel?
Thank you very much. Relief, of course.
Yeah.
So we're happy.
Yeah, we were just talking about how there's been a lot of growth for you guys. It was a rough start at the beginning of this tour. But for you personally, what do you think has been the biggest growth and is now the strongest part of Enigma Galaxy?
Well, we felt like we've been constantly improving with this team. We just got good a little bit too late. But yeah, we feel like we're getting better and better. Our training results are pretty good. We feel confident. That's really it, yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Again, congratulations on the win and staying in Division 1. I was going to ask, how did you go about kind of bringing in both Immortal Faith and then Amar, and then of course your original ideas with Nigma? You picked up very kind of vocal individuals in the Dota scene. Like, how did you go about trying to morph 3 kind of personalities into one single team?
So Immortal Face, he reached out to me after TI ended, and we wanted to try some new things. We had a really good run with Roman. He's one of my best friends, but change is needed sometimes. And Amar, it was like a mix. He was interested in playing for us. He had some offers from other teams, but he decided to play for us. Miracle decided to take a break, so we needed a carry, and we went with him. Now, personality-wise, it's interesting. They are indeed quite vocal, strong opinions, but we feel it's good for the team overall. They bring new things. Immortal Face is amazing coach. Amar has his own ideas, and we just roll with it.
Sure. And one quick additional question: we don't see Immortal Faith in the background during drafts. Is he doing his coaching remotely? And if so, how does that kind of work with the team? Like during the breaks, you can't really go outside and stuff. Like how does it work within the team?
Yeah, currently he's not with us, so he's doing it remotely. It's been working well. So, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hello, congratulations on your win. I wanted to ask kind of about you over time of your entire Dota career. Like, what was your motivation like back, when you sort of started, and how what made you want to play back then compared to like now? Like, how has that changed and how have you grown and differed?
I mean, obviously it changed. I mean, I've been doing this for what, 20 years or something? I remember my first competitive game, I was 11 years old. Now I'm 30. So back then, my motivation was to just be the best player individually, and I became that in Dota 1. I was the best mid laner and carry. And then afterwards, when Dota grew and I realized, oh, you can earn good money with it, it was pretty much when Valve took over. My main motivation was just to do that. I wanted to support my parents. It drove me so much. And Alhamdulillah, I got everything in my life. I won TI. I won, I don't know, 40 tournaments. I did a lot of stuff. And now the motivation is different. I mean, I don't even believe in motivation. It's a lot of hard work because by the time I won TI7, I was already tired, like really tired. I've been already doing this for such a long time. And before that, I played with Secret, and that was a bit of a tiring experience. What happened afterwards? I had to rebuild like a new team fully, become captain, which I didn't really enjoy. Yeah, I was tired. It wasn't really motivation. It was more like I have to do this. It was like a mission, and it still feels this way somewhat. And nowadays, I would say, I mean, I still love what I'm doing. I'm really grateful. I have certain people who really want to see me win. I think that drives me the most. Like some people in my life, they just love seeing me play and win. I'm doing this for them. I'm doing this for all the people working in Nigma Galaxy. We have such a good support staff here. I'm also doing this for my teammates. I mean, some of my teammates, I'm playing with them, and I'm playing with MC for what, 8 years. He's like my brother. And then I have GH, 7 years. They're my brothers. We have such a strong bond with each other. I mean, this is the maybe strongest bond team in all of esports, I believe, because we just really love playing with each other. We had good times. We had 3-4 really good years, amazing years. The last 2 years, result-wise, not so good. Obviously, missing TI. But other than that, our life is good. I think we always try to express gratitude and understand that our life is very good. This is just a stupid video game at the end of the day. And we're really lucky to do this. So yeah, I enjoy doing it. I have people who love watching me win. And I'm also doing this for myself, of course. There's a part of me that cares about legacy, but at the same time, none of this really matters to me. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but there's bigger things in life, and I believe in bigger things. So I just love doing what I'm doing with these guys, and very grateful. And of course, we have fans who really love to watch us win too. And there's like a lot of fans that are really waiting for a comeback. So I want to deliver, and inshallah, we'll do it.
Oh my god, thank you so much. I don't have any other question that could possibly follow up how good that answer was. It was very touching. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Because you're going to have to try and follow up, though.
My God. Hi, congrats on the win. You just answered like half of my questions, but I'll try to keep it somewhat short. So, as you said, you guys missed out on the last 2 TIs. Can you tell me about, of course, it's really hard to stay together, and I think it's very honorable that that happened. Can you tell me about some of the talks you guys had together that, led you to actually stay together as a core?
So when we lost the first TI quals for TI10, that hit us really hard. When that was the first TI we missed. To be honest, there was never a moment where it felt like anyone wanted to leave the team. Obviously, we had to talk. Who wants to stay can stay. We My teammates are amazing players. I think they could play for any team, all of these players, and be a bonus. What everyone expressed, they just want to stay in this group of people and make it work, even if it's hard. We all know it's hard. I think we all felt like, hey, this might be not just like 2 month hard times, maybe a year or two. And we just stick through it, and we're trying to make it work. We have something. It's called hope. We're very hopeful. We never despair. We really believe we can do it. It just might take some more time than we like. And at the end of the day, what's really important for us is to give it our all, and everyone is working so hard. So at the end of the day, we can always say we really tried our best. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We had a great time anyway. But once again, we are hopeful, and I do believe we'll get on top again.
Okay, this is the best interview, so am I allowed one more question?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll give you two options. I have one question about the Caudal, and the other question is, after the Liquid series, I think something changed with you guys within the team. I don't know if it was draft or gameplay. So if you agree, could you elaborate on what suddenly clicked or changed for you guys?
I start with the Caudal question. So what was the question about the Caudal exactly?
I mean, why do you guys rate it so highly? It's a hero that we have not seen in a while. Do you value it for its high tempo? Is it the sustain? Is it both? Does Sumail just say, yo, give me Caudal, I'll shit on this game?
Something along these lines. But we enjoy the hero. We have great Caudal players. GH has always been known to be a great Caudal player, and Sumail is, I think, the best Caudal from the core position, and he actually asked for it. We liked it in the past too. Then he got nerfed, and then he started feeling the hero again. We started looking at strategies around it, and as you see, his performance, it's insane on the hero. It does wonders for us, and in our tempo. I mean, you already said what it is. You understand Dota very well. It makes all the tempo stuff happen for us. So it's an easy pickup for us, to be honest. Regarding your second question, actually, sorry, can you repeat it?
So after the Liquid series, I mean, even the first game against OG, it was the game where you played DP like and Sven. I think you probably had very good chances of winning that too. But after the Liquid series, I think something changed. Could you elaborate?
For us, the big change was after the ITB series. So after we played Tundra, we felt like, okay, we went 2-1 against Tundra. No shame there. They were still coming kind of fresh off the TI win, as in that's their first official games. We thought we played decent against Tundra. Obviously not good enough to win. Then we played ITB and things crashed. We just got destroyed. That was our hardest series in DPC so far. They took us by surprise, game one with the Lycan. We felt our strategies were super off. And then we changed some things in the team. We changed a little bit the way we look at the game. We had some talks, and the change started from there. And then we played Liquid. We didn't play Liquid after Tundra, right? We played
it was
some other
Gaming
team.
Gladiators, and then you played Liquid.
Yeah, Gaiman.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played Gaiman. We thought the game slipped, for sure. The series slipped. And then we played Liquid. Game one, we definitely felt like that was our game, but got outplayed. Liquid obviously looks like the strongest team. They played more clutch in the moments where it mattered. Game two, we got just ran over, so let's not talk about that. But the change happened after the ITB series, and then from there was a gradual process, and it got better and better for us. And so we feel confident because our practice games are good. We have I think 80% win rate. Obviously, scrims don't matter because real games are a bit different. But when you win a lot, you know all right, we're doing well. Sometimes, and we've been there as Enigma Galaxy. Sometimes you just lose 20 scrims in a row, and all right, you're in some deep holes.
Yeah.
But we're not there. We're doing well. We thought we don't perform up to our standard in official games. There's something about DPC that doesn't suit us. It doesn't suit all the old guys. I'll be honest. I maybe look at Secret, It's I understand. They had the last like last year, it was hard for them too. Just Puppy smashed it with his guys in TI, but the DPC it wasn't good last year, and this year nothing changed. And then I look at the other guys like the OG, the old OG. They didn't even make it to Div 2. Like they also like, oh wow, this is really hard for us. It's just such a different environment than we're used to. This is not our edge at all. It's I would say it's a disadvantage for, let's say, the old school players, and a big advantage for the new school players, which is good for the scene. It brought out all these talents. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think we're all done with questions. Thank you so much for the amazing interview, the fantastic answers, and congratulations again on staying in Division 1 and picking up a win today.
Thank you very much, guys.
See ya.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys.
Wow.
I think I need to go home and cry. That was so wholesome. Man gives phenomenal interviews.
It's like you give him a question and then he just opens up his heart and you're like, okay, all right.
I wasn't ready.
Damn.
Like,
Yeah,
we needed the tissues.
I was about to be like, skip me. Like I can't.
I
I'm gonna
can't
start
follow.
crying.
It's the human aspect of Dota, right? And it's like people are very easy to, say things, but when you hear his answers and the fact that their understanding of their 2-year position, the journey that they're taking, it's a 2, maybe 3-4 year journey.
Yeah.
Ease off a bit. Let them go on that process.
I mean, look, it is an upward trend for them. They're back in Division 1. They've secured a spot to stay here. We can have a look at the results for today so you guys know all the series, how they've played out. We started off the day with Liquid up against OG. That one went to 3 games. I totally forgot already. Liquid did end up taking it. Tundra and Gaming Gladiators was the second series. That one, though, was significantly quicker. It was a 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators. And then here in the third series, a 2-0 for Enigma Galaxy as well. We might as well just jump on straight to the leaderboard because that's where all the spicy talk can happen. Liquid confirmed number 1, going to the major. Gaming Gladiators confirmed number 2, going to the major. OG and Tundra, though, they still aren't confirmed because there is another series to be played. Enigma Galaxy confirmed staying in Division 1 and then into the Breach and Secret, unfortunately, will be dropping down to Division 2 next tour.
Yeah, and our series was it's tomorrow, right? No, 2 days.
Sunday.
Right? I keep
Do you want me to pull up the schedule?
Yeah, can we do
let's
that?
pull up
That's
the schedule.
the hype
Because
I
there
want
is
to
one
talk
more
about.
series.
There
There is
we
one
go,
more
yeah.
series. It's a final week. It's bonus week. We have one series, Entity, Enigma Galaxy. This is the series that can force the tiebreakers for the last 2 remaining major slots.
Yeah. So if Entity win, that's where the tiebreakers happen. But also if Enigma are to win, they go 3 and 4. Entity also will go 3 and 4. They'll have to play then a cheeky tiebreaker again to determine 5th, which is 30 DPC points. It might not sound like a lot now, but for the thought of Enigma after their start to even claw out potentially 30 DPC points honestly sounds like a win for them. So
all tiebreakers are played, actually, because
Exactly,
even
yeah.
if Enigma Galaxy play it and they go into a tiebreaker, it will be OG and Tundra will have to tiebreak as well.
Yeah.
Because they're on the same scoreline at the moment.
Exactly. So tiebreakers are occurring, but again, kind of hype for Enigma. I want to see more series from them. I just want to see maybe, you know what, let's go with 2 more series, because that's exactly what has to happen if they win. So yeah, 2 more series, please, Enigma. Let's keep leveling up.
Did you guys expect the leaderboard to look anything at all like this when we started this DPC?
Nope.
I'm going to put production on the spot. Are we able to pull up the talent power rankings? Can we see where everyone put the teams?
Just leave mine out.
I think I had...
Mine's pretty close.
I had the bottom 3, 4 there. Wait, hold on, let me check.
Here we go. Who put Liquid up the top? Okay, Lacoste, Sheep, Lyrical, myself, Syndrin.
Yep.
And then who put Game in second? Oh, no one else but me.
Wow. He's so good.
Yeah, the rest of the leaderboard, let's not look at that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Next segment, thanks.
I mean, yes, I had a bit of trust in Secret.
Same.
Blind trust. Hindsight, whatever. You know, it happens.
It does. It does. It is a little bit unfortunate. No one could have predicted the unfortunate result that they had for this tour, but
We
yeah.
all did get one right, though. So we should all be proud of ourselves.
100%.
8th.
Oh, that feels bad.
Why did you?
I'm just stating a fact. I'm just saying we got 1 correct, so at least we got something right. Everything else is
I
volatile.
got 2 correct.
I said at least
Stay
1.
down.
It can build up.
Stay down, you terrible prediction man.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Do you guys want to have any closing thoughts? I mean, especially for you, Sheep. This is going to be your last Western Europe day, not including tiebreakers.
I was about to say, am I
We
not
went
doing
to-
tiebreakers?
Yeah,
Fired.
Did I get fired?
Get out of
Only
here.
2 predictions gone. There we go.
All right, peace.
Yeah, because we won't see you on Sunday for that final series. So closing thoughts about how this tour is played out.
All right, you won't, but I've had a great time. First time doing Europe West. Can't wait to do the tiebreakers. I mean, oh, jeez.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I think I've really enjoyed covering these teams. Obviously, it's like so many good teams. I think it was hard to guess who would be relegated bottom 2. So like seeing Secret get knocked out, obviously massive like shock to I'm sure a lot of people. But maybe they'll just 7-0 Div 2 and come back up next for Tour 3. We'll see.
Very possible.
Yeah, just pull Enigma. You dip down, you see what's down there, you're like, oh, damn, all right, back up again real quick, and then, yeah, now they survive again. So Secret will be back, probably. Yeah.
I think the interview we just saw should be a reminder to all the fans out there to actually also sometimes support the teams that you love, because it's not easy at all. You have Secret who dropped to Div 2, if you're a fan of Puppy, whatever. Maybe send him a message. Same with Nigma.
A nice one.
I mean, I know that Nigma, they have a lot of haters, but if you watch this interview, like, these guys are trying. They're playing their heart out. They're playing 15 hours every day, and they care a lot. You can see it.
When he was like, oh, it's not motivation, it's hard work to do it for people that want to see us win, I was like, heartbroken, but also that's motivation in itself. That is where a lot of these players sort of draw inspiration from for themselves.
Again, it's good old Dota. It's a lovable game.
It really is, and that's why I'm so excited for Sunday, our bonus day on Western Europe, which means this channel is taking a break tomorrow. We'll see you guys on Sunday. If you do want to watch some more Dota, then you can head on over to twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2 EN2. My brain was really grasping for that one for some NA Dota. There's some more Dota action happening there.
Ooh, Jayce, MC.
Nice, Kuro.
Look, I can let Naga and bring him to us. Look, I bring him to us. Bring him. Come here, Lina. It's intelligence.